Having transitioned to the profession of a sewer summoner, I unexpectedly awakened a demonic contract enhancement rune, sacrificing my maximum life force in exchange for the talent of summoning beasts. A summoner is weak? I shall fully exploit my talents. How shall you respond to that? Chapter 1. Only those with a few screws loose would choose the path of a summoner. I shall remind you once more, once you select a profession, there is no turning back. This vocation will accompany you throughout your life. Your chosen profession not only dictates how far you can go in the future, but also directly influences your standard of living. Though some may argue that every profession holds potential, each has its own critical phase of development. Only the warrior profession is truly suited for you. It requires no financial investment, minimal talent, and provides combat capability from the outset. Moreover, upon reaching level 10, you will secure employment in this profession. In Class 1 of the Awakening of Professions, the homeroom teacher reiterated this oft-repeated admonition yet again. In summary, if you meet the criteria to transition to a warrior, regardless of how well-suited you may be for other professions, choose the warrior. If your family is affluent, and by affluent, I mean they can readily provide you with 10 million for equipment, 10 million for spells, and another 10 million to hire muscle, do not hesitate. Choose the path of financial indulgence. But if you do not qualify as a warrior and lack financial backing, what then? The students in the class responded in unison, support professions. Yes, choose support. Do not aim too high. Avoid professions like druid, ranger, monk, or shadowmancer. I do not imply that these professions are weak. Rather, we must possess self-awareness, for these roles are not prepared for us. In conclusion, either select warrior or support, or simply rely on familial wealth for financial backing. The homeroom teacher reiterated emphatically. He was aware that his statements bore a somewhat pessimistic tone, yet he felt powerless. The institution he served was merely an ordinary high school for the awakening of professions. The students with higher talents had been whisked away by prestigious institutions, leaving behind those of mediocre potential. He was merely guiding his students toward a more stable path. Very well. After the midday break, assemble on the playground to prepare for the transition at the temple. The homeroom teacher nodded satisfactorily at the obedient students, contemplating that this year's employment rate should remain steady. Once the teacher departed, the classroom erupted in lively discussion. At last, we can awaken. I have awaited this day for a long time. It's meaningless. We're all just going to be warriors. A warrior is fine. At least I can start earning. My father has already arranged everything. Once I reach level 10, I'll be placed in our province's largest angelic pharmaceutical company, starting at a salary of 8,000. How enviable. What do you mean by a warrior is fine? Being able to transition is already a great achievement. Our class had only a 50 success rate in previous tests, meaning half of us cannot transition. Alas, though I can transition, my strength talent rating is insufficient to become a warrior. Fortunately, my mental prowess is adequate, allowing me to become a priest. I am preparing to transition into a tank role, serving as a bulwark for the mage against incoming damage. Come now, a tank must be at least level 15 to withstand the assaults of a level 1 abyss. Can you even reach level 10? I wonder what profession Jung you will choose. Our class leader is likely to be a warrior as well. That's such a pity. His intelligence potential is rated so high. There's no alternative. His family lacks funds, and he is unwilling to settle for a support role. Regardless, his warrior rating meets the requirements, and he can always switch to a magic warrior later. A magic warrior is a rare profession. Do you truly believe anyone can transition into one? What a shame. What is there to lament? We are uncertain about our own futures, yet we have the leisure to worry about others. Indeed, at that moment, the subject of the discussion, a young man named Zheng Yu, sat in a corner, listening to the distant chatter of his classmates. Zheng Yu, the class leader of Class 3, holds the highest talent rating in the entire grade. Aside from a slight deficiency in agility, his other attributes are exceptional. This level of achievement is considered top tier at the first high school, but merely average in the entire Jianshui city. Brother Yu, have you decided on your profession? Zheng Yu's deskmate, Tao Qian, overheard the conversation and directly inquired about his thoughts. Zheng Yu shrugged. Of course, I will choose the warrior. Why does everyone opt for the warrior? Tao Qian expressed his regret for Zheng Yu. What a waste of your intelligence potential rated at 4.7. What is there to regret? Employment takes precedence over everything. Even if I chose to be a mage, I wouldn't have the funds to purchase equipment or spells. It is far better to straightforwardly select the warrior. Zheng Yu felt no sense of loss. He wholeheartedly agreed with the class teacher's earlier remarks. It is akin to choosing a vocational school to acquire a skill versus attending a mediocre third-tier university for a diploma. The warrior is like a practical skill, simple, accessible, with a high employment rate. Professions such as druid, ranger, assassin, shadowcaster, and monk resemble third-tier universities. This does not imply these professions are inferior. Rather, if you study law at a third-tier institution, the likelihood of unemployment is high, whereas attending a prestigious university significantly increases your chances. Those present are all mediocre talents from third-tier backgrounds, and selecting the warrior is the most secure path. The military recruits level 10 warriors but does not take in level 10 rangers. Major companies will only hire low-level warriors, not low-level monks. In this world, leveling up is exceedingly challenging. As a reincarnated former wage slave, Zheng Yu understands the importance of employment. Thus, the warrior is his primary choice. Survival is the most crucial aspect, Zheng Yu earnestly conveyed to Tao Qian. Due to the universal transition system in this world, there are virtually no universities. After graduating from high school, individuals can transition, level up, and then seek employment. Students unable to transition will opt to attend technical schools to study fields such as law, management, architecture, or mechanics. In this world, those who transition are the most vital existence, tasked with repelling the abyss, safeguarding humanity's remaining territory, and accumulating strength to prepare for the terrifying prophecies of doom. In summary, this world reveres the strong. The level of a professional is a symbol of status. Therefore, Zheng Yu feels quite content with the prospect of transitioning into a warrior. It is certainly better than being unable to transition at all. Tao Qian, with a serious expression, declared, "I plan to become a monk." Gambling on talent? Yes, taking a chance on talent. If I possess an A-grade talent, I could soar to great heights. Nearby, someone scoffed, "Gambling on an A-grade talent? You would be better off betting on a hidden profession." It is said that last year, there was only one A-grade talent in all of Jiangshui City. Last year, the entire Jiangnan province had only one S-grade talent and 30 A-grade talents. Yet there were over 30 hidden professions in the entire province. Tao Qian retorted defiantly, "Am I not likely to be one of those 30? Best of luck to you." Seeing that Tao Qian had become bewitched, the other party ceased to persuade him. Instead, Tao Qian turned to urge Zheng Yu. "Brother Yu, I believe we should not heed the class teacher. Such a life is too ordinary. One must take a chance. What if a bicycle turns into a motorcycle?" Zheng Yu produced the potential assessment sheet from 2 days prior and handed it to Tao Qian, saying, "I would like to gamble, but take a look at my results." Tao Qian took the assessment sheet. Strength, potential rating of 3.7. Intelligence, potential rating of 4.7. Physical constitution, potential rating of 4.0. Mental strength, potential rating of 3.8. Agility, potential rating of 1.9. Isn't this quite commendable? A rating above 3 is considered excellent. Your scores overshadow mine. Zheng Yu pointed to the bottom of the assessment. "Look at this." Tao Qian saw a recommendation at the very bottom. According to the temple's evaluation, the profession that matches you best is summoner. Tao Qian's mouth fell slightly agape. Summoner? That cannot be. While your potential rating may not compare with first-rate geniuses, it is certainly not low. How could they recommend you as a summoner? Zheng Yu chuckled lightly, replying nonchalantly, "Perhaps the temple makes errors too. After all, it has been decades, and no one has figured out where the temple truly originated. Regardless, I do not trust the temple's recommendations. Even if being a summoner is deemed most suitable for me, I would never choose it. It is a classic underdog profession. Anyone who selects it is bound to be deceived. I would rather be a warrior." Each year, the number of individuals choosing the summoner profession is exceedingly small. Those who do select it often do so out of necessity, having failed to meet the requirements for other professions. The warrior remains dominant. The monk and druid are strong in the mid-game, while the assassin and shadowcaster excel in the late game. The mage ultimately becomes a divine profession in the late game. While the shield warrior, paladin, and priest may not be particularly strong, their roles are that of support, ensuring they are never short of team members. In contrast, the summoner is a profession that many disdain. It is neither high nor low, consistently weak across all stages, costing more than a mage and incapable of competing with a paladin in combat. The only tactic it can boast is a numbers strategy, which has been outperformed by necromancers. Spend the most money on the most foolish profession. No one wants to form a team. Solo play is impossible. The summoner is a class that has been entirely forsaken by practitioners. Only those with a few screws loose would choose the summoner. Zhang Yu stated earnestly. Beside him, Tao Qian echoed. Indeed, only a fool would select the summoner. Just as he finished speaking, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Detected that the host harbors deep-seated biases and misunderstandings regarding the summoner profession. Activating the supreme talent of the summoner class in advance. Hexdeck Enhanced Rune Talent. Hexdeck Talent. Every 5 levels, randomly select 2 Hexdeck Enhanced Runes, which will exclusively affect summoned entities. This talent is solely for the summoner profession. Should the host choose not to pursue the summoner profession, the system will become exceedingly furious and self-destruct. Please make a careful choice and treat this matter with the seriousness it deserves. Do not take it lightly. Zheng Yu muttered, well, that's interesting. The good news is that the system has arrived. The bad news is that it seems he just insulted the system. Indeed, it appears he also insulted himself. Chapter 2. The 8th Contract and the Heart of the Butler. Only those with a troubled mind would choose to be a summoner. This was a declaration he had just made himself. Indeed, he had berated himself quite harshly. According to the system's description, if he did not select the summoner class, he would not only forfeit a divine level talent, but also potentially suffer from the system's self-detonation damage. He had not anticipated that the essential system for traversers he had been waiting for would be one related to summoning. Zheng Yu wore a resigned expression. Were the systems in this era truly so temperamental, threatening the host with self-destruction? But it mattered little. Since the system promised him a divine level talent, any profession would suffice. Even the much maligned summoner. After all, it was a divine level talent. The highest talent in this world was the SSS level talent. There was only one such individual in the entire world. He was none other than the battle god of the 9 provinces, Nanmu Yun, who currently held the top position in the level rankings, the combat power rankings, and the abyss monster slaying rankings. All rankings, in fact. The talents cascade downwards from SSS to SS. S, A, B, C, all the way to F. A level is already regarded as genius. S-level talent prompts the entire provincial region to gather resources for cultivation. SS-level talent is marked as a national key cultivation target, ensuring a lifetime of resource abundance. Aside from the exceptional SSS-level talent of Nanmu Yun, SS-level is considered the pinnacle. However, a divine-level talent has never existed. Nevertheless, Hexdeck, isn't that just a gameplay element from the game teamfight tactics? Similar to enhanced runes. Each technology has a unique enhancement method that can strengthen the summoned pieces. Pieces are equivalent to summons. Hexdeck equates to collective enhancement runes. Moreover, every 5 levels grants 2 Hexdeck upgrades. Currently, the highest-ranked battle god, Nanmu Yun, is at level 71 and has not leveled up for quite some time. It seems he has encountered some bottleneck, or perhaps the experience needed to reach level 71 is excessively high. Even a powerhouse like Nanmu Yun finds it challenging to level up. Yet, even at level 70, he still has 30 opportunities for Hexdeck selections. At the very least, 30 collective enhancements. No wonder this talent can only be utilized by summoners. If any other profession were to use this rune, it would lose its effect. 30 collective enhancements equate to 30 talents, truly worthy of being a divine level talent. Even if the individual Hexdeck talents do not match the SSS level talent, possessing at least 30, or even more, could yield a divine level outcome through stacking. It remains uncertain what effects the Hexdeck runes would manifest in reality. Zheng Yu was already beginning to look forward to the class change in the afternoon. After the lunch break, Zheng Yu boarded the school bus and arrived at the Holy Temple branch in Jiangshui City. In the wake of the Abyss's arrival and the invasion of otherworldly beings, the 9 principal holy temples of the 9 provinces emerged, each situated in the provincial capitals of the 9 provinces. They bestowed strength upon humanity and instilled a glimmer of hope for survival. Empowered by the Holy Temple's vocational abilities, humanity engaged in decades of struggle to secure their territories. Although the threats and pressures from the Abyss and foreign races persisted, humanity had also acquired their share of strength, all thanks to the Holy Temple. The Holy Temple in Jiangshui City is a branch that only facilitates initial class changes for newcomers, testing potential, and displaying rankings. Please, Zhao Cohen from Class 1, Grade 12. Experiment High School, ID number 00278. Proceed to Station 3 for your class change ceremony. Upon entering the Holy Temple, Zheng Yu noticed a considerable gathering. Many schools had already begun their class changes. Zheng Yu, please take your classmates to Station 4 for their class changes, instructed the homeroom teacher. As the class monitor, it was naturally his responsibility. Understood. Since it was not his first visit to the Jiangshui City Holy Temple branch, the process was familiar. Register, receive a number, and wait at Station 4. After approximately an hour of waiting, it was finally their class's turn. Please, Zhang Ao from Class 3, Grade 12, Jiangshui No. 1 High School. ID number 01876. Proceed to Station 4 for your class change ceremony. Zhang Ao, upon hearing his name, tensed slightly and immediately stood up. It's my turn. He felt somewhat anxious. Although the test results indicated he qualified for the warrior profession, there had been instances of successful tests leading to failed class changes. Please stand in the center of the class change station. During the process, you may experience nausea, dizziness, vomiting, or even fainting. Do not worry. These are normal phenomena during the class change. Simply endure it for 5 seconds. Upon success, you will see your attribute information and talent level. If your talent level exceeds B grade, please inform us. As the staff member explained, Zhang Ao stepped into the center of the class change station, standing there in a daze. Unsure of what to do. With a hum, a beam of light projected from the ceiling of the holy temple. Zheng Yu recalled that the class change holy light from the branch was actually transmitted from the main holy temple, as noted in his textbooks. The staff member then stated, according to the feedback from the holy light, you meet the conditions for a warrior class change. The first recommended profession is monk, and the second is warrior. You may choose either profession for your class change. Zhang Ao's face brightened, and he promptly declared, warrior. He opted for the most stable path. Class change successful. Congratulations. You are now a warrior class changer. The staff member congratulated in a rather emotionless manner. The staff member continued, you may now proceed to the second floor to find the Warrior Guild's office. Joining a guild will help you understand the warrior profession more swiftly. They will guide you on how to level up and the rules for practitioners. Thank you, Zhang Ao exclaimed, visibly excited. Achieving a class change to warrior meant a promising future ahead. It could be said that he was now assured of a secure path. Next, please. Zheng Yu from Class 3, Grade 12, Jianshui Number 1 High School, ID number 01877. Proceed to Station 4 for your class change ceremony. Zheng Yu was the second in line. Under the watchful eyes of his classmates and homeroom teacher, he approached the class change station. They were all curious about his choice. For Zheng Yu, the maid should have been his first choice, but they all understood the financial constraints of his family. Not everyone could afford to pursue the costly mage profession. Choosing the warrior path would be somewhat of a waste of his intellectual talents. There were a few other professions he could qualify for. It all depended on Zheng Yu's own decision. You're familiar with the process, so I won't repeat it. The staff member said succinctly, aiming to expedite the procedure. Understood, Zheng Yu nodded. The next moment, the beam of light enveloped him. A warm sensation enveloped his entire being as the staff member's voice echoed in his ears, according to the feedback from the holy light. The most suitable first profession for you is summoner, with no second recommended profession. The staff member was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the holy light feedback. He could see Zheng Yu's test data. Based on his data, he qualified for all professions except for assassin and ranger, which required agility above 35. Yet, the Holy Temple had provided only one recommendation. The critical point was that this recommended profession was a summoner. The staff member remarked, based on the data feedback, you may also pursue class changes to mage, warrior, priest, paladin, and other professions. I choose summoner, Zheng Yu declared. If one were to forego the choice of a summoner, one might envision other vocational options with closed eyes, selecting the desired path, and so forth. What would you choose? The staff member thought they had misheard. Zheng Yu reiterated, summoner. You should contemplate this decision thoroughly, the staff member cautioned, rare in their council. As a transition specialist, they were acutely aware that the number of individuals opting to become summoners was significantly fewer than those possessing S-tier talents. Indeed, this year, not a single summoner had been seen. Yet, Zheng Yu smiled and declared, since the sanctuary recommends I choose summoner and does not suggest alternative professions, it signifies that I am well suited for the role. The sanctuary is not infallible, the staff member muttered under their breath. However, I choose to trust in the sanctuary. Zheng Yu responded without hesitation, selecting summoner on the transition interface that materialized before him. To be honest, it was not that he had faith in the sanctuary. He had never entertained the notion of being a summoner. Previously, he had regarded those who chose this vocation as foolish. Yet, the rewards offered by the system were too alluring to ignore. Only a fool would decline a divine tier talent. You have transitioned to the summoner profession. Activating divine tier Hextech Enhancement Rune. Extracting Hextech Enhancement Rune. Congratulations. You have obtained your first rune, Prismatic tier rune, Demon Pact. Congratulations. You have obtained your second rune, Silver tier rune, Butler's Heart. Chapter 3. I am envious, yet it does not impede my admiration. Demon Pact. Zheng Yu's expression was one of astonishment. The Demon Pact was renowned as the strongest Hextech rune in the early stages, without exception. He had not anticipated that his first talent would be a Prismatic tier rune. Hextech enhancement runes come in 3 tiers, Silver, Gold, and Prismatic. The 2 enhancement runes he had just acquired were 1 Silver Butler's Heart and 1 Prismatic Demon Pact. Demon Pact, Prismatic tier enhancement rune. Sacrifice a portion of your maximum health to gain talent points, which can only be applied to your summoned creatures, enhancing their talents. The health sacrificed cannot be restored and will permanently lower your maximum health. Butler's Heart, Silver Tier Enhancement Rune. Your party is treated as if it has an additional butler, and you receive a butler's emblem. Upon witnessing the enhancement effects of the Demon Pact, Zhengyu inhaled sharply. It was indeed worthy of the prismatic tier. The trade-off of sacrificing maximum health for talent points was a precarious enhancement, yet it was exceedingly enticing. The reason summoners were often derided as being in the sewers was due to their summoned creatures typically lacking strength, with talents that were often subpar and requiring significant investment for cultivation. Each creature necessitated considerable resources for development. However, with the Demon Pact, Zhengyu could ensure that each of his summoned beasts would be at maximum talent potential. According to the system's modified version of the Demon Pact, even in the later stages, it would prove invaluable. After all, a practitioner's health cap would increase with their level. As long as there was health, his summoned creatures would continue to be enhanced. A sigh interrupted Zhengyu's contemplation. Turning around, he saw the staff member and his homeroom teacher. The staff member sighed in confusion and sorrow, while the homeroom teacher wore a look of disappointment. They could not comprehend why Zhengyu had chosen the sewer vocation of summoner. The homeroom teacher gazed at Zhengyu, shaking their head in dismay. I have encountered many students, some with exceptional talents, even comparable to yours. Yet, ultimately, due to their arrogance, they chose other professions. Years later, without exception, none have continued on the path of practitioners. I had hoped you were different, but it seems you are even more extreme than I imagined. Do you truly understand the consequences of choosing summoner? The teacher's face was one of disappointment. Even if Zhengyu had chosen mage or shadow assassin, it would have been a superior choice compared to summoner. Summoners lack their own guild and governmental benefits. Not only that, but how do you expect to level up? Relying on a level 1 goblin you summoned? A level 1 abyss creature poses a life-threatening danger even in a group. I truly feel that all my previous earnest advice has fallen on deaf ears. The teacher's agitation stemmed from their genuine belief in Zhengyu's potential. Talent and potential represent growth speed for the future. Zhengyu understood the expectations his teacher held for him and recognized that their words were rooted in concern and misunderstanding. Zhengyu smiled and said, everyone claims summoners are weak. But what if I possess an S-tier talent? Would summoners still be deemed weak? As he spoke, he displayed his attribute sheet, where the name Demon Pact, an S-tier talent, prominently appeared in the talent attributes section. SS tier. The staff member's voice rose an octave. The homeroom teacher stood stupefied, staring at Zhengyu's attribute sheet. It was truly S-tier. It took the teacher a moment to process this revelation. But what was this Demon Pact talent? They had never encountered it before. Zhengyu stated, the specifics of the talent cannot be disclosed. Is this S-tier talent genuine? The staff member excitedly nodded. Of course, it is genuine. Can anything false appear on the attribute sheet? Zhengyu inquired further, will I be able to access benefits and resources? Absolutely. As of now, no other practitioner has manifested an S-tier talent this year. You are the only one. Then that's settled, Zhengyu replied to his homeroom teacher. Initially, I intended to heed your advice, but I have always felt that not choosing summoner would lead to regret. After all, the sanctuary's feedback indicated that I am only suited for summoner, so I decided to take a gamble. It has paid off. I would rather choose the sewer summoner with an S-tier talent than a warrior with ordinary talents. Following Zhengyu's explanation, the homeroom teacher found it easier to accept his decision. Often, the instincts of practitioners hold more weight than mere experience. Yet, the uncertainty surrounding summoners remained a source of concern for the teacher. Zhengyu, however, remained unconcerned, stating, it's all right. The provincial benefits for S-tier talents only require the talent level. It does not specify that an S-tier summoner cannot enjoy them. As long as there are funds and resources, that is sufficient. The homeroom teacher nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his points. Regarding Zhengyu's transition to summoner, his classmates, who had initially intended to mock him for what they perceived as folly, were stunned into silence upon hearing about his S-tier talent. The sensation was more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride, leaving them with complex expressions. Although Zhengyu was well-liked in class and had many friends, jealousy inevitably lingered. After all, one could fear for their brother's hardship while simultaneously resenting their brother's success. An S-tier talent was truly beastly. What a pity, though, that he was a summoner. What are you regretting? You lamented when the class leader switched to warrior. Now they have an S-tier talent, and you feel regret? Why not reflect on your own situation? One classmate retorted, do not be so blunt. The implication is that if Zhengyu were an S-tier mage or warrior, at least we could say, the great ones on the leaderboard are my high school classmates. I even have their contact information. But with a summoner, I can hardly imagine them reaching the overall leaderboard, even if they possess an S-tier talent. The summoner with an S-grade talent, I believe, is not as advantageous as an A-grade talent combined with a warrior class. Tao Qian, overhearing this, felt a twinge of discontent. Are you all undermining the value of S-grade talents? Thus far, no practitioner who has awakened an S-grade talent has ever faltered. Huh. Zheng Yu will surely be the first to prove incapable as an S-grade practitioner. Indeed, even if I possessed an F-grade talent, I would never choose to be a summoner. Do you truly believe that a single talent can redeem a profession? Nonsense. I am keen to observe how far he can elevate the summoner class. An S-grade talent bestowed upon a summoner is nothing but a sheer waste. In fact, it would be better off with me. Tao Qian rolled his eyes dramatically. Ah, yes. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Tao Qian ceased to argue with these individuals, whose foolish remarks revealed their jealousy-ridden minds. It was not worth engaging further. How petty. Let the envy flow. May it suffocate you. You too possess F-grade talents. What audacity do you have to mock Zheng Yu, who possesses an S-grade talent? However, before Tao Qian could finish his thought, he noticed the very students who had disparaged Zheng Yu hastily rise and head in a particular direction. Tao Qian turned to see Zheng Yu returning after completing his registration, now surrounded by classmates eager to curry favor. The very individuals closest to Zheng Yu were those who had been most venomous in their earlier remarks. Yet, before Zheng Yu, their demeanor had transformed completely. Adorned with smiles as they exclaimed, "Class monitor, considering our relationship, you must look after me in the future. With an S-grade talent, once you rise to prominence, do not forget us. Tonight, I will treat everyone to celebrate our brother Yu awakening his S-grade talent. Come to my father's restaurant, and I will have him serve the finest vintage of Mao Dai." Tao Qian thought to himself, wait a moment, is this not a rapid change of face? Just moments ago, when he was absent, you were not so cordial, fronting as good friends while harboring jealousy behind his back. You were just disparaging the summoner class. And now you seek his protection? In that instant, Tao Qian grasped the essence of growth. This is growth. This encapsulates the essence of adult life. Even if I harbor a deep-seated resentment, I shall not display it. After all, even if Zheng Yu is a summoner, the S-grade talent is undeniable. The true fear lies in him evolving into a formidable practitioner. At that point, should you wish to curry favor, it may be too late. Chapter 4. Abandoning early leads to early treatment, early factory work, early earnings, and a reduction of 40 years of detours. Ultimately, Tao Qian transitioned to a monk, acquiring a B-grade talent. Although not an A-grade, he appeared quite content with his outcome. Once Tao Qian completed his transition, Zheng Yu chose not to linger in the sanctuary and returned home early. The summoner class lacks a guild. Amidst the millions of practitioners across the realm, it is unlikely to muster even 100 summoners. Furthermore, among those 100, there is a 98% chance that they have no intention of pursuing the path of a practitioner. How could there possibly be a guild? Without a guild, there are no experienced practitioners to guide him. Everything must be discovered through personal exploration. Zheng Yu held no interest in the transition statuses of others. He awaited only Tao Qian. He could discern who his true brothers were and who were mere pretenders. Upon returning home, Zheng Yu navigated through a clutter of debris to enter his room. This was a relief house allocated by the government to impoverished families. When he traversed into this body, the original Zheng Yu's parents had long vanished without a trace, leaving him under the care of his grandfather. His grandfather passed away 2 years prior due to illness, and this government-provided relief house had now become Zheng Yu's sole residence. Upon entering the room, the typically tidy Zheng Yu found his space well organized. Though modest in size, it exuded warmth. His time spent with his grandfather was not extensive. Burying his grandfather was akin to providing closure for this body. Following that, he faced a solitary existence, which bore little difference from his previous life. And Zheng Yu felt no discomfort regarding his transmigration. After a simple meal, Zheng Yu commenced his serious endeavors. He summoned his attribute panel. Name, Zheng Yu. Title, none. Profession, summoner. Level, 1, 100 experience points needed for next level. Health, 1100. Mana, 110. Strength, 11. Intelligence, 13. Agility, 11. Remaining free attribute points, 5. Skills, Contract Array, Summon Beast Frenzy, Summon Beast Space, no Summon Beasts contracted, currently capable of contracting 1. Talent, Heart of the Demon Contract Steward. Equipment, none. The talent list did not display Hex Deck Enhancement runes, but rather the recently acquired Prismatic Grade Demon Contract and Silver Grade Steward Heart. The S-grade talent observed by the staff and homeroom teacher was indeed that of the Demon Contract. However, Zheng Yu sensed that the Demon Contract was more complex than merely an S-grade talent. The Demon Contract allows one to expend health limits to acquire the talents of summoned beasts, but one must first possess a summoned beast. Zheng Yu gazed at his empty summoned beast space and discovered a dusty tome entitled Starting from Zero, Mastering the Summoner Profession. A textbook, indeed. It appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, never having been opened. Zheng Yu had never contemplated transitioning into a summoner. Hence he had never glanced at this book. He was entirely ignorant of how to contract summoned beasts or how to develop them, truly starting from scratch. Zheng Yu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. As he opened the first page of the textbook, he was met with a blunt statement. Please abandon the summoner profession. A straightforward deterrent. If you have resorted to becoming a summoner out of desperation, then prepare yourself for factory work. This book will provide you with little assistance. Zheng Yu was taken aback. Is this really a textbook? So candidly put, displaying patience, Zheng Yu continued to flip through the pages. Within 10 minutes, he had perused the entirety of the 100-plus page textbook. It indeed held little substance. Besides the initial pages detailing how to contract summoned beasts, the remainder consisted solely of illustrations. The author had compiled numerous images and information about summoned beasts, along with some seemingly trivial commentary, barely forming a cohesive volume. At the end of the textbook, Zheng Yu discovered the author's vision for summoners. The relationship between summoners and summoned beasts is not akin to that between other practitioners and their skills, but embodies a bond of mutual growth. Summoned beasts are akin to being sealed by skills. Through contracts, they aid in combat and undergo a process of growth alongside the summoner. The damage values of the summoned beast's attack skills are directly correlated with the summoner. Thus, it can be posited that the summoner's talent constrains the growth of the summoned beasts. Conversely, this also indicates that if a summoner possesses a high talent, they can cultivate their summoned beasts to possess capabilities rivaling those of other professions. Certainly, this is merely a personal fantasy of mine. To all summoners and aspiring summoners, let go of such illusions. If one possesses such talent, why not choose a profession that offers swifter growth? Does the warrior or mage not seem more appealing? In conclusion, relinquishing early leads to healing early, entering the workforce sooner, and earning money faster, thus avoiding a circuitous journey spanning 4 decades. The author, Zhang Anxuan. Zheng Yu. The fact that such a book can be selected as a textbook illustrates the lack of esteem for summoners. Yet, in truth, there is little to impart. Unlike warriors, who must choose whether to pursue a path of blood rage or berserker fury, balancing offense and defense, or focusing solely on damage output, every specialization demands careful selection of skills. Decisions regarding skill points, attribute points, and equipment choices, as well as which abyssal areas to farm, all require meticulous consideration. A single misstep could lead one astray. This is precisely why textbooks and professional courses exist. First, I need to acquire a level 0 summoning skill book. Zheng Yu opened his computer, navigating to the temple website established by the Department of Justice. The homepage featured a shop section where one could find various items, including skill books and potions generated from the abyss. Summoner skill books. Zheng Yu searched for keywords, and hundreds of items for sale appeared. Although summoner players are few, many still sell summoning skill books online, primarily because they are of little use otherwise. Listing them incurs no fees, awaiting an unsuspecting buyer. After a lengthy selection process, Zheng Yu stumbled upon a single level 0 summoning skill book, Summon Goblin. Skill book, level 0. One-time item. Upon learning, the skill book disappears. Summoners can learn it to obtain a trainable goblin. Price, 500 yuan. Incredibly inexpensive. Zheng Yu dared to assert this was the cheapest item in the entire shop. Even a potion that restores 200 health costs 1,000 yuan. Zheng Yu chuckled, self-deprecatingly remarking, perhaps this is the sole advantage of being a summoner, the low cost of goods. Because they are unsellable and few wish to purchase them, the price is low. He noted that for warriors, a tradable level 0 skill book, Fury Slash, costs 120,000 RMB. The summoner's skill book is barely a fraction of that. Given that there was only one level 0 summoning skill book available, the decision-making process was simplified. A goblin it is certainly better than nothing. Now, it rests on the efficacy of the demon contract. Zheng Yu purchased the skill book, and it was conveniently transferred to his personal inventory via the temple's holy light. He promptly prepared the contract array. The contract array is a fundamental skill inherent to summoners. Upon using the skill book, a green-skinned goblin materialized in the center of the array. Unlike other professions, where skill books impart skills, summoner skill books summon living beings. As stated in that textbook, summoned creatures are lives sealed within skills. Contract. With Zheng Yu's utterance, the contract array illuminated, and the goblin, initially dazed, gradually regained clarity in its eyes, gazing at Zheng Yu with a sense of endearment. Congratulations, you have successfully signed a contract with the summoned creature goblin. The goblin will be summoned as a skill and will level up alongside you. Summoned creatures can equip gear. Should they perish, there is a chance their equipment will drop. Summoned creatures do not truly die. Upon death, they will await resurrection in the summoner's space. Following the successful contract signing, the attributes of the goblin appeared before Zheng Yu. Summoned creature goblin. Level 1. Increases with summoner's level. Health, 400. Attack power, 325, 13 Summoner's Intelligence, 25 Coefficient. Talent, 0 tier, 1 point away from leveling up. Skill, Jump Slam LV1. Leaps high and strikes the enemy swiftly, inflicting 1. 625, 5 Coefficient, 325 Goblins Attack Power, points of damage with a 15 chance to stun the target. Skill, Rock Throw LV1. Accurately throws a rock. Dealing 130, 4,325 Goblins Attack Power, points of damage. Summon Creature Equipment, none. Zhengyu gazed at the goblin's attributes, rendered speechless. No wonder summoners struggle to level up. With the goblin's meager strength, finding a team is indeed challenging. With merely 400 health, it lags significantly behind other professions. The goblin's attack power and skill damage correlate with his intelligence, proportionate to the coefficients, yet that coefficient is exceedingly low. A single skill barely inflicts over 100 points of damage. Though the summoned creature is currently only level 1, it will improve with leveling. However, the reality remains. No one wishes to team up with a summoner. Thus, summoners must grind the abyss alone, and with these values, even low-tier monsters prove formidable. The principal issue is that summoners possess little combat capability. Everything relies on their summoned creatures. The goblin provides no sense of security whatsoever. Zhengyu placed his hopes on the Demon Contract. He opened the talent of the Demon Contract, prompting a notification. For every 10 points of health limit sacrificed, gain 1 talent point. Zhengyu contemplated for a moment before tentatively sacrificing 600 points of health limit, earning 60 talent points. He refrained from sacrificing all. As while summoned creatures can be resurrected, his own demise is final. It is prudent to retain some health for a margin of error. Upon observing the talent section for the goblin, a parenthesis appeared behind it. He clicked the plus sign. Ding! Goblin, 0 tier. Talent evolves into Goblin Warrior, 1 tier. Chapter 5, Tier 3. Goblin Wolf Rider. While still within the contract array, the goblin's body suddenly expanded. Its originally diminutive stature now grew to approximately 1.7 meters. But due to a curved spine, it appeared considerably smaller than Zhengyu. Nonetheless, its musculature was distinctly pronounced. The goblin's demeanor had improved significantly, and it was no longer clad in rough linen but instead donned reflective armor. The data refreshed immediately. Summoned creature Goblin Warrior. Level 1. Increases with summoner's level. Health 800. Attack power 39. 13 Summoner's Intelligence, 3 Coefficient. Skill, Warrior Strike LV1. The Goblin Warrior charges a targeted attack, with damage increasing based on charge time, inflicting 273,468, 7 Coefficient. 39 Goblins Attack Power, 12 Coefficient, 39 Goblins Attack Power, points of damage. Summon Creature Equipment, none. Excellent. Zhengyu surveyed the refreshed data of the Goblin Warrior, nodding in satisfaction. With the elevation of talent, all attributes had improved, and a new warrior skill was added. Health surged to 800. The slam and strike skills could now inflict over 200 points of damage each. Although still inadequate for soloing the abyss, it was a step forward. However, this only consumed a single point of talent. Zhengyu still clutched 59 talent points and a health cap of 500. There was still room for enhancement. Zhengyu clicked the talent increment button 10 times in succession. Once more he was elevated. Ding! Goblin Warrior, 1st tier. Talent evolves into Elite Goblin Warrior, 2nd tier. Health, 8001500. Attack power, 3952, 13 Summoner Intelligence x 4 Coefficient. Only 50 talent points remain until the next advancement. Excellent, excellent. The health of the Elite Goblin Warrior had already surpassed Zhengyu's own health. The attack coefficient had also reached 4. Yet, it was still insufficient. To solo a dungeon at level 1, barring a few hidden classes, most classes required a team. This was because the bosses in the level 1 abyss could have health exceeding 10,000, making it exceedingly difficult to defeat them without a coordinated team effort. This was precisely why leveling up as a class was so arduous. The so-called dungeon, the abyss, posed a formidable challenge. The requirements for team composition were exceedingly high. Generally, it was nearly impossible for a summoner to find a party. Zhengyu realized that if he wished to level up, soloing was his only option. With 49 talent points remaining, he needed 50 to ascend to the 3rd tier. Without hesitation, Zhengyu expended another 10 health points, replenishing his talent points to 50. Merely 10 health points. Zhengyu now had 490 remaining health points. He allocated all 50 talent points to the goblin. Ding! Elite Goblin Warrior, 2nd tier. Talent evolves into Goblin Wolf Rider, 3rd tier. A low roar emanated from the summoning array. Suddenly, a large, exaggerated wolf materialized within the summoning circle, with the Elite Goblin Warrior mounted upon its back, exuding an aura far superior to before. Health, 1,500-3,000. Attack power, 5265, 13 Summoner Intelligence x 5 coefficient, a health of 3000, and an attack coefficient of 50. Quite impressive. Zheng Yu was rather satisfied. Although he was still a bit short of defeating the boss, it was more than sufficient to handle the minions in the level 1 abyss. After leveling up, his stats would only improve further. Zheng Yu also discovered that the Goblin Wolf Rider had acquired a new skill. Skill, Wolf Rider Charge, LV1. The Goblin Wolf Rider charges at the target, dealing 1640, 65 Goblin Attack Power x 25 coefficient, points of damage. Hiss, 1600 points of damage? In the Novice Zone. That was no trivial figure. This was still in the context where neither Zheng Yu nor the Goblin was wearing equipment. The equipment for summoners and mages was the same set. Mages, as is well known, are a money-burning class. Summoners, as a little-known fact, are even more expensive. Using the same set of equipment, spending the same amount of money, yet failing to deal the damage of a mage. Zheng Yu gazed at the summoner equipment in the shop and muttered, another reason why summoners were abandoned. In the entire temple mall, there wasn't even a dedicated section for summoners. Zheng Yu could only peruse the mage equipment section. Ultimately, he settled on a novice staff priced at 6,000 yuan. Equipment name, Novice Staff. Equipment level, level 1. Equipment attributes, Intelligence 10, Strength 2, Magic value 50. Equipment origin, level 1 Abyss. Equipment durability, 50-50. Although Zheng Yu felt that spending 6,000 on a novice staff that only provided an additional 8 points of intelligence, with no other effects, was hardly worthwhile. He had no choice but to purchase it. Unlike in true games, newly transitioned adventurers did not receive a novice gift pack. Everything had to be purchased independently. This was still considered fortunate. At least he didn't have to break new ground by himself. In his history class, Zheng Yu had learned that the first batch of human adventurers had entered the abyss empty-handed. Countless had perished. The process of exploration had often resulted in massive casualties. Nowadays, being able to easily find abyss strategies and purchase appropriate level gear was all thanks to the efforts of predecessors. This was precisely why Ninmu Yun, ranked first on the leaderboard, was at level 70 in the midst of exploration. Humans had never set foot in a level 70 abyss dungeon before. Zheng Yu conducted another search for summoner gear and was pleasantly surprised to discover that there was indeed a vendor selling summoner equipment. Summoner equipment, Sharp Fong. Equipment level, level 1. Equipment attributes, Health 300, Attack Power 5. Price, 500 yuan. Well, that was that. Simple attributes. Affordable price. He equipped the novice staff and bestowed the Fong upon the Goblin Wolf Rider. Overall stats were further enhanced. But this was not the end. For Zheng Yu had one final means of enhancement. The silver-grade Hextech Enhancement Rune, Butler's Heart. Butler's Heart. Your team is regarded as having an additional butler and gains a butler emblem. The emblem can enhance the bonds of the flag. Zheng Yu was astonished to discover that the modified emblem could indeed strengthen the bonds of summoned beasts. If multiple summoned beasts could come together to form a high bond lineup, it would provide a significant boost. He wondered if luck-based bonds like Fortune Star and Pirate were included. Perhaps he could take a gamble. Zheng Yu opened the emblem heart and retrieved a butler emblem. Butler Bond, 2468. Butler summons will be upgraded to Butler VIP, evolving into more powerful abilities. Currently, 2 Butler Bonds are activated. 2. Choose a summoned beast to evolve into a VIP Butler, granting all Butlers an additional 20 health points and 20 attack points. The VIP Butler will receive special skill enhancements. Zheng Yu VIP Butler? Special skill enhancement? His interest was piqued. He understood VIP and was familiar with butlers. But he was curious about what a VIP Butler Goblin entailed. Chapter 6. VIP Butler. A Goblin Aristocrat? Your Goblin Wolf Rider has equipped the Butler emblem. Currently, 2 Butler Bonds are activated. You may choose to evolve the Goblin Wolf Rider into a VIP Butler. Will you proceed with the evolution? Yes. Could he possibly refuse? Absolutely not. Ding. Your Goblin Wolf Rider has evolved into a VIP Butler level Goblin Wolf Rider. Skill, Wolf Rider Charge Enhanced. Wolf Rider Charge. A radiant beam of light enveloped the Goblin Wolf Rider. The elite Goblin Warrior, seated upon the Wolf Rider, underwent a dramatic transformation, resembling a high-class noble goblin. While the demeanor was noble, it remained undeniably goblin. Ugly, yet impeccably groomed, with a green visage and protruding fangs, but a gaze imbued with gentlemanly grace, exuding an air of nobility. In summary, it was quite incongruous. A goblin aristocrat? Unimaginable, yet it stood vividly before Zheng Yu. He noticed that even the great wolf had a luxurious coat, akin to a pampered pet emerging from a grooming salon. Zheng Yu averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. Nevertheless, it was sufficient that he had grown stronger. The noble goblin was equally unable to look directly. Yet the data from its evolution illuminated Zheng Yu's perspective. Summoned Beast. VIP Steward Class Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Level, 1. Upgrades with the summoner's level. Health 3,900, 3,000 base health 600 from the Steward Bond, 300 from the Fong attribute. Attack power 120, 23 from the Summoner's Intelligence, 50 coefficient 5 from the Fong attribute, 230, 220 from the Steward Bond. Talent level 3 requires an additional 100 talent points to upgrade. Skill Jumping Hammer Strike LV1. Leaping high, it delivers a swift hammer blow to the enemy, inflicting 600, 5 coefficient 120 goblin attack power points of damage, with a 15 chance to stun the opponent. Skill Archery Mastery LV1. Accurately shooting arrows. It causes 600, 5 120 goblin attack power points of damage. Skill Warrior's Fierce Strike LV1. The goblin warrior charges its attack against the target, with damage increasing based on the time spent charging, inflicting 840 to 1440, 7 coefficient 120 goblin attack power, and 12 coefficient 120 goblin attack power points of damage. Skill Enhanced Wolf Cavalry Charge LV1. The goblin wolf cavalry charges, striking multiple 3 targets and dealing 3,120 goblin attack power, 25 coefficient points of damage. Summoned Beast Equipment Sharp Fong. This is what a summoned beast ought to be. Zheng Yu gazed at the attribute table, unable to suppress his admiration. With 3,900 health, it far exceeded that of the health tank class, the Paladin. The most terrifying aspect was undoubtedly the skills enhanced by the VIP Steward, inflicting 3,000 points of damage on 3 targets. It was noteworthy that prior to sacrificing his health, Zheng Yu had only possessed 1,100 health. Who could withstand such a charge? Moreover, Zheng Yu discovered that the previously mundane stone-throwing skill had transformed into archery mastery. This was entirely reasonable. After all, with the status of a VIP steward, it seemed rather incongruous to still be hurling stones as an attack. An elite goblin warrior mastering archery was quite fitting. Truly, a divine talent. Truly, a demonic pact. Although his health cap had plummeted to 490 and could never be restored, acquiring such a formidable summoned beast was undeniably worth it. It was time to venture into the abyss. In the southern district of Jiangshui City, what had once been a bustling street decades ago was now heavily guarded by military forces, transformed into an abyss dungeon designated for novice adventurers to level up. Despite the late hour, the area remained ablaze with lights and teeming with people. The Cold Street Abyss, a level 1 abyss, was aligned with the levels of adventurers. While labeled as a level 1 abyss, it was essentially a level 110 abyss. Adventurers below level 10 were permitted entry. However, upon surpassing level 10, those who entered the Cold Street Abyss would face backlash and be hunted down by the Butcher, a guardian of the Abyss. While none knew which formidable race operated behind the scenes of the Abyss, as long as they could level up, such concerns were of no consequence to these minor adventurers. In fact, they cared little for conspiracies, grand schemes, or interspecies wars, as they deemed themselves unqualified to engage with such matters before reaching level 50. Their singular focus was on one task: leveling up. Seeking a party. Level 1 warrior, equipped with a novice shield and a full set of 5 novice gear, armor, shoulder guards, pants, boots, gloves, ready to lead a team through the simple Cold Spring Abyss. I am a level 7 blood warrior, with 4 successful runs through the simple Cold Street Abyss. 2 spots available, 150,000 per run, no negotiation. Speed run through the Cold Street Abyss, seeking 1 more warrior. Level 3 or above, hurry in. Self-reliant. Simple Abyss, current team configuration, 3 level 1 warriors and 1 level 1 priest. We need 1 more warrior or paladin. New game hero, seeking assistance. Level 10 Berserker Route Warrior, offering a run through the ordinary Cold Street Abyss, 100,000 per run, don't miss out. Upon entering the Abyss Hall, Zheng Yu was greeted by a cacophony of voices calling for teammates and offering to level up others. The screens in the hall continuously scrolled with team requests. This screen information was charged at a fee of 100 coins per display. Not exorbitant, yet far from cheap. A single scroll meant one had to pay again if they wished to see it again. Zheng Yu scanned the area and noted that all requests sought warriors. Some teams were even composed entirely of 5 warriors, eschewing support, tanks, or mages. It appeared that warriors had congregated in droves. Zheng Yu. He heard someone call his name, turning to see Tao Qian waving at him from amidst the crowd. Several familiar faces were beside him, all classmates, approximately a dozen in total. Why have you only just arrived? We've been here for quite a while. Tao Qian and the others had essentially come to the Cold Street Abyss immediately after exiting the sanctuary, wasting no time whatsoever. Have you cleared it? Zheng Yu inquired. Tao Qian rolled his eyes. Cleared it? Not a chance. No one wants to team up. Zheng Yu furrowed his brows. You've been here for several hours, and no one has formed a party? Guofeng and Xu Xiaozhan had managed to find a team, given that both were warriors with B-grade talents. making them quite sought after. Xu Xiaozhan had even purchased a 100,000 coin Novice Warrior set, only to be snatched up immediately upon arrival. The Novice Warrior set comprised 7 items: a Novice Sword, Novice Shield, Novice Armor, Novice Shoulder Guards, Novice Trousers, Novice Boots, and Novice Gloves. Originally, these 7 items were quite inexpensive. However, due to the overwhelming number of warriors, demand surged, causing prices to inflate significantly. "Why don't you try to assemble a party to go in?" Zheng Yu queried with curiosity, feeling that their wait was merely a waste of time. Tao Qian sighed in exasperation. "The main issue is that we're too afraid. You didn't TC it earlier. A team of pure novices went in. And when they were teleported back, guess what came out? A pile of shredded flesh. It was terrifying." Tao Qian expressed his lingering fear. Although there were guides for the Cold Street dungeon, guides were mere guidelines. Reality was another matter entirely, and one needed an experienced individual to lead the way. "Yet I just saw on the big screen that a group of level 1 warriors was seeking teammates," Zheng Yu remarked. "That's sheer stubbornness," Tao Qian replied. "If they aren't afraid of dying, they can play that way. But I'm not here to die in the abyss. I'm waiting a bit longer. I refuse to believe that as a B-grade talent monk, I can't find a party." Zheng Yu offered. "How about I lead you?" Tao Qian grinned. "That's exactly what I was waiting for. With your S-grade talent as a beacon, we won't have trouble finding teammates." Tao Qian could indeed find a team. The monk's early game utility surpassed that of mages and rangers, and with his B-grade talent, he wouldn't even need to spend money to assemble a group. He was merely waiting for Zheng Yu. With Zheng Yu in the mix, their teammates would undoubtedly be formidable, ensuring a solid chance of clearing the dungeon. "Let us quickly post a request for 2 powerful teammates to speedrun," Tao Qian urged, but Zheng Yu interrupted him. "I aim to compete for the leaderboard." Tao Qian was taken aback. Then he gazed earnestly at Zheng Yu. Although he had always supported him, this matter was no trifling issue. "Are you confident?" Zheng Yu, without any superfluous words, replied directly. "Absolutely." "Very well." Tao Qian gritted his teeth, deciding to place his trust in Zheng Yu this once. The competition for the leaderboard was fierce, a contest for ranking and levels. Each year, on the day when newcomers transitioned into their professions, the sanctuary would unveil a leaderboard. For a limited duration of 1 month, it would showcase the rankings of newcomers' level advancements. After 1 month, the leaderboard would be finalized, and rewards would be distributed by the sanctuary, with additional prizes offered by the city and provincial districts. Zheng Yu was in dire need of funds. He had already declared his S-grade talent and was determined to showcase it as flamboyantly as possible to garner more attention. His singular aim was to acquire more wealth. Zheng Yu had also conducted his homework, familiarizing himself with the rules of the leaderboard competition, the timeline, and the rewards from dungeons. He sought to gain experience swiftly and in abundance. The abyss could accommodate a maximum of 5 individuals. The more participants there were, the slightly stronger the monsters would become, thus enhancing the experience gained. What was referred to as soloing was not truly entering alone, but rather bringing 4 supporting teammates. The team leader would engage the abyss monsters, while the remaining teammates would cheer enthusiastically. The experience would primarily benefit the team leader, with teammates neither siphoning off experience nor diminishing the difficulty of the abyss, thus providing Zheng Yu with greater experience. This strategy maximized the experience earned, provided that the leader's strength was sufficient. Tao Qian chose to trust Zheng Yu. And once Zheng Yu made the decision, he immediately called out to those around him. S-grade talent professional competing for the leaderboard, bringing 3 support players, priority for first-tier professionals. Come quickly. Chapter 7. Forming teams, entering the dungeon. Is someone competing for the leaderboard? Who is it? They say it's an S-grade talent. Is that true? Do we have an S-grade talent professional in Jiangshui City? You don't know? The WeChat account for Jiangshui City announced it. Zheng Yu from First High School, S-grade talent summoner. What? You heard right, a summoner. Uffed. What could he possibly compete for? I thought he was a big shot, but it turns out he's just a show-off. A summoner? In this day and age, someone actually chose to be a summoner? No, even if he is a summoner, he possesses S-grade talent. Why are you all fixating solely on the summoner profession? Let me put it this way. If Zheng Yu were to form a team, I would go over to hitch a ride because even as a summoner, his S-grade talent guarantees he isn't weak. But what he desires is to compete for the leaderboard. Do you understand what that entails? It means bringing 4 support players. He consumes the bulk of the experience, while he solo clears level 1 abyss. If he were a warrior, I would readily join. However, as a summoner, I doubt he possesses that capability. To put it bluntly, he simply lacks the strength to compete for the leaderboard and may even endanger himself and the other 4 support players due to his arrogance. You make a valid point. I was too optimistic, thinking I could catch a free ride. Many were paying attention, yet no one approached. They were all hesitant. In fact, most remained skeptical of Zheng Yu's abilities. Damn, these blind fools. Seeing no effect, Tao Qian turned to his classmates, who quietly stepped back a pace. Zheng Yu and Tao Qian. I didn't expect the damage from stepping back half a step to be so severe. Tao Qian said angrily, forget it. I won't count on these cowards anymore. I'll just send out a message on the screen and see if any brave souls respond. Zheng Yu had no words. After all, they were using the term brave souls. It was evident that following him into the abyss before he showcased his strength indeed required some courage. The message was sent. S-grade talent professional competing for the leaderboard, bringing 3 support players, priority for first-tier professionals, come quickly. The results were immediate. A flurry of private messages flooded in, inquiring about the details and pricing. However, upon seeing Zheng Yu's profession as a summoner, they immediately fell silent. An assassin professional, however, privately messaged Zheng Yu. Kuing, assassin, are you truly an S-grade talent? Zheng Yu, summoner, yes. Kuing, assassin, could you lower the price a bit? I really don't have much money left. Would 5,000 work? Zheng Yu turned to Tao Qian and asked, what is the market price for bringing a support in level 1 abyss? 150,000. Even as support, the experience gained is not insignificant, so the price remains unchanged. Zheng Yu nodded and then messaged the assassin. Zheng Yu, summoner, that works. Just send the application. The price was not a concern, as indeed few dared to team up with him. Once inside the abyss, unless they cleared it, they could not exit. If anything went awry, it could lead to death. Zheng Yu was not inclined to waste any more time waiting. Kuing, assassin, thank you so much. Shortly thereafter, an assassin joined the team. Kuing, assassin, great one. I see there is still space. Can I bring a friend along? Zheng Yu, summoner, sure. Kuing, assassin, thank you. I'll add her right away. Zheng Yu, summoner, yes. Faced with Zheng Yu's succinct and aloof replies, Kuing bore no discontent, instead delighting in finding such an affordable opportunity. However, when Rin Xingyu, who observed the chat logs, remarked, this guy, silent and acting all high and mighty, huh? By the way, Xiaoing, are you really planning to join this team? Isn't it too dangerous? Many are too scared to join. Ku Ying remained silent, instead directly opening her mobile banking app to display her meager balance. This is all I have left, unless you have a better idea. They had been looking for a team for a day, with no one willing to partner with an assassin unless compensated. Moreover, they were both assassins. For a simple dungeon, it cost 150,000 to bring one person, meaning they needed 30,000 between them. Seeing when Rin Xingyu's concern, Kuing reassured her, trust my judgment, I don't think anything will go wrong. Consider it. This Zheng Yu is an S-grade talent. It's the geniuses who are least likely to take risks. Only those in dire straits would dare to gamble. The higher the talent, the more they value their lives. Besides, where else can we find such an inexpensive team? When Rin Xingyu conceded that Kuing had a point, though she still remarked, let us hope so. I just hope this isn't our last venture into the abyss. Kuing, undeterred by when Rin Xingyu's pessimism, replied cheerfully, every path carries danger. Teaming up brings its own risks. You can never be sure if your teammates are reliable unless they're a well-practiced group. Recruiting others carries risks too. What if they make a mistake? At least Zheng Yu has his S-grade talent as a safeguard. I think he might even be more trustworthy than others. The difficulty in leveling up for professionals primarily stemmed from the inability to exit the abyss dungeon swiftly. When faced with peril, one must disengage from combat to leave the abyss. The means of disengagement involved either vanishing from the monster's sight or defeating the monsters before them, both of which were challenging. Generally, if one made a mistake, they would be ensnared by abyss monsters, ultimately leading to death. Of course, one could purchase revival items and teleportation tools, but both were exorbitantly priced, far beyond the reach of novices, and even seasoned professionals might find them unaffordable. Thus, the only new professionals capable of rapidly advancing their levels fell into 3 categories: those who disregarded their lives, those who possessed great strength. Another type is the wealthy. The rest, like classmate Zheng Yu, fear plunging into the abyss of death and must seek a reliable team. Yet, a good team often spurns them, leaving them awkwardly stranded. Waiting in vain, they likely spent their first day hoping for a stroke of luck. In a few days, they would resort to paying for someone to guide them. After all, 150,000 is not excessively steep. Most families can manage to scrape that amount together. After Kuing and when Rin Xingyu joined, Tao Qian summoned a friend, a tall and robust young man who appeared significantly older than both Tao Qian and Zheng Yu. Tao Qian introduced him to Zheng Yu. This is my coach, 3 years my senior, named Wu Zong. He graduated from our school and, like me, is a martial monk. He has remained at level 1 due to financial constraints. Then, he introduced Zheng Yu to Wu Zong. This is our captain, with S-level talent. Zheng Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Zong, however, exhibited a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, particularly upon assessing the team composition, which was difficult to accept. A summoner, a martial monk. and 2 assassins, all at level 1. If there had been a warrior or a healer, he might have found it reasonable. The configuration of this team was rather peculiar. Nonetheless, retracing the path of a professional was a dream he had long cherished, and he decided to take a gamble, even if it meant risking failure with Zheng Yu. After years of training, he was confident he could disengage from combat and retreat from the abyss. The most compelling aspect was the cost, only 5,000. To put it in perspective, his monthly salary, after taxes, barely exceeded 3,000. At the original price of 150,000 per venture, he would have to save for half a year. Pursuing a career as a professional would necessitate even greater expenditures, and he was not in a lucrative profession like that of a warrior. He had to be frugal with the savings he had accumulated over the past 3 years. Thus, the team was formed. The captain was an S-level summoner, backed by his trustworthy friend Tao Qian, along with 3 desperate, financially strapped individuals. "All right, I'm going in," Zheng Yu declared in the team voice chat. Tao Qian, Martial Monk LV1 Go. Kuing, Assassin LV1 Let Us Go. Wen Rin Qingyu, Assassin LV11. Wu Zong, Martial Monk LV1 I'm ready, we can enter. Under the prompt on his panel, Zheng Yu selected the Cold Street Abyss, and 5 beams of light descended, causing Zheng Yu, Tao Qian, Kuing, Wen Rin Qingyu, and Wu Zong to vanish from their location. Observing Zheng Yu's disappearance, his classmates began to murmur. Zheng Yu truly found 4 bystanders. Does he really intend to compete for the rankings? I thought he was joking. We'll see the outcome tomorrow. Will he emerge unscathed or slap us all in the face? It's going to take until tomorrow. The fastest time for the Cold Street instance is currently 4 hours and 41 minutes. As a summoner, he'll likely take longer. I wager 8 hours. If he makes it through, that's already impressive. I doubt he will. That would be quite the story, an S-level talent falling in a level 1 Abyss instance. That would make headlines. Can't you wish for something positive? Zheng Yu is, after all, the only S-level talent in Jiangshui City. It's a form of pride. One retorted, "It's not my pride. Why should I wish him well? If I had that S-level talent, I'd outshine him." Another scoffed. Seriously, how far can a summoner go? In the presence of Zheng Yu, they dared not voice such thoughts, but in his absence, their words flowed freely. As this group spoke recklessly out of envy, Zheng Yu and his party had already entered the Cold Street Abyss. Chapter 8. A single arrow's lethal shot. The formidable Goblin Wolf Rider. A gust of frigid wind swept through. "Damn, it's freezing," Tao Qian shouted, pulling a coat from his inventory to drape over himself. Zheng Yu donned a military coat he had prepared earlier, complete with gloves and a thick hat, wrapping himself snugly. At this moment, he also noticed the 2 female assassins he had just teamed up with. Kuing was petite, her face youthful and innocent. Had it not been for the requirement of adulthood for class transitions, he might have mistaken her for an underage girl. Wen Rin Qingyu embodied the typical appearance of a fresh high school graduate, the epitome of youthful femininity. The presence of 2 distinct types of beautiful girls made the otherwise oppressive Abyss instance feel a tad less monotonous. Zheng Yu addressed Wu Zong, Kuing, and Wen Rin Qingyu. "You all understand the rules, right?" Wu Zong nodded. Kuing, being quite talkative, replied, "We'll just watch. You handle the monsters and clearing the instance. We won't pick up any items, wander around, or interfere with you." Wen Rin Qingyu, however, expressed curiosity. "We're clear on the rules, but I'm genuinely curious. How does a summoner plan to solo an Abyss instance?" Zheng Yu smiled. "How else would I clear it? Naturally, with my summoned beasts." With that, he raised his hand, and a summoning array materialized. A howl erupted from the array. As the light of the summoning array faded, a massive wolf appeared before them. An elite goblin warrior sat atop the giant wolf, bowing respectfully to Zheng Yu in a manner that exuded the elegance of a gentleman. After acknowledging his master, the goblin politely nodded at Tao Qian and Wen Rin Qingyu, as if greeting them. Tao Qian exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, I can't believe this goblin has more charisma than I do." Wu Zong commented straightforwardly, "You don't need to feel that way. It is indeed more charismatic than you, like a noble gentleman." What a strange sensation, an affable goblin. Kuing mused, scrutinizing the goblin wolf rider. Her gaze was somewhat intrusive, prompting the giant wolf to glare at her. Yet, the goblin gently patted the giant wolf's head, soothing its emotions as if to convey that one should not be rude to ladies. This feeling was exceedingly incongruous. The most critical aspect was that this goblin and the giant wolf possessed not only an air of gallantry, but also an overwhelming presence that instilled a sense of helplessness to resist. 3,900 health points, 120 attack power. At this moment, Tao Qian finally noticed the goblin's statistics. While 3,900 health points were somewhat acceptable, after all, a paladin, even at level 1, had over 3,000 health. What perplexed him was the 120 attack power. Tao Qian glanced at his own strength, which was a mere 13 points. Even a furious slash could only inflict around 200 damage, but this goblin had an attack power of 120. Realizing this, Tao Qian remarked, "You go." It turns out you weren't exaggerating. Just by observing the Goblin Wolf Rider's statistics, he knew that clearing this instance was mostly assured. Zheng Yu, puzzled, asked, "Did you think I was just boasting?" Tao Qian chuckled. "There is a difference between thinking my buddy is boasting and trusting him." Crack, crack, crack. Just then, the sound of ice shards breaking echoed around Cold Street. From the sides of the street emerged some frozen corpses. Abyss Monster, Cold Corpse. Level, LV1. Health, 500. Attack power, 20. Skills, Bite. Skills, Slow Aura. With the appearance of the cold corpses, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted further. Tao Qian, Kuing, and the two others withdrew in unison behind Zheng Yu, primarily to avoid encroaching upon his hard-earned experience, and to also safeguard their own well-being. Despite the cold corpses possessing a life force of 500 and an attack power of 20, their sheer numbers were daunting. In an instant, nearly 78 cold corpses emerged from both sides of the street. They retreated to observe the unfolding scene. Before them, an elite goblin warrior drew a longbow from his back while seated atop a giant wolf, remaining motionless as he knocked an arrow, aimed, and released. Whoosh! The arrow struck the nearest cold corpse with unerring precision. Crack! The arrow shattered upon impact, akin to striking a block of ice, delivering a devastating blow to its head. A damage value floated above the cold corpse's head. 693. Kill Cold Corpse, LV1. Gain 7 experience points. Wow! Exclaimed the usually reticent Wu Zong, his astonishment palpable upon seeing the displayed value. The damage was astoundingly high. To their perspective, the goblin's shot appeared to be a mere ordinary attack. Yet it was in fact a manifestation of his mastery in archery. Inflicting nearly 700 points of damage and instantly dispatching a cold corpse was indeed extraordinary. Ku Ying and Wen Rinxin Yu exchanged knowing glances, their silent agreement affirming their bet. This summoner was truly a powerhouse. With such a rapid kill rate, breaking a record seemed entirely plausible. They had witnessed videos of other adventurers navigating the cold street abyss, but none had dispatched foes with such ease. The cold corpses possessed a slowing aura that could hinder a warrior's speed, and with 500 health points, they could not be eliminated by a single assault. The initial wave of 12 cold corpses required careful maneuvering to defeat, and even a swift engagement could take half an hour. Yet here, the goblin warrior had unleashed 4 arrows in mere seconds, annihilating 4 cold corpses in succession. To eliminate 12 cold corpses would scarcely take 3 minutes. This was simply absurd. Had summoners always been this formidable? Wen Rinxin Yu finally set aside her biases against summoners, replaced by a profound curiosity. If summoners were so powerful, why were they often deemed weak? Nearby, Tao Qian, beaming with pride, remarked, "It's not that the summoner is strong, it's my buddy who is exceptional." Meanwhile, Zheng Yu was contemplating the damage output. Based on the values and skill coefficients, a single shot from archery mastery could theoretically inflict 600 damage, but this was merely theoretical. One must also account for the target's armor and level. The cold corpses, being level 1, presented no level advantage, but their armor absorbed some of the damage. Yet, the actual damage output reached an astonishing 700 points. Could it be due to the headshot? Zheng Yu speculated. The theoretical and actual damage were evidently divergent. Headshots were likely a contributing factor. Given the cold corpse's sluggish speed, the goblin warrior could nearly guarantee headshots with every arrow, dispatching 1 small cold corpse per shot. 666. Kill Cold Corpse, LV1. Gain 8 experience points. 711. Kill Cold Corpse, LV1. Gain 9 experience points. 705. Kill Cold Corpse, LV1. Gain 8 experience points. 619. Kill Cold Corpse, LV1. Gain 7 experience points. 659. Kill Cold Corpse. The cold corpses scarcely approached the goblin before being struck down by a relentless barrage of arrows. 782. The final arrow struck true, hitting squarely between the eyes. Kill Cold Corpse, LV1. Gain 8 experience points. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level, LV1 to LV2, 200 experience points needed for next level. Health, 410 510. Mana, 160 170. Intelligence, 23 26. Strength, 13 14. Zheng Yu felt a surge of joy at the level up. Advancing in level meant an increase in health capacity. With a bit more accumulation, he could further enhance his summoning abilities. Chapter 9. Charge Strike, 3000 damage. The expanse of the cold street abyss was vast, requiring passage through the frozen thoroughfare and deeper into the streets to locate the boss. Their current position marked the entrance to the cold street. After vanquishing 8 cold corpses, Zheng Yu adhered to the abyssal strategy and waited at the first intersection for a few minutes. According to the strategy, a level 4 cold corpse lurked within one of the shops. Should they proceed without waiting for it to emerge, they would be ambushed by both the abyssal creatures ahead and the level 4 cold corpse. The strategy for navigating the cold street was a fundamental lesson every student from Jiangshui City needed to master. For Zhengyu, the strategy was etched into his mind as indelibly as the ancient text the difficulties of the Shu Road. Crack, crack. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, the ground began to freeze. A massive cold corpse emerged from a shop. Abyssal creature, cold corpse. Level, LV4. Health, 2000. Attack power, 80. Skills, bite. Skills, slowing aura. Skills, ice axe throw. Roar. The level 4 cold corpse emitted a low growl, warning the goblin wolf cavalry who dared to encroach upon its territory. Rustle. Other shops echoed with unsettling sounds, as nearly a dozen cold corpses slithered forth from the shadows. Wow, so many, Tao Qian exclaimed in disbelief. Beside him, Wu Zong remarked, no wonder so many teams refuse to team up with me. It seems I truly am of little use. Both Tao Qian and Wu Zong, being first-time explorers of the abyss, had only gleaned knowledge from videos and images online. Initially, they believed that the reluctance of teams to include them was merely excessive caution. They had thought the adventurers who perished in the abyss were simply inept. However, having experienced it firsthand, they finally comprehended the abyss's formidable nature. In other words, without Zhengyu, they likely would not have survived the initial wave of cold corpses, let alone face the looming threat of the level 4 cold corpse with its 2000 health. Tao Qian, Wu Zong, Ku Ying, and Wen Renqing hastily distanced themselves from the battlefield, keeping a safe distance from the level 4 cold corpse. Now I understand why Zhengyu wanted to compete for the leaderboard. Those people were skeptical. Just this level 4 cold corpse is beyond our capabilities as mere level 1 novices, Tao Qian said, gazing apprehensively at the massive cold corpse exuding frost. Thank goodness we retreated quickly. Wu Zong nodded in agreement. It's precisely why I trust you. Had I known you were uncertain, I would never have followed you in. He chuckled, but I'm glad I did. Who would have thought a summoner could be this powerful? Though the level 4 cold corpse was formidable, it faced a goblin wolf cavalry capable of inflicting over 700 damage with a single strike. The goblin wolf cavalry had hardly moved from its position, standing firm as it rained arrows upon the horde, resulting in a significant number of cold corpses falling. Truly impressive. Even when Ren Qingyu, who had harbored biases against Zhengyu, expressed her admiration. Observing the attributes of the level 4 cold corpse, she questioned, I now doubt whether those warriors outside can truly defeat this cold corpse. Seated beside her, Zhengyu was the one answering questions. Despite the intimidating appearance of the frost corpse, with an attack power of merely 80, its skills could only inflict a damage of 4 to 500. The warriors outside, tasked with escorting newcomers, typically operated in groups of 2 or more, often accompanied by a paladin or a priest for support. While they couldn't annihilate the frost corpse in an instant, their low agility allowed them to engage in a drawn-out battle with relative ease. Amidst Zhengyu's thorough explanations, Wen Renqing was preoccupied with a singular thought. How come you are here too? Zhengyu shrugged. Is it not permissible for me to be here? Wen Renqing replied. It is, but it feels rather peculiar. It seems as though the one leading us is that goblin wolf rider, rather than you. They were positioned far from the combat zone, dutifully playing a passive role, yet the very figure responsible for their guidance was lounging in comfort, seemingly more at ease than they were. Indeed, he was reclined, having procured a chair from an unknown source. Zhengyu chuckled from his chair. You are correct. It is indeed this goblin wolf rider leading you, while I am a summoner. Perhaps due to her inexperience with summoners, the novelty of being led by a summoned creature alongside a formidable ally intrigued her. Tao Qian, fixated on Zhengyu's chair, inquired, where did you acquire that chair? I brought it from home. My inventory has ample space, he responded. You only brought one. Just one, but I have another at home. I shall bring it next time. All right, that chair appears quite comfortable. It's all right. I plan to bring my lazy sofa next time as well. By the way, would you care for some coffee? Do you have hot water? I prepared a pot in advance. They say the cold street abyss is quite chilly, so I thought hot water would be prudent. Or perhaps you simply enjoy it. Observing Tao Qian and Zhengyu engaging in seemingly mundane conversation, the other three exchanged bewildered glances. Is this the abyss? Why does it feel like you two are on vacation? You've even brought tea. Zhengyu looked up and asked, would you like some hot tea? Wu Zong Ku, Ingwen Run, and Xingyu replied in unison, yes, please. Thus unfolded a rather bizarre scene in the cold street abyss. Up front, the goblin wolf rider was diligently dispatching frost corpses with skillful precision, while in the rear, a group of young men and women held tea kettles, sharing laughter and conversation. This tableau was even more incongruous than the gentlemanly goblin. Zhengyu sat back, sipping tea, while his experience points soared. 694. Frost Corpse, LV1. Defeated, gained 9 experience points. 777. Frost Corpse, LV1. Defeated, gained 8 experience points. 782. Frost Corpse, LV1. Defeated, gained 9 experience points. Following his level up, the goblin's archery skills had also improved, leading to the swift demise of several nearby Frost Corpses. The level 4 Frost Corpse, unable to remain idle any longer, hurled a spinning ice axe at the goblin. Whoosh! The ice axe missed its target, for the goblin had already drawn back its bow, leaping nimbly to evade the attack and landing directly in front of the level 4 Frost Corpse. With a hammer in hand, it struck down upon the Frost Corpse's head with ferocity. Bang! 890. A powerful blow had diminished the Frost Corpse's health by a substantial margin. The skill's attack coefficient was akin to that of archery, yet this strike was more precise, landing squarely on the head. Moreover, the actual damage inflicted in melee was indeed superior to that of ranged attacks. Stun. The accurate strike to the head triggered a stun effect. Already slow, the Frost Corpse was rendered immobile. The goblin warrior, wielding a heavy hammer, flexed its muscular arm, seizing the opportunity to charge up for another blow. Heavy hammer strike. Bang. 1,750. A single blow to finish it off. The damage overflowed, splitting the level 4 Frost Corpse's body in two. Frost Corpse, LV4. Defeated, gained 72 experience points. The experience gained was substantial, and it seemed that with one more wave of Frost Corpses, a level up to 3 was imminent. Early level progression was indeed swift. Typically, one could reach level 4 after completing a simple dungeon. Zheng Yu's method of passive leveling would be even more efficient. My goodness, 1,750 damage. Tao Qian spilled half of the hot tea in his hands. Isn't this goblin merely a novice summon? How can it be so formidable? Tao Qian had been able to maintain his composure until witnessing the goblin wolf rider's crushing blows, which cumulatively dealt nearly 3,000 damage. He found it increasingly difficult to contain his astonishment. This could likely instant kill a paladin, Kuing remarked in surprise. No need to speculate. While a level 1 paladin may possess 3,000 health, I reckon the paladin wouldn't even have a chance to approach before my brother's goblin takes it out. Zheng Yu, observing their astonishment, felt it was reasonable. After all, this was a fully charged strike. If the damage were not substantial, it would indeed be a disservice to the 15 chance of stunning. The skillful warrior's heavy strike, in conjunction with the stun effect from the leap, allowed for a fully charged attack. The 12-fold coefficient of the heavy strike, combined with various bonuses, yielded damage that was well within Zheng Yu's expectations. Then, the goblin wolf rider proceeded to eliminate the remaining Frost Corpses. A total of 14 level 1 Frost Corpses yielded 112 experience points, while a level 4 Frost Corpse contributed 72 points. Just a tad more experience was needed for leveling up, though it was regrettable that the level 4 Frost Corpse did not drop any equipment. Chapter 10. Annihilating a level 5 Frost Corpse, a Path of Triumph. 778. Frost Corpse, LV1. Defeated, gained 8 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level, LV2 to LV3, 349 experience points needed for next level. Health, 510 640. Mana, 170 180. Intelligence, 263 1. Strength, 141 5. Upon re-entering the cold street, they encountered another wave of level 1 Frost Corpses, which were easily dispatched, resulting in a level up. The Goblin Wolf Rider's level also ascended to 3, its health rising to 4,500, while its attack power increased to 160. Thanks to Zheng Yu's enhanced intelligence stats, at this point, the Goblin Wolf Rider could inflict 900 damage with each arrow, under the influence of its precise archery. Frost Corpses were dispatched almost instantaneously upon revealing themselves. Progressing swiftly, they pushed forward with remarkable speed, albeit the experience rewards were somewhat meager. Each Frost Corpse provided merely 78 experience points. Encounters with level 3 and level 4 Frost Corpses were rare. The level 3 Frost Corpses awarded 30 to 40 experience points, while the level 4 Frost Corpses granted 70 to 80 experience points. After a few waves, and within the span of an hour, they had navigated deep into the cold street, reaching the final boss spawn point. Had it not been for the vastness of the cold street map and the time wasted in traversing it, compounded by the sluggish movement of the Frost Corpses that required them to wait for respawns, they could have progressed even more swiftly. Along the way, Zheng Yu and his companions moved intermittently, with the Goblin Wolf Rider leading the charge. Each arrow felled a Frost Corpse, preventing any from reaching them. After all, the Frost Corpses were not much faster than a leisurely stroll. This was indeed the ultimate destination. Tao Qian gazed toward the park center at the end of the cold street and spoke to Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu nodded earnestly, addressing them with determination. Let us commence. Indeed, Wu Zong skillfully retrieved a grill from the inventory deftly setting it up. Tao Qian prepared the fire, tending to the charcoal, and, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Old Wu, are you truly adept at barbecuing?" "Rest assured, before I became a coach, I worked in barbecue for 3 months. "Very well, then it is in your hands." Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing Yu were not idle either. They began arranging small tables, with Wen Rinqing Yu brewing tea and Ku Ying preparing snacks and setting the plates. As for Zheng Yu, he pulled out a lounge chair and reclined comfortably. Although the wind on the cold street was brisk, the heater beside Zheng Yu provided the perfect shield against the chill. While tending to the charcoal, Tao Qian remarked, "I have observed this area. No cold corpses will respawn here. We are utterly safe." They were situated atop a small Western-style building adjacent to Central Park. Zheng Yu had not only brought tea but also instant noodles, the grill, snacks, and even meat skewers. Given that a deep abyss encounter could last nearly 3 hours, and summoners did not need to engage in combat themselves, how could they possibly endure the cold? Thus, Zheng Yu had nearly emptied his refrigerator and had borrowed the barbecue grill and heater from the elderly gentleman downstairs, ensuring a top-tier experience. Wen Rinqing Yu, while brewing tea, whispered to Ku Ying, "Is what we are doing truly acceptable?" Ku Ying rolled her eyes and replied, "Who would it offend? Do you think it disrespects the cold corpses? Or do you believe barbecue is unappetizing?" After a moment of silence, Wen Rinqing Yu finally responded, "It just feels so unrealistic." To this, Ku Ying concurred, "Not just unrealistic. I never imagined we would breach the abyss in such a fashion." Wu Zong interjected, "If anyone dares to claim summoners are weak again, I shall be the first to object. Haven't I told you? It is Zheng Yu who is strong, not the summoners." Tao Qian joined the conversation. Wu Zong shook his head. "No, what I mean is, regardless of how powerful a warrior may be, they cannot traverse the abyss while simultaneously enjoying barbecue. Imagine a warrior attempting to recline and conquer the abyss. Even the martial god Nanmu Yun would be astonished at this scene." Tao Qian nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. Ku Ying chimed in, "Indeed." Wen Rinqing Yu added, "Wu Gu, once you finish grilling, let me take a photo to post on social media after we clear the instance." Zheng Yu, not far off, overheard their conversation and turned to Wen Rinqing Yu, saying, "Once you've taken it, send me a copy. I shall post it as well." "Absolutely. Come on, great one, look this way." Wen Rinqing Yu snapped a picture of Zheng Yu lounging in the chair, sipping hot coffee, a contented expression on his face. Beneath the photo, she inscribed, "Abyss, coffee, barbecue, cold corpses, and the great Zheng Yu." While Tao Qian's charcoal fire was still igniting, commotion erupted below. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of ice cracking echoed from the depths of the park's forest. A layer of shimmering ice crystals was clearly visible on the ground. This was merely the first wave. Zheng Yu, sipping his hot coffee, observed the unfolding situation below in the park. Summoners do not require extensive maneuvering. Their tasks are straightforward. They need only do 2 things. First, issue commands to their summoned beasts. Second, find a place to hide and ensure their own safety. The remainder is left to the summoned beasts. A profession characterized by simplicity, indeed. Boom. The first to charge forth was a level 5 cold corpse. With 2,500 hit points and a massive form, its slowing aura extended over a wide radius, even hindering Goblin Wolf cavalry positioned over 100 meters away. The elite Goblin warrior drew back his bow and released an arrow. Whoosh. The arrow struck true, piercing the cold corpse's forehead. A critical hit. Yet it did not slay it outright. 928. A damage value nearing 1,000 appeared, reducing the cold corpse's health by more than a third. Whoosh. The precision archery had no skill cooldown. As long as there was stamina, consecutive shots could be fired. The shooting speed correlated with the goblin's agility. The second arrow followed swiftly. 901. The damage from level 3 archery has a theoretical minimum of 848, and with the critical headshot damage. After accounting for the cold corpse's ice armor resistance, each strike dealt over 900 damage. Whoosh. Another arrow. 910. 3 arrows dispatched a level 5 cold corpse. Kill cold corpse, LV5, gained 105 experience points. Truly impressive. Wu Zong, responsible for the barbecue, couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. Having studied the cold street abyss longer than Zheng Yu and Tao Qian, he was well aware that in the entire Jiangshui city, the level 1 abyss was solely the cold street abyss. Over the past 3 years, he had perused numerous strategies for it. He recalled clearly that upon entering Central Park, one would encounter a level 5 cold corpse, which must not be allowed to approach. The surrounding structures must be utilized to circle around it. Otherwise, once ensnared by its slowing aura, the cold corpse with 2,500 hit points and 100 attack power could obliterate the entire team. This was regarded as the first challenge of the cold street abyss. The question of how to swiftly eliminate the level 5 cold corpse lingered. Yet watching it fall to 3 arrows, barely moving an inch, rendered all strategies and formations irrelevant compared to the goblin's efficiency. Is the S-grade talent truly that formidable? He remembered that several S-grade talent practitioners had emerged from Jiangshui City, yet none seemed this outrageous. At that moment, the level 5 cold corpse lay lifeless, while the first wave of cold corpses that were supposed to spawn alongside it had only just begun to emerge. Roar! The cold corpse that had just stepped out from the depths of the park's forest had yet to utter a sound when it was struck by an arrow. Whoosh! 941. Whoosh! 909. Whoosh! 932. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry did not allow the cold corpse to linger for more than 3 seconds. As soon as it showed itself, it was met with an arrow. Clean, swift, and decisive. The first wave was annihilated. Zheng Yu's level rose directly to level 4. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level, LV3 to LV4, 600 experience points needed for the next upgrade. Health, 640-810. Magic, 180-190. Intelligence, 31-37. Strength, 15-16. Zheng Yu realized that leveling up was exceptionally vital for him. Not only did it enhance his health, but it also increased his skill damage. With the rise in intelligence, his base damage improved, and skill coefficients followed suit. Now, his precision archery could theoretically deal 1,000 damage, with actual values likely exceeding that, surpassing the standards of practitioners at the same tier. Most importantly, as long as he concealed himself well, the Abyss creatures would not target him. If he aimed to tackle the hard, or even nightmare-level Abyss instances, the goblins would need to grow even stronger. Should he go all in? Zheng Yu had previously hesitated to make such a gamble, fearing that his health would plummet too low, risking death at the hands of an Abyss creature. Moreover, leveling his 3rd-tier goblin talent to 4th tier required 100 talent points. His maximum health was insufficient. He estimated that after leveling up once more, it would suffice. Zheng Yu resolved to take a gamble, preparing himself for the impending challenge of the arduous depths of the Cold Street Abyss. Chapter 11. Why should we favor them? Delicious. Tao Qian let out a sound akin to a pig's grunt. Paired with a cup of fiery liquor, bliss. Surprisingly, despite the mediocre quality of the roasted meat and the liquor, indulging in such a feast within the Abyss was more gratifying than dining outside. The liquor was brought by Tao Qian, who claimed it was to bolster his courage, as he possessed a notable fear of death. The meat was roasted by Wu Zong. Yet neither of them argued against the comments regarding the average quality of the meat or the liquor, for those words originated from Zheng Yu. Who would dare to contest them? Downstairs, a gentlemanly goblin was diligently tending to the remnants of the fallen cold corpses around Central Park. Meanwhile, upstairs, a group of young men and women were joyfully roasting and enjoying their feast. To anyone observing, it would be hard to believe they were in the Abyss. With the conclusion of the second wave, they would need to wait 20 minutes for the third wave of cold corpses and the boss to emerge from the forest. Wu Zong remarked while grilling skewers. When Ren Xingyu inquired, then why don't we just enter the forest directly? It was evident that Yuhan Ti examined the strategy guide closely, interjected Ku Ying, who was devouring her food. In the simple level Cold Street Abyss, one merely needed to wait in Central Park. Venturing into the forest would only squander more time. Ku Ying was correct. There must be something in Central Park that attracted the cold corpses, drawing them to gather here. Thus, waiting here was the expedient route to swiftly clear the simple Cold Street Abyss. I see, when Ren Xingyu replied, her expression indicating comprehension as she stuffed a skewer into her mouth. Clearly, she was not particularly concerned. Tao Qian curiously asked, "Aren't you going to look at the strategy guide at all, yet you aspire to become a professional?" One Ren Xingyu nonchalantly glanced at Ku Ying beside her, thinking, with a top student like Ku Ying around, why should I bother with the guide? Even if I read it, I wouldn't understand it. And even if I did, I wouldn't remember it. It's better not to look at all. This nonchalant attitude garnered admiring glances from the crowd. Therefore, let us hasten our pace. After 20 minutes, we shall conclude the battle and exit, Zheng Yu interjected. All right, the group responded. Zheng Yu's assurance of a 20-minute conclusion left no room for error. For him, the simple level Cold Street Abyss posed no challenge whatsoever. At that moment, Wu Zong inquired, "You want to be attempting the simple level again, will you?" The question was quite obvious. Zheng Yu shook his head. "No, I intend to increase the difficulty." Had it not been for the requirement that novices must attempt the simple level Abyss at least once, Zheng Yu would likely have chosen either the ordinary or difficult levels outright. According to market rates, an ordinary dungeon costs 100,000. I've saved a bit over the years. Can you take me along for the next run? Wu Zong asked earnestly. He had to cling to Zheng Yu for support, although he could find someone willing to take him with the money he had. Zheng Yu was the one capable of shattering speed records. The temple rewards teams that clear the dungeons the fastest, and such rewards hold significant value for professionals. If you believe the price is low, you can raise it. I can also take out a loan, Wu Zong asked anxiously. He knew that once they emerged from the abyss with a record, Zheng Yu would undoubtedly overshadow everyone. Moreover, when he entered the abyss again, the price would surely rise. And everyone would seek Zheng Yu to form teams, including those professionals with power, resources, and status. So what if he got overshadowed? For the sake of a record? What does reputation matter? Yet Zheng Yu merely shook his head with a smile. This gesture sent a chill down Wu Zong's spine. Indeed, one could only see such bargains once. Just as Wu Zong's spirits were dampened, he heard Zheng Yu declare, 100,000 is definitely insufficient. Let's say 300,000. This left Wu Zong speechless. Even Tao Qian couldn't help but exclaim, brother, that's a bit steep. However, Ku Ying smiled wryly. It's not that expensive, actually. Given Zheng Yu's speed through the abyss, I estimate he could set a record for the ordinary level dungeon. Many would be willing to pay 300,000 for the sake of a record. One Ren Yu gazed at Zheng Yu silently, clearly discerning something. Zheng Yu, with an innocent expression, stated, for clearing a nightmare-level dungeon, 300,000 isn't unreasonable, is it? Indeed, it is not excessive, as the rewards for a record in an ordinary-level dungeon are quite substantial. Wait a moment. It was then that Wu Zong realized. Did you say nightmare? Zheng Yu nodded. Yes, I plan to challenge the nightmare level next. I've heard that thus far, no one has cleared the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss. I intend to take on this challenge. If successful, it would not only be the first clear, but also a historical record. The rewards for the first clear, the nightmare dungeon, and the historical record. 3 rewards for 300,000. Is that too much? Wu Zong immediately shook his head, hurriedly asserting, not at all. It's not expensive in the slightest. But do you really intend to take me along? His disbelief was palpable, as that was the nightmare level abyss. Forget about the Cold Street Abyss, even in the Central District. Where many talents congregated, numerous nightmare level dungeons remained unconquered. Zheng Yu smiled, saying, as long as you're not afraid, I will take you. Not afraid, Wu Zong promptly declared, fearing that he would miss out if he hesitated. Truly unafraid? This is a nightmare level abyss. Zheng Yu looked at Wu Zong. Wu Zong chuckled, what is there to fear? If you're not afraid, why should I be? This was no longer a gamble. It was an opportunity that must not be missed. Wu Zong feared not whether Zheng Yu could conquer the nightmare-level abyss, but rather the regret of letting this chance slip away. Once this opportunity was lost, it truly would not return. After Zheng Yu spoke, he turned to Ku Ying and Wen Ren Yu, asking, what do you two plan to do? Wen Ren Yu immediately replied, we are willing. Not afraid. 300,000. No problem. We'll transfer you 600,000 in a bit. Beside her, Ku Ying whispered, but we don't have any money. When Ren Yu shot her a glance, are you really that foolish? We can take out a loan. You dared to gamble when you didn't know Zheng Yu's strength. Why not now? Ku Ying nodded but still asked Zheng Yu a question. Why are you willing to take us along? In truth, this was also the question that Wu Zong and Wen Ren Yu wished to know. They all turned to Zheng Yu. Even Tao Qian was curious. After all, for a nightmare-level dungeon, even if Zheng Yu charged 1 million, there would be individuals willing to pay. Zheng Yu explained, the reason is quite simple. I don't want others to reap this benefit. Zheng Yu was indeed quite petty. He remembered how, when he recruited teammates, those who had looked on coldly, rejected him, or made remarks akin to ridicule. Why should he favor them? What he desired was for them to regret not teaming up with him, to ensure they could no longer make choices. I am quite a stingy person. Since they treated me poorly before, they should never associate with me again. The record for the first clear of the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss is not for them. The historical record is not for them either. As he spoke, Zheng Yu looked at Ku Ying, Wu Zong, and the others, smiling as he said, moreover, each of you possesses remarkable skills, adept at brewing tea and grilling meat, well-versed in the rules, and aesthetically pleasing. Why would I burden myself with the inconvenience of seeking out other teammates who are disobedient, unattractive, and lacking in courage? Zheng Yu stated this rather candidly. Finding new allies may not guarantee they would be as compliant as the 3 of them. One Ren Yu concurred, saying, indeed, they must come to regret their choices. Ku Ying chimed in, absolutely, let them think twice about teaming up with me and the esteemed Zheng Yu. As they spoke, a fearsome roar echoed from the depths of the forest. The last wave of cold corpses had arrived. Chapter 12, Annihilating the 10,000 Health Cold Corpse, an astonishing display of power. Abyss Creature, Boss Cold Corpse. Level, LV7. Health, 11,000. Attack Power, 150. Skill, Level 3 Slow Aura. Skill, Ice Shockwave. Skill, Enhanced Ice Armor. Skill, Summon Swarm of Corpses. The boss of the Cold Street Abyss had finally emerged, accompanied by 2 Level 5 Cold Corpses, 2 Level 4 Cold Corpses, and nearly 20 Level 1 Cold Corpses. The boss Cold Corpse was colossal, measuring approximately 25 meters in height, enveloped in a thick layer of ice armor. With a furious roar directed at the goblin wolf cavalry, a chilling aura surged forth. Crack! The ground, trees, and even the air began to freeze. This frigid air even affected Zhengyu and the others watching from above, rendering the heater ineffective as the temperature plummeted. Each abyss boss boasted a significant health pool, and this cold corpse was no exception, with over 10,000 health points. A sight that could induce dizziness. First, we must breach the ice armor, then charge, Zhengyu advised the goblin wolf cavalry, fearing they might squander their skills on the ice armor, wasting both stamina and abilities. Whoosh! The elite goblin warrior initiated a ranged assault. The goblin wolf cavalry excelled in both melee and ranged combat, boasting high health and the agility of their massive wolves, rendering them versatile summons. Even their lack of aesthetic appeal was somewhat mitigated by the effects of the VIP steward bond. 0. An arrow struck the ice armor of the level 7 boss cold corpse. Crack! A fissure appeared in the armor, yet no damage was inflicted. This outcome had been anticipated by Zhengyu. In the strategy, the ice armor possessed the ability to block 3 attacks and refreshed every 30 seconds, posing a challenge for many adventurers and prolonging the time spent in the Abyss dungeon. Given the cold corpse's health exceeding 10,000 and the low attack power of novice adventurers, they could only whittle away at its health incrementally. Coupled with the protection of the ice armor, the difficulty was further amplified. A well-configured team, devoid of high-level adventurers, could take 5 hours to slay a single cold corpse, a feat considered swift. Therefore, it was generally regarded as impressive for pure novices to complete the simple Cold Street dungeon in 8 hours. Those who could achieve such a feat solo were deemed strong, especially considering it was a solo endeavor. The completion records on the leaderboards were all held by level 10 adventurers. Whoosh! 0. Whoosh! 0. The goblin warrior fired 2 more arrows, piercing through the ice armor. Roar! The enraged boss cold corpse bellowed at the goblin warrior, and the cold corpses surrounding it surged towards the goblin warrior. Whoosh! 1,167. Whoosh! 1,098. Whoosh! 1,200. Faced with the multitude of cold corpses, the goblin warrior displayed remarkable composure, akin to a battle-hardened veteran, swiftly and steadily loosing arrows. The massive wolf beneath them adeptly evaded the ice axes hurled by the cold corpses, despite the giant wolf being over 3 meters long. It moved with an air of lightness. The ice axes flying from various angles not only missed their mark, but also maintained the goblin warrior's stability, allowing them to continue shooting arrows with precision. Witnessing the goblin wolf cavalry in battle was a true delight. Indeed, had I known summoners were so straightforward to operate, why would I have chosen the monk? Woo-goo! Did you select the monk because you could only transition to a monk? With your intelligence score of 0-1, you couldn't possibly become a summoner. Oh, don't mind the details. As they conversed, the goblin wolf cavalry leaped high, launching a ferocious assault on a level 4 cold corpse. Bang! The sound of a shattered skull resonated. The level 4 cold corpse fell instantly. Without a moment's pause, the goblin warrior loosed 3 arrows. Whoosh! 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 1,099. 1,122. 1,097. The boss cold corpse's health plummeted by 3,000 points. Roar! The furious boss cold corpse unleashed a wave of frigid air. Buzz! The ground trembled. The cold air expanded like a shockwave. The boss cold corpse's skill, Ice Shockwave, was a wide-ranging ability. Crack! 817. A damage value appeared above the goblin wolf cavalry's head, the giant wolf's fur becoming encrusted with ice shards. As the summoned creature lacked defensive gear, the damage it endured was relatively high. Fortunately, the level 4 goblin wolf cavalry boasted a formidable health pool of 4,900. Withstanding such damage was manageable. A howl echoed. Charge! Following the release of its skill, the cold corpse experienced a brief moment of stiffness. Seizing this opportunity, the goblin wolf cavalry activated their strongest skill, Wolf Cavalry Charge. Enhanced by the VIP steward bond, the charge evolved into a VIP skill, increasing its damage output and allowing it to strike 3 targets simultaneously. The wolf cavalry's charge was exceptionally fierce. 2 spectral giant wolves appeared alongside them, their thunderous gallop resonating through the air. Boom! A thunderous crash ensued as the goblin wolf cavalry collided with the boss cold corpse, while the other 2 phantoms struck the level 5 cold corpses. 5,762. 5,542. 2 staggering damage values obliterated the level 5 cold corpses. Kill cold corpse, LV5. Gain 110 experience points. Kill cold corpse, LV5. Gain 104 experience points. The level 5 cold corpse was instantly annihilated. 4,819. A high damage value also materialized on the boss cold corpse. Due to level suppression, the damage did not exceed 5,000. Yet it still depleted half of the boss Cold Corpse's health. But the onslaught was far from over. The Goblin Wolf cavalry provided no respite for the boss Cold Corpse. In the very moment the charge concluded, they swiftly turned and unleashed 3 arrows. Crack, 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 0, 0, 0. Time seemed to freeze as they shattered the ice armor that had just refreshed. At the moment the ice armor was breached, the Goblin Wolf cavalry immediately switched to a massive hammer, leaping to deliver a crushing blow to the Cold Corpse's head. 1,200. Upon upgrading the Leap Hammer Strike skill to level 4, the chance of stunning increased to 19. Whether it was due to the Goblin Warrior's fortuitous luck or the Frost Corpse's frail resistance to stuns, it seemed that the stun was triggered almost every time the Leap Hammer Strike was executed. The Goblin Wolf Rider twisted its waist, positioning the hammer as far back as possible. Gathering strength, it unleashed all its might upon the Frost Corpse's head, which had just recovered from the stun. The Goblin Warrior never aimed for the body. A strike to the head was all that mattered. Whoosh! The hammer sliced through the air with a resounding crack. Bang! The fully charged strike of the warrior crashed down upon the Frost Corpse's head. Crack! It shattered like a frozen watermelon. The Frost Corpse's skull fragmented into several pieces. 3,005. This charged blow dealt an astonishing damage of 3,000. Previously, the Frost Corpse had already sustained damage from an arrow, and with the Goblin Riders charging Leap Hammer Strike, the combination amounted to a swift 10,000 damage, instantly obliterating the boss, the Frost Corpse. Observing this spectacle, Tao Qian and the others were rendered speechless. Though they had grown somewhat accustomed to it, such a monumental damage output still left them in awe. 5,000 damage. Is this truly achievable by a level 4 novice summoner? Even the highest damage-dealing hidden class, the swordsman, could not possibly inflict such damage. This outrageous damage instilled Wu Zong, Ku Ying, and Wen Rinqing Yu with newfound confidence for the impending nightmare-level abyss. Sufficient damage and survivability were assured. This relatively straightforward abyss dungeon would be a mere walk in the park for Zhengyu, if they exercised caution, maintained focus, and employed some tactical maneuvers. The nightmare-level abyss should not pose a significant challenge. The mere thought of becoming the first team from Jiangshui City to conquer the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss filled Wu Zong and his companions with unparalleled joy. After all, prior to this, they had been a band of misfits. Defeated boss Frost Corpse, LV7, gained 521 experience points. Congratulations. You have acquired 1 ice armor, LV1. Congratulations. You have obtained a pair of novice mage boots, LV1. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level, LV4, LV5, 1000. Requires an additional 446 experience points to level up. Health, 810, 1010. Mana, 190-200. Intelligence, 3745. Strength, 1617. Agility, 1213. Remaining free attribute points, 15. Skills, Contract Array, Summon Beast Frenzy, Summon Beast Space, VIP Steward Level Goblin Wolf Rider, currently available for contract. 2. Talent, Demon Contract Steward's Heart, 2 chances remaining to draw Hex Enhancement Runes. Equipment, none. Chapter 13, Refreshing Historical Completion Records. The Abyss. Is this all? You have completed the Cold Street Abyss, simple level, earning a reward. Cold Street Treasure Chest, simple level, 300 experience points, and 5 health recovery potions, 200. In 1 minute, you will be teleported outside the abyss. Please prepare yourself. Is that it for completion? Wen Rinqing Yu remarked, still somewhat dazed. It was all too easy, too swift. In less than 3 hours, while enjoying barbecue and sipping drinks, they had traversed the abyss with Zheng Yu's summoned beasts. Tao Qian boasted, the abyss? Is this all? Haha, pathetic. Zheng Yu, as if you were the one who completed it. Before exiting the dungeon, Zheng Yu stated, after we go out, I won't disband the team. Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing Yu, you two should quickly arrange for loans. I will wait for you. But be swift. To compete for the rankings, we need to minimize downtime. Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing Yu nodded in agreement. Understood. While Zheng Yu would not bring along others, he would not do so without recompense. Purchasing a record of completion for the nightmare level abyss at 300,000 was already an exceedingly reasonable price. Typically, completing an abyss would severely drain a summoner's energy and stamina. Considering the continuous battles and navigation that could last 7 to 8 hours, no one could withstand that. Usually, one would require a day's rest to recuperate before continuing. However, Zheng Yu was different. Exhausting energy? Who has ever depleted their energy while enjoying barbecue? Wasting stamina? It wasn't him who was fighting. As long as his summoned beasts were exceptionally vigorous, he had no concerns regarding stamina. To climb the rankings, every second counted. Buzz. As the minute elapsed, the 5 were teleported outside the abyss. It was around 1 a.m. The Cold Street Abyss Hall was still bustling with activity, predominantly filled with those awaiting to form parties. Many adventurers had even set up tents in the hall to reside there. Luck is not merely stumbled upon, it is awaited. To secure the opportunity to team up with stronger players, they resolved to remain steadfast. Another team emerged from the abyss. Envy abounded. This new, fresh team likely comprised those who had just transitioned into their first class, a part of the elite tier. Wait, isn't that Zhengyu? Don't be ridiculous. Zhengyu entered the abyss merely 3 hours ago. He wouldn't emerge until tomorrow morning. Whether Zhengyu can emerge is still debatable. Exactly. Are you all blind? Can't you see that our classmate Zhengyu from class 3? Or am I the one who is blind? Strangely enough, this person does bear a striking resemblance to Zhengyu. But therein lies the conundrum. He cannot possibly be Zhengyu. I've been keeping track of time. He has been in the abyss for less than 3 hours. How could that be? Is there a possibility? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is a summoner. The prevailing belief that summoners are weak and incapable of clearing the abyss was deeply ingrained in their minds. As some began to recognize Zhengyu yet struggled to believe he could have cleared the abyss so swiftly, an announcement from the sanctuary echoed throughout the hall, rendering it silent. Notification. Congratulations to the summoner team led by Zhengyu for breaking the historical completion time for the Cold Street Abyss, simple level. Completion time, 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 23 seconds. Team leader, Zhengyu, summoner. Team members, Tao Qian, monk, Wu Zong, monk, Kuing, assassin. Wenren Xingyu, assassin. Awarded, 500 experience points, historical record package, Cold Street Abyss simple level. And the title of historical record holder, Cold Street Abyss simple level, X1. Silence reigned supreme in the hall. The sanctuary had disseminated this announcement to all adventurers in Jiangshui City, not just the novices. It was a proclamation that landed squarely in their faces, ensuring no adventurer could miss it. Such record-breaking news was not uncommon, as the development of adventurers improved and the treatment of novice adventurers rose, leading to frequent updates of records. However, this instance was markedly different. The team configuration was utterly bizarre. The leader was a summoner, accompanied by 2 monks and 2 assassins. Assassins were deemed ineffectual before level 15, only marginally better than mages. Monks possess some combat capability, yet they are still difficult to pair with mainstream warrior and knight classes. Wait, did he truly clear it? Did he actually break the record? This must be a hoax. How could he possibly be a summoner? Some voiced their skepticism. Yet, a handful had already initiated private chats with Zhengyu, only to discover that he had disabled all private messaging, resolutely rejecting any attempts at communication. However, this did not deter their determination to latch onto his success, particularly his former classmates. Congratulations, bro you. One exclaimed. Zhengyu responded, oh, what am I being congratulated for? For breaking the record solo. Zhengyu retorted, my record breaking has nothing to do with you. What gives you the right to congratulate me? Bro you. Have you had a drink? I'm not thirsty. Did you eat? Why not take a break? Let me treat you to a meal. I'm not hungry. Every overture of camaraderie was met with rejection from Zhengyu. You once disregarded me. Now, you find yourselves unable to reach my heights. Zhengyu was not a magnanimous individual. It could even be said that he was meticulous and vengeful. Bro you, I'm a warrior. I've conquered the Cold Street Abyss once. How about we tackle the normal abyss together next time? Zhengyu replied, not a chance. You're too weak. But I'm a warrior. Zhengyu countered, what does being a warrior even mean? You think warriors are weak? Can you solo the abyss? I can tank damage for you, and I can help with damage output. Although you've cleared the easy abyss, the normal abyss is vastly different. Zhengyu stated, you won't be able to withstand it. I'm a level 4 warrior with skills focused on Iron Wall. You think I can't withstand it? Zhengyu nodded. You truly cannot. You're really deluding yourself, thinking that clearing the easy abyss makes you strong? Without a warrior to absorb damage, you won't even clear the normal dungeon. You think you can compete on the leaderboard without teammates? I've never seen a genius who relies on the easy abyss for rankings. In the face of this scornful taunt, Zhengyu regarded him earnestly and said, do you know the difference between you and Neza? What? Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms. You have 1 head and 2 arms. With that, Zhengyu retreated into the tent just constructed by Tao Qian, seeking solitude. Inside the tent, Tao Qian, puzzled, inquired, why is this different from what I imagined? Zhengyu asked, what is different? Tao Qian lamented, I thought they would regret not teaming up with you and lament their decisions. He wore a look of disappointment, having not witnessed the scene he had hoped for. Zhengyu chuckled, it's too early for that. This is merely the easy dungeon. Besides, it's quite normal. When they start to feel regret, they will begin to rationalize, becoming obstinate, thinking that since they cleared the easy level, they surely cannot manage the normal. Those who genuinely regret not coming to me will stifle their feelings. Even if they are troubled inside, they will show no sign of it. Just wait and see. Even if we clear the nightmare level abyss, There will still be those who stubbornly claim that summoners lose their effectiveness later on, expressing concerns about the future. Having witnessed the behavior of internet giants, Zheng Yu was acutely aware of such dynamics. Thus, he resolved not to take on any other players besides Tao Qian and his 3 companions. That is frustrating, Tao Qian grumbled. But Zheng Yu smiled. You're mistaken. Their obstinacy is merely a facade. Once they return home and the night deepens, they will toss and turn in bed, opening their phones to wallow in despair. They will begin to regret, to blame themselves, to reflect. This sentiment will be magnified infinitely after we conquer the nightmare-level abyss. Zheng Yu continued with a grin. Especially that warrior from earlier. He believes he possesses some strength, thinking it a privilege to be my teammate. But after some time, he will regret not lowering his pride when speaking to me, wondering why he didn't choose to team up with me right away. Yet, he mused. You won't witness his lamentations, and neither would you. Tao Qian nodded in understanding. You're right. If I were him, I would stubbornly hold on to my pride as well. Do not allow anyone else into the tent. I have matters to attend to, Zheng Yu instructed Tao Qian. Rest assured, with me here, no one will disturb you, Tao Qian promised. He stood outside the tent, blocking all would-be interlocutors from approaching Zheng Yu. Wuzong had gone out to borrow money from friends due to a lack of funds. Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing, you had ventured to find a nearby loan shark for cash. Thus, only Zheng Yu remained alone within the tent. He was set to enhance his strength in preparation for the impending nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss. He claimed his historical record rewards. Experience increased by 500. Level up achieved. Chapter 14, 3rd Tier Talent. Twin Fire Elementals. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level, LV5, LV6, 1700. 1046 experience points needed for the next upgrade. Health, 1010 1230. Magic, 200 210. Intelligence, 45 53. Strength, 17 18. Agility, 13 14. Remaining free attribute points, 17. With the addition of 10 intelligence points from the novice staff. His overall intelligence surged to 53 after leveling up to 6. His health cap also returned to above 1000. And he still had 17 free attribute points yet to be allocated. Zheng Yu contemplated for a moment and decided to invest all attribute points into health. After reaching level 5, he unlocked an additional slot for summoning beasts, meaning he now had the capacity to summon a second familiar. Going all in would not only elevate the goblin to the 4th tier, but also promote the new summon to the 2nd tier. Compared to the marginal damage increase from boosting intelligence, enhancing the summoner's talents seemed far more beneficial. Otherwise, a tier 0 summon would be of little use against nightmare-level abyss monsters. Zheng Yu first opened his rewards. One was a completion reward. Cold Street Treasure Chest, easy level, can yield valuable equipment, potions, and materials from the Cold Street Abyss. The other was a historical record reward. Historical Record Gift Pack, easy level, can yield high-level equipment, LV5, high-level potions, LV5, and other items. He opened both treasure chests. Congratulations. You opened the Cold Street Treasure Chest, easy level, and obtained a Novice Warrior-S armor. Congratulations. You opened the Historical Record Gift Pack, easy level, and obtained an Ice Crystal Pendant, LV5, silver. Silver equipment. Zheng Yu's face lit up with joy. Equipment is categorized into 9 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, radiant, legendary, and divine. He hadn't expected the gift pack to yield silver level equipment, which was already quite remarkable for a novice. Ice Crystal Pendant, silver level. Required level, LV5. Attributes, intelligence 25, magic 100. Effect, wearing this equipment increases ice resistance by 10, reduces the effects of ice attribute slow by 20, and grants immunity to 1 freezing effect, activates once every minute. Not bad at all. In addition to boosting intelligence by 25 points, the ice resistance, immunity to freezing, and reduction of slow effects were all exceptionally suited for the Cold Street dungeon. The attributes may be rather ordinary, yet their effects are perfectly suited for Zheng Yu at present. He donned all the equipment he could carry, an ice armor obtained from the boss, the Frost Corpse, and a pair of mage boots. The ice armor augmented his health by 300 points and conferred a singular ice armor effect, albeit with a lengthy cooldown period. Nevertheless, for a low-health profession like Zheng Yu's, it proved immensely beneficial. The mage boots added an additional 150 health points and 5 agility. The 450 health points granted by these pieces of equipment could not be sacrificed. It was precisely due to these 2 items that Zheng Yu felt emboldened to prepare for his subsequent all-or-nothing gamble. He allocated all 17 points of his free attributes to health. Consume 1 point of free attributes to increase health limit by 50 points. Consumption. 17 points of free attributes exchanged for 850 health points. Currently, Zheng Yu possessed a total health value of 2080, with the equipment contributing 450 of that. Without further ado, he directly sacrificed 1,000 points of health limit in exchange for 100 talent points, allocating them entirely to the Goblin Wolf Rider. Goblin Wolf Rider, Tier 3, Talent Evolution to Goblin General, Tier 4. Base Health 4,000, 8,000. Attack Power Coefficient 50, 60. New Skill, General's Command. Note, General's Command is influenced by the VIP Steward's Enhancement, evolving into VIP Steward Level General's Command. General's Command, VIP Steward Level Summon a Goblin Army, 18 units. With the number of summons increasing with level, for temporary combat, summoning 2 Goblin Wolf Riders, 5 Goblin Archers, 5 Goblin Assassins, 5 Goblin Shield Bearers, and 1 Goblin Wizard. The summoning duration is unlimited. A second summoning cannot occur until the entire Goblin Army is annihilated. This is quite something. Zheng Yu gazed at the newly refreshed skill, feeling that this health expenditure was well worth it. Evolving from Goblin Wolf Rider to General not only elevated his overall strength, but also granted him a skill that truly transformed goblins into generals on the battlefield. The advent of this skill instilled in Zheng Yu a greater confidence in conquering the nightmare-level abyss. Next, Zheng Yu opened his phone and accessed the Temple Mall. He purchased the Summoner Skill Book that had long been sitting in his shopping cart. Summon Fire Sprite. Skill Book can be learned at level 5. Single-use item. Upon learning, the skill book disappears. Summoner professionals can learn it to obtain a cultivable 0-tier talent Fire Sprite. Price, 2,000 yuan. Still quite affordable. Other classes level 5 skills generally sell for at least 5,000, with warrior skills even being hiked up to tens of thousands. Inside the tent, he drew the summoning contract formation. Tao Qian's tent was spacious enough for summoning a Fire Sprite. Buzz. A burst of flames flickered. A fireball materialized in midair. In the next moment, the fireball established a mental connection with Zheng Yu, sensing the chill within his body and instinctively releasing warmth to envelop him. Rather than being scalding, it provided a flow of warmth perfectly suited to Zheng Yu's body temperature. The fireball emitted no sound. It was a pure elemental entity. Just as a mage could manipulate fire elements, this fireball was a self-aware elemental being. Summoned Beast, Fire Sprite. Level 6, increases with the summoner's level. Health, 1100. Attack Power, 172, 78 Summoner's Current Intelligence, 20 Coefficient. Talent, 0 tier, needs 2 talent points to level up. Skills, Flame Aura, LV6. Can control the temperature within a 10-meter diameter. Dealing 121 burn damage per second to all objects at maximum capacity. 172 Fire Sprite Attack Power, 0, 7 Coefficient. Skill, Fireball LV6. Launches a fireball that tracks and locks onto a target, dealing 551, 172 Fire Sprite Attack Power, 3, 2 Coefficient, Fire Damage. Summoned Beast Equipment, none. Upon examining the Fire Sprite's attributes, Zheng Yu truly felt the disadvantages of a summoner. Although the sprite scaled with the summoner's level, its enhancements were minimal. A warrior reaching level 6 could face the simplest Cold Street Abyss without fear, but without enhancing the Fire Sprite's attributes, it would still struggle to pass through. A single fireball dealt 551 damage. How many fireballs would it take to defeat the Frost Corpse boss with 10,000 health? Zheng Yu glanced at the current attributes of the Goblin General. Summoned Beast, VIP Steward Level Goblin General. Level 6, increases with the summoner's level. Health, 8,900. Attack Power, 489. Talent, 4 tier, needs 500 talent points to level up. With a total of 60 attributes, equipped with the Bladed Teeth Gear and Steward Bond, the attack power soared to nearly 500. The skill damage nearly doubled. Now, a warrior could deal a minimum of 4,000 damage with a charged attack. It was a complete domination over the Fire Sprite. It seemed the power of a summoner was entirely contingent upon the talent level of their summoned beast. Fortunately, the Demon Contract could enhance the talent level. Zheng Yu cast a glance at his remaining health. 1080 base health, 450 from equipment. Since the Fire Sprite was a level 5 summoned beast, it gained slightly more talent points than the Goblin. The first tier required 2 talent points, the second tier 15, and the third tier 85. Zheng Yu calculated that he would need a total of 102 talent points, equating to 1020 health points. Just enough. Zheng Yu chuckled at his remaining 60 base health. Perhaps I am the profession with the least health in history? Thankfully, with the additional 450 from equipment, otherwise. With just 60 health points, a mere touch could spell doom. Zheng Yu directly upgraded the Fire Sprite to Tier 3. Summoned Beast. Fire Sprite, 0 tier. Talent Evolution to Summoned Beast. Twin Fire Spirits, 1 tier. Summoned Beast. Twin Fire Spirits, 1 tier. Talent Evolution to Summoned Beast. Fire Demon, 2 tier. Summoned Beast. Fire Demon, 2 tier. Talent Evolution to Summoned Beast. Twin Fire Demons, 3-tier. Chapter 15, emphasizing companionship. Boom. The flames blazed fiercely. Had it not been within the summoning contract formation, the tent rented by Tao Qian might have ignited instantly. The scorching flames posed no harm to Zhengyu, the summoner. Instead, a wave of warmth surged within him. The flames danced and ultimately coalesced into two fire demons nestled against one another. The fire demons floated in the air, standing about 1 meter tall, resembling the small fire creatures from the Ice Fire Man, with an endearing appearance, lightness, and a graceful form. They far surpassed the goblins in terms of visual appeal. However, their aura lacked the commanding and majestic presence of the VIP Steward General. The demeanor of the twin fire demons exuded more of a charming, obedient child from the neighborhood, lively, intelligent, and endearingly considerate. At this moment, their attributes underwent a tremendous transformation. Summoned Beast, Twin Fire Demons. Level 6, advances with the summoner's level. Health, 3000. Attack power, 375, based on summoner's current intelligence of 78 and a coefficient of 48. Talent, Tier 3, 150 points away from leveling up. Skill, Flame Aura level 6. Capable of controlling the temperature within a 10-meter diameter at maximum enhancement. Inflicting 825 points of burn damage per second to all entities. 375 fire elemental attack power with a coefficient of 22. Skill, Fireball level 6. Launches a fireball that relentlessly pursues and locks onto a target, dealing 2,325 points of fire damage. 375 fire elemental attack power with a coefficient of 62. Skill, Twin Pact. A special ability, with no level. The twin fire spirits coexist symbiotically, enabling simultaneous skill casting which results in damage amplification, effectively doubling fire attribute damage. Skill, Flame Cage level 6. Preemptively designates the location of the flame cage. Upon an enemy's entry into the designated area, it automatically activates, enveloping the entire zone in intense flames, inflicting 2,100 points of damage per second. 375 fire elemental attack power with a coefficient of 56. Summoned Beast Equipment, none. 2 additional skills have been acquired, one being the Twin Pact and the other the Flame Cage. The essence of the Twin Pact lies in its ability to cast spells doubly and inflict double attribute damage, rendering the twin fire spirit's output astonishingly formidable. The Flame Cage serves as a trap-type pure damage skill. While the damage may appear modest at first glance, a closer inspection reveals it inflicts 2,100 damage per second. It may not deliver the explosive damage characteristic of a cavalry charge, yet at 2,100 damage per second, it can vanquish a 10,000 health frost corpse in merely 5 seconds. No, Zhengyu suddenly realizes. The 2,100 damage does not account for the twins' doubling effect. This implies that should the fire elemental engage a 10,000 health frost corpse, the battle could be concluded in 3 seconds. Remarkable. Zhengyu cannot help but exclaim in admiration. However, despite the twin fire spirit's impressive capabilities, they still pale in comparison to the Goblin General, who boasts a 4th-tier talent. The Goblin General's current damage output is such that a single charge can instantly obliterate a frost corpse, showcasing even greater strength. After enhancing the fire elemental, Zhengyu has yet to address the most critical upgrade, his core, the Hextech Enhancement Rune. With every 5 levels gained, he acquires 2 Hextech Enhancement Runes. Zhengyu eagerly initiates the extraction process, extracting Hextech Enhancement Runes. Congratulations, you have drawn the 3rd rune, a gold-level rune emphasizing companionship. Congratulations, you have drawn the 4th rune, a silver-level library card. Companionship provides a training dummy. All damage directed at the summoner will prioritize the training dummy. If the training dummy survives after each abyss run, it grants 10 talent points. Library card acquires a tome of emblems, allowing the selection of 1 from 4 random bonding emblems and grants an equipment forging device. This seems rather promising, although a prism-level rune eludes him. The effect of the training dummy is precisely what Zhengyu requires at this moment. You must first attack the taunting unit, the training dummy, a quintessential survival rune. Given Zhengyu's inherently limited health pool, the training dummy ensures he is not susceptible to stealthy attacks. A commendable rune indeed. Moreover, each successful abyss run yields a complementary 10 talent points, equating to an additional 100 health points. Talent points are what he currently lacks. Without hesitation, Zhengyu opens the emblem book granted by the library card rune. Please select 1 emblem from the Mage emblem, Ionian emblem, Barrier emblem, or Steward emblem. Let us choose the Steward. A single emblem cannot activate any bond, since he already possesses 2 Steward emblems, equipping 1 to the Fire Elemental. While it may not activate the full Steward set, will still allow the Fire Elemental to benefit from a 20 health and 20 attack power enhancement. Acquired Steward Emblem. Acquired Equipment Forging Device. Equipment Forging Device, capable of transforming unequipable gear into usable equipment. This is excellent. Zheng Yu stores the Equipment Forging Device in his inventory and adorns the Fire Elemental with the Steward Emblem. Everything is now in readiness. At that moment, Zheng Yu receives a message from his homeroom teacher. Zheng Yu, it was you who broke the record, wasn't he it? Zheng Yu replies affirmatively. The teacher quickly calls him. If you are free tomorrow, please come to the Jiangshui City Government Building. The mayor wishes to meet you. Zheng Yu is not surprised, as every year, newcomers who break records are personally received by the mayor and rewarded. However, Zheng Yu responds, is it just for a reward? That is one aspect. Additionally, it serves to promote you. And then, before the teacher can finish, Zheng Yu interjects, I may not have the time. You can collect the reward for me. The teacher appears somewhat perplexed. Zheng Yu states directly, just tell the mayor that I am about to enter a nightmare-level dungeon. If he does not wish to acknowledge this record, then I shall proceed. Zheng Yu detests such occasions, primarily due to their lack of tangible benefits. He only desires the reward. Everything else is of little consequence. After all, at the end of the day, he is merely a low-level practitioner. And fame and reputation hold little importance at this stage. Nightmare level? The teacher wonders if he misheard. No, you did not mishear. It is indeed nightmare level. In any case, please do not inquire further. I prefer not to elaborate too much. The results will speak for themselves, and the mayor will understand. With that, Zheng Yu ends the call. On the other end, the teacher scratches his head, then somewhat dazedly dials the mayor's number. Brother, I need to borrow some money. Within the martial arts hall, Wu Zong approaches his elder brother, Wu Xian, the owner of the establishment. How much? 205 million. That is quite a sum. Wu Xian nearly drops his teacup. Wait. We are brothers. If you require money, of course, I would lend it to you. But to ask for 50 million outright, do you think I am made of money? No, go to where it's comfortable. Wu Zong, however, remains unperturbed and shows Wu Xian something. A title? Holder of the historical completion record of the Frost Street Abyss? Wait a moment. Wu Xian immediately leaps from the sofa, opens his computer, and accesses the Jiangshui City Sanctuary's official website. He doesn't even need to search meticulously. As a notification promptly appears, congratulations to the practitioner team, Summoner Squad, for breaking the historical completion time of the Frost Street Abyss, easy level. Completion time, 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 23 seconds. Team leader, Zheng Yu, Summoner. Team members, Tao Qian, Monk, Wu Zong, Monk, Kuing, Assassin, Wenrin Xingyu, Assassin. Wow, you did it. I was wondering why you didn't come to work today. It turns out you are back on the practitioner path. Wu Xian is filled with joy. He has always known that his brother had been frugal these past few days, saving up to attempt the practitioner path once more. He never expected him to succeed. And not only that, but also to set a record. The reason he was so confident that it was a record-breaking achievement lay in his profound understanding of Wu Zong's capabilities. A monk endowed with D-level talent certainly lacks the prowess to set new records. He then observed the peculiar configuration of the team. Brother, this team composition is rather odd. Wu Zong remarked. Forget about the class. Zheng Yu possesses S-level talent. No wonder. So, are you still unwilling to lend me some money? He intended to guide me through the nightmare abyss. I must inform your sister-in-law. No one has ever cleared the nightmare abyss in the Cold Street Abyss. This is a matter worthy of being inscribed in our family genealogy. Our family will be kneeling in the front row during the incense offering next year. Let us head to the bank. For someone from the south venturing to establish a business here in Guang Province, nothing holds greater significance than bringing honor to their ancestors. How much do you wish to borrow? The burly tattooed bald man scrutinized Ko Ying and Wenrin Xingyu. 2 million. Do you have any collateral? None. Then why should I lend to you? The bald man gestured towards the camera on the table. How about 2 photos? Just as Ko Ying was about to fume, she was restrained by Wenrin Xingyu, who glared at the bald man. Are you certain you won't lend? If not, I'll seek assistance from other companies. The bald man was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such audacity in a borrower. Nevertheless, he patiently inquired, what do you need the money for? To traverse the abyss. What level? Nightmare level. Huh, are you mocking me? You're serious? Do you believe I would lie? Many have attempted to deceive me here, and not a single one returned unscathed. It's best not to provoke my ire. Fine, if you refuse to lend. I was merely hoping that after the great Zheng Yu guides us through, I could promote your services. Who? Zheng Yu, don't you know? The bald man certainly knew. He was also a practitioner, or else he wouldn't have the audacity to lend high-interest loans to professionals. The information that had surfaced just hours ago remained the hottest topic of discussion on forums. After all, a summoner had achieved astonishing results. 2 hours and 45 minutes. What does that signify? The previous record stood at 3 hours and 49 minutes. This implied that a summoner, a profession universally deemed the weakest, not only shattered the record, but did so an entire hour ahead of time. He planned to directly challenge the Nightmare Abyss? The bald man's tone softened. Indeed. He told us so himself. Then how can I trust you that he will take you in? When Ren Xingyu displayed the team information. They've been out of the abyss for several hours now. If he wished to form a party, he would have already left. Just tell me, will you lend or not? I will lend. This time, the bald man hesitated no longer. Even if Zheng Yu were unable to clear the abyss, he would still adopt a trial-and-error attitude towards the loan. He understood clearly that if Zheng Yu could indeed conquer the Nightmare Abyss, all resources from the province would unconditionally flow towards him. The future prospects are limitless. Such a prodigy, even if a relationship could not be fostered, should not be treated poorly. 2 million, correct? Let it be clear. Whether Zheng Yu can conquer the Nightmare Abyss or not, loans must be repaid, along with interest. Given that I am uncertain of the relationship between these two beautiful girls and Zheng Yu, it is prudent to clarify beforehand to prevent any defaults. Zheng Yu is Zheng Yu. Our lending company's rules are rules. Otherwise, I cannot conduct business. No problem, when Ren Xingyu replied with a smile. Chapter 16. The pretense was not smooth. Upon returning from securing the loan, Ku Ying and when Ren Xingyu discovered Zheng Yu seated outside the tent, engaged in conversation with a group of individuals. Oh no, Ku Ying exclaimed upon seeing the group. What's wrong? When Ren Xingyu, still oblivious, inquired. The individuals conversing with Zheng Yu are the team that recently shattered the record for the ordinary level abyss, Ku Ying elucidated. When Ren Xingyu recalled that earlier yesterday, indeed, there had been a notification regarding the updated record for the ordinary level abyss. Two significant events transpired yesterday. One was Zheng Yu, as a summoner, leading a solo effort to break the simple level Cold Street Abyss. And the other involved 4 A-level talent professionals guiding a B-level talent professional to set a new record in the ordinary level abyss. In terms of popularity and discussion, Zheng Yu, the summoner, certainly garnered more attention, as anything he did attracted considerable heat. However, the matter of the ordinary level abyss being updated warranted greater scrutiny. Among the new professionals this year in Jiangshui City, the occurrence of 4 A-level professionals was a remarkable occurrence in the past decade. Now that they had all assembled into one team, I suspect they are here to recruit the great Zheng Yu. After Ku Ying's explanation, when Ren Xingyu finally grasped her sense of panic. If Zheng Yu joined their ranks, no one would be left to guide them. Not only would their money be wasted, but they would also owe interest, given that the bald man was no legitimate lender. Let us hurry over. When Ren Xingyu tugged Ku Ying closer, they overheard a voice brimming with arrogance and superiority proclaim, "Initially, we underestimated you. After all, you are merely a summoner. And we feared you might hinder our progress. However, you have proven yourself by leading a successful solo foray into the abyss, albeit at a simple level, which is commendable." Who is that? When Ren Xingyu couldn't help but glance over. She found the speaker to be a handsome young man. Though his haughty demeanor and disdain for Zheng Yu's summoner profession instantly transformed his attractiveness into something rather greasy. This individual was recognized by both Ku Ying and when Ren Xingyu. Li Feng. They were classmates. A warrior class, A-level talent. Reputed to possess a talent type exceptionally suited for combat, making him not only a popular profession but also a genius talent. Indeed, he had the credentials to be arrogant. Thus, after our discussions, we have come to acknowledge your strength and decided to allow you to join our team to conquer the abyss together, Li Feng proclaimed. As he spoke, the only B-level talent warrior in the team wore a sullen expression. Clearly, not everyone was in agreement. At the very least, this B-level warrior opposed the idea. After all, if Zheng Yu were to join the team, the B-level warrior would have to depart, fostering a deep-seated animosity towards Zheng Yu. Yet Zheng Yu appeared perplexed as he queried, "So who are you? What do you want from me?" His expression practically screamed, "Are you out of your mind?" Was he flaunting superiority in my presence? Unfortunately, Li Feng, brimming with misplaced confidence that Zheng Yu would be grateful to join their team, completely misread Zheng Yu's expression. He genuinely believed Zheng Yu was unaware of his identity. "I am Li Feng, an A-level warrior. I understand you recently cleared the simple level abyss. We, on the other hand, have merely just cleared the ordinary level abyss and set a new historical record," Li Feng boasted with pride. "Oh, that indeed sounds average." Li Feng. Did you say average?" Zheng Yu nodded. "No, you must have misheard. I meant the record for the ordinary level." And then, Zheng Yu asked, his expression unchanging. "Do you not find that surprising?" Zheng Yu chuckled. "Brother, with that statement, you've lost all credibility. Where's the pretense in asking others if they are astonished by your accomplishments?" "I'm quite impressive. Are you surprised?" The pretense was far from subtle. Li Feng remarked, "In sum, you said it yourself, so I followed your lead. And then you got flustered." Zheng Yu, pointing at Li Feng, spoke with a knowing tone, "Your ability to show off still needs some refinement." Li Feng was momentarily rendered speechless by this exchange. He had never encountered anyone quite like this in conversation. Although he had indeed approached Zheng Yu with the intention of boasting, the underlying motive was to highlight his own superiority. Look, you, an S-class talent. Still need to join our team? This was meant to be a moment of pride for him. Enhancing his own stature while also pulling in a formidable ally. A perfect win-win scenario. However, he was taken aback when Zheng Yu showed him no respect. Are you out of your mind? An A-class talent standing beside Li Feng interjected sharply. Though you possess S-class potential, don't forget you're a summoner. We're extending an invitation to you out of respect. Don't overstep your bounds. This individual clearly grasped the situation better than Li Feng. Zheng Yu was merely toying with him, and thus, he responded with cutting remarks. In all of Jianshui City, you're the only S-class talent to emerge in years. Yet you chose to be a summoner. What a disgrace for Jianshui City. We're trying to assist you, and you repay us with ingratitude? Don't fool yourself into thinking that completing a simple level of the Cold Street Abyss makes you significant. When S-class talents from other cities crush you, it will be Jianshui City that loses face. Zheng Yu was astounded. Goodness, moral coercion has entered the fray? He thought to himself. If this person were to post on Weibo, they would undoubtedly be a master of rhetoric. Realizing he had perhaps gone too far, Li Feng quickly interrupted his teammate. Addressing Zheng Yu, to speak candidly, we plan to tackle the difficult level of the Cold Street Abyss next. We aim to set another record. We've known of your S-class potential for some time, but due to your summoner class, we initially had no intention of including you. After all, you know how weak summoners can be. But now, things have changed. You've proven your strength, and we're prepared to give you a chance. We don't want you to fall too far behind other S-class talents. At the very least, you should achieve a record in the difficult category. Li Feng's tone was notably softer this time, yet it still bore an undeniable air of condescension and arrogance. Meanwhile, Ku Ying and Wen Renqing, you were in fits of laughter. This is too funny. Ha ha ha. Did he just say he would give Zheng Yu a hand? Who was helping whom here? The most amusing part is that he thinks letting Zheng Yu into his team is a favor to the Great One. I can't breathe from laughing. Their laughter stemmed from the understanding that, given Li Feng's tone and attitude, Zheng Yu would never join their team. As long as the strong remained steadfast, everything could be negotiated. Their mirth caught the attention of both Zheng Yu and Li Feng. Is it amusing? Li Feng's expression darkened. Yes, when Renqing you replied honestly. Then keep laughing. I'll see how long you can maintain it. Once we set the record for the difficult level, let us see if you're still able to laugh. Li Feng had clearly recognized that Ku Ying and Wen Renqing you were the two assassins on Zheng Yu's team. Zheng Yu, unfazed by his demeanor, found the laughter of Ku Ying and Wen Renqing you nearly mocking, igniting Li Feng's fury. If it weren't for the prohibition against fighting in the military zone, he would have charged at them already. Disregard them. We're aiming for a higher record. Unlike them, a teammate advised. Exactly, and they're still vying for rankings? They lack any sense of perspective. Even if Li Feng and Zheng Yu's tones and attitudes are problematic, if you want to contend for the rankings, you must endure. Are you sure you're helping me here? Li Feng retorted. Your attitude is certainly an issue. We initially agreed to bring Zheng Yu along for the difficult abyss, as it would increase our chances of clearing it, yet you're putting on airs. Before this solitary sensible teammate could finish, he was dragged away by Li Feng and the others. Zheng Yu observed the group with amusement. He could understand the mindset of Li Feng and his companions. As A-class talents in a popular profession, and having just set a record, they were riding high on their success. Moreover, the misconceptions surrounding his summoner class made it difficult for them to act purely for pragmatic reasons without regard for pride. Ah, youth. A time when one craves respect and enjoys showing off. Did you manage to get the money? Zheng Yu inquired of Ku Ying and her companion. Ku Ying nodded and handed Zheng Yu 600,000. Zheng Yu acknowledged. All right, received. Tao Qian and Wu Zong went to procure the ingredients. They should be back soon. If you two have anything you wish to prepare, do so quickly. I wouldn't want you both to enter the abyss without your favorite foods. Though both understood the implication behind his words, it still felt peculiar. Is this truly about entering the abyss? Not merely a picnic? I want to get some desserts. Ku Ying declared. Wen Renqing glanced at Ku Ying. You're adapting quite quickly. Then I'll grab some fruit, Ku Ying replied. Chapter 17. The mortality rate is extremely high. Please choose wisely. Zheng Yu declined Li Feng's invitation, and this incident spread like wildfire. Becoming yet another topic of discussion on the forums, Zheng Yu has become arrogant, rejecting a team composed of 4 A-class talents. As the only S-class talent in Jianshui City, having finally emerged after years, his actions are perplexing. A detailed analysis of the difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss simple level with a completion time of 2 hours and 45 minutes. A rational analysis. Zheng Yu's rejection of Li Feng's invitation is actually a positive sign, demonstrating his immense self-confidence. I believe Zheng Yu is simply afraid. Achieving a clear on the simple level has satisfied him. especially since Li Feng and his team are preparing to tackle the difficult level. Coward Zheng Yu. Useless summoner, purely derogatory post. Please do not engage. I predict Zheng Yu will enter the standard level abyss and still lead a team solo. I'll state this clearly. Zheng Yu cannot contend for the rankings. After being rejected by Zheng Yu, I've decided to vent. The Jiangshui City Practitioners Forum was almost entirely filled with posts about him. Zheng Yu found it quite amusing. The fact that he was the subject of such discussions was surprisingly entertaining. The internet possesses a peculiar ability. No matter how great the reversal or how painful the slap in the face, those who post remain hidden behind the scenes. Thus, there is no face to lose. Words can be spoken freely, and positions can be changed at will. As long as he clears the nightmare level abyss, the forum would likely present a completely different scene. In short, it was amusing. Zheng Yu passed the time by perusing the forum. When Tao Qian and Wu Zong returned with the supplies, Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing Yu had procured fruits and snacks, all stored in their inventory. Brother Yu, we're ready, Tao Qian announced. Zheng Yu nodded and, after a moment's thought, added, if you have the funds, it's best to purchase a resurrection item, just in case. Tao Qian immediately replied, a resurrection cross is now priced at 5 million in the market. It's beyond our means. Wu Zong chimed in, I don't think there's much danger. I trust Brother Yu's strength. Zheng Yu quipped, you're 3 years older than me, and you call me brother? Wu Zong shrugged nonchalantly, hey. In the realm of knowledge, there are hierarchies. Strength determines brotherhood. Zheng Yu simply shook his head and turned to Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing Yu. And you too? Wen Rinqing Yu remarked, neither of us has the funds to purchase the resurrection cross, but we did acquire 5 invisibility potions. With that, she promptly distributed 1 to each member of the team, including Zheng Yu. Invisibility potion. Enter an invisible state for 1 minute. Disregarding all damage, movement is permitted, but attacks will break the invisibility state. It seems these potions are priced at around 300,000 each, right? Tao Qian exclaimed in astonishment. I know an apothecary who procured them for 200,000 each. While expressing his surprise at Wen Rinqing Yu's resourcefulness, Tao Qian continued, even at 200,000 each. That's not cheap. Are you truly giving these to us? Consider it a gesture of gratitude and a way to align ourselves with the esteemed Zheng Yu. Wen Rinqing Yu candidly replied. Her approach was straightforward. She unabashedly offered her support without any semblance of servility, treating everyone equally. Utilizing borrowed funds to purchase the invisibility potions was actually Ku Ying's idea. However, Wen Rinqing Yu believed that if they were to buy, they should not merely procure 1 for themselves. Rather, they should acquire 5, 1 for each member. She aimed to solidify her hold over this team. In other words, this team represented her future, even if Zheng Yu were to surpass them in strength and no longer wish to team up. Wu Zong and Tao Qian would still make excellent allies. With a foundation in nightmare level abyss, the future, while not guaranteed to be smooth sailing, would certainly be promising. Zheng Yu did not refuse, recognizing Wen Rinqing Yu's subtle intentions, and accepted the invisibility potion. He could not continuously accompany Tao Qian, who remained at level 4 while he had reached level 6. After completing a nightmare level abyss, it would be time to transition to a new map, leaving Tao Qian behind. Wen Rinqing Yu and her companions were indeed commendable allies. For Tao Qian, a brother who trusted him unconditionally, Zheng Yu hoped he could carve out his own path as a professional and not rely solely on him. Given his own rapid progression, solo play seemed most fitting, as no teammate could keep pace with his advancement. Zheng Yu accepted the invisibility potion and promptly selected the nightmare level difficulty for the Cold Street Abyss. Notice, you have chosen the nightmare level difficulty for the Cold Street Abyss. This difficulty fully restores the abyss's true form and recounts its entire history, presenting extreme challenges and a high mortality rate. Please choose wisely. 321. The system even thoughtfully provided Zheng Yu with 3 seconds to contemplate. Do you insist on entering the nightmare level abyss? Yes. He was fully prepared and saw no reason to decline. Zheng Yu, summoner no problem. Let us delve into the abyss. Tao Qian, monk charge. 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 I'm coming for you, nightmare level abyss. Wu Zong, monk, it's my first time in the nightmare level abyss. I'm a bit anxious. Ku Ying, assassin Zheng Yu, best of luck. Wen Rinqing Yu, assassin 1. Entering the Cold Street Abyss, nightmare level. Please wait. Meanwhile, all the professionals waiting in the Cold Street Abyss lobby received a notification. Notification. The team of summoners has entered the Cold Street Abyss, nightmare level. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Is this summoner team led by Zheng Yu? Among all present, Zheng Yu was the only summoner. Oh my, this is insane. Nightmare level? I can only say, they're courting death. Impressive. Regardless of whether Zheng Yu is a summoner, that courage to enter the nightmare level abyss is worthy of admiration. To leap from clearing the easy level directly to nightmare level? That's a staggering jump. It appears the forum's analysis was correct. Zheng Yu has indeed become overly confident, believing that after refreshing an easy level abyss, he could tackle the nightmare level abyss. This is no longer a matter of overconfidence. This is madness. Is there a possibility that Zheng Yu might actually clear the nightmare level? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Zheng Yu, as a summoner, successfully clears the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, I would literally stand on my head and eat dung. In this day and age, who still uses traditional fans? They should just eat seafood from Sakura country. Huh. Too scared. At this moment, Li Feng and his group, preparing to enter the hard level abyss, also received the notification. They froze in unison, exchanging glances that spoke volumes. No way, we absolutely cannot enter the nightmare abyss, declared a B-rank gifted warrior. Zheng Long frowned tightly. Zheng Yu is too ruthless, jumping straight into the nightmare level abyss. If we enter the hard level, won't we be at a disadvantage? That's not ruthless. That's reckless to the point of courting death. I'm not going into the nightmare abyss. Whoever wants to go can go. I'm just a B-rank warrior. I'm out. Seeing the division in the team, Li Feng interjected, "Don't be foolish. Zheng Yu is Zheng Yu, and whether he lives or dies is irrelevant to us. There's no need to risk our lives over pride. Zheng Yu is clearly furious with us and is throwing himself into the nightmare abyss to meet his end. As long as we navigate the hard abyss steadily, we will easily surpass 90 A-rank gifted professionals." Li Feng remained relatively calm, yet fear lingered beneath the surface. He had no confidence in clearing the hard level abyss, hence his inclination to invite Zheng Yu to increase their chances. Nightmare level? He wouldn't even dare to think of it. In essence, the nightmare level was not prepared for them, nor even for A-rank gifted professionals. It was reserved for the true geniuses taken by the Central District, those possessing SS-level talents. Ultimately, Zheng Yu's demise was his own affair. They would not follow him to the grave. After all, he could not possibly clear the nightmare level abyss. If Zheng Yu were indeed an SS-level talent, he might warrant some concern, but given that he was bringing 4 mere bystanders along and was a summoner, there was no cause for alarm. Chapter 18. The Pork Shop Owner, Cold Corpse, and Bone-Cutting Knife. Hiss. The temperature here is significantly lower than that of the easy-level Cold Street Abyss. I feel as though every breath I take sends pain through my lungs. Entering the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss, the frigid air enveloped Tao Qian and the others, leaving them shivering uncontrollably. Only Zheng Yu, having contracted a fire spirit, seemed somewhat resistant to the cold. It was said that the nightmare-level difficulty simulates the true scenes of the abyss at that time. Both the easy-level abyss we previously entered and the hard-level abyss that Li Feng and his group are about to enter have been simplified and weakened. Ku Ying recounted the information she had reviewed. Tao Qian wrapped himself in a thick coat and said, "So, it's not that the nightmare-level abyss has increased in difficulty. Rather, the previous levels were merely toned down?" "That appears to be the case," Ku Ying nodded. At this moment, Zheng Yu spoke. "I have uploaded 2 documents in the chat group. The first is foundational information about the nightmare-level abyss, and the second is a strategy for the hard-level Cold Street Abyss prepared by someone previously. I don't know how useful they will be, but having some knowledge can't hurt." Zheng Yu had not impulsively decided to enter the nightmare abyss. He had conducted extensive research beforehand. He understood both the Cold Street Abyss and the nightmare-level difficulty well. At school, Zheng Yu was considered a top student. As Zheng Yu perused the data alongside Tao Qian and others, he remarked, "Before we enter the abyss, we were given a forewarning. The nightmare-level abyss restores the true visage of the abyss and reconstructs its entire history. The abyss is akin to a sealed segment of time and history. Practitioners can venture into the abyss, repeatedly experiencing that historical narrative. The nightmare-level abyss encapsulates the history that has been preserved by the abyss, and its difficulty is, of course, beyond comparison, with the storyline differing significantly from other levels. I have meticulously reviewed all strategies concerning the Cold Street Abyss on the forum and can essentially outline a coherent story framework." Summoning a goblin general, Zheng Yu continued. "In the easy-level Cold Street Abyss, we can only reach Central Park. Defeating a level 7 boss, the Cold Corpse, will conclude the battle. In the normal-level Cold Street Abyss, we must penetrate the forest and locate a spring. This spring is the source of the freezing afflicting the street. We need to guard this spring until we withstand all attacks from the Cold Corpses to complete the mission. The highest level in normal mode is the level 9 Cold Corpse, presenting a moderate challenge." Moderate challenge? As they listened to Zheng Yu's description, Tao Qian and the others exchanged skeptical glances, silently criticizing him for labeling a level 9 Cold Corpse as merely moderate. In the hard-level abyss, in addition to protecting the spring, we must retrieve the frozen corpse of a woman submerged within it and transport her to a non-freezing lake deep within the forest. On this journey, we will be pursued by a special spider-like Cold Corpse. To clear the dungeon, we can either slay this spider or endure the cold and deliver the body to the center of the lake. Zheng Yu concluded the strategy there. Noting the absence of any guides for the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss, Tao Qian interjected, "Of course, there can be no guide for the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss, as no one has ever cleared it." Wu Zong added, "Those practitioners who have ventured into the nightmare-level abyss have never returned." Ku Ying and Wen Renqing shivered, clearly unnerved. Only Zheng Yu chuckled, saying, "Then it seems your loans will remain unpaid." Wu Zong, Ku Ying, and Wen Renqing exchanged glances. "By the way, Yu Gu, your goblin wolf riders appear to be somewhat different," Tao Qian remarked, fixing his gaze on the goblin general. He locked eyes with the goblin general atop the giant wolf and immediately felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, as if this upright, gentlemanly goblin were a seasoned general, capable of instilling fear with merely a glance. Not just somewhat different, but drastically transformed, Zheng Yu jested without further elaboration. He concealed the goblin general's attributes. With nearly 10,000 health points and nearly 500 attack power, it was indeed intimidating. To avoid the hassle of explanation, he decided not to reveal the goblin's information. As the goblin general entered the threshold of the cold street, familiar roars echoed around them. The cold corpses emerged from the shops in their customary manner. Based on prior experience, the goblin would likely need to eliminate 3 or 4 waves of cold corpses, which would take at least an hour. Whoosh! The goblin general was more decisive than the previous goblin warriors, releasing an arrow without uttering a word. Crack! 3051. A seemingly ordinary arrow inflicted 3,000 points of damage. Kill cold corpse, LV5, gain 110 experience points. In an instant, a level 5 cold corpse was vanquished. What the? Is the first wave of the nightmare level abyss starting at level 5? Tao Qian exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the level of the cold corpse. Forget about level 5. Look behind. When Ren Qingyu pointed to a shop nestled along the street. A corpulent figure, appearing to weigh at least 300 pounds, wielded a bone cleaver and fixated its gaze on the goblin general. Isn't that a type of cold corpse only found at the hard level? Having just reviewed Zheng Yu's hard level strategy, he recognized this hefty cold corpse wielding the cleaver. Wu Zong could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is nightmare level." The first wave of cold corpses already rivals the strongest ones at the hard level, excluding the bosses. Roar! The rotund cold corpse let out an enraged bellow but did not advance, as if attempting to ward off the goblin general from entering the cold street. However, the goblin general was undeterred, swiftly drawing his bow. Whoosh! Crack! 0. The obese cold corpse was shielded by an icy armor, absorbing the impact. No damage? Then let's try a few more arrows. Whoosh! 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 The goblin general's rate of fire was significantly enhanced, primarily due to his agility being double that of the goblin warriors. 0. 2998. The arrow pierced through the icy armor, striking the blubbery face of the cold corpse and embedding itself just beneath its eye. Roar! Realizing its threat was ineffective, it unleashed an angry roar and charged out of the shop. Due to its massive size, it crashed through the doorframe, toppling the wall to the ground. Like a tank made of flesh, each step it took sent tremors through the ground as it barreled towards the goblin general. Unfazed by the imposing figure of the rotund cold corpse, the goblin general gripped his heavy hammer. Just as the cold corpse was about to collide with him, he gently tapped the giant wolf's neck. The wolf, understanding the signal, leaped nimbly, evading the cold corpse's charge. Boom! The cold corpse crashed into a stone pillar, shattering it upon impact. 1,087. Damage appeared above the cold corpse's head. According to the hard-level strategy, the obese cold corpse possessed immense strength and health, but was rather dim-witted, charging recklessly without the ability to stop. Colliding with obstacles would result in damage. Thus, the approach to defeating the cold corpses was simply to evade their charges and wear them down gradually. However, that was the method of ordinary practitioners, which wasted time and left little room for error. The optimal strategy was to eliminate it swiftly. The moment the cold corpse collided with the stone pillar, the goblin general had already positioned himself, bringing his hammer down upon the cold corpse's head. Bang! 3,596. A staggering amount of damage was dealt. Due to the surprise attack and precise targeting of the head, it triggered a stun. The obese cold corpse stood frozen in place. Now a level 6 goblin general. The damage coefficient of his leap hammer strike had reached 62, coupled with an attack power of 489. It easily dealt 3,000 points of damage. Additionally, factoring in the impact from the headshot and other variables, inflicting 3,500 damage was entirely reasonable. Once more, without further explanation, the familiar combo unfolded. The leap hammer strike descended, and the stun activated. During the stun, the heavy hammer was drawn back, gathering force. Boom! A powerful blow sent the obese cold corpse hurtling away, uprooting the stone tiles beneath it. 6,823. An outrageous amount of damage was recorded once again. The charged strike reached its maximum potential, resulting in a remarkable output. 2,719, 2,876, 2,633, 2,922. Moreover, the flying cold corpse crushed 4 to 5 level 5 cold corpses behind it. Boom! The gluttonous, blood-soaked corpse met its end, taking down the initial wave of frozen cadavers in its wake. Slain frozen corpse, LV5, gained 101 experience points. Slain frozen corpse, LV5, gained 103 experience points. Slain frozen corpse, LV5, gained 112 experience points. Slain frozen corpse, LV5, gained 106 experience points. Slain butcher frozen corpse, LV6, gained 449 experience points. Congratulations! You have acquired the bone-cleaving knife, bronze grade, LV5. Congratulations, you have obtained premium pork, consumable, LV5. Had it truly dropped equipment? Zheng Yu cast a glance at the newly acquired bone-cleaving knife in his inventory. Equipment name, bone-cleaving knife. Required level, 5. Grade, bronze. Attributes, strength 30. Agility 2. Equipment effect. Attacks have a 5 chance to inflict bleeding damage, causing a loss of 20 health per second. Zheng Yu contemplated for a moment, but ultimately restrained himself from utilizing the equipment forge. After all, it was merely a level 5 item. A bronze grade. Level 5 piece was not worth the investment of an equipment forging tool. Nevertheless, this knife was particularly well suited for a bleeding warrior and was highly sought after in the temple market, promising a handsome profit. Chapter 19. The Awful Cake. Level 9 Frozen Corpse. To be candid, Zheng Yu was not in want of financial resources. It was not that he lacked money at the moment, but rather that he had already demonstrated sufficient talent, ensuring that future resources would be funded by the state. This was precisely why he only accepted 300,000 from Tao Qian and his companions. Indeed, part of his motivation was to provoke those who spoke ill of him outside. He stowed the bone-cleaving knife away and noticed a consumable in his bag, a piece of premium pork. Premium pork. Consuming restores 1,000 health points and grants 500 additional shield points. Pork is best cooked, but if time is of the essence, consuming it raw is permissible, though it may lead to gastrointestinal distress. With an extra ingredient on hand, Zheng Yu tossed the premium pork into the ingredient storage. Meanwhile, the Goblin General had successfully cleared all frozen corpses from the entrance of the cold street. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level, LV6 to LV7, 2450. 2,441 experience points required for the next upgrade. Health, 500, 800, 450 from equipment attributes. Mana, 310, 320, 150 from equipment attributes. Intelligence, 78, 86, 35 from equipment attributes. Strength, 18, 19, 2 from equipment attributes. Agility, 14, 15. Remaining free attribute points, 3. It was indeed the nightmare level abyss that allowed a level up with each wave. Levels were crucial for practitioners, not only because they enhanced overall attributes, but also because levels 10, 25, and 50 marked distinct phases. At level 10, one could learn exclusive skills and unlock diverse playstyles within the same profession. Level 25 signified a profession evolution, while level 50 heralded a profession awakening. It was said that reaching level 70 unlocked even more potent abilities. However, only one player in the world, Nen Muyun, had surpassed level 70. He merely stated that level 70 was a watershed, a threshold that separated two entirely different realms of existence. In summary, ascending levels was the sole path to becoming stronger. As they proceeded, the Goblin General forged the path ahead, while Zheng Yu and his companions trailed behind. The deeper they ventured into Cold Street, the colder the air became. The ground was nearly encased in a thick layer of ice. Upon entering Cold Street, they encountered an increasing number of frozen corpses, which no longer appeared in waves. Rather, they emerged from the surroundings at every step. Moreover, these corpses were no longer mere commoners, but possessed distinct identities. For instance, the corpulent frozen corpse they had encountered at the entrance was known as the Butcher Frozen Corpse. They had just vanquished a Fishmonger Frozen Corpse, and now they faced a Chef Frozen Corpse. The Chef Frozen Corpse was the most formidable adversary Zheng Yu had encountered thus far. Dressed in a blood-stained chef's attire, its face bore the marks of burns, reminiscent of scalding oil, making its appearance terrifying and its strength formidable. Abyss Creature, Chef Frozen Corpse. Level, LV9. Health, 17,000. Attack Power, 300. Skill, Level 4 Slow Aura. Skill, Enhanced Ice Armor. Skill, Behold. A Kitchen Knife. Hurls a Kitchen Knife. Skill, Behold. A Flurry of Kitchen Knives. As a chef, possessing an array of kitchen knives is quite reasonable, is it not? 17,000 health points were indeed daunting. Its attack power may not have been high, but the kitchen knives seemed endless, relentlessly hurled forth. The level 4 slow aura surpassed that of the simpler boss frozen corpses by a tier. This left the goblin general unable to maintain an unscathed condition, sustaining numerous wounds. With one kitchen knife even embedded in the leg of the giant wolf. Howl! The giant wolf yelped in pain. Truly, this was the nightmare level abyss. At that moment, Zheng Yu and his 5 companions huddled in a sheltered corner, warmed by the twin fire spirits while savoring roasted sausages. It was the first time I had seen the giant wolf injured, and the first time I witnessed the goblin engage in such a fierce battle. You go. Do we really not need the twin fire spirits to participate in the fight? Tao Qian inquired, a hint of worry in his voice. Zheng Yu turned to Tao Qian, then glanced at the roasted sausage in the hands of the twin fire spirits, and replied with a smile, if the fire spirits engage in battle, who will roast the sausages? Tao Qian conceded, that is a valid point, hard to refute. Rest assured, this is just the beginning. The goblin general is judicious with its skills. If it truly wished to deal with the chef frozen corpse, it would be a trivial task. Zheng Yu took a bite of the sausage and spoke leisurely. Every summoned creature possesses its own personality. The goblin general is more cautious and conservative with its skills, perhaps sensing a more dangerous presence lurking ahead, prompting it to conserve its abilities for that eventuality. While skills do not have a cooldown, they generally cannot be cast consecutively. Whether it be practitioners or summoned beasts, or even the beasts of druids and the skeletons of necromancers. There exist 2 mechanisms that cannot be quantified by data, stamina and energy. Thus, the frequency of skill usage, the intervals for casting spells, and the stamina required for constant movement all vary significantly. Particularly for high-consumption skills like the cavalry charge, each use poses a test to both stamina and energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The goblin general opted to engage in a ranged duel with the chef frozen corpse. The giant wolf adeptly maneuvered to evade the kitchen knives. Despite the chef's seemingly unlimited supply, each throw was preceded by a preparatory motion. After only a few attempts, the goblin general had discerned the pattern, enabling it to effortlessly dodge the knives and release arrows. Whoosh. Skill. Archery Mastery, LV7. A precise shot of an arrow inflicted 3066, 57,538 goblin attack power, points of damage. 3,450. A single arrow dealt 3,500 damage. Whoosh. Whoosh. 3,519. 3,443. Each arrow struck with a force of 3,500. Do not be deceived by the high health of the level 9 chef's cold corpse. 3 arrows can swiftly reduce its health by half. With another 3 arrows, the ice armor is breached, and with yet another 3 arrows, the chef's cold corpse is sent on its way to the afterlife. You have slain the butcher. Chef's cold corpse, LV9, gaining 771 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained the Bloodstained Chef Hat, a bronze-grade armor, LV5. Armor, hat, name, Bloodstained Chef Hat. Required level, 5. Grade, bronze. Attributes, health 500. Equipment effect, chef skill effect 10, probability of crafting special food 15. Warning. Do not wear this chef hat in the Cold Street Abyss. It is despised by many. Zheng Yu's eyes brightened. The warning seemed to serve as a clue. The history of the Cold Street Abyss remains shrouded in mystery, as no one has ever successfully completed the nightmare level abyss. This chef hat evidently bears a significant connection to the tale of Cold Street. Has the goblin discovered something? Wu Zong inquired. Zheng Yu then noticed that after defeating the chef's cold corpse, a piece of cake had been found in the restaurant where the chef had appeared, a blood-red cake. Typically, a cake would be adorned with fruits or chocolate. However, this one was topped with entrails. Ugh, how revolting. Tao Qian nearly retched at the sight of the cake brought forth by the goblin general. The strong scent of blood was overwhelming. The crushed entrails were frozen upon the cake's surface due to the extreme cold. Human entrails? Unlike Tao Qian and Ku Ying, who were visibly disgusted. Ren Qingyu, a recent high school graduate, examined the entrails on the cake with a serious and meticulous gaze. Zheng Yu remarked, it appears to belong to a child, likely around 7 or 8 years old. So what does this mean? When Ren Qingyu questioned. Zheng Yu glanced at the cake's attributes and replied, it is a quest item, inscribed with the words that the chef crafted this delectable cake in celebration of Fortune Street's centennial. Delectable? Well, that's what it says, Zheng Yu continued. Thus, this area, once called Fortune Street, was actually a culinary street constructed by cannibals? When Ren Qingyu hypothesized. Zheng Yu shook his head. That seems unlikely. They consumed pork and hunted fish. It should resemble a typical farmer's market. Fair point. When Ren Qingyu conceded. Hey, can you two analyze that cake from a distance? Anyone unaware would think you're coveting it, Ku Ying remarked, observing Zheng Yu and Ren Qingyu, who were eagerly scrutinizing the entrail-laden cake. Chapter 20. The Strength of the Goblin General. The General's Command. Roar. Unlike the simpler dungeons, they did not wait long. As the Goblin General stepped into Central Park, a massive elite cold corpse charged forth. Elite cold corpse. Level, LV 13. Health, 39,000. Attack power, 600. Skills, level 4 slow aura. Skills, enhanced ice armor. Skills, ice shockwave. Skills, ice axe throw. The skills remained unchanged, the size was the same. And the attack patterns were familiar, the only alterations were in health and attack power. Wow, level 13. A staggering 39,000 health, which is quite intimidating. It has transformed from a boss monster into an elite one. However, it seems manageable, if a team of 5 level 10 high-talented warriors banded together. This level 13 cold corpse wound T stand a chance. The real challenge lies ahead. Thus, let us seize this opportunity while the difficulty remains low. I'm starving. Zheng Yu interrupted their observations, urging everyone to hasten their actions. A man is made of iron, and a meal is made of steel. Only when one is well-fed and hydrated can one have the energy to enjoy the show. I've procured some lamb chops. Wu Zong produced a fresh piece of lamb from his inventory. Zheng Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately summoned the twin fire spirits to take the lamb. Wu Zong tossed the lamb to the twin fire spirits. One held it, while the other enveloped it in just the right temperature. In mere seconds, the lamb began to change color, sizzling delightfully. Brother Yu, your fire spirits are incredibly convenient, Wu Zong remarked with envy. They cook quickly, and there's no worry about burning, undercooking, or overcooking. Zheng Yu replied with satisfaction, fire spirits, you are truly reliable. Tao Qian, glancing anxiously at the level 13 cold corpse below, wondered if the goblins could truly handle so many cold corpses alone. At that moment, Central Park was not only populated by the elite cold corpse, hordes of cold corpses emerged from the forest behind Central Park. This time, they truly came in droves. With the weakest being above level 3, and even 2 level 10 cold corpses glaring hungrily at the Goblin General. Zheng Yu chuckled. Who told you there was only one goblin? Just then, a sound echoed. Tao Qian and the others looked down to see the Goblin General wielding a horn, from which the sound emanated. As the horn sounded, several howls of wolves could be heard. Clack, clack, clack. Behind the Goblin General, a squad composed entirely of goblins emerged. At the forefront were 5 goblins bearing enormous silver shields. 2 goblin wolf riders approached the Goblin General's side, followed by 5 goblin archers and 5 bloodthirsty goblin assassins. Lastly, a goblin mage brandishing a staff stood at the rear, a perfectly orchestrated team of goblins. The Goblin General's new skill, VIP Steward level, General's command. Goblin archers. Prepare. With the Goblin General's command, the 5 goblin archers positioned behind the shield bearers drew their bows, taking aim. The arrows were pulled back to their fullest extent. Fire. Whoosh. Whoosh. 5 arrows were released. 1,190. 1,281. 1,308. 1,554. 1,421. Damage values appeared on the nearest cold corpse. Although these values paled in comparison to the Goblin Generals, they were sufficient to rival those of ordinary professionals. Whoosh. 3,158. Whoosh. 2,100. Whoosh. 1971. Another 3 arrows flew, launched by the Goblin General himself and the 2 goblin wolf riders beside him. Continue. Aim. Shoot. Whoosh. 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 The arrows flew incessantly, each one finding its mark as cold corpses fell one after another. You have slain a cold corpse, LV3, gaining 32 experience points. You have slain a cold corpse, LV4, gaining 70 experience points. You have slain a cold corpse, LV4, gaining 69 experience points. Defeated. Other than a few higher-level cold corpses, none managed to breach the confines of Central Park. They had barely emerged from the forest. With only a few steps taken, I found myself pierced by no less than 2 or 3 arrows. The level 4 Frost Corpse bore approximately 2,000 health points, unable to withstand even 2 arrows from a common goblin archer. Only those of level 8 or above could endure a few more arrows before ultimately succumbing to a Goblin General's finishing blow. Slade Frost Corpse, LV8, gained 602 experience points. Slade Frost Corpse, LV7, gained 499 experience points. Slade Frost Corpse, LV8, gained 617 experience points. Slay. I leveled up again. Tao Qian, cooking instant noodles, displayed a look of surprise. What level are you now? Zheng Yu inquired. I've reached level 5. Only just level 5? Zheng Yu remarked, somewhat astonished. He was on the verge of hitting level 8 himself, and hadn't he anticipated that Tao Qian and the others were still at level 5. Tao Qian explained. We haven't T engaged in combat from the start, so our experience is naturally lower, but we're progressing quickly, alright? Teaming up to tackle the abyss. We merely share the experience, which gives us a slight edge, but keep in mind that it's hardly been a day since my class change. In reality, our progress is quite rapid. Of course, it can't compare to yours. You've cleared the abyss, slain the monsters, and are vying for rankings. So your level rises naturally faster than ours. Tao Qian felt quite satisfied with the current pace of leveling up. No, it was not mere satisfaction. It exceeded his expectations. In less than a day, he had ascended to level 5. Moreover, if they completed the entire Nightmare Abyss, they could potentially reach level 7, which would place them ahead of 90 of novice adventurers. Wu Zong chimed in. I just glanced at Li Feng and his team's levels. Li Feng is only at level 6, and they've cleared 2 dungeons consecutively. In other words, once we conquer the Nightmare Abyss, the 4 of us will only be slightly behind you and Li Feng's group in terms of levels. The best part is, our leveling is so effortless. Indeed, it was effortless. Enjoying lamb chops while traversing the abyss, and this was the Nightmare Abyss. It was an unimaginable scenario. One Ren Xingyu gazed enviously at the goblin combat squad below, exclaiming, I am finally beginning to understand the terror of summoners. I recall reading in the summoner's textbook that if a summoner possesses true talent, one can indeed be a whole army. I had scoffed at that notion back then. Now, it appears to be true. Initially, they had harbored concerns that with so many frost corpses in Central Park, a mere goblin could not possibly hold the line. Such worries were unfounded. Not only were they holding their ground, but they had also reached a level of massacre. Indeed, if anyone ever claims that summoners are weak, I shall shove this video in their face, leaving them utterly speechless. Is this weakness? This is unequivocally invincible. Wu Zong couldn't help but exclaim. Their astonishment was justified. As even Zheng Yu had failed to accurately gauge the combat prowess of this goblin squad, they could both endure and strike. The goblin shield bearers could nearly withstand all flying axe attacks, even enduring the ice shockwave skill from the level 13 elite frost corps. Goblin archers, goblin wolf riders, and even goblin assassins all possessed archery skills. With long-range capabilities, high damage, and rapid fire rates, was this not invincibility? Moreover, despite being creatures of relatively low intelligence, the goblins exhibited extraordinarily high tactical acumen, primarily obeying the commands of their goblin general without any dissent. They functioned as standard war machines. The horde of frost corpses had not even set foot into Central Park before 2/3 of them were annihilated. Only a few level 13 elite frost corpses and a handful of higher level frost corpses remained, struggling in vain. The slow movement speed of the frost corpses worked against them, as waves of arrows rained down, leaving the level 13 frost corpse with only half its health, while several level 10 frost corpses had already fallen. Slayed Frost Corpse, LV10. Gained 954 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level, LV7 LV8, 4400, 4062 experience points needed for next level. Health, 800, 1100, 450 from equipment attributes. Mana, 320, 330, 150 from equipment attributes. Intelligence, 8695, 35 from equipment attributes. Strength, 1920, 2 from equipment attributes. Agility, 1516, remaining free attribute points, 6. Reaching level 8, Zheng Yu's expression brightened. Chapter 21, The Head Spider. Incredible. Watching the frost corpses fall one after another, Tao Qian and the others experienced a fleeting illusion that the Nightmare Abyss was not so formidable after all. Of course, this was merely an illusion. A frost corpse with 40,000 health points would take them an entire day to fell if they were to attempt it themselves. However, a single ice shockwave could deal 2,000 damage. Even 2 high health monks would struggle to endure that. Yet, the shield bearers had already withstood several ice shockwaves. The ice armor, under the archer's fire, appeared to hold no value whatsoever. Yet every guide indicated that frost corpses despised the ice armor skill most, as it could block any damage, creating an illusion for adventurers that they were on the verge of victory, only to find their attacks absorbed by the ice armor and subsequently be countered by the frost corpses. Furthermore, there was the level 4 slow aura. Once a frost corpse latched on, one could only describe it as being rendered utterly immobile. I'll go in, but I can't. Tao Qian ultimately roused from his delusion. I'll go in, and I'll be instantly killed, Kuing added. Same here, when Ren Xingyu concurred. It was evident that watching Zheng Yu slay the frost corpses appeared deceptively simple. If they ventured in, they would undoubtedly be slain in an instant. It was not only the level 13 elite frost corpse, but also the continuous emergence of low-level frost corpses from the forest that ordinary adventurers could not withstand. While indulging in food and drink, a vast number of frost corpses had already collapsed. Experience points surged rapidly. The chilling atmosphere of the cold street abyss, which had been troublesome, dissipated due to the presence of the twin fire demons. Ultimately, the horde of frost corpses failed to approach the goblin general. Even the level 13 elite frost corpse fell under a hail of arrows, landing a good 30 meters away from the Goblin Frost core. Under the activation of the skill, General's Command, they had nearly cleared it without sustaining any injuries. The only damage incurred was to the shield held by the Goblin Shield Bearer, which bore the marks of ice shards, cuts from ice axes, and cracks caused by the ice shockwaves. The Goblin General had not moved an inch. Boom. As the Goblin General's final arrow struck, it felled the level 13 Elite Frost corpse, the frigid body crashing heavily to the ground, producing a sound akin to shattering ice. Slayed Elite Frost Corpse, LV-13. Gained 1,547 experience points. Congratulations. Acquired Weapon Ice Blade, Silver Tier, LV-10. Level 10 Equipment. Zheng Yu's joy was palpable. He promptly opened his inventory to inspect the new item. Weapon, Ice Blade. Wielding level, level 10. Wielding requirements. Classes proficient in daggers such as Assassin Shadowblade and Grey Warrior. Agility above 35 to equip. Tier, Silver. Attributes, Strength 50, Agility 30, Movement Speed 20. Equipment effect. Attacks carry an ice attribute, dealing 200 ice damage, and guaranteed to trigger a freezing effect on critical hits. An ice dagger? Zheng Yu gazed at Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing. Do you wish to procure this dagger? A dagger? Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing's eyes sparkled simultaneously. Zheng Yu remarked, however, the requirements for equipping it are rather steep. You likely cannot utilize it at this moment. He then shared the attributes in the team chat. Indeed, the requirements are somewhat high. It necessitates 40 points of agility, and I currently possess only 22 points. Ku Ying expressed her inability to afford it after reviewing the attributes. Yet Zheng Yu countered. Although the attribute requirements for this dagger are elevated, its effects are quite remarkable. I recall that assassins possess a backstab skill, which has a high probability of critical strikes when executed. Coupled with the weapon's critical freeze effect, it ensures that after performing a backstab, your opponent will inevitably be frozen, allowing for a subsequent barrage of damage. Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing exchanged astonished glances at Zheng Yu. I had not anticipated your thorough understanding of assassins. Zheng Yu shrugged. I am well versed in all professions, save for the summoner. I just searched, and this ice blade is priced reasonably at the temple auction house, 300,000. I can procure it for you at 200,000, considering it as compensation for your invisibility potions, should you wish to acquire it. Seek me out after we conclude our venture in the abyss. But remember, as both of you are assassins, decide between yourselves who shall wield it. The ice blade possesses commendable attributes, yet its price is not exorbitant. A dagger suitable for levels 10 to 15, priced at 300,000, is indeed a bargain, especially since most adventurers find themselves stuck in this level range. The affordability stems from the scarcity of assassin players. Had it been a warrior weapon, it would start at a minimum of 800,000, a substantial markup. Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing, you seem to be in private discussion regarding the dagger. Zheng Yu refrained from interrupting them, turning instead to the Goblin General. Please rest here for a moment. Once we finish our meal, we shall proceed into the forest. Central Park is the sole resting area. Upon entering the forest, we will be compelled to keep moving until we reach the end. This is the optimal time to rest, allowing both the Goblin General and the Goblin Combat Squad to recuperate, while also enjoying our mutton chops. Dining on mutton chops. 1 hour later, Zheng Yu and his companions had their fill. The summoned beasts do not require sustenance. Otherwise, Zheng Yu would have prepared mutton chops for these valiant contributors as well. After tidying up, they followed the Goblin General into the forest. Before entering, Zheng Yu produced a training dummy and handed it to a Goblin Wolf Rider, instructing it to bind the dummy to the back of the giant wolf. The forest represents the final challenge within the difficult abyss. As long as they guard the spring and deliver the female corpse to the frozen lake, they will complete the quest. In nightmare mode, the forest marks not the end, but the commencement of true difficulty. To be prudent, Zheng Yu released the training dummy capable of absorbing damage on his behalf. Training dummy level. Possesses 5,000 health points. Able to endure all damage directed at the summoner. 2 identical dummies can be combined to upgrade to a higher level training dummy. This equates to a 5,000 point shield. Perfectly suited for Zheng Yu at this juncture. Upon entering the forest, the temperature plummeted once more. The twin fire spirits amplified the ambient temperature, preventing Zheng Yu and his companions from suffering frostbite while ensuring it was not excessively warm. The forest was far larger than they had anticipated. Following the map for the difficult strategy, they sought out the spring. Hiss. Upon nearing the spring, they collectively inhaled sharply, for beside the spring lay a colossal spider. The giant spider cold corpse was a creature they had long been aware of from their strategy guide. However, they had not expected the nightmare-level giant spider cold corpse to appear in such a grotesque form. The spider's head was that of a human. Its body bore all the marks of sewing. Upon closer inspection, what should have been black, hairy spider skin was actually human scalp. Pieces of human scalp were stitched onto its body, the black hair not being spider silk, but rather strands of human hair. Ugh, Ku-ing, unable to contain herself, nearly retched. No wonder those cold corpses were devoid of scalp. Their heads were exposed, blood and flesh frozen and laid bare, as they had been sewn onto this creature. This was not merely a monster. It resembled a manifestation of vengeance. Zheng Yu recalled the internal organ cake crafted by that human child, as well as the female corpse they were instructed to retrieve from the well in the strategy. He began to understand how this street had devolved into such a state. Roar. As the goblin general entered the vicinity of the spring, the human skin spider released a threatening roar at the goblin general. It still did not initiate an attack, but rather sought to drive them away. Indeed, they were not inclined to battle. They were compelled to fight because there were far more terrifying entities they feared. Human skin spider. Level, LV-15. Rank, Elite. Health, 60,000. Attack power, 1050. Skills, Artificial Spider Silk. Skill, Ice Venom. Skill, Brutality. Skill, Grudge Infusion. Skill, Hatred. Zheng Yu scrutinized the attributes of this human skin spider and felt the weight of the nightmare abyss's difficulty. He addressed the twin fire spirits beside him. You too. Join the fray. Whoosh. The flames surged dramatically. The twin fire spirits had been holding back for quite some time, watching their fellow summoned creature, the goblin general, engage in battle. They were merely relegated to roasting meat and sausages, and they had long harbored a fiery urge to unleash their wrath. Chapter 22. Twin Fire Spirits. The human skin spider possessed remarkable speed. Upon noticing the goblin general, it swiftly altered its position, evading the arrows that were shot at it. Poof! It spat out a mouthful of white viscous fluid. It was artificial spider silk, which immediately adhered to a shield-bearing goblin's shield, rendering it immobile. Subsequently, the human skin spider unleashed 3 more globules of spider silk. Yet before they could reach the shield-bearing goblin, they were instantaneously reduced to ashes. Whoosh! The twin fire spirits arrived at the battlefield, their flames blazing fiercely. The icebound ground melted under the heat, and the terrain began to dry as the temperature escalated. Sizzle! As the temperature continued to rise, the human skin spider's body, woven from human skin, began to exhibit signs of scorching. Being an ice-type monster, fire was its natural nemesis. This was also the reason Zheng Yu had chosen fire attributes for his second summon creature. 1441, 1528, 1359, 1259. A barrage of damage numbers appeared on the human skin spider's body. Flame Aura. Inflicting 1186 points of burning damage per second, 456 fire spirit attack power with a 26 coefficient. Moreover, it was not a single instance of damage per second, but rather 2 instances. The twin fire spirits unleashed a dual aura. The burning damage from the flame aura, combined with the elemental weakness of the fire attribute, and the twin fire spirits' double fire attribute damage, collectively dealt nearly 3000 damage per second. The health bar of the human skin spider visibly diminished. Not only the human skin spider, but also the surrounding trees ignited in flames. Boom. The flames nearly engulfed everything in their vicinity. Even the goblin general retreated with his troops, directing the goblin archers to maintain their relentless barrage. The human skin spider, its body ablaze, seemed unperturbed by the pain, yet as a creature of the ice element, it harbored a deep aversion to fire. It expelled silk threads, attempting to ensnare the twin fire spirits, but before the threads could reach them, they were reduced to ashes by the flames. Observing the futility of its attempt, the human skin spider charged through the flames, braving the heat to protect the twin fire spirits. Zheng Yu commanded, as the goblin sorcerer at the rear raised his staff, a green light emanating from its tip. Suddenly, the human skin spider halted, its stitched head drooping as it succumbed to slumber. A sleep spell? Wu Zong recognized the magic. This was a level 5 skill for mages, a respectable control spell typically learned early on as a supportive ability. It was surprising that a goblin could wield such magic. The slumber was brief, lasting approximately 15 seconds, but for the twin fire spirits and the goblin general, that duration was ample. Flame Prison. Charge, Wolf Cavalry. Faced with the 550,000 health of the human skin spider, the twin fire spirits and the goblin general had already received Zheng Yu's command to unleash their full assault without restraint. Their ultimate skill was unleashed. A fire circle appeared beneath the human skin spider, deep crimson flames swirling within. With a resounding boom, the flames surged upwards, completely enveloping the human skin spider. Flame Prison LV8. Inflicting 2645 damage per second, based on 456 fire elemental attack power with a coefficient of 58. Damage figures of 3018 and 2985 flashed instantaneously. The explosive damage from the twin fire spirits was not particularly high, yet their sustained damage was terrifying. with double damage at intervals of 1 second. And given the human skin spider's minimal magical resistance, the damage dealt was bewildering. With a roar, the human skin spider awakened from its slumber, frantically retreating in an attempt to escape the flame prison. However, the goblin general had already entered the fray. As another of Zheng Yu's summoned beasts, the flames of the twin fire spirits could not harm the goblin general, creating an optimal combination. The giant wolf charged forth, unstoppable in its momentum, crashing into the flame prison alongside the goblin general, delivering a hammer strike. 14,891. A staggering damage figure of nearly 150,000 emerged. A gasp escaped the onlookers, Tao Qian and others, astonished. What on earth is this? A single strike dealing 150,000 damage. I can't comprehend such damage. They whispered among themselves, keeping their distance. Not necessarily, Wuzong rationally analyzed. Abyss creatures are one thing, while professionals are another. Abyss creatures generally have high health and low defense, whereas professionals possess various equipment and skills, making them difficult to defeat in one blow. Tao Qian countered. Who can withstand 150,000 damage at the same level? Wuzong conceded. Indeed, there's no one. This was merely a single skill. The goblin general had a combat squad behind him to supplement damage, along with a fire elemental continuously inflicting damage every second. Ku Ying remarked, by your reasoning, if Zheng Yu were to participate in a professional combat competition, wouldn't he be guaranteed victory? When Ren Qingyu replied, that is not certain. After all, the only requirement for participation is to be above level 25. After the second class transfer, there are no level restrictions. Wuzong's points were valid. Although Zheng Yu's damage was high, it might not achieve the same against professionals. Firstly, there are attribute resistances. Secondly, their defensive capabilities. Most importantly, professionals are not like abyss creatures. They 1T simply stand still to take damage. Given level suppression, equipment advantages, and professional perks, I don't believe Zheng Yu could continue to dominate as he does now. Of course, he would perform commendably but wouldn't reach the pinnacle. I believe the summoner's strength lies in traversing the abyss, while they would struggle in combat competitions. After all, if they ignore the summoned beasts and focus solely on Zheng Yu, they can resolve everything. In the abyss, creatures attack only the summoned beasts that pose a threat. This is why they can so easily observe the battle from a distance. However, combat competitions are entirely different. Professionals are not merely abyss creatures. If they wish to deal with summoned beasts, eliminating the summoner would resolve all issues. Moreover, aside from warriors, no profession is flawless. How can one excel in both the abyss and combat? Wen Ren Qingyu analyzed, confident in her assessment, as Zheng Yu was not present to challenge her arguments. At that moment, Zheng Yu was nearby the spring, observing intently. Chapter 23, Realm of Flames, No Cold Corpses Allowed. Zheng Yu was engaged in the grim task of retrieving bodies. The goblin general and the twin fire spirits were entrenched in battle. Zheng Yu's responsibility was to recover the female corpse to complete the mission. This task could not be entrusted to anyone else, for only the professional who retrieved the female corpse could obtain the quest item necessary to enter the unfrozen lake. Using a rope by the well, he fashioned a lasso and cast it downwards. He located a section of unfrozen water beneath the well, revealing a pale female head. No blame. I will now take you to your rightful place. Despite having mentally prepared himself, this was his first experience with such a grim endeavor, and he felt somewhat inexperienced, harboring an underlying sense of trepidation. The battle ahead was nearing its conclusion, with the human skin spider, dazed by the goblin general within the fire circle, steadily losing health to the flames. Its health was dwindling close to zero, with not a single patch of intact skin remaining, all charred to a horrific state. Just as the goblin general prepared to deliver the final blow to the human skin spider, a piercing sound abruptly interrupted his attack. The sound resembled the screams of thousands. Blood began to seep from within the human skin spider's body, and gray phantoms emerged all around. A chill swept through the air, causing Zheng Yu to shiver involuntarily. It seemed to completely disregard the fiery aura of the twin fire spirits. Zheng Yu turned his gaze to the human skin spider. The chill was not mere cold air, but a sinister, vengeful aura. The wails continued, and the goblin general's eyes and ears bled as damage numbers appeared above his head. 1,259. 1,141. Two significant damage figures emerged. Alarmed, Zheng Yu urgently ordered the goblin general to retreat. This damage was alarmingly high. It should be noted that the level 8 goblin general had a health cap of only 9,900. Merely hearing the wails had cost him over 2,000 health. Fortunately, the range of this vengeful damage was limited. Not only did Zheng Yu remain unscathed, but even the twin fire spirits, positioned several meters away from the human skin spider, were untouched. Subsequently, The accumulated resentment surged into the body of the human skin spider. Crack, crack, crack. The size of the human skin spider suddenly swelled, its health dramatically recovering by 2/3. This marked the trigger of its brutal mechanism. The brutal mechanism, a capability possessed solely by bosses, activated as its health plummeted, initiating its second phase. Astonishingly, this ability, typically exclusive to bosses, manifested in an elite creature. Once the resentment infiltrated its being, the human skin spider exuded an aura that warned all living beings to maintain their distance. Indeed, it was a harbinger of doom. For approaching the human skin spider would result in immediate harm from the resentment, causing health points to dwindle rapidly. This was the essence of the nightmarish abyss. Junyu could not help but comment. He now understood why the strategy suggested fleeing with the female corpse rather than attempting to slay the human skin spider. The brutalized human skin spider had the potential to eliminate players in an instant. Without hesitation, Junyu administered a 1,000 health restoration potion to the goblin general and finally managed to pull the female corpse from the well. You have obtained the frozen Mad Mother. A notification resounded. This heralded the final stage of the Cold Street Abyss. All that remained was to transport this female corpse deep into the forest, where they would likely encounter the true boss of the nightmarish level of the Cold Street Abyss. Zhengyu speculated that it was probably a child, as the clues were exceedingly evident. Brother Yu, should we depart? Tao Qian called out nervously from behind. After Zhengyu extracted the female corpse from the well, the surrounding forest erupted with the roars of the cold corpses. The cold corpses were mobilizing en masse. Let us go, Zhengyu commanded. There was no chance of remaining here. The cold corpses emerged from every corner of the forest, and staying would surely lead to entrapment. There were simply too many, and even the goblin general could not ensure their safety. Zhengyu tossed the female corpse to the goblin general. Carry it, and don't lose it. Understood. The goblin general replied as he took hold of the corpse. Zhengyu continued. Do not allow the human skin spider to approach the twin fire spirits. Have the shield soldiers hold their ground. The twin fire spirits were the primary source of damage. As long as they could withstand a few waves of the human skin spider's onslaught, they would buy enough time for the twin fire spirits to incinerate its substantial health pool. The nightmare-level human skin spider was incredibly swift. They could evade the cold corpses, but not the relentless pursuit of the human skin spider. The only solution was to eliminate it immediately. Upon receiving the command, one of the shield soldiers in the goblin combat squad stood firm, brandishing his shield to confront the human skin spider. 658, 699, 644. As he entered the resentment zone of the human skin spider, a flurry of damage numbers appeared above the goblin's head. Zhengyu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the damage values. Fortunately, the shield goblin possessed commendable defense. While the resentment inflicted over 1,000 damage on the goblin general, it only caused around 600 to the shield soldier. The shield-bearing goblin stood resolutely before the human skin spider, unafraid of death. Roar! The human skin spider radiated an aura of unparalleled brutality, attacking indiscriminately. Any living creature within its sight was met with ferocious aggression. It lunged at the shield soldier. A violent bite ensued. 5,489. The shield goblin was instantly torn to shreds. Instant kill. Damn. Not only Tao Qian, but even Zhengyu gasped in astonishment. If that had been a professional player, they would have been dead in an instant. The goblin shield soldier, being a summon of a summon, could be repeatedly called forth, so his demise was of little consequence. Yet, the sheer combat prowess of the brutalized human skin spider was indeed alarming. It was no wonder that no one had ever cleared the nightmare-level abyss. A creature capable of instant kills that wasn't even a boss, merely an elite monster. Who could possibly prevail against such odds? Tao Qian shouted in dismay as he witnessed a second shield soldier meet the same fate. Stop shouting and run, Zhengyu urged, taking the lead in retreat. There was no choice. The cold corpses were overwhelming, swarming like a horde of zombies in an apocalyptic scenario. The goblin combat squad was tasked with confronting the most formidable foe, the human skin spider, and even if they had time, they could not hold back the sheer number of cold corpses. Fire spirits, quick strike and escape, Zhengyu pressed. The twin fire spirits and the goblin general retreated while hurling fireballs and arrows at the human skin spider. Whoosh! The twin fire spirits seethed with rage. They had anticipated their moment to shine, only to encounter a formidable adversary. Flames erupted. 2 fireballs hurtled toward the human skin spider. Boom, boom. They exploded upon the spider's visage. 3,548. 3,666. Keep going. At this moment, only the twin fire spirits could inflict significant damage. The third shield goblin was also shredded by the human skin spider. However, casting spells drained energy, and the fire aura's damage began to diminish due to prolonged exertion. Just then, the goblin wizard inserted his finger into his chest, extracting a bone. which he placed atop the notched end of his staff. An incomprehensible incantation resonated. A beam of purple light enveloped the twin fire spirits. In an instant, the twin fire spirits were fully restored, their flames reigniting with vigor. Boom! The flames blazed a terrifying purple. All cold corpses encroaching upon the twin fire spirits were reduced to ashes. Fiery domain. Cold corpses shall not enter. Chapter 24. The Human Skin Skeleton Trio. The twin fire spirits have received a life offering from the Goblin Wizard, enhancing their overall power. Size increased. Damage amplified. Health restored. Duration, 1 minute. The Goblin Wizard had cast his spells twice. First, a sleep spell that halted the human skin spider's assault, and now, a life offering that augmented the twin fire spirit strength. The twin fire spirits expanded in size, their flames transforming from red to a deep purple. Any cold corpses that entered the fiery aura would be incinerated within seconds. Level 5 cold corpses with low health were reduced to ash upon entering the fiery aura, while higher level cold corpses around level 10 could withstand it for no more than 5 seconds. Killed Elite Cold Corpse, LV10, gained 921 experience points. Killed Elite Cold Corpse, LV6, gained 321 experience points. Killed Elite Cold Corpse, LV5, gained 129 experience points. Killed Elite Cold Corpse, LV7, gained 503 experience points. A barrage of experience notifications flooded in. The experience bar surged wildly. In the span of just 1 minute, nearly 3,000 experience points were accumulated. Zheng Yu found himself tantalizingly close to leveling up to level 9. As cold corpses continued to perish, the experience accumulated, tempting Zheng Yu to remain and grind for experience. Yet, he was acutely aware that only under the Goblin Wizard's life offering could the twin fire spirits achieve such prowess. Once the wizard's boost faded, the twin fire spirits would swiftly exhaust their energy, faced with the relentless tide of cold corpses emerging from the forest. Even the enhanced twin fire spirits could not endure without the wizard's support for more than a minute. Eliminate the skin spider, and we shall retreat. Zheng Yu instructed the twin fire demon. The skin spider was of paramount importance. The skin spider nearest to the twin fire demon was subjected to a barrage of fire spells. Originally, the twin fire demon was at its limit and unable to unleash any abilities, but through the life sacrifice of the Goblin Wizard, it miraculously regained all its vigor. A series of spells was unleashed upon the skin spider: double fireball, double flame cage, inflicting double fire attribute damage. Boom! The skin spider was engulfed in purple flames, emitting thick, acrid smoke that carried the pungent scent of burnt rubber. Eliminated Elite Skin Spider, LV15, gained 2,691 experience points. Congratulations. Acquired Armor, Upper Body, Skin Spider Armor. Golden Grade, LV10. Congratulations. Acquired Armor, Headgear, Skin Spider Hat, Golden Grade, LV10. Congratulations. Acquired Armor, Pants, Skin Spider Trousers, Golden Grade, LV10. Level, LV8, LV9, 6,800. Need 5,298 more experience points to level up. Health, 1,11410, 450 equipment attributes. Mana, 330, 340, 150 equipment attributes. Intelligence, 95, 105, 35 equipment attributes. Strength, 2022, 2 equipment attributes. Agility, 16, 17. Remaining free attribute points, 10. Excellent, excellent. Zheng Yu gazed upon the 3 golden grade pieces of equipment, filled with joy. At this level, golden grade equipment was already considered the pinnacle. Any piece of golden grade equipment at level 10, regardless of class, could fetch around $1 million. The premium on equipment is one aspect, and the speculation by merchants contributes as well. But the more significant reason is that golden grade equipment at level 10 can be utilized all the way up to level 20. As long as one can safely navigate the perilous levels of 10 to 20, they can truly thrive as a professional. Zheng Yu examined the 3 golden grade items. Armor, Upper Body Skin Spider Armor. Required level, LV10. Class requirement, any profession. Grade, Golden. Attributes, Health 4,000, Physical Defense 15, Magic Defense 15. Equipment effect, when attacked, the Skin Spider Armor absorbs 10 damage. Set effect, Skin Spider 3-piece set, Upper Body, Headgear, Trousers. A boost of 4,000 health. Zheng Yu was taken aback. The health boost from a single piece of equipment exceeded his current total health by more than double. Alas, if only the health boost could be converted into talent, he could elevate the twin fire demon to the 4th tier. Zheng Yu turned to Tao Qian and Wu Zong, inquiring, "What is your current health?" Tao Qian replied, 4290. Wu Zong elaborated, "I just leveled up to 6, and my health is now 5490. Why are you over 1,000 higher than me?" Tao Qian exclaimed in surprise. Wu Zong explained, "My highest potential is in Constitution, so my health growth limit is higher. The monk class is only second to the paladin in terms of health. Zheng Yu estimated that once they reached level 10, they would likely have around 800 to 900 health. Thus, a piece of golden grade equipment that adds 4,000 health wouldn't seem so outrageous. Equipment is the most critical source of combat power for professionals, also providing an additional 15 to both physical and magical resistance, and even absorbing 10 extra damage. The attributes are indeed quite impressive. A set effect. Zheng Yu noted the final entry on the equipment. It was indeed a set, and it had dropped all 3 pieces at once. This skin spider has quite a lot to offer. Armor, headgear, skin spider hat. Required level, LV10. Class requirement, any profession. Grade, golden. Attributes, health 1500, energy 10, energy recovery speed 10. Equipment effect, the wearer or the wearer's summoned creature will regain energy once when energy is critically low, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Set effect, skin spider 3-piece set, upper body, headgear, trousers. A hat that enhances energy. The hat is crafted entirely from black, velvety spider skin, alleviating Zheng Yu's previous concerns about the skin spider set being made from grotesque human skin. Fortunately, it does not appear as repulsive. Zheng Yu harbored no disdain for spiders. His aversion was solely towards those crafted from human skin. Armor, trousers, skin spider trousers. Required level, LV10. Class requirement, any profession. Grade, golden. Attributes, health 2000, movement speed 15, agility 5. Equipment effect, reduces negative effects such as slow, bind, and sludge by 20, increases jump height by 30, and grants immunity to all slowing and binding effects from webs. Set effect, skin spider 3-piece set, upper body, headgear, trousers. The effect of the trousers is rather mundane, as it cannot be applied to summoned beasts. This poses a challenge for summoners, aside from intelligence. Very few effects can be utilized on their summoned creatures. After all, summoned beasts, in a strict sense, are considered skills. Health and speed enhancements hold little benefit for skills. Over the years, summoners have been overlooked, and it is not without reason that no one has sought to vindicate them. The profession itself simply lacks merit. All 3 pieces of equipment are level 10, and Zheng Yu is currently unable to equip them. Nonetheless, he is still able to observe the set effect. Set effect, skin spider 3-piece set, upper body, headgear, trousers. Simultaneously wearing the skin spider armor, skin spider hat, and skin spider trousers will activate the set attributes, intelligence 50, strength 50, agility 5. Additionally, activating the set effect Wrath. Wrath will mark the last enemy that attacked you, and your next attack will deal wrath damage to that target. Calculated as critical damage, but not benefiting from critical bonuses. Wrath? Zheng Yu recalled that this was likely a skill of the skin spider. No wonder the skin spider could instantly eliminate the shield goblin with 6,000 health. It must be due to this wrath effect. It can deliver critical damage. But it is not a true critical hit, merely a numerical value. Yet, that is sufficient. This set effect could enhance the goblin general's burst damage. Meanwhile, the flames enveloping the twin fire demon shifted from purple to red. The life sacrifice effect of the goblin wizard dissipated. We retreat, Zheng Yu commanded, recalling the energy-weakened twin fire demon back into the summoner's space. The goblin shield bearers fell back. The goblin general and wolf cavalry forged ahead. Zheng Yu and his companions sprinted towards the frozen lake. Chapter 25. His son is Li Feng. The shield bearers have all perished. The 2 wolf cavalrymen, previously surrounded, have yet to emerge. The goblin wizard has sacrificed his life. Only 5 archers and 5 death knights remain, having escaped the encirclement of the frigid corpses. As they approach the unfrozen lake, the relentless horde ceased their pursuit, seemingly intimidated by the expanse of water. This providential pause afforded Zheng Yu and his companions a moment of respite. Zheng Yu assessed the battle losses. The goblin general had sustained a significant reduction in health, while the dire wolf bore an injury to its right leg. The goblin combat squad had suffered considerable casualties, yet 5 loyal warriors remained. These were Zheng Yu's trump cards, reserved for the boss lurking within the unfrozen lake. The twin fire spirits were recuperating in the summoner's space, restoring their energy. As Zheng Yu surveyed the surroundings, he noted the absence of the cold corpse horde. The still surface of the unfrozen lake revealed no signs of life. They would rest for a while, waiting for the twin fire spirits to regain their strength before venturing into the lake. No objections arose to Zheng Yu's plan, as he called for a break. Tao Qian and the others commenced preparations for seating and provisions. In truth, they were not alone in this regard. Other teams were similarly engaged. A descent into the abyss could last several hours, with some reports suggesting durations exceeding a month. Intermissions to recover stamina and heal injuries were imperative, unless faced with a relentless pursuer from the abyss. Zheng Yu retrieved an assortment of potions from his inventory, tossing choice cuts of premium pork to the dire wolf. which devoured them with ease. The visible injury on its leg began to mend. Zheng Yu selected various restorative elixirs to replenish the Goblin General's health, healing nearly 4,000 points and fully restoring it. The twin fire spirits continued to recuperate within the summoner's space, the optimal environment for summoning creatures to regain vitality. "Oh, I'm utterly exhausted," Tao Qian lamented as he reclined within the hastily erected tent. Zheng Yu chuckled. "What are you complaining about? You haven't even fought." Tao Qian laughed sheepishly. "It's just that lying down for too long makes it a bit jarring to suddenly spring into action." Zheng Yu chuckled at Tao Qian's antics. Meanwhile, Wu Zong, while preparing food, remarked, "I'm starting to grasp the true difficulty of a nightmare-level abyss. The sheer number of cold corpses we just faced would overwhelm any standard adventurer." Ku Ying, slicing fruit, added, "I believe the real challenge isn't the cold corpses. Any competent adventurer brave enough to enter such a nightmare abyss should have a means to escape. The true menace is that human skin spider. Its speed, its damage, one brutal strike can kill instantly. Who could withstand that? No wonder no S-level adventurer has cleared it in Jianshui City over the years, despite the emergence of some. It's genuinely formidable." Zheng Yu inquired, "By the way, have previous S-level adventurers ever attempted entering the Nightmare Abyss?" The rewards of the Nightmare-level Abyss were exceedingly generous. It could be said that successfully clearing each stage of the Nightmare Abyss would lay a solid foundation for upgrading equipment in the next phase, as the Abyss guaranteed the finest gear of that level. The pinnacle of 10th-level equipment was a Platinum Warrior weapon, reputedly dropped from Nightmare-level abysses in other cities. It was said that this weapon could fetch a staggering auction price of 20 million after a warrior reached level 25 and transition classes. A 10-level weapon commanding such exorbitant prices was already inconceivable. Even more astonishing was that after several transactions, its value had soared to 40 million, earning it the title of the strongest 10th-level warrior weapon. In other words, with this weapon, even the most inept warrior could effortlessly ascend to the third phase of their profession. This was precisely why Zhang Yu was determined to conquer the nightmare-level dungeon. Although the government provided resources and subsidies, they were not truly limitless. They merely ensured a lack of resource shortages, but not all resources could be claimed. The acquisition of that top-tier 10th-level warrior weapon depended solely on individual merit. Regrettably, the Nightmare Abyss posed insurmountable challenges. Non-SS-level gifted adventurers faced slim chances of success. And even SS-level adventurers required the right comrades to have any hope. Thus, the skepticism surrounding Zheng Yu's intentions was not unfounded. Those following Zheng Yu into the Nightmare Abyss, including Tao Qian, were certainly bold and perhaps reckless. Tao Qian speculated that no S-level adventurers had ever attempted it. During our previous foray into the Nightmare Abyss, there were public announcements. I haven't found any records of S-level adventurers attempting it in past years. One Rinkinjiu, intrigued, turned to Zheng Yu and said, "That's something you ought to ask our ostentatious captain. Announcements do come at a cost." Tao Qian looked to Zheng Yu, seeking clarification. Zheng Yu shrugged. "If I don't announce it, who would know I entered the Nightmare Abyss? They might think I'm afraid to team up with Li Feng." Of course, I had to make an announcement. Tao Qian's lips twitched. "I thought announcements were passive. It turns out they're an active skill? How much did you spend?" Ku Ying inquired curiously. A direct push to their faces, a total of 50,000, Zheng Yu replied. 50,000 just for a notification? Ku Ying expressed her disbelief, feeling it was somewhat extravagant. Yet for Zheng Yu, it was worth every coin. Why should I keep a low profile? I'm so powerful. If I don't flaunt it a little, wouldn't that be a waste of my talent? Zheng Yu said half-jokingly. However, Tao Qian and Wen Rinkinjiu perceived a lack of sincerity in his words. Wen Rinkinjiu recalled something and asked, "Earlier, you mentioned not having a resurrection cross. I thought you were joking, considering that S-level gifted individuals typically receive at least one life-saving resurrection item. So, the resource department in Jianshui City hasn't provided you with your allocation?" Zheng Yu glanced at Wen Rinkinjiu, noting her knowledge. She shrugged. "Before my family fell from grace. The Wen family was considered a prominent lineage. I'm aware of these matters." Zheng Yu chose not to comment further. He refrained from probing into the Wen family's history or its decline, recognizing that everyone harbored secrets. Just as they would not question why his summoned beasts were so formidable or why the Goblin Wolf Cavalry had transformed into a Goblin General. To inquire further would be impolite. When Rinkinjiu's guess was not unfounded, his subsidies had yet to materialize. The reason Zheng Yu spent 50,000 on such an announcement stemmed from his indignation. As an S-level gifted adventurer, he should have received his resources promptly, ideally before his descent into the abyss. Others might experience delays, but an S-level talent was expected to be prioritized. This was a matter of respect for those with S-level gifts. Zheng Yu understood why he had not received his allocation. No one had contacted him until he broke the abyss record, prompting the mayor of Jianshui City to recall his existence. What was this if not a clear case of differential treatment? Why had Li Feng, an A-level gifted adventurer, been able to clear the abyss and refresh its ordinary records so swiftly? It was because his supplies had already been delivered. A-level gifted adventurers received their allocations, while he did not. Zheng Yu remained silent, not because he was unaware or unperturbed. He could afford the cost of the announcement, and it served as a reminder to those who had withheld resources that he held a grudge. I'm someone who remembers grievances and dislikes swallowing my pride. If something can be shared publicly, there is no need to keep it hidden. Do you know? After we shattered the record for the simple level abyss, the mayor sought me out directly. When Ren Xingyu inquired, "Did you call directly?" Zheng Yu chuckled softly before shaking his head. It was the homeroom teacher who informed me, instructing me to reach out to him. When Ren Xingyu remained silent, Zheng Yu, donning an air of understanding, remarked, "I certainly comprehend. The resources in Jianshui City are rather scarce, having been allocated to Li Feng. What resources would remain for a summoner? Thus, I am quite eager to ascertain how the mayor would respond should I conquer the nightmare-level abyss once more." After a moment's contemplation, when Ren Xingyu replied, "If I recall correctly, the minister of the resource department in Jianshui City bears the surname Li." Zheng Yu beamed. "I am aware. His son is Li Feng." Chapter 26. Are experts always correct? Surely, the mayor's vision cannot be so limited. Tao Qian pondered aloud. To ascend to the position of mayor, one must be a practitioner of at least level 45. A local official's responsibilities extend beyond mere political governance. They encompass protection and the exercise of force. The level of a practitioner signifies everything. Not necessarily, came the retort. The state allocates resources to practitioners with S-class talents not merely once, but in subsequent distributions that are quite substantial. Moreover, the mayor is accountable for his achievements. He aspires to improve, and after reaching level 40, each subsequent level becomes increasingly arduous. Jianshui City's performance has been lackluster these past few years. Although you possess S-class talent, the summoner profession may have been exploited by certain individuals, making it highly probable that the resources have already been diverted to Li Feng. When Ren Xingyu rationally analyzed, Zheng Yu nodded in agreement. The mayor cannot simply seize my resources, yet this endeavor cannot proceed without his endorsement. The principle of comparison is straightforward: an S-class talent, yet relegated to the sewers, versus an A-class talent in a coveted profession, whose father happens to be the minister of the resource department. Zheng Yu shrugged. With such connections, the outcome is all but assured. Confused, Tao Qian queried, "Isn't the resource department under the mayor's jurisdiction? Why would the mayor seek to curry favor with the minister of resources?" Ren Xingyu shook her head. "First and foremost, you have misunderstood the relationship. The resource department operates independently, and the mayor is merely the mayor. There exists no hierarchical dynamic. In fact, the resource department holds greater significance, as you well understand, given its control over resources. Furthermore, the term curry favor is misapplied here. Firstly, the mayor requires achievements. Considering Zheng Yu's vocation, although Li Feng's qualifications may be inferior to his, he is a bona fide warrior, embodying stability. Secondly, the relationship between the mayor and Li Nan is mutually beneficial. Years ago, before my family fell from grace, I had heard of Li Nan. You could interpret his arrival in Jianshui City as a form of training before his eventual return. Ah, I see. When Ren Xingyu's explanation illuminated Tao Qian's understanding, it was not the mayor's narrow-mindedness, but rather their own limitations. The mayor had a clear grasp of the situation and an astute analysis of the pros and cons. It was more advantageous to offend an inconspicuous summoner devoid of connections and future prospects than to allocate resources to the minister of resources who had descended from above, thereby solidifying relationships. They could also secure an A-class warrior. While his talent may not be stellar, he offers stability. Whether resources are granted to Zheng Yu or not remains reasonable. The resources have not reached Zheng Yu, and he lacks the support of the Summoners Guild to manage such affairs, leaving the other party free to assert their narrative. The homeroom teacher's call indicated that the mayor would personally confer the rewards. Yet Zheng Yu was acutely aware that the mayor had merely recognized that this summoner was not as inadequate as previously presumed, but resources had already been allocated. To maintain his composure, he needed to follow protocol, make grand promises, and offer some form of compensation. That sufficed. It is precisely this rationale that incited Zheng Yu's ire. Why should what rightfully belonged to him be given to others? Thus, even with time on his hands, Zheng Yu declined the mayor's invitation for a meeting, harboring a grudge. After all, he was not an inherently magnanimous individual. The question of whether to accept resources was inconsequential. What belonged to him must not be surrendered to others. Even if he did not desire it, it was not within their rights to seize it. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, Zhou Yun listened intently to the phone call. Astonished as he remarked, "He refuses to meet with me?" The voice on the other end, The homeroom teacher spoke cautiously. Zhengyu insists he must enter the abyss. Time is of the essence. He will reach out to you upon his return. The homeroom teacher endeavored to phrase his words as diplomatically as possible. Mayor Zhou Yun chuckled softly. Ah, this lad still holds a grudge. Is it merely because resources have not been allocated to him? Very well. Upon his emergence from the abyss, I shall offer him some form of recompense. However, the other end fell silent for an extended period. Eventually, the homeroom teacher's voice emerged, tinged with an unusual tone. Mayor, may I inquire if you truly allocated no resources to Zhengyu whatsoever? The tone was no longer as respectful, resembling an inquiry. Mayor Zhou Yun furrowed his brow. He detected a hint of defiance in the homeroom teacher's voice, a tone that suggested indignation. What right have you to question me? Yet he reconsidered, holding back his irritation, understanding that the other party's emotions might be rather volatile. He patiently explained, Teacher Zhang, you know well that resource allocation requires evaluation and approval. After thorough assessment by experts at various levels in Jianshui City, it was unanimously concluded that Li Feng possesses greater potential. Although Zhengyu's talent is classified as S-class, his profession as a summoner has seen Jianshui City languishing at the bottom for years. We cannot afford to squander resources on Zhengyu any longer. The resources are truly limited. You must comprehend the government's position and the rationale behind our decision. Upon hearing the mayor's words, the homeroom teacher sighed. Are experts always infallible? Mayor Zhou Yun's tone began to fray with impatience. Comrade Zhang, I reiterate, this decision is the result of careful evaluation, and the Provincial Resource Department has consented to the distribution. Should you have any objections, you are welcome to consult the provincial authorities. Mayor Zhou Yun felt exasperated. Although he held the title of mayor, there were many matters beyond his control, particularly regarding political achievements. Did he not wish to allocate resources to Zhengyu? This S-class talent? It was not a matter of desire, but rather of capability. The state issued a total of 4 S-class talent resources, 1 at level 1, 1 at level 10, 1 at level 25, and 1 at level 40. Each reward was exceedingly generous. Yet they harbored doubts about Zhengyu's ability to advance to level 10. Upon issuing the first reward, to whom would the second be allocated? Should he report once more to the higher-ups that Jianshui City's key cultivator had once again proven ineffective? What future could a summoner possibly possess? Should these resources be squandered? It just so happened that the Minister of Resources' son was an A-class warrior. This was a win-win solution. As for Zhengyu, he was merely a summoner who would soon fade into the crowd. The decision to allocate resources to Li Feng would, in fact, be lauded as the correct choice. Mayor Zhou Yun was acutely aware that Zhengyu and his teacher would undoubtedly harbor grievances. Thus, for a mayor to personally reach out to Zhengyu's homeroom teacher and patiently elucidate the antecedents and consequences of these matters was already a considerable concession. What more could they desire? Did they truly believe he owed them something? He was not lying. Once Zhengyu's S-class summoner profession was reported, several other departments, including but not limited to the Ministry of Education, high school principals, and the Resource Department, had approached him. Numerous meetings had convened, and extensive plans had been formulated. The final decision has been made. The matter will be reported to the provincial department, and an exception will be granted, allocating resources not to the S-rank Zhengyu, but to the A-rank Li Feng. Upon noticing the silence on the other end of the line, Zhou Yun spoke earnestly. The provincial department has given their consent. What can I do? I can only assure you that Zhengyu will receive some compensation, but the subsequent resources must indeed be transferred to Li Feng. You must understand my position, as well as that of the provincial district. The number of professionals is increasing, and those with exceptional talent are becoming more prevalent. Zhengyu's S-rank talent is no longer considered rare. He then concluded, think it over carefully. After hanging up, Zhou Yun summoned his secretary. Prepare a set of resources from our end, and do not touch those of the resource department, to be allocated to Zhengyu. He acknowledged his own shortcomings in this matter and intended to make amends to Zhengyu. However, the secretary interjected, Mayor, I believe that preparation may not be necessary. Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow in inquiry. The secretary continued, Teacher Zhang Cheng likely has not informed you that Zhengyu has entered a nightmare-level abyss. Zhou Yun was taken aback. Did he wish for death? The secretary remained silent, but went on. Before entering the nightmare-level instance, he paid to announce his entry. All professionals in the Han Street Mystic Hall were made aware of Zhengyu's venture into the nightmare abyss. Zhou Yun's expression turned peculiar. This young man has quite a temper. Is he intending to express his dissatisfaction through death? I do not believe Zhengyu possesses the capability to clear a nightmare-level abyss. The Han Street Abyss had existed in Jianshui City for over a decade without anyone having successfully navigated a nightmare-level abyss. Moreover, Zhengyu was a summoner. At that moment, Zhou Yun realized why Teacher Zhang Cheng's attitude had been so odd earlier. He had previously been respectful, only to suddenly shift to a questioning tone. It was clear he was aware of Zheng Yu's perilous endeavor, which seemed unlikely to end in survival. Zheng Yu had neither borrowed money, nor did he come from a prosperous family, nor did he possess resources. He had essentially entered the nightmare-level abyss unprepared. Was this not akin to courting death? Yet, Mayor Zhou Yun found himself chuckling, not perceiving this as a misfortune. Prepare an obituary. Do you know how to write one? The secretary, with years of experience, understood the nuances involved. I shall craft it with heartfelt sincerity, lamenting the loss of an S-rank talent for Jianshui City. Furthermore, I will embellish the announcement he paid for, portraying Zheng Yu as arrogant and proud due to his S-rank talent, ultimately leading to his demise because of his hubris. I will also subtly highlight Li Feng's achievements. Zhou Yun shook his head. Do not mention Li Feng. Exclude him from the narrative. Understood. The secretary noted the avoidance in his notepad. Prepare the resources I previously mentioned as well, and send them directly to Zheng Yu's mentor. I recall that teacher Zhang Cheng has a child in the first year of high school, correct? Allow him to manage those resources at his discretion. Understood. Chapter 27. Digging Graves. In the Han Street Abyss, Zheng Yu reclined in a lounge chair, resting his eyes. Due to the inability to connect to the internet within the abyss, he could not browse forums and could only sip coffee while recuperating. After about 2 hours of rest, the twin fire demons regained their vigor. A summoner can observe the status data of their summoned beasts. The Goblin General's mental and physical state had reached 98 after a brief respite, with its health fully restored. The Goblin General, a seasoned warrior, had not retreated to the summoner's space for rest. This veteran, accustomed to the rigors of battle, maintained its endurance as its advantage. Its mental and physical state remained consistently high. The Goblin General, familiar with warfare and accustomed to the chaos of combat, remained perpetually vigilant and focused. It would never allow itself to relax completely, hence its status value could not reach a perfect 100. Conversely, the twin fire demons quickly restored to a full 100 status within Zheng Yu's summoner space. Their label depicted them as youthful, lively, and combative elements. Youth was their asset, while their combative nature often led to swift exhaustion, as they lacked the restraint in battle that would prevent them from depleting their energy and being unable to unleash their skills. Lacking endurance while all their skills required sustained effort, Zheng Yu contemplated a means to enhance the combat durability of the twin fire demons. After reaching level 10, summoners would acquire exclusive cultivation skills, allowing them to develop their summoned beasts by modifying their traits, nurturing attributes, and refining skills until they were suitably prepared for battle. However, due to the complexity and the costs outweighing the practical benefits, many summoners, after struggling through the novice phase and attaining level 10, ultimately chose to abandon the summoner profession. For Zheng Yu, though, regardless of how he cultivated, his innate talent would ultimately determine his combat prowess, leaving him unconcerned. At that moment, Tao Qian and others were swiftly packing away camping gear, tents, firewood, food, and hot water. Zheng Yu felt a twinge of sentimentality. Where could he find such excellent teammates? If only they were at the same level as him, he would not need to search for new allies after reaching level 10 for the subsequent instances. Although Tao Qian and Wu Zong were not particularly strong, Tao Qian's brother, understanding Zheng Yu's intentions, often acted on his behalf before Zheng Yu even spoke. Just as when Zheng Yu expressed his desire to compete on the leaderboard, Tao Qian immediately began recruiting teammates without hesitation. Wu Zong had made remarkable progress in his barbecuing skills, especially with grilled kidneys, perfectly cooked and seasoned to perfection. When Renkinji brewed tea expertly, Kuing, clearly a diligent worker, packed items with remarkable efficiency. The key was that these two young women were also quite attractive. They were hardworking, pleasing to the eye, and obedient. What more could one ask for? Zheng Yu felt that it might be challenging to encounter such compliant and capable teammates in the future. Brother Yu, no worries. We are all level 6 now. After clearing the nightmare level abyss, we will surely reach level 7. Attaining level 10 will merely require 1 or 2 straightforward instances. Tao Qian calculated. The level 2 abyss is between levels 10 and 20. Even if you clear another nightmare level instance, you cannot exceed level 20. There is still hope. Haha. Moreover, it was said that after level 20, each level would require hundreds of thousands of experience points, and they would have ample opportunity to cling to his coattails. Zheng Yu was reluctant to part with this group of adept supporters. Tao Qian and the others, however, were even more reluctant to let go of Zheng Yu. Following Zheng Yu's method of traversing the abyss, their levels would rise swiftly, and in pursuit of leaderboard rankings. They could hardly afford to rest. They could not continuously ride on Zheng Yu's coattails, but they could at least do so for a while. Once everything was packed, Zheng Yu summoned the now rejuvenated twin fire demons, with the Goblin General standing at the forefront. Zheng Yu glanced at the time. 6 hours had elapsed since entering the nightmare level abyss. They were now at the final stage of the abyss. The difficulty level of the abyss only extended to the human skin spider, if they could not defeat it. They would need to deliver the female corpse to the lake center. From this point forward lies a realm that no practitioner from Jianshui City has ever reached. Zheng Yu cast a training dummy towards Tao Qian. You all remain here, should the situation turn dire. You will be able to retreat from the abyss in a timely manner. Let us proceed. Upon finishing his words, Zheng Yu instructed a goblin death knight to carry the female corpse, while he and the goblin general mounted the giant wolf and ventured into the unfrozen lake. The unfrozen lake was shallow, reaching only halfway up the giant wolf's legs. Despite the surrounding temperature plummeting to over -40 degrees, the lake's surface remained undisturbed, crystal clear. At the center of the lake stood a small grave mound, the identity of its occupant unknown. The grave was not large, ensnared in the heart of the lake. Half submerged in water, yet the apex remained dry. Approaching the grave with the female corpse, they encountered no obstructions. There were no cold corpses, no human skin monstrosities, only an all-encompassing chill and a palpable aura of resentment. Suddenly, a crisp sound of ice cracking echoed from behind. The temperature plummeted. As Zheng Yu stepped onto the grave mound, the unfrozen lake instantaneously froze over. A torrent of malevolent energy surged forth from the grave site. Zheng Yu swiftly retreated, standing atop the frozen surface of the lake, while the goblin general and the twin fire element goblins stood ready for combat. It was evident that he had activated the final boss of the Cold Street Abyss, the nightmare-level dungeon's ultimate foe. Are you here to persuade me to spare them? A cacophonous voice arose from the surroundings. It was not the voice of a single entity, but rather a chorus of hundreds of vengeful souls crying out in unison. Zheng Yu quickly backpedaled and replied, I am merely here to return what belongs to this place. As he spoke, he gestured for the goblin general to set the female corpse down, yet the temperature continued to plummet. The chilling aura of resentment and fury swirled ominously over the unfrozen lake. The twin fire element goblins elevated the temperature of their fiery auras to combat the cold. Return what belongs here. She ought to remain in that deep well for all eternity, never seeing the light of day, just as she did to me. Do you wish to intercede on her behalf? The voice was piercing and filled with hatred. With a series of clicks, cold corpses crawled from the periphery of the unfrozen lake. Zheng Yu's expression darkened. These cold corpses were level 15. Death Knights obstruct them. Goblin General, commence excavation. A single level 15 human skin spider was already a formidable challenge, let alone a horde of level 15 cold corpses, which could not be swiftly dispatched. They had to eliminate the boss within the grave to clear the nightmare-level abyss. Chapter 28. The Source of the Curse, the God of Cold Prison. The Goblin General charged forth at remarkable speed towards the grave. A growl erupted as the cold corpses obstructed his path. Boom. The cold corpses braced for the Goblin General's charge. The level 15 cold corpse was sent flying. With an attack power of 656 and a 27-fold multiplier from the Wolf Cavalry, the Goblin General dealt nearly 20,000 damage, taking away 2/3 of its health. The cold corpses here had low health. Zheng Yu retreated to observe the battle. This was a combat style characteristic of summoners, not limited to summoners alone. Druids who summoned beasts and necromancers who conjured undead also employed similar tactics. The further back he could remain, the better. Were it not for the necessity of entering the unfrozen lake to trigger the boss mechanism, he would have preferred to stay out of it. The twin fire element goblin archers cleared a path for the Goblin General. The two fire elementals unleashed fireballs to inflict damage and diminish the cold corpse's health. The goblin archers harried from the rear, supplementing damage, while the goblin death knights used their bodies to shield against the cold corpses, buying time for the Goblin General. The Goblin General leaped and struck the grave mound with a heavy hammer. Stop hiding. Your controlled cold corpses cannot withstand me. If you do, I shall unearth your grave. Boom. The Goblin General's hammer fell, but was caught by a pale, small hand. At last it emerged. Zheng Yu squinted at the pale hand. Roughly the size of a child's, presumably from a 7 to 8-year-old. The fingers were ghostly white, stained with blood and dirt beneath the nails. And like the other cold corpses, the skin was covered in a layer of frost. Its data materialized before Zheng Yu's eyes. Cursed Little Chi. Level, LV 15. Tier, Level 1 Curse. Cursed Source, God of Cold Prison. Health, 200,000. Attack Power, 1,500. Skills, Absolute 0. Skills, Bone Chilling Cold. Skills, Master of the Unfrozen Lake. Skills. A gasp escaped Zheng Yu. 200,000 health points. Indeed, a daunting figure. No wonder so few managed to clear the nightmare-level abyss. This sheer health pool alone was sufficient to deter so-called genius practitioners. The God of Cold Prison. Zheng Yu recognized the term associated with the nightmare-level boss, a concept with which he was not unfamiliar. Much like in the game, This sudden emergence of data-driven practitioners from the abyss on Earth bore a significant backdrop, a confrontation against the divine. According to narratives from other nightmare-level dungeon instances, one could glean a vital piece of information. The abyss is a byproduct of divine presence. Take, for instance, this child named Little Chi, endowed with the power to freeze all and create cold corpses, yet condemned to lie within a coffin at the bottom of the unfrozen lake. The favor of the divine is not a blessing, but a curse. This was all the knowledge Zheng Yu possessed regarding the abyss. After all, even the highest-level practitioner, Nan Mu Yun, had only reached level 71 and had yet to encounter the true abyss of the gods. A sharp sound of freezing resonated from the goblin general. As boss Little Chi crawled from the grave, the surrounding temperature plummeted once more, immediately freezing the nearest goblin general. Effective ice crystal pendant has been triggered. Immunity to one freezing effect activated. Cooldown initiated. Next effect available in 1 minute. The ice crystal pendant, although only level 5, proved immensely effective in the Cold Street Abyss. Not only did it grant immunity to freezing every minute, but it also provided an additional 10 points of ice resistance and reduced speed by 20. Without this pendant, the goblin would not have been able to stand before Little Chi. Boom. The freezing effect dissipated, and without a moment's hesitation, the goblin general, not waiting for the boss Little Chi to fully emerge, delivered a barrage of heavy strikes to the outstretched hand. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The display was grand, yet it produced no damage whatsoever. Zheng Yu furrowed his brow. The absence of damage was, in fact, to be expected. After all, elite monsters in the Cold Street Abyss possessed ice armor for protection. However, even with ice armor, there should have been some damage output, even if it was merely a 0. Retreat. Zheng Yu suddenly realized something and commanded the goblin general to swiftly distance himself from the sole solid ground atop the unfrozen lake. Alas, it was too late. A chilling wail echoed around the grave site. Originally, the frozen lake, now shattered, has returned to its undulating water surface. Standing upon the lake, Zheng Yu plunges directly into the frigid depths. Although the water only reaches his knees, the bone-chilling cold sends shivers coursing through his entire body, a piercing chill radiating from his legs to his spine. Simultaneously, the goblin general, along with his wolf, is sent flying backward. 4,187. Over 4,000 points of damage, nearly having the goblin general's health. 1,000. 2,500. Zheng Yu swiftly replenishes the goblin general's health. Earlier, in the restaurant of the chef Han Shi, he had discovered a plethora of recovery items, which now come in handy. The reason for his previous inability to inflict damage was due to the boss, Xiao, Qi channeling a skill. Bitter Chill. This skill unleashes a wave of damage composed of resentment and cold, rendering the caster immune to all harm while gathering its icy energy. It is a skill of the boss, characterized by a charging mechanism that grants invulnerability during its activation. Such a mechanism is truly infuriating. Zheng Yu mutters a complaint and drinks a potion, a stealth elixir provided by Wenren Kinjiu. A bitter chill strikes the goblin general, dealing 4,000 damage. If it were to hit him directly, the damage would overflow. Even with training dummies, caution is paramount. Should he falter, the entire endeavor would be in jeopardy. In the distance, Tao Qian and the others gaze in astonishment at the damage dealt. What the hell? Tao Qian exclaims. He had previously witnessed the goblin general inflict such damage upon Han Shi, but had never seen the goblin endure such colossal damage. This is utterly absurd. 4,000 points. Cooing glances at her health and murmurs, if it were me, I would have been instantaneously killed. No wonder the nightmare-level abyss is so arduous to conquer. It seems impossible to clear. Wu Zong watches the airborne goblin general and the frostbitten Zheng Yu with concern. Can we prevail? A heavy silence ensues. Even Tao Qian, who typically harbors unwavering confidence in Zheng Yu, remains silent. They are anxious, yet powerless to act, merely waiting with bated breath, hoping Zheng Yu possesses a trump card to turn the tide. Zheng Yu indeed has a secret weapon, but now is not the time to reveal it. This is merely the opening move against the boss of Han Street. Oh, the shrill cries continue unabated. At this moment, the boy named Xiao Qi, cursed by the god of the frozen prison, has fully emerged from his grave, hovering in midair, surrounded by swirling cold. His resentment has coalesced into visible black smoke encircling him. A boy of 78, his innards hollowed out, bears scars all over his face. One arm bent at a right angle grotesquely clings to his chest, where a gaping void reveals severed intestines and fragmented flesh. Fortunately, the frigid temperature has frozen the insides, sparing him from the gory mess. It is a harrowing sight. Yet, Zheng Yu feels a pang of anguish. That organ cake, undoubtedly, was crafted from this child. It is unfathomable to consider the torment he endured in life. Who? At this juncture, the twin fire spirits have dispatched 2 level 15 frost corpses and adjusted the temperature of their fiery auras, returning to Zheng Yu's side to dispel the cold enveloping him. As Zheng Yu remains in stealth, only the Goblin General and the twin fire spirits, alongside the surviving Goblin combat squad, are visible. Xiao Qi, floating in midair, stares blankly at the twin fire spirits, clearly harboring a disdain for fire. You all shall perish. The voice resonates from all directions, hoarse, rending, a cacophony of men, women, and children. Xiao Qi commands the souls of the entire Han Street abyss. He charges towards the twin fire spirits. The flames discomfort him, and he senses that they pose the greatest threat. Block him. Zheng Yu swiftly retreats, braving the cold to distance himself from the twin fire spirits and avoid collateral damage. The undead rush forth. A look of disdain crosses Xiao Qi's scarred face. With a flick of his wrist, cold air sweeps over the 5 undead warriors like an icy dragon. Crash. They are instantly frozen. His skill, absolute zero. Observing the frozen undead, Xiao Qi's once pupilless white eyes reveal a deep contempt. Yet, in the next moment, he is taken aback, for only 4 of the undead have been frozen. One has mysteriously appeared behind him. Get away. Boom. Before he can react, this undead explodes right in front of the boss. The purple flames envelop him entirely. 5874. Zheng Yu's first trump card, a self-detonating undead capable of using the assassin's blink skill. Chapter 29. Father? Mother? The self-detonation damage of the goblin undead is substantial, dealing around 5,000 points of damage. However, against the boss Xiao Qi, who possesses 200,000 health, it is but a drop in the bucket. Nevertheless, the self-detonation damage is inconsequential. What truly matters is that the blood expelled from the undead upon detonation is toxic. Not only is it poisonous, but it is also highly flammable. Goblin undead fear not death and possess the ability to explode upon demise. Their long-term consumption of poison and injection of special blood has transformed their lifeblood into another form of weapon. Splat. The blood splatters onto boss Xiao Qi, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound. 109, 125, 158. Damage escalates steadily, striking 3 to 4 times per second. The death of this undead has afforded the twin fire spirits precious time. The fiery prison is poised for action. Boom. The flames ignite the purple blood on boss Xiao Qi, and the already corrosive blood combusts instantaneously, like maggots on a carcass. It torments Xiao Qi's skin and body. 258, 269, 3,684, 2,284. The conflagration of the undead's toxic blood, coupled with the fiery prison's damage and the burning from the fire aura, amalgamates into a devastating assault, visibly diminishing the health of the Han Street boss. It is worth noting that the twin fire spirits inflict double damage, approaching 10,000 health points per second. This revelation leaves Tao Qian in awe. The nightmare-level abyss is indeed formidable, yet Zheng Yu is simply monstrous. Is this a summoner? This feels more like a battle between bosses. Previously, Tao Qian had underestimated the twin fire spirits, considering them merely the ones responsible for roasting sausages, not realizing their true ferocity. Yet it is still not enough. Even though the twin fire spirits currently hold the upper hand, Zheng Yu has 4 more undead ready to intercept the Han Street boss, granting the twin fire spirits ample time to unleash their damage. Given enough time, the twin fire spirits can incinerate anything. However, when Renkinjiu remains furrowed in concern, the boss exhibits a brutal state, yet this icy street boss has yet to unleash any skills. Should it enter its savage state, the Goblin Death Knights would be utterly incapable of withstanding it. Tao Qian and Wu Zong exchanged worried glances, their thoughts echoing a singular resolve. Victory must be attained. At this juncture, all Wu Zong and his companions could do was offer their fervent prayers. Another piercing scream erupted, a voice laden with resentment that instantly froze the Death Knights preparing to approach. Crack. The Death Knight was instantly encased in frost, meeting its demise without the chance for self-detonation. Zheng Yu remarked, "Very well, so this is how we shall play it?" He had initially contemplated dispatching another Death Knight to obstruct boss Xiao Qi. The twin fire demons possessed formidable offensive capabilities, yet they were equally fragile. A mere touch could spell their end. To his astonishment, this hollowed-out boy had preemptively predicted the Death Knight's movements, evolving a countermeasure. Clearly, he could not be regarded merely as a game boss. Summon Beast Frenzy. Zheng Yu unveiled his second trump card, the sole active skill he possessed as a summoner. Summon Beast Frenzy incites all summoned beasts under the summoner's command, thrusting them into a frenzied state that enhances their overall prowess. The skill's description was succinct, lacking numerical values or coefficients. It merely provided a straightforward introduction. According to an unconventional textbook, the amplification of Summon Beast Frenzy is contingent upon the strength of the adversary. The stronger the enemy, the greater the enhancement, albeit with a corresponding reduction in the duration of the frenzy, which would culminate in a period of weakness thereafter. The duration of the frenzy is also influenced by the innate talent level of the summoned beast. The higher the talent, the longer the sustenance of the frenzy. This was gleaned from the author's first-hand experiences documented in that very textbook. Summoned Beast Frenzy, a secret weapon of the summoner class. While the summoner's profession is generally perceived as weak, this skill is anything but. As the skill was activated, the flames enveloping the twin fire demons transformed into a vibrant purple, their damage output doubling. Not only did the twin fire demons enter a state of frenzy, but the goblin general, the colossal wolf Death Knight, and the goblin archers also succumbed to madness. Their gazes became frenzied, their breaths chaotic. The most dramatic transformation was observed in the Death Knights. Already irrational due to their unique classification, they became utterly devoid of reason, morphing into creatures of pure madness upon entering frenzy. Roar! The Death Knights let out a primal howl, their wild eyes fixated on boss Xiaoqi, a gaze driven solely by primal desire, inciting a flicker of trepidation within Xiaoqi. That mere hint of hesitation granted the summoned beasts an opportunity to strike. All four Death Knights blinked into the presence of boss Xiaoqi. Boom. The first detonated. Boom. The second followed suit. Boom. The third. Boom. The last one. For consecutive explosions obliterated 30,000 of boss Xiaoqi's health points. But that was not the end. The goblin general surged forward. With the ferocity of a steel blade, it plunged into boss Xiaoqi's heart. An exaggeratedly massive damage figure erupted. 32,489. A direct impact of over 30,000 damage. Coupled with the persistent searing from the twin fire demons and the subsequent contributions from the goblin archers, boss Xiaoqi's health plummeted to slightly over 40,000. Splendid! Tao Qian exclaimed with excitement. This assault caused a rapid depletion of health. Had it not been known that this boss possessed 200,000 health points, one might have assumed that the rate of health loss was merely in the thousands. It was exceedingly formidable. I never anticipated that a summoner could wield such a powerful skill. It's quite impressive, when Ren Xingyu remarked. Are you certain it is the skill that is formidable, rather than Zhengyu himself? Tao Qian countered. When Ren Xingyu nodded, both are formidable. I have observed that Zhengyu's goblin charge can deal up to 180,000 damage in a single strike. Yet after employing this summoned beast frenzy skill, it nearly doubled the damage output. This is not a skill typical of someone below level 10. This skill scales with the strength of the summoned beast. The stronger the creature, the greater the amplification post-frenzy. For other summoners, it may seem average. After all, doubling a weak entity merely yields 2 weak entities. However, for Zhengyu, Tao Qian added, 1 aberration turns into 2 aberrations. That child has entered a brutal state. Wu Zong interjected, interrupting their conversation. A chilling aura enveloped them. The frozen lake rippled ominously. As boss Xiaoqi's health dwindled to a mere quarter after enduring Zhengyu's frenzied assault, the cursed Xiaoqi succumbed to a savage transformation. His hidden skills unveiled themselves. Skill, father? Skill, mother? Zhengyu pondered aloud. I must inquire, who exactly is winning in this nightmarish abyss? Wu Zong had been mulling over this question for some time. With Zhengyu exhibiting such overwhelming prowess, navigating a nightmarish abyss seemed daunting for any other profession. The appearance of the human skin spider, which Zhengyu had expended considerable effort to eliminate, loomed ominously behind the hollowed boy. He is the father. The female corpse retrieved from the depths by Zhengyu gradually rose. She is the mother. The existence of a father and mother ought to shield their child from life's tempests. When I was alive, you abandoned me. Now that I am dead, surely you must do something for me. For the first time, Xiaoqi revealed his true voice, a clear, childlike tone. Chapter 30, utterly hopeless. No levels, no health points. Upon the emergence of the human skin spider and the corpse from the well, Wu Zong realized that the monsters referred to as father and mother by the icy street boss bore no data. Hence, he was compelled to ask, in this nightmarish abyss, who is truly prevailing? For he could discern no glimmer of hope. Zhengyu's 5 Death Knights had all self-destructed, and the frenzy's duration appeared to be nearing its conclusion. Having only just provoked the boss's savage state, how would they proceed from here? At this moment, Wu Zong contemplated retreating from the abyss. Were it not for the goblin general still holding the front line, he might have indeed retreated. One Ren Xingyu fixed her gaze intently on the center of the lake. You must understand, only Zhengyu possesses the strength to combat this boss. We are of little assistance. Other cities that have conquered the nightmarish abyss required at least 1 SS-class talent professional, with the remaining members needing to be at least of S-class to qualify for such a feat. Furthermore, this does not guarantee absolute success. Truth be told, Zhengyu's ability to reach this stage is already commendable. Rin Xingyu had begun to lose hope of clearing the abyss. She had not anticipated that the cold street's nightmarish abyss would be so formidable. Rin Xingyu, Ku Ying, and Wu Zong exchanged glances of despondence, especially considering the financial burden they had incurred, banking on Zheng Yu's success in overcoming the nightmarish abyss. Money, while a significant concern, was not the gravest of issues. They had ascended to level 67 within a day, marking a promising start. They would gradually earn back what they owed. Regrettably, it was the nightmarish abyss that posed a formidable challenge. If they could conquer the nightmare-level abyss even once, the rewards would include historical record bonuses, first clear incentives, and special rewards exclusive to the nightmare level. These resources would be sufficient to sustain their progression to at least level 20, enabling their entry into the third stage of the abyss. Alas, such is the nature of dreams. Fantasy is but a fleeting notion, while reality remains unyieldingly harsh. Given the current circumstances, they could not discern any turning point for Zheng Yu. Two indiscernible level monsters loomed ahead, alongside a boss now plunged into a state of ruthless fury. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu's twin fire sprites were on the brink of exhaustion again. The enraged goblin warrior, though still capable of combat, was utterly incapable of withstanding the assault from the three monsters. The goblin death knights had all perished in self-detonation. The goblin wolf cavalry, previously tasked with providing support, found themselves encircled by the horde of cold corpses. The goblin sorcerer sacrificed its life to eliminate but a single human-skin spider. Only the weakest among them, the goblin archer, remained. After enduring this battle, Zheng Yu had completely lost all hope of victory. "I must assist him," Tao Qian exclaimed, extracting his monk's staff and charging forth. "Have you lost your mind?" Wu Zong grasped Tao Qian's arm firmly. "What can you do? Can you slay the human-skin spider or fend off the corpse from the well below? In any other level of the abyss, they could still be considered combatants at level 6, but this is the nightmare-level abyss. Not even Li Feng could be of help here. Yet I cannot simply stand by and watch Zheng Yu perish." Tao Qian responded, his urgency palpable. They could retreat from the abyss if they were not in combat. But Zheng Yu had no such luxury. As long as he remained under the boss's attack, escape was impossible. Without a second thought, Tao Qian prepared to rush in to aid Zheng Yu. "Going in will only lead to your demise," Wu Zong cautioned. "It matters not," Tao Qian declared, his gaze resolute as he turned and plunged into the unfrozen lake. Though he fully understood that he was no match for the boss or the cold corpse creatures, he pressed on, for if Zheng Yu were to die, he would carry that guilt for a lifetime. "Damn it, this is madness," Wu Zong cursed through gritted teeth. In the next moment, he noticed Ku Ying drawing a dagger, and he was taken aback. "You don't mean to join the fray as well, do you?" Ku Ying, with her doll-like visage, nodded earnestly. "For me, becoming a professional is my only chance at redemption. Otherwise, it is no different than being dead." With that, she activated her stealth and began to stealthily submerge into the unfrozen lake. Wu Zong found himself bewildered. While he could comprehend Tao Qian's eagerness to assist Zheng Yu, after all, they had grown up as brothers, he could not fathom Ku Ying's motivations. "Don't look at me. I have no idea," Rin Xingyu remarked casually, noticing Wu Zong's gaze. She gestured around. "You must be considering a retreat, yes? You should do so quickly." At that moment, Wu Zong became aware of the rustling sounds around him, as the horde of cold corpses reappeared due to the resurrection of the human-skin spider. Damn it, Wu Zong was torn. Although he had enjoyed good rapport with Zheng Yu and the others, it was primarily because Zheng Yu had been instrumental in leveling him up. Now, however, the situation had drastically changed. With the horde of cold corpses emerging, he found himself devoid of any hiding places, and Zheng Yu's goblin general was being overpowered by the human-skin spider and the well's corpse. He could see no glimmer of hope for victory. After a moment of silence, he looked up at Rin Xingyu and asked, "Are you not leaving?" Rin Xingyu brandished her dagger. "My sisters are here. If I leave, I would regret it for a lifetime." Wu Zong cast a complex glance towards Zheng Yu and Tao Qian. "I wish to survive." He finally sighed. "Going in now is tantamount to courting death. Please tell Tao Qian that I am sorry." Ultimately, Wu Zong chose to withdraw. He felt he had already gone far enough in accompanying Zheng Yu and Tao Qian this far. Gambling is one thing, but wagering one's life is foolish. After all, he had witnessed the formidable strength of their adversaries. To gamble further would be sheer folly. He aspired to become a professional and was indeed drawn by the allure of the rewards from the nightmare-level abyss. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed money from his brother to enter. However, the die was cast, the outcome predetermined. There was no hope left. I advise you, while you still can exit before the battle begins, do so. Preserve your life. There will always be another opportunity, Wu Zong said, gazing longingly at Rin Xingyu. She showed no hesitation in her disdainful expression. Take care of yourself. Do not harbor any misplaced notions about me. You do not possess that right. Furthermore, I am under no obligation to relay messages on your behalf. Leave. Wu Zong. He had indeed developed feelings for Wen Rinqingyu. But it was merely a pity that beauties like Ku Ying and Wen Rinqingyu would accompany Zheng Yu to their demise. Very well, Wu Zong sighed, shaking his head as he chose to forcibly exit the Abyss instance. Forcibly exiting the Abyss instance will result in a mandatory drop of 2 levels and a subsequent 60 experience penalty in the next Abyss encounter. If you understand the penalty mechanism for forcibly exiting the Abyss, please confirm. You will exit the Abyss in 10 seconds. Wu Zong sighed. Compared to life, this minor penalty was inconsequential. Confirm exit. Exiting the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare Level, 1098. Chapter 31, 4th Stage. Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. Team Notification. Team member Wu Zong, Monk, has exited the team. Due to the forced exit from the Abyss instance, Wu Zong will incur a penalty. Zheng Yu glanced back, only to see Wu Zong dissipate into a beam of light at that moment. He then noticed Tao Qian, gripping his monk's staff, shivering as he stumbled toward Zheng Yu. Brother Yu, I have come to aid you, he shouted while running, only to trip and fall as his legs succumbed to the cold. Just as he attempted to rise, a foot landed on his back. Thud. He was pushed down again, cooing. It was evident that the stealthy assassin was responsible. Before Tao Qian could rise once more, yet another foot pressed down on his back. Damn, you two are going too far, Tao Qian exclaimed. The assassin's speed was astonishing, capable of stealth and flickering movements. Yet they required a foothold, and the down Tao Qian was perfectly positioned. Zheng Yu was taken aback as he observed the two beautiful assassins. What? Did you not expect us to stay behind? Wen Rinqing, you raised an eyebrow at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu chuckled. Indeed, given the current state of affairs, my chances of winning are quite slim. Tao Qian was indeed a brother with whom he had a deep bond. However, as for Ku Ying and Wen Rinqingyu, their relationship was ultimately one of mutual benefit. Wen Rinqingyu pointed at the doll-like Ku Ying beside her. She said she believes in you. Zheng Yu glanced at Ku Ying. During their previous respite, he had overheard that it was Ku Ying's decision to join his party. Although Wen Rinqingyu hailed from a prominent family and possessed greater worldly knowledge, in matters of decision-making, she had always followed Ku Ying's lead. Why is that? Zheng Yu inquired, gesturing toward the beleaguered goblin general who had been reduced to half health. What do you think they can do? Ku Ying pressed her lips together and remarked, I too am taking a gamble, wagering that you possess a hidden card. Zheng Yu chuckled, to gamble. One must at least have cards to play. Without any, where lies the chance? Ku Ying, however, was not swayed by Zheng Yu's words. She directly stated, because you are on the verge of leveling up. Clever. Zheng Yu nodded. Neither Wu Zong, who preferred to endure the harsh penalties of a forced exit rather than linger here, nor the well-informed Wen Rinqingyu had noticed that his experience bar was nearing level 10. It was this seemingly naive and adorable legal lowly who had picked up on it. Indeed, this was Zheng Yu's ultimate trump card. A grand gift he had prepared for the boss of Hanjia, Little Qi. In truth, the strength of the Hanjia boss had exceeded his expectations, likely due to his solitary dungeon runs, which had significantly increased the difficulty. According to his plan, the Summoning Beast's Frenzy skill was originally reserved for use in the brutal stage. After all, reaching level 10 and suddenly elevating one's strength was rather perilous. Yet now, this was the only card he had left to play. One could not help but acknowledge the formidable nature of the Nightmare Level Abyss, which had stripped him of all his advantages. Level 10? Wen Rinqingyu inquired with confusion. While reaching level 10 indeed enhances one's strength, it pales in comparison to the transformative breakthroughs at level 25 and level 50. Her concerns were justified. Level 10 could only be considered a minor enhancement. The significant advancements occurred at levels 25 and 50. It depends on the individual. For me, each level gained represents a monumental leap. Zheng Yu replied in a calm tone. Meanwhile, the twin fire demon had just incinerated another level 15 ice corpse. Killed ice corpse, LV 15. Gained 1681 experience points. Congratulations. Level up. Level. LV 9, LV 10, 11,000. Need 105 for 1 more experience points to upgrade. Health. 1410 1750. 450 from equipment attributes. Intelligence. 105 116. 35 from equipment attributes. Remaining free attribute points. 20. Level increased to 10. Acquired Summoner Basic Specialization Skills. Summoning Beast Physique Cultivation. Summoning Beast Skill Training. Summoning Beast Attribute Cultivation. Level 10 achieved. Zheng Yu gazed at his improved attributes, nodding in satisfaction. He temporarily set aside the 3 newly acquired specialization skills. The real boon lay in the increased health cap and the free attribute points. Level 10 granted him 10 attribute points. Each point corresponded to an increase of 50 in health. Those 20 free attribute points meant an additional 100 talent points. This implied that if he sacrificed 500 health points, He could directly elevate the Twin Fire Demon to a 4th-tier talent. This was Zheng Yu's foundation. A 3rd-tier Twin Fire Demon was already capable of countering the Hanjia boss. If it ascended to 4th tier, the tide of battle would surely turn. Most importantly, Zheng Yu discovered that each time he upgraded a summoning beast's tier, its state would reset to peak condition. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as the goblin general was hurled away by the human-skinned spider. The corpse of a woman in the well pressed her hands against the ground, and a massive ice spike surged from the unfrozen lake, piercing the belly of the giant wolf. Splurt. The blood sprayed forth, only to be instantly frozen into shards. With a whimper, the giant wolf succumbed. Only the goblin general remained to fight. Zheng Yu hesitated no longer. He swiftly allocated all his free attribute points to health, and then sacrificed 1,500 health points for 150 talent points. He poured everything into the Twin Fire Demon. The goblin general required 100 talent points to ascend from tier 3 to tier 4. The Twin Fire Demon, however, needed 150. Yet, the greater the talent points required, the more substantial the upgrade would be. Buzz. A beam of light descended upon the Twin Fire Demon. Summoning Beast Twin Fire Demon, 3rd tier, Talent Evolution, Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, 4th tier. Summoning Beast Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. Level 10, upgrades with the summoner's level. Health 9,500. Attack power 696, 116 from summoner's current intelligence and 60 coefficient. Talent 4th tier, 850 talent points needed for upgrade. Skills: Flame Aura LV10. Can control temperature within a 50-meter diameter. At maximum, inflicts 2088 burn damage per second to all objects. 696 fire sprite attack power with a 30 coefficient. Skill: Flame Breath LV10. Emits ultra-high temperature flames, causing massive damage. The flame breath possesses strong adhesion, making it difficult to extinguish. Inflicting 4,872, 696 fire sprite attack power with a 70 coefficient, fire damage per second. Skill: Twin Contract, special skill, no level. The Twin Fire Demon coexists and can simultaneously unleash skills, with damage stacking and fire attribute damage doubling. Skill: Hellfire Serpent LV10. Prepares a region of Hellfire Serpents. When enemies enter the area, it automatically triggers, engulfing everything within in intense flames, causing 7239, 696 fire sprite attack power with a 104 coefficient, damage per second. And summoning 20, 10 summoner level with a 2 coefficient, Fire Serpent avatars, each inflicting 1392, 696 sprite attack power with a 20 coefficient, explosive damage. Summoning Beast Equipment, none. A sound filled with the roar of dragons echoed over the unfrozen lake. Hiss. The glow of evolution faded. A 2-headed serpent appeared before everyone. Its body extending over 5 meters long, connecting 2 heads resembling neither dragon nor snake. Its vibrant red body was enveloped in deep crimson flames. The moment the twin flame dragon serpent manifested, the pervasive cold of the Hanjia abyss was entirely dispelled. Boom. Flames descended. The boss, Little Chi, who had believed victory was assured, darkened his expression and regarded the 2-headed fire serpent with trepidation. Fire inherently counters ice. The previously 3rd-tier Twin Fire Demon had already left him defenseless, forcing him into a brutal state. Now, the emergence of this Twin Flame Dragon Serpent instilled within Little Chi a profound dread of death. Oh, this time, the sound emitted by boss Little Chi was one of a wretched cry. Fire counters ice. This was the absolute nemesis of the Hanjia abyss. Chapter 32. What right do you have to say you're sorry? Whoosh. Flames instantly enveloped everyone present. After evolving to 4th tier, the radius of the flame aura expanded to a diameter of 50 meters. While it couldn't cover the entire unfrozen lake, it was sufficiently vast. The engulfing flames not only drew a scream from Little Chi, but also forced the ice attribute human-skinned spider and the corpse of the woman in the well to retreat continuously, seeking to escape the searing blaze. This afforded the goblin general a moment of respite. Tao Qian and the others fell silent once more, gazing at the twin flame dragon serpent in speechless awe. Even though Ku Ying had long suspected that Zheng Yu might hold a trump card at level 10, she never anticipated that this card would be so overwhelmingly powerful. As the twin flame dragon serpent made its entrance, it immediately subdued the ferocious state of the Cold Street boss. Regret was in the air. Observing the powerful display, Tao Qian relaxed beside Zheng Yu, chuckling softly. It's quite normal, really. Zheng Yu understood that Tao Qian was referring to Wu Zong, who had already withdrawn. After all, he had no compelling reason to accompany me to death here. Though Wu Zong had spent 3 years preparing to become a professional, borrowing money with gritted teeth to enter the family lineage, all of that paled in comparison to the value of life itself, rendering it insufficient as a reason to sacrifice himself alongside me. Departure was justifiable, and the outcome was his to bear, regardless of good or ill. It no longer concerned him. I was merely curious about the reasons for the two of you remaining here. Zheng Yu turned his inquisitive gaze toward Wen Xingyu and Ku Ying. The notion of me having a hidden trump card at level 10 was hardly a compelling reason for your presence here. Noticing Zheng Yu's serious tone, which indicated he was not fabricating a trivial excuse, Wen Xingyu stated, I seek vengeance, and naturally, I require strength. Initially, I held little hope for revenge. But if I can clear the nightmarish dungeon, there may be a glimmer of possibility. Ku Ying, on the other hand, needed to become a professional. She had committed a grave error within her family and was now being hunted by them. Without strength, the consequences would be scarcely better than death. Their justifications were difficult to contest. One sought vengeance, while the other fought for survival, both in dire need of power. A family hunt. Zheng Yu was intrigued by this term, primarily curious about whether a family would truly go so far as to eliminate their own blood relatives. Ku Ying refrained from explaining why her family was pursuing her, but it was undoubtedly no trivial matter. In any case, both of them carried their own stories. Zheng Yu and Tao Qian exchanged glances, feeling the ease of ordinary lives. Amidst their conversation, the twin flame dragon serpent unleashed its mightiest skill, Hellfire Serpent. In an instant, the center of the unfrozen lake transformed into a blazing inferno. Boss Xiaoqi was engulfed in flames, as if trapped in hell, being scorched and eroded. Damage erupted from his form in waves. With a roar, as Xiaoqi seemed on the brink of incineration, the corpse of the woman from the well lunged at him, shielding him from the flames. Yet, even the well corpse could not withstand the fiery assault. Simultaneously, the sound of serpentine hisses echoed. They relentlessly attacked the human skin spider, which sought to flee. As a father, the first instinct of the human skin spider when faced with peril was to escape. Each Hellfire Serpent summoned consisted of 30 fire serpents. Combining with the twin flame's doubling ability, a total of 60 serpents ensnared the human skin spider, wrapping tightly around him. The sizzling sounds of burning resonated throughout the center of the unfrozen lake. Thus, the grand finale unfolded, not with a fierce clash or a balanced confrontation, but rather a unilateral suppression by the twin flame dragon serpent. The fourth-tier twin flame dragon serpent, with its doubled fire attribute and the frenzy effect of its summoned beast, held an absolute advantage, particularly within the Cold Street abyss. The flames continued to burn, while the human skin spider writhed in agony. However, devoid of a health bar in life, it could not perish, only enduring the relentless torment. At the very center of the unfrozen lake, the true mother and son embraced amidst the flames of Hellfire Serpent, quietly awaiting death. No, it was the well corpse that awaited her demise. She used her own body to restrain the struggling Xiaoqi, charred and blistered. Xiaoqi yearned to escape this fiery hell, but was tightly held by the well corpse. Let go of me. Let go of me, he howled, contorting his body in a frenzy. At this moment, his health had dwindled to nothing, yet he remained alive. Zheng Yu refrained from allowing the twin flame dragon serpent and goblin general to continue their assault, for the conclusion had already been reached. The ensuing matters no longer fell under his jurisdiction. You wish to see me perish? Xiaoqi seethed, realizing he could not escape the corpse's grip. In a fit of rage, he bit down on the shoulder of the well corpse. A flicker of tenderness appeared on the pale face of the corpse. Xiaoqi, let it all end. Do not suffer any longer. End. Why should it end? My suffering is of your making, and now you demand an end? What reason is there for that? I'm sorry. In response to Xiaoqi's accusations, the corpse could offer nothing but that single phrase, continuing to hold him tightly. You should feel the most remorse for bringing me into this world. The corpse fell silent. I'm sorry. After a prolonged pause, she repeated the same words. Xiaoqi's patience eroded by the corpse's presence. He grasped her neck in desperation, his expression twisted and terrifying as he addressed her. What good does Sing Emsuri do now? What has happened cannot be undone. The torment I endured is something you can never fathom. What right do you have to apologize? While I was captured and tortured, where were you? When they carved me open and made a cake of my insides, where were you then? Now you dare to utter I am sorry. You are unworthy. Xiaoqi shouted, gripping the corpse's neck, questioning repeatedly. Yet the corpse remained silent, for she had long since departed this world, dead for countless years. Both the well corpse and the human skin spider were mere manifestations created by Xiaoqi, crafted to fulfill the unrelenting hatred he could never relinquish. Everything was under Xiaoqi's control, including the very act of being embraced by the corpse and that apology. After all, how could a creation of his own bind him? With a whoosh, the flames dissipated. Along with them vanished the coldness and the unfrozen lake, replaced by a street steeped in oppressive atmosphere. Zheng Yu, Tao Qian, Wen Xingyu, and Ku Ying stood upon the street, observing the gradually desolate Fortune Street and a throng of enraged faces. They surged past Zheng Yu and the others. heading toward a child of 78 years. Is this your doing? Tourists have vanished. Business has collapsed. I borrowed to establish my shop. And now I've earned not a single cent, instead losing a lifetime of savings. Enough of this chatter. The fortune teller says that if we kill him and use his insides to celebrate Fortune Street, it will return to its former glory. Seize him. A madman's child. Killing him would be no loss. Among this crowd, Zheng Yu recognized many familiar faces: the fishmonger, the butcher, and the speaking village chief, whose head was that of the human skin spider. Their expressions were twisted, nearly devoid of all reason. Was this a memory of Xiaoqi's? Chapter 33. Let their souls return to flesh and feel the true depths of hell. If my guess is correct, this crowd has long since lost their sanity. When Rin Xingyu remarked, "It feels like they've been brainwashed. Who is this fortune teller they speak of?" Kuing inquired. Zheng Yu shook his head. Who knows? However, it is evident that all the malevolence emanates from that witch, or rather, from the curse that clings to Xiaoqi. As he spoke, the scene shifted to the chef's restaurant. Xiaoqi had vanished in the blink of an eye. The corpse lay carelessly discarded to one side, adjacent to a crimson cake. A throng of people, akin to the deranged, were utterly oblivious to the absurdity of their actions, instead gathering exuberantly to place the red cake at the entrance of Fortune Street. Following the witch's instructions, they constructed an altar and personally transformed Fortune Street into Cold Street. It turned out to be their own doing. Zheng Yu's eyes twitched. He had initially believed Xiaoqi was responsible for the alteration. The ritual was halfway through. Each individual approached the cake, devoutly and frantically taking a piece of the blood-stained confection, mumbling, "Next year will surely be better. I am so devoted. The divine will assist us." Hearing these whispers, Zheng Yu found himself at a loss for words. The very curse from the deity had brought them to such a state, yet they remained so pious towards the divine. At that moment, a deranged woman approached the altar, madly rushing towards the sanguine cake. No one restrained her. Perhaps out of guilt, but more likely because the ritual had already concluded. No one cared what the madwoman would do next. To everyone's astonishment, she cautiously picked up a piece of cake that bore no bloodstains. With a smile, she asked the village chief beside her, "Can I take this to Xiaoqi? It's his birthday today." Xiaoqi said he wanted to have a proper birthday. I asked him, "What is a proper birthday?" He said, "As long as there is a birthday cake, that counts. So may I have this?" The village chief stared blankly at the madwoman until he realized she genuinely did not know that Xiaoqi had passed, and he slowly nodded in acquiescence. The madwoman looked around and inquired again, "Have you seen Xiaoqi?" "I haven't seen him all day. This child always runs around." Her face was unable to manage its muscles, causing her speech to be halting, yet the affection in her gaze was undeniable. The village chief fixed his gaze upon her. "Perhaps he is playing by the well behind the street. Shall I accompany you to search?" The scene shifted once more. The village chief pushed the madwoman into the well. "Damn it. Finally, it's all resolved," he spat, cursing vehemently. "I never imagined I would get you pregnant just once. And you went and hid in the mountains to give birth. What good did that do? In the end, you brought forth a cursed beast that has harmed us all. You should never have given birth to Xiaoqi. You shouldn't even be alive." He spat into the well before turning away. The ensuing events unfolded as Zheng Yu had anticipated. A child cursed by the gods is not so easily vanquished. The corpse of Xiaoqi, discarded in the back kitchen, rose once more, freezing Cold Street entirely and transforming all its denizens into frozen corpses. He condemned every villager who had tasted the cake to eternal suffering. The madwoman was condemned to remain forever in the well, for he believed she should stay there eternally. For without her, he would never have been born, and he would not have endured such torment. The cake was merely the conclusion of this tale, devoid of a father, with a mother who was mad. He suffered inhuman treatment on this street. The hatred bred from cold injustice had forged the current boss, Xiaoqi. The scene returned. Xiaoqi's eyes flickered with loathing. He despised everything, but most of all, he loathed the very woman who had borne him. The abyss of Cold Street, nightmare level, has concluded. Automatic settlement in 5 minutes. An exit from the instance. Was this really the end? Tao Qian felt a knot in his chest, a sense of unease. The tragic conclusion of history seemed to twist further with their arrival. Was something missing? It felt utterly unsatisfactory. When Rin Qingyu sensed a void, her mood growing increasingly agitated. They had concluded the abyss and defeated the boss, Xiaoqi. It should have been a cause for celebration, yet they could not shake their discontent. Zheng Yu remarked, "Indeed. Something is amiss. This should not be the conclusion." He retrieved the blood-red cake from his backpack, locating a piece untainted by blood, and approached the charred and vacant-eyed madwoman. He placed the cake between them. Quest item activated. A prompt appeared instantly. The previously deceased madwoman suddenly opened her eyes. She beamed with a foolish smile, expressing gratitude towards Zheng Yu, then rummaged in her pocket to produce a candle. She inserted it into the cake and, with all her might, sent it towards the charred figure before her. Xiaoqi, this is the birthday cake you wanted. Happy birthday. The madwoman's voice was exceedingly gentle. She endeavored to fulfill the role of a true mother, yet her madness and cognitive deficiencies hindered her from grasping normal logic and reality. Nevertheless, she genuinely strived to be a good mother. A faint cracking sound emerged as the charred exterior of Xiaoqi began to crumble, revealing his original youthful visage, innocent, adorable, and beautiful, a face unmarred by scars, devoid of hatred, and filled with life. Xiaoqi stared blankly at the madwoman before him, his eyes reflecting a bewilderment that even he could not comprehend. Come, Xiaoqi, blow out the candles. The madwoman spoke in halting, awkward tones. I heard that on birthdays they blow out the candles, and it can make a wish come true. Mama wishes for Xiaoqi to have a normal life. I hope that I am not Xiaoqi's mother anymore, so that Xiaoqi can always be happy, like other children, celebrating a proper birthday every year. Mama hopes Xiaoqi has a normal mother, not me. Xiaoqi can carry his backpack and go to school with good friends, instead of hiding in the mountains with me. Little Xiaoqi, Mama wishes not to be your mother. But I am so selfish because I have never thought of giving you up. You are the only one I ever had, the only one I ever loved. Xiaoqi, forgive me for selfishly bringing you into this world. You must make a wish. Say you want to leave this place for somewhere where no one knows me. There. You will be very happy, very happy, very happy. Xiaoqi gazed at the madwoman before him. He finally realized that in this world, the only one who loved him was the very person he despised the most. He remembered the woman who had woven a flower crown to cheer him up when he was bullied, and the one who had always remembered his birthday, stealthily stealing various foods from Fortune Street to celebrate his unorthodox birthday. Suddenly, guilt washed over him, and he began to question whether he had truly erred. But at that moment, Zhengyu spoke to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, you are not at fault. You need not feel guilty. It is neither you nor your mother who is at fault. Rather, it is that soothsayer, the villagers who heed her words, and the village chief who has usurped the madwoman's existence. Zhengyu produced the crimson cake. He had long since realized that when Xiaoqi entered a state of near demise, the properties of this crimson cake underwent a transformation. Cursed crimson cake. After absorbing the grievances of Han Street for centuries, the cake has nurtured the original souls within Han Street, and by feeding it to their corporeal forms, they shall be resurrected. Xiaoqi. Zhengyu's smile was both peculiar and somewhat elated. He pushed the crimson cake toward him, uttering with a grin. Initially, they consumed this very cake, which bound them to this place eternally. Now, let them partake once more. The cold corpses are devoid of sensation, thought, remorse, and are incapable of feeling pain. This is far from sufficient to alleviate your resentment. To exact vengeance, one must be thorough. Here, Zhengyu offered the entirely transformed crimson cake to Xiaoqi, his smile radiating brilliantly. Let those demons, those beasts that once tormented you, experience true hell. Let them return to their physical forms and once again endure suffering. This, I believe, is the fitting conclusion. Chapter 34, a hellish banquet exclusive to Han Street. In truth, the entire abyss of Han Street was an edifice conjured by Xiaoqi himself, whether it be the chef, the fish-slaying fellow, or the butcher of the flesh shop. All were creations of his design. The only entity that remained in its original state was the corpse of the woman in the well, his deranged mother. To Zhengyu, the abyss of Han Street presented two possible endings. One involved the simultaneous demise of Xiaoqi and his mad mother, achieving a total annihilation conclusion. Yet Zhengyu found this outcome unsatisfactory. The alternative was to utilize the cursed organ cake to allow the wandering souls within the abyss of Han Street to return to their cold bodies, granting Xiaoqi a swift vengeance. This, Zhengyu considered, was the most gratifying resolution. He was inherently one who sought retribution, and regardless of the eventual rewards, he deemed this outcome worthwhile. Congratulations on completing the unique achievement of the Han Street Abyss, Living King of Hell. Living King of Hell, Achievement Badge. You shall resurrect the tormented souls trapped within the abyss of Han Street, allowing them to relive the agony of vengeance from their enemies. Even the King of Hell would commend you, for this is the true King of Hell. Achievement Basic Attributes. Intelligence 1, Strength 1. Achievement Special Attributes. Damage inflicted by cold corpses on you is reduced by 50, while you inflict 100 damage on cold corpses. After handing the organ cake to Xiaoqi, a unique achievement was activated. The attributes were quite admirable, yielding a percentage bonus. While it was merely one, it could prove to be a significant enhancement in later stages. As achievements, once activated, do not require actual wearing of the badge to benefit. Many professionals, upon reaching a level cap, opt to complete various achievements to gain badge attributes and enhance their prowess. Such individuals are referred to as achievement hunters, and a profession has emerged specifically for assisting others in achieving accomplishments, reputed to be quite lucrative. Regarding the special attributes of the achievement, Zheng Yu believed they would prove useful, as the attributes referred to cold corpses rather than the abyss of Han Street. Cold corpses were created by Shao Qi, yet they were birthed through the cursed power of the god of cold prison. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that he might encounter this god of cold prison in the future. Should that happen, this achievement would grant him an advantage. The abyss has concluded. Exiting Abyss 109. The system's voice resounded. Tao Qian, Wenren Qinjiu, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Observing the embrace between Shao Qi and the madwoman, and the writhing figure of the skinned spider lying on the ground, alongside the disarray of cold corpses in the lake, Tao Qian proclaimed with pride, Zheng Yu and I are truly formidable. Wenren Qinjiu and Ku Ying, as the countdown reached its end. Zheng Yu and his companions were sequentially teleported out of the abyss of Han Street. Upon their departure, the various cold corpses lying in the unfrozen lake suddenly began to convulse, their previously lifeless eyes flickering with a glimmer of life. The chef, the fish-slaying fellow, the butcher, and the skin spider, each cold corpse rose to their feet anew. This time, they were no longer cold and numb, but rather filled with terror. Shao Qi helped the madwoman to her feet and smiled at her. Mother, let us celebrate a proper birthday. The madwoman inquired, what constitutes a proper birthday? Shao Qi's lips curled into a cruel arc, his voice chilling yet imbued with intrigue. Naturally, it must involve blood and entrails to be deemed a proper birthday. Come, let us commence the banquet, a hellish feast exclusive to Han Street. Simultaneously, in the hall of the abyss of Han Street, a throng of individuals clustered around a newly emerged team. Wow, incredible. Is Li Feng truly of A-grade talent? Not only did he shatter the ordinary record of the Han Street abyss, but he also obliterated a difficult level record that had stood for several years. It must be said, truly impressive. I recall this record was previously set 3 years ago by an S-grade talent accompanied by 4 A-grade talents, right? Indeed, it was considered an insurmountable record, now broken by Li Feng. Envying gazes fell upon the group surrounding Li Feng, who had just completed the difficult level Han Street abyss and set a new record. Wu Zong sat in a corner, observing the triumphant expression on Li Feng's face. His heart remained calm. Li Feng is Li Feng, and I am myself. If Li Feng can break the record, that is his capability. He felt grateful for his current choice, as it at least ensured his survival. Although monetary gain may be lost, he now possessed a level 6 standing and could easily find a team. Clearing the simple level abyss would be a breeze. What a pity. Someone remarked from behind Li Feng. He turned in surprise, as those were precisely his thoughts. He looked back to find unfamiliar professionals conversing, seemingly discussing Zheng Yu. I do not feel it as a pity. Zheng Yu brought this upon himself, insisting on entering the nightmare level abyss. Had he accepted Li Feng's request to team up, he would have received a reward without effort. One might say Zheng Yu was rather arrogant. Huh, you understand nothing. No, do you understand? I actually know a bit more than you might think. The relationship between Zheng Yu and Li Feng is far from what you perceive. Is there a scandal? Huh, do you wish to hear it? Foster father. The speaker clearly did not anticipate that someone would lower themselves for gossip, and without any preamble, he stated, why do you think Zheng Yu rejected Li Feng's invitation? Arrogance. The person shook his head. Too simplistic, a shallow understanding. It is because Li Feng took away resources that rightfully belonged to Zheng Yu. Huh, what resources? The S-grade talent subsidy. You know how many valuable items come with an S-grade talent subsidy? Not to mention the resurrection cross worth 5 million, golden grade weapons, golden grade armor, golden grade jewelry. Wow, an entire set of golden grade? Of course, that does not include the money and potions within the subsidy, all of which went to Li Feng. However, isn't the S-grade subsidy supposed to be given to Zheng Yu? This is what I wish to express. Zheng Yu not only failed to acquire anything, but was also directly invited to join the team by Li Feng in front of everyone. If you were Zheng Yu, would you accept such an invitation? I certainly would not. It is a form of humiliation. You are underestimating the situation. It is not merely an insult. As an S-rank talent, having your resources seized, would you be willing to accept that? Of course not. So what would you do? Report it. If the city ignores it, escalate it to the provincial level. If they disregard it, then to the central authority. The S-rank subsidy is not a single allocation. What he has taken is my future. Precisely, your thoughts mirror those of Zheng Yu. Li Feng would also fear Zheng Yu taking action, given that it could jeopardize his father's political career. Could it be? Indeed, as long as Zheng Yu disappears into the abyss without anyone noticing, there would be no issue at all. Inviting Zheng Yu, do you think it was a gesture of goodwill? In truth, it was a banquet of betrayal. My goodness, could there be so many intricacies involved? But how do you know all of this? When questioned, the individual revealed a peculiar smile and said, because I am Li Feng's brother. Chapter 35, Completion. Rewards from the Nightmare Level Abyss. The one claiming to be Li Feng's brother vanished after uttering that line. Wu Zong had listened to the entire exchange. While he felt a twinge of regret, he also noticed many discussing how Li Feng had usurped Zheng Yu's resources. No wonder Zheng Yu chose to enter the nightmare-level abyss to seek justice. If you ask me, it's rather foolish. Even without subsidies, he possesses S-rank talent. Wouldn't living be preferable? No, he hasn't perished yet. Why do you all presume Zheng Yu is destined to die? Huh, who is that? Isn't that the monk who entered with Zheng Yu? What is he doing here? He must have exited early, incurring penalties for withdrawal. If he can be here, how could Zheng Yu still be alive? What if? There is no what if. It is far too unrealistic for Zheng Yu to clear it. Even if he survives, I would bet my life on it. However, to be honest, if I were Zheng Yu, I wouldn't have let my anger drive me into the nightmare-level abyss. Such impulsiveness. So what can be done? Haven't you heard? Li Feng's father is Li Nan, not only the Minister of Resources, but also the son of Li Chenggong from the Central District. A significant background, indeed. Li Chenggong, the level 65 Flame Warrior? Yes, that's him. I never imagined Li Feng had such connections. Thus, it stands to reason that what Zheng Yu lost was not merely resources, but the potential for future advancement. Otherwise, why do you think Li Feng came to Jianshui City? To seize resources? Surely not. That would be too blatant. It was likely coincidental that Li Feng failed to awaken as an S-rank and then found a S-rank Zheng Yu, who happened to be a seemingly useless summoner. One can only say Zheng Yu was unlucky. Alas, what a pity. The murmurs of the crowd not only reached Wu Zong's ears, but also caught Li Feng's attention. Brother Feng, should we teach them a lesson for their reckless gossip? Inquired the buzzcut youth beside Li Feng. Li Feng merely shook his head. He was not particularly concerned about the rumors. After all, his time in Jianshui City was limited. Once he departed, the gossip would gradually dissipate. The idea of seizing Zheng Yu's resources was his own suggestion. Initially, his father, Li Nan, had refused. However, with his mother's assistance and the threats from her family, his father casually mentioned it to Mayor Zhou Yun, and surprisingly, the matter was resolved without a hitch. Not only did he successfully acquire the resources, but he also received provincial approval, transforming the act from theft into a rightful gain. This was primarily because Zheng Yu was a summoner, making everything much simpler. At that moment, Li Feng noticed Wu Zong sitting in a corner. Coincidentally, Wu Zong was also observing him. Li Feng approached Wu Zong with a smile. Wu Zong, irate, retorted, "Why are you here? To humiliate me for betraying the team?" Although he disagreed with Zheng Yu's actions, he equally despised Li Feng for seizing resources from others. Li Feng shook his head. "No, I lack the standing to insult you. After all, I do not have the courage to enter the nightmare-level abyss. I merely came to remind you that some matters are best left unsaid." Wu Zong laughed in anger. "Do you think I started these rumors?" Otherwise, Li Feng believed that only Zheng Yu and his teammates could be aware of such information. And Wu Zong was the only one present who fit that description. Regardless of whether it was you who started it, just remember to keep quiet to avoid unnecessary trouble. Faced with such a threat, Wu Zong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately swallowed the harsh words he had prepared. Zheng Yu was already dead. Cursing Li Feng would serve no purpose. He was simply curious about one thing. "I want to know, when you invited Zheng Yu, did you genuinely intend to kill him?" Wu Zong asked bluntly. He had no real expectation of an honest answer. He merely sought to mildly irritate Li Feng. Li Feng sighed and replied, "I don't know how such rumors started, but I did sincerely invite Zheng Yu. Consider it a form of compensation. After all, his abilities truly warranted him as my teammate. However, now there is no opportunity. He brought about his own demise and cannot pin the blame on me." Wu Zong found himself somewhat believing Li Feng's words. "I just don't understand. With your impressive background and powerful grandfather, you should have access to boundless resources. Why would you need to seize Zheng Yu's?" Li Feng, however, maintained a stoic expression and stated, "Seize? Everything is reasonable and lawful. It has been reviewed by the provincial authority, which determined that my potential in Jianshui City exceeds that of Zheng Yu, hence the allocation of resources to me." Li Feng did not directly address Wu Zong's question. He could not simply state that the S-rank resources provided by the government were so abundant that they drove people to madness. Nor could he reveal that most powerful families would behave similarly, although this was a hidden rule of their upper society. It was a secret that one could not disclose to someone like Wu Zong. To speak it aloud would be to invite swift retribution. "Reasonable and lawful," Wu Zong muttered, reflecting on those 4 words. Is it truly reasonable? It is not. Is it lawful? Ironically, it is indeed legal. Wu Zong felt a wave of discomfort. On one hand, he believed he grasped facts unknown to others, but was unable to articulate them. On the other hand, he mourned Zheng Yu's demise. Seeing Wu Zong with his head bowed in silence, Li Feng snorted coldly. He could tell that this individual was tough-talking, but fundamentally a coward. However, just as Li Feng prepared to leave, Wu Zong sighed, while the crowd lamented the unfairness of the world. A notification, like a bombshell, swept through the air. Notification. Congratulations to the Summoner team on breaking the historical completion time for the Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level. Completion time, 7 hours, 18 minutes, and 11 seconds. Team Leader, Zhengyu Summoner. Team Members, Tao Qian, Monk, Kuing, Assassin, Wenren Qinjiu, Assassin. Team Member Wu Zong, Monk, will receive no rewards due to withdrawal and will face penalties for strong withdrawal. The remaining team members receive rewards, 15,000 experience points, historical record for Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level, and the title of Historical Recorder, Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level version, X1. Silence. No one spoke. Some individuals repeatedly opened and closed the notifications, attempting to ascertain whether they had misread the information. Is there a malfunction in the system? One inquired, breaking the silence. No one responded to him. The only replies were the gasps of disbelief and exclamations of astonishment. The system, of course, could not be at fault. This was the Sanctum, a place that had never erred in decades. Consequently, many began to suspect that the issue lay within themselves. How could this be possible? Zhengyu had conquered the Nightmare level abyss? A summoner, accompanied by 4 mere spectators, had triumphed over the Nightmare level abyss? It must be a jest. Chapter 36. This opulent fortune is ours to claim in Shanyu City. Initially, they were incredulous until a new row of data appeared on the leaderboard screen at the center of the Cold Street Abyss Hall. This was the completion data recorded by the Sanctum. First completion record of the Cold Street Abyss. Nightmare level Zhengyu, Summoner. Tao Qian, Monk. Wenren Qinjiu, Assassin. Ku Ying, Assassin. Completion time, 7 hours, 18 minutes, and 11 seconds. Completion members, Zhengyu, Summoner. Tao Qian, Monk. Wenren Qinjiu, Assassin. Ku Ying, Assassin. Although Zhengyu and his companions had yet to be teleported out, the records could not be deceived. This summoner, whom everyone had dismissed, had indeed conquered the Nightmare Abyss. I feel as though I am dreaming, one person remarked. Indeed, it feels too surreal. Is Zhengyu truly just an S-grade talent? That is of little consequence. I wish to know if Zhengyu is genuinely a summoner. Wasn't he said that summoners are the weakest? How did he manage to clear the Nightmare level abyss? Who could say? Regardless, no one had held any faith in Zhengyu before. This was no longer merely a matter of belief. I distinctly recall someone stating that if Zhengyu survived, he would be the one to operate the fan. Now, not only had he survived, but he had also cleared the Nightmare level abyss. Let us see how this unfolds. I mentioned Zhengyu surviving to operate the fan, but I never said he needed to operate the fan to clear the Nightmare level abyss. What difference does it make? After all, both scenarios involve survival, do they not? There is a difference. What difference? One survived, while the other not only survived but also dealt a resounding slap to all our faces. The methods of survival differ. Speaking of which, I do feel a twinge of sympathy for someone. Who? Li Feng. Li Feng is relatively fine, although he has been quite publicly embarrassed. He will encounter difficulties in future resource competitions. Nevertheless, he is still a Li. There is no room for our sympathy. You must be referring to Wu Zong. Indeed. Just look at his current complexion. Huh. It resembles that of pig liver. I cannot contain my laughter any longer. What a misfortunate soul, the Nightmare level abyss. Is he truly willing to forego such immense fortune? Misfortunate soul? He chose to withdraw. Who can he blame? That is true. Their discussions were loud. Lacking any form of discretion, whether by accident or design, they preferred to revel in Wu Zong's misfortune rather than envy Zhengyu. What could have been a significant gain had now transformed into a lifelong regret. No one knew what transpired within the Nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, but they understood that none of it pertained to Wu Zong anymore. Schadenfreude became their greatest source of joy. Wu Zong's face indeed resembled pig liver. He sat there, bewildered, struggling to catch his breath after the swift rise and fall of fortune within a single day. Alas, Wu Zong ultimately could not restrain himself, releasing a sigh laden with regret and anger. Just one step more. If only he had persevered, he too could have graced the leaderboard, basking in resources and the envious gazes of others, rather than the derisive looks of those around him. If only he had held on just a little longer. Persevere? He suddenly froze. He recalled how Zhengyu had been suppressed by the Cold Street boss, and how Tao Qian, with unwavering determination, disregarded his warnings and charged in. He remembered the courage displayed by Ku Ying and Wenren Qinjiu, willing to stake their lives. If given another chance, could he truly endure? Could he, like Tao Qian, rush in for the sake of his comrades? Would he gamble his life for his own future? He could not. He recognized that he was merely a coward. He gazed at the notification before him. Team member Wu Zong, Monk, has been disqualified for fleeing the scene and will receive no rewards, along with a penalty for forced withdrawal. The phrase fleeing the scene, which felt like an insult, caused Wu Zong to black out and collapse. Help! Someone has fainted from not receiving rewards. Is there a priest? Please, a healing spell. Someone shouted, unbothered by the gravity of the situation. Perhaps it's best to leave him be. If he wakes up and sees Zheng Yu emerge, how will he face him? That would be too cruel. Indeed, it is quite cruel. Such cruelty is best left to me. I am a level 10 priest. Behold my grand healing spell. I could watch this spectacle all day. Today is truly entertaining. People simply revel in the chaos, especially when it pertains to such delightful matters. They delight in adding insult to injury. This is what we call positive energy. A crowd gathered to watch, another chattering away, while yet another group had already begun to voice their opinions on the forum. Previous posts criticizing Zheng Yu were unearthed as if they were ancient relics. Original post: Zheng Yu has become arrogant, refusing a team composed of 4 A-grade talents. Post 126. Li Feng has become arrogant, daring to seize Zheng Yu's resources. Post 127. 4 A-grades are nothing. If Li Feng hadn't taken Zheng Yu's resources, and if not for his family's influence, how could he possibly have broken the record? He is merely a petty thief. Original post: as the only S-grade talent in Jiangshui City, his actions are perplexing. Post 298. Perplexing? Does he need Li Feng to assist him when he possesses the ability to conquer the nightmare-level abyss? Post 299. It is indeed perplexing. The enigma lies not in Zheng Yu's choice, but in his strength. Original post: a detailed analysis of the difficulty of completing the Cold Street Abyss at the simple level in 2 hours and 45 minutes. Post 1112. So what did you analyze? Post 1113. The original poster analyzed a plethora of data, ultimately concluding that Zheng Yu cleared the simple level Cold Street Abyss by sheer luck. Now that Zheng Yu has cleared the nightmare level, how will you analyze this? Is it also luck? Post 1114. Who would have thought that this absurd analysis post would garner over 1,000 replies? Original post: a rational analysis shows that Zheng Yu's refusal of Li Feng's invitation is, in fact, a good thing, demonstrating Zheng Yu's formidable self-confidence. Post 17. Damn. It's you again. Post 18. Impressive. Out of so many posts, you alone support the great Zheng Yu, and you were right. It is indeed powerful self-confidence. Post 19. Only with formidable strength can one possess formidable self-confidence. Original poster: you are wise. Post 20. Spare us your hindsight. This person is merely a fluke. I've read his posts. They are all contrarian, merely a stroke of luck this time. Original post: coward Zheng Yu, worthless summoner, purely derogatory post. No entry for the faint of heart. Post 154. Come, let us debate. Post 155. Come out and face the wrath. Post 191. Cowardly OP, utter trash, purely derogatory. Welcome to the battle team. Zheng Yu had not even completed his teleportation. In a mere 5 minutes, the forums across Jiangshui City erupted. Not only the forums, but also the phone lines of the mayor's office and the Minister of Resources, Li Nan, were inundated. An emergency meeting was convened late at night in the mayor's office of Jiangshui City. Simultaneously, the news reached the neighboring city of Shanyu. Mayor Zhang Zhan of Shanyu looked tense as he gazed at his secretary, who shook his head and said, Zheng Yu did not answer the call. Zhang Zhan nodded, stating, that means he is yet to emerge from the abyss. He rose, lit a cigarette, and after a moment of contemplation, instructed his secretary, dispatch someone to Jiangshui City immediately and block him at the entrance. Send Chai Fong. He is swift enough to reach Jiangshui City from Shanyu in just 2 minutes. We must secure this genius. If Jiangshui City does not want him, then Shanyu shall claim him. This immense fortune shall belong to Shanyu. Chapter 37. Securing Zheng Yu is of utmost importance. Among professionals, there exists fierce competition for resources and rankings. The same applies to cities. Shanyu and Jiangshui City have long been rivals. In the Jiangnan province, they vie for the top 2 positions, yet neither city possesses abundant talent, resulting in insufficient funding from above. Outdated equipment, lagging medical facilities, and inferior education deter people from coming, creating a vicious cycle. If no significant achievements are made, Zhang Zhan may find himself unable to continue as mayor. What troubled Zhang Zhan was the absence of any promising professionals today. Then he discovered Zheng Yu. Having kept a close watch on the situation in Jiangshui City, he was well aware of Zheng Yu's circumstances. An S-grade talent, robbed of resources, and the thief was none other than Li Chunggong's grandson. Common folk in such predicaments would have no recourse but to submit. Reclaiming resources would be impossible. The most critical point was that Zheng Yu could not even be considered an ordinary citizen. Orphaned, with his grandfather recently deceased, he resided in a slum. Upon learning about Zheng Yu, Zhang Zhan perceived a potential opportunity. Although merely a summoner, he deemed it worth a gamble. Just as he hesitated, Zheng Yu shattered the record for the basic level Cold Street Abyss, solidifying Zhang Zhan's resolve. Yet, he still experienced a twinge of doubt. As he learned that the provincial administration had already approved the transfer of Zheng Yu's subsidy eligibility to Li Feng, he felt he had little to gain. After a sleepless night of indecision, just as he contemplated giving up, he received the astonishing news that Zheng Yu had cleared the nightmare-level abyss. He sprang from his seat, summoned his secretary, and immediately sought resources while consulting with Zheng Yu's resource department on strategies to secure this genius. However, given that Zheng Yu had already cleared the nightmare-level abyss, would Zhou Yun, regardless of his influence, be able to discern the gravity of the situation? Surely he would not relinquish him to us. Some raise questions. Not let. Who has the authority to compel him? Are we not going to seize him? Must we obtain his consent? The issue lies in the fact that our offered price would not significantly surpass Zhou Yun's, and with Li Nan's assistance. If he could provide additional resources to placate Zheng Yu, we would hold no advantage. This indeed poses a problem. The challenge of acquisition is considerable. For any professional capable of clearing the nightmare-level abyss possesses limitless potential, and Zheng Yu's achievement, having cleared it with 4 accomplices, elevates the difficulty. Such talent and practical ability would compel the mayor to lower his pride and earnestly appease Zheng Yu. Yet Zhang Zhan smiled, asserting, "It is not as grim as you perceive. I believe we have a substantial chance of securing this genius." Zheng Yu is not the type to swallow his pride. His announcement was a clear expression of dissatisfaction towards Zhou Yun. If he lacks an alternative, he might temporarily endure due to resource constraints. However, should another option present itself besides Zhou Yun of Jianshui City, he would undoubtedly reject reconciliation. Zhang Zhan analyzed with the confidence of one who understands Zheng Yu well. Zheng Yu is the kind of person who would directly refuse Li Feng, publicly mocking Mayor Zhou Yun, and entering the nightmare-level abyss to humiliate the resource department of Jianshui City. Such a person is best not provoked, but he is also pragmatic. We know precisely what he desires. Zhang Zhan was confident that, barring any unforeseen incidents, his proposal would allow Zheng Yu to decline Zhou Yun's appeasement gracefully. At that moment, personnel from the Human Resources Department knocked and entered the office. "Mayor Zhang, we have investigated, and there are indeed issues with Zheng Yu's household registration. His parents vanished years ago, and the so-called grandfather is merely a scavenger who found Zheng Yu. There is no blood relation." Zhang Zhan inquired, "So? Zheng Yu does not belong to Jianshui City? Not only does he not belong, but he is also not even registered. No registration? An unregistered citizen? Not exactly. It is merely pending. You know, such procedures are quite arduous, as it cannot be proven that he is related to his grandfather, nor can they deny him education. So he must wait until he turns 18 to handle his registration independently. So, it has not been processed yet." "No. Excellent. This is wonderful. It can only be said that heaven is aiding Zheng Yu. Without Li Nan, Zhou Yun would not abandon Zheng Yu. After all, compared to an S-grade summoner, Li Nan and his family are far more desirable to curry favor with. This oversight has allowed us to seize this genius. Hurry and complete the formalities. Ensure all of Zheng Yu's paperwork is properly processed, allowing him to become a resident of Shangyu immediately. Additionally, there are a few other matters for you to attend to. In Jianshui City, at the first high school office. Take your things back. I do not want them." Zheng Yu's homeroom teacher, Zhang Cheng, gazed expressionlessly at the secretary from the mayor's office, rejecting him without remorse. The secretary, wearing a smile, regarded Zhang Cheng with a standard but icy demeanor. "Mr. Zhang, I suggest you think carefully before you speak. If you accept this resource, consider it as if nothing has transpired. And next year you will be appointed as the head of the first high school. If you refuse, what if I refuse? You can expel me. And I would care little." Zhang Cheng replied nonchalantly. "This is not the first time. You have always meddled with subsidy resources before. But previously they were merely B-grade and C-grade resources. Now it is just S-grade. It is all the same. I simply cannot live with myself." Zhang Cheng gestured towards the tidy desk and the suitcase beside it, clearly indicating his readiness to depart. This was not solely due to the incident involving Zheng Yu. It was the culmination of long-standing grievances. "Humph." The secretary, a wolf in sheep's clothing, snorted coldly. "Since you are prepared, I can only express my apologies." Just as the secretary prepared to take away the gift intended for Zhang Cheng, a notification appeared before them. Both were momentarily stunned. They simultaneously closed the notification, reopened it, and then rubbed their eyes, widening them in disbelief. This was an involuntary reaction experienced by nearly every professional who learned of the news. The secretary was bewildered. "What is happening? Zheng Yu cleared the nightmare-level abyss? Zheng Yu? Is it the Zheng Yu they just discussed? Something's amiss, something's amiss. This could lead to a major calamity." The secretary, with keen perception, sensed the unease. All his recent endeavors were meticulously planned based on the assumption that Zheng Yu would perish in the nightmarish depths of the cold street abyss. Yet, he had never anticipated that Zheng Yu would successfully conquer such a formidable challenge. Chaos ensued. Everything was in disarray. His immediate concern revolved around Zheng Yu's residency issues. Certain circumstances had caused Zheng Yu to be obstructed, not due to governmental incapacity, but rather because the ambiguous residency matters would mitigate the repercussions of Li Feng seizing Zheng Yu's resources. However, this had now transformed into a most troublesome dilemma. Damn it. The politically astute secretary, disregarding decorum, was about to turn away when Zhang Cheng called him back. Leave the items. What? I said, leave the items. Aren't they meant for me? Zhang Cheng had a change of heart. He desired these resources to compensate Zheng Yu. The secretary, lacking the time for a debate with Zhang Cheng, hastily set down the resources and exited the school with urgency. Zhang Cheng gazed at the resources before him, and his previously heavy heart suddenly lightened. Who would have thought that after enduring in silence for so long, finally standing firm would bring such fortune? A professional who conquered the nightmarish depths of the abyss, my student. Zhang Cheng swelled with pride, though he knew he could no longer remain in Jianshui City. He held no regrets. At that moment, a phone call came through. Hello? I don't know who is calling. Greetings, you are Zhang Cheng, Zheng Yu's teacher, correct? Yes. That's me. Would you be interested in teaching in our Shangyu City? Chapter 38. Having taken my resources, one must pay the price. Before Zheng Yu had even emerged from the abyss, currents were surging outside in his favor. Shangyu City was eager to poach talents, and they were in the process of reapplying for resources on Zheng Yu's behalf. Spectators reveled in the spectacle as the Jianshui City Forum buzzed with unprecedented activity. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Jianshui City remained eerily quiet. At this juncture, Zheng Yu found himself in the teleportation space, contemplating his rewards. You have successfully cleared the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level, earning the reward, Cold Street Treasure Chest, Nightmare level, and 15,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have received the first completion reward for the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level. You have obtained the first completion gift pack for the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level, and 15,000 experience points. A completion reward. A first completion reward. 2 Nightmare level treasure chests from the first level of the Abyss signified 2 pieces of platinum-grade equipment. Furthermore, there were additional historical record rewards announced prior to the teleportation. In total, that amounted to 3 rewards. A staggering 450,000 experience points. Leveling from 10 to 11 required 110,000 experience points, and Zheng Yu estimated that 450,000 experience points would at least elevate him to level 13. Exhilarating. Such is the bounty of the Nightmare level Abyss. The rewards are indeed splendid. However, as he remained in the teleportation phase, he was unable to claim his rewards just yet. With a wave of dizziness subsiding, Zheng Yu and his companions finally emerged from the abyss. Zheng Yu is out. I must say, Zheng Yu looks rather handsome. Have you lost your mind? Did you not notice the 2 beauties by his side? They are far more attractive than you. Damn it, the Nightmare level Abyss has truly turned him into a fortune. Moreover, it was the first successful completion of the Nightmare level Abyss, accompanied by rewards from the Abyss records. I could hardly imagine how outrageous the rewards must be. Isn't this better than the resources provided by Jianshui City? Whether it is good or not is one thing, but these resources were earned by Zheng Yu himself. The governmental resources should rightfully belong to Zheng Yu, not to Li Feng. Principles are one thing, reality another. Before Zheng Yu conquered the Nightmare level Abyss, did you not also consider summoners to be worthless? In the forum, nearly 99 believed that providing resources to Li Feng was entirely reasonable, and now they are merely following the trend. This is not my concern. Isn't it the mayor's decision? I just want to know what Mayor Zhouyan plans to do. It is said that the resources acquired by Li Feng were obtained through proper procedures, having been analyzed by experts in Jianshui City, who unanimously deemed Li Feng the most suitable recipient of the resources and received approval from the provincial authorities. This will certainly be entertaining. Indeed. Who would have anticipated Zheng Yu would be so formidable, directly slapping those experts in the face? Experts? Just a bunch of fools. I recall they once suggested we sell our unoccupied houses to gather funds for equipment. Does that even make sense? A collection of inept individuals, achieving little while causing much harm. Wait, do you see that? Are those government officials? Someone noticed a few sharply dressed men with briefcases standing at the entrance of the Cold Street Abyss, approaching Zheng Yu. Is that not Chai Fong? Who is Chai Fong? He is a practitioner from Shangyu City, who has just been promoted to the Minister of Resources, currently at level 42. What is he here for? What else could it be but to poach talents? Poaching Zheng Yu? Is he truly daring enough to do that? Goodness. Does Shangyu City have the audacity to come here and snatch an S-rank gifted practitioner? You ought to inquire with Mayor Zhou Yun and Minister Li Nan why Shangyu City dares to make such a move. After all, they discarded Zheng Yu as if he were trash, allowing us to toss him away but forbidding them from picking him up. Let them poach. It has nothing to do with me. How can it not? It has significant implications. How so? Every city has a powerful practitioner. Our city is Zhou Yun. who originally hailed from Jiangshui City, but has been stuck at level 45. If Zheng Yu surpasses level 45, he will replace Zhou Yun and become the mayor of Jiangshui City. What does that have to do with me? The connection is that each phase of the abyss is exceedingly difficult, yet every time one is cleared, the temple supplies resources to the entire district surrounding the abyss. Do you not understand why every city invests so much in cultivating practitioners? It is for this very reason. Hiss. Finally, someone grasped the significance of an S-rank gifted practitioner's existence. Doesn't that imply that if Zheng Yu is taken away, every abyss he conquers in the future will no longer concern us? Not a penny's worth of concern. That cannot be. Our Jiangshui City has only this one practitioner who has cleared the nightmare-level abyss in decades. This is a certainty for awakening. He cannot be allowed to slip away. Some began to grasp the gravity of the situation. They started to panic. If Zheng Yu were strong on his own, it would have little relevance to them. They were from two different worlds, and there would likely be no future connection. But now it was different. Zheng Yu was not only an S-rank gifted practitioner. He was also the only practitioner to have cleared the nightmare-level abyss in over a decade. He would undoubtedly surpass level 40 in the future. Any abyss Zheng Yu conquers would benefit them. Zheng Yu feasts while they sip the broth. Even the broth would be akin to receiving a windfall. It's over. It's over. Why haven't the people from Jiangshui City arrived yet? Someone noticed Zheng Yu was already in conversation with Chai Fong from Shangyu City's resource department. And they grew anxious. No, I must call the mayor. You know the mayor's number? ISNT their complaint hotline? That's unreachable. I've tried. What about the petition office? Surveillance is in place, and the grievance box is securely locked with a fist-sized padlock. Do you think this is a jest? Do you genuinely believe that Zhou Yun and Li Nan would acquiesce? How utterly revolting. A murmur of disdain escaped someone's lips. Indeed, Zhou Yun, in pursuit of her own future, chose Li Feng, thereby forsaking Zheng Yu. Yet, Li Feng is not without merit. His family resides in the central district, and his presence in Jiangshui City is overtly aimed at seizing Zheng Yu's coveted resource slot. Regardless of Li Feng's prowess, it bears no relevance to us. Zheng Yu encountered a practitioner hailing from Shangyu City, level 42, a second-tier mage by profession. Upon meeting Zheng Yu, his first utterance was, "Do you wish to make Zhou Yun regret her decision? Come to Shangyu City, and let Zhou Yun bear the brunt of the scorn and vitriol from the citizens of Jiangshui City. We shall assist you in securing that S-grade resource slot." This singular statement struck a chord with Zheng Yu. This Chai Fong possesses negotiation skills, for it was precisely the outcome Zheng Yu desired. Having seized my resource, a price must be paid. Chapter 39. Zhou Yun's perspective is indeed rather narrow. As Zheng Yu and Chai Fong deliberated subsequent matters, Wu Zong observed from a distance with a tinge of envy. He felt both aggrieved and conflicted. His envy was not directed at Zheng Yu, for Zheng Yu had earned everything through his own merit. He did not force Wu Zong to withdraw. All was the result of Wu Zong's own erroneous choices. Instead, he envied the trio, Tao Qian, Wenren Qinjiu, and Ku Ying, who stood beside Zheng Yu. Just hours prior, they had gathered to share laughter and barbecue. While he now found himself relegated to a shadowy corner, enviously watching them, he dared not face Zheng Yu, feeling too ashamed, and was at a loss for words. An apology? At this juncture, it would bear no significance. The moment he doubted Zheng Yu's decision to withdraw from the abyss, he had already excluded himself from Zheng Yu's circle. This was a choice he had made. Ultimately, Wu Zong opted for a silent departure. He would not return to the Cold Street Abyss for leveling, at least not until Tao Qian and the others reached level 10 and ventured into the second-tier abyss. Only then would he dare to return. Tao Qian noticed Wu Zong's retreating figure. He felt a pang of regret for his friend. After 3 years of dedication at the martial arts school, foregoing luxuries with the hope of one day reclaiming the path of a practitioner, it was disheartening to see such an opportunity slip away due to his own decisions. Such a pity. Tao Qian sighed. Beside him, Wenren Qinjiu remarked with a smile, "There's nothing to lament. It is all a matter of personal choice. As adults, one must take responsibility for their decisions and the consequences that ensue." In truth, he too had gained something. He had at least reached level 6. Indeed, Tao Qian nodded, not wishing to plead on behalf of the deserter Wu Zong. He merely reflected on how certain decisions could irrevocably alter one's life. For instance, his resolute choice to support Zheng Yu. To be candid, his support stemmed from their long-standing friendship, growing up together, skipping class, and striving side by side. He had never anticipated that this steadfast choice would pave the way for his own journey as a practitioner. It is worth noting that throughout the entire Jiuzhou, practitioners who have cleared the nightmare-level abyss are few and far between. Now he was one of them. Speaking of which, where's Li Feng? Ku Ying inquired with keen interest. She could hardly contain her anticipation to witness Li Feng's expression and to learn how Jiangshui City would address the issue of Zheng Yu's resource being usurped. Perhaps he has already departed, Tao Qian observed, scanning the crowd for Li Feng's figure. If I were him, I would leave early too. There's no point in remaining to witness Zheng Yu's reaction. Indeed, the absence of Li Feng was a disappointment. However, they soon noticed a throng of individuals entering with great fanfare. Are those the mayor's secretaries? Yes, I recognize him. He spoke on behalf of Mayor Zhou at our school recently. Tao Qian furrowed his brow. Is it truly the case that they only sent secretaries? When Ren Qingjiu chuckled. It seems that Mayor Zhou Yun of Jianshui City possesses quite a limited vision, doesn't he? Shangyu City has triumphed. Kuing asked, perplexed. I truly cannot fathom why they seem indifferent to Zheng Yu. He is, after all, a practitioner who has cleared the nightmare-level abyss. When Ren Qingjiu offered a rational analysis, they must have chosen to forfeit. The influence of the Li family and Zheng Yu's future, one must choose between the two. Moreover, do you believe Zheng Yu would accept Zhou Yan's apology? Well, Kuing pondered before responding. It would depend on the sincerity of the apology. Exactly. When Ren Qingjiu continued, given Zheng Yu's temperament, Zhou Yun would at least have to compose a letter of apology and publicly issue it for Zheng Yu to even consider accepting this unfair treatment. But do you think Zhou Yun, a level 45 mayor, would stoop to such measures? Thus, the emergence of Shangyu City has conveniently provided Zheng Yu with an opportunity for choice, preventing a bitter stalemate that could lead to mutual dissatisfaction. Now, they merely await the slow unfolding of events. Zhou Yun may very well become a source of shame for Jianshui City. As Zheng Yu grows stronger and ascends in level, Zhou Yun will forever be subjected to the scorn of his fellow townsfolk, perhaps even his own kin. In this world, strength is paramount. Level serves as a proxy for power. The higher Zheng Yu's level ascends, the more Zhou Yun's decision to oust Zheng Yu will result in his own condemnation. Zheng Yu. The mayor's secretary called out urgently, ushering a group towards Zheng Yu. First and foremost, allow me to congratulate you, Zheng Yu, on successfully clearing the nightmare-level abyss. On behalf of the entire Jianshui City, we shall host a grand celebration in honor of your achievement. The citizens of Jianshui City will rejoice in your victory over the nightmare-level dungeon. Regarding your S-grade subsidy, it is true that our mayor's office acted inappropriately by failing to promptly compensate you with the resources. However, rest assured, Jianshui City will provide you with an alternative resource allocation that will not fall short of the S-grade subsidy. The secretary swiftly enumerated all the compensatory measures he could conceive. Yet he entirely omitted any mention of Zheng Yu's resources being seized by Li Feng. Before Zheng Yu could respond, Chai Fong interjected, "This is utterly laughable. Is this truly your proposed form of compensation? You genuinely believe that currying favor with Li Nan will yield benefits for you? Oh, correction, it may indeed bring benefits. But solely for Zhou Yun, the people of Jianshui City will gain nothing." Given the multitude of onlookers, Chai Fong's words were spoken before the young practitioners of Jianshui City. The secretary recognized that Chai Fong was exacerbating the conflict and chose to ignore him, turning directly to Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu, you must consider this carefully. You are now a citizen of Jianshui City. If you were to relocate to Shangyu City, are you attempting to morally blackmail me? Before the secretary could finish, Zheng Yu retorted, "No, I am merely suggesting that you believe my departure from Jianshui City would disadvantage me rather than yourselves." Zheng Yu chuckled, gazing at the secretary. "If you wish for me to remain, it is not impossible. Simply acquiesce to 2 conditions." "What conditions?" the secretary inquired. Chai Fong, too, watched Zheng Yu with bated breath. "First, return the resources allocated to Li Feng to me, intact. Second, I demand a public apology from Zhou Yun and Li Nan." The secretary fell silent. Zheng Yu's demands are, in essence, the most fundamental of requests. However, he is acutely aware of their impossibility. The secretary fervently explained, "You must understand that Li Feng's acquisition of this resource is beyond reproach, both procedurally and in terms of fairness. Are you implying that I am at fault?" Zheng Yu retorted, "No, I merely ask you, was this resource not originally mine?" Zheng Yu inquired. The secretary fell silent. "Very well, if you choose not to respond. That is acceptable, for you lack the authority. Return to Zhou Yun and convey my 2 conditions. Should he acquiesce, I shall remain." Zheng Yu shrugged and added, "Observe, I am not being aggressive. I seek merely the most basic entitlements, resources that rightfully belong to me, and an apology. Yet, you are unable to fulfill these." He continued, "So, will I be the one to depart Jianshui City, or will you force my hand?" The secretary was rendered speechless, for the weight of their guilt was undeniable. Chapter 40, Level 13, The Third Summoned Beast. The negotiations had collapsed outright, leaving no room for compromise. Zhou Yun would never apologize. As a mayor and a level 45 professional, he could not stoop to apologize to a novice summoner, even if that summoner had recently conquered a nightmare-level abyss. A feat not sufficient to warrant a public apology from a mayor. In this world, power is paramount. Zhou Yun's level 45 prowess is his pride and his capital. Even if one possesses potential, it must be translated into tangible strength to secure fairness. If Zhou Yun could not publicly apologize, then Li Nan certainly could not. As for the resources, they were irretrievable. Zhou Yun had utilized this resource to grant Li Feng entry into the Li family faction. Reclaiming it would mean offending both parties. He could only choose one. Naturally, he would never side with Zheng Yu. A perfect solution? It was non-existent. The secretary understood this well. He had served many mayors. And Zhou Yun was the most arrogant and impatient professional he had ever encountered. He gazed at Zheng Yu and sighed, abandoning his bureaucratic demeanor. If I were in your position, I would not accept this either. However, from Zhou Yun's perspective, I cannot expect any concessions. Thus, I can only hope that you do not achieve any future advancements. Otherwise, I will be equally vilified as Zhou Yun. Ultimately, this was merely the secretary's job. He departed with his associates, and after exchanging contact information with Chai Fong, Zheng Yu left the hall of the Cold Street Abyss with Tao Qian and others. In the Jiangshui City Mayor's office, Li Nan and Zhou Yun learned of Zheng Yu's 2 demands from the secretary. Noticing Li Nan's silence, Zhou Yun took the initiative to speak. That kid Zheng Yu thinks that by merely lucking out and conquering a nightmare-level abyss, he can make demands of me. The future is long. I do not believe this summoner can achieve significant progress. Li Nan, exhaling a puff of smoke with an indifferent expression, replied. One cannot dismiss this lightly. Conquering a nightmare-level abyss cannot simply be attributed to luck. However, even in stage 1 of the abyss, a nightmare-level abyss is still akin to a novice abyss. In our central district, countless prodigies have conquered nightmare-level abysses. It is merely a rarity in your backwater city. Backwater? Zhou Yun thought to himself, wanting to retort. While Jiangshui City may not rival the provincial capitals of the central district, it hardly qualifies as a backwater. Li Nan, oblivious to Zhou Yun's subtle expression, continued, how you choose to proceed is not my concern, but I, Li Nan, have only one son, Li Feng. Rest assured, Minister Li. I understand, Zhou Yun replied. That is good to hear. Li Nan extinguished his cigarette and exited Zhou Yun's office. The moment Li Nan left, his previously smiling demeanor darkened. At his level, aspiring for further advancement without sufficient strength necessitates aligning oneself with a faction. Li Nan's arrival in Jiangshui City presented the perfect opportunity. Aligning with the Li family faction would not only provide political protection, but also priority in team formations. Decades of development had allowed certain individuals to monopolize a portion of the Abyss's power, specifically the right to form teams, known as factions. The difficulty of Stage 4 Abysses requires an extravagant configuration of teammates, compelling most capable professionals to join factions to solidify their status. Only members of the same faction have the opportunity to recruit powerful allies, a crucial condition for conquering abysses. Throughout the entire 9 provinces, there are only a few dominant factions, one of which is led by the level 65 Li Chenggong, forming the Li family faction, in comparison to the resentment of an S-grade talented summoner. Gaining entry into the Li family faction through this matter is of utmost importance. Nothing outweighs the enhancement of one's strength. As for why Li Nan dotes on Li Feng so excessively, it is not solely due to having only one son. It is also about the family status. In a family like the Li's, the hierarchy of status is exceedingly strict. For Li Nan to vie for family standing and become a pivotal figure within the faction, both his own strength and that of his progeny must not falter. Clearly, the A-grade talent of Li Feng is a blemish on Li Nan's reputation. Moreover, having only one son is not a reflection of favoritism, but rather a limitation of choice. He likely hopes to provide Li Feng with more resources for advancement, thereby solidifying their position. Zhou Yun contemplated for a moment and picked up the phone. Secretary Wang, please ensure that the Human Resources Bureau halts Zheng Yu's household registration. If he wishes to go to Shanyu City, let us prevent that. Mayor Zhou, it may not be feasible to block him. What? Not feasible? Why not? The secretary explained. Zheng Yu is not originally from Jiangshui City. His grandfather was merely a scavenger and lived as an undocumented resident. He has never possessed a household registration. Then how did he attend school? Because of his exceptional grades, he is nearly the top student at the first high school. Zhou Yun understood, in pursuit of academic excellence. The first high school had overlooked Zheng Yu's registration issue. What are they doing? Zhou Yun felt an urge to curse. By the way, ensure that Zheng Yu's teacher, Zhang Cheng, does not remain at the school. The secretary hesitated before responding. Zhang Cheng has already moved to Shanyu City. Why is it that such a trivial matter cannot be handled? Must I concern myself with it? A bunch of incompetence. Zhou Yun could no longer contain his frustration. The secretary felt wronged. Throughout the entire government, he had been the most diligent, always responsible for handling issues and cleaning up messes. Have you ever considered who brought us to this point? You just stand there criticizing me? The secretary suddenly felt an urge to resign. Very well. It has come to this. He is merely a new professional, Issue a notice that I will be entering Jiangshui City's stage for Abyss in a few days. Once I conquer it, all professionals in the city will benefit. By then, no one will remember who Zheng Yu is. As for his future as a summoner, it holds little promise. To this day, Zhou Yun remains convinced that Zheng Yu merely lucked out in his conquest of the nightmare-level dungeon. He does not believe that Zheng Yu could genuinely threaten his future position. Not now, and certainly not in the future. Furthermore, he has essentially aligned himself with the Li family faction, securing a promising future ahead. What is there to fear about tomorrow? Nevertheless, Zhou Yun still unleashed his ire upon that group of incompetent experts. Immediately, he ordered their dismissal and instructed the drafting of a notification to announce to all professionals. A task he knew well how to articulate. Though the secretary harbored lingering resentment, duty called, as one must provide for their family. Understood. Downplay the Zheng Yu incident. Refrain from mentioning Minister Li Feng and Li Nan. Shift the blame onto the experts, expose their scandals to divert attention, and then muzzle them. He was quite familiar with this approach. Very well, proceed. Thank you for your efforts. Zhou Yun eventually expressed his gratitude. Jiangshui City could do without Zhou Yun or Zheng Yu, but it certainly could not do without Secretary Wang. In the impoverished district of Jiangshui City, at Zheng Yu's residence, Tao Qian skillfully entered the home, retrieving ice cream from the refrigerator and inquiring of Zheng Yu, "Would you like some?" Zheng Yu shook his head. "Have a stick. Are you not cold enough in the abyss of the cold streets? Coming out to eat ice cream? What about you two? Do you want any?" Tao Qian asked when Ren Qingyu and Kuing, who had also accompanied Zheng Yu to his home. When Ren Qingyu shook her head. Curiously, Kuing asked, "Isn't this Zheng Yu's house? Why does it feel like yours?" Tao Qian, at ease, prepared some water and settled onto the sofa. "Since Zheng Yu arrived in Jiangshui City, I've been his neighbor. I am quite familiar with his home." Zheng Yu nodded, indicating that this was quite normal. "Let us get down to business," Zheng Yu said, setting aside his phone. "I just had a conversation with Chai Fang. Teacher Zhang Cheng has already been transferred to Shangyu City, and next it will be your turn. Are you both originally from Jiangshui City?" Zheng Yu inquired of when Ren Qingyu and Kuing. They both shook their heads. "Then after you reach level 10, come to Shangyu City. There are 2 tier 2 abysses there, and you can strategize for them." "Great," Kuing replied eagerly. This signified that Zheng Yu had agreed to continue guiding them. A rare opportunity. Although they were mere bystanders and the rewards would not be equitably distributed, even so, the rewards from Zheng Yu's high-difficulty abyss runs would still be significantly greater than those of average participants. It could be described as a difference of heaven and earth. Yet, when Ren Qingyu expressed her concerns, "But the difficulty of Tier 2 abysses far exceeds that of Tier 1. Can you continue to guide us?" "Yes," Zheng Yu replied succinctly. His 2 words of assurance calmed when Ren Qingyu and the others' apprehensions. Zheng Yu required obedient companions like them. He had previously inquired about the rewards received by Tao Qian, when Ren Qingyu, and Kuing, and they had only received a historical record abyss box. The first clear reward was a random golden grade equipment box. The nightmare level completion reward was a choice of any profession's golden grade weapon, restricted to those produced by the Cold Street Abyss. The experience rewards were also 3 times lower than Zheng Yu's. This meant that the temple would humanely allocate rewards based on combat performance and achievements within the abyss. However, even the reduced rewards were enough to incite envy among others. "Actually, we don't need to wait. I see that the reward of 150,000 experience is sufficient for us to reach level 10, Tao Qian remarked. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us claim the rewards and open the boxes." Zheng Yu was equally eager. After all, this was his first time clearing a nightmare level abyss, and he had long anticipated a box that would guaranteed yield platinum-grade equipment. Claiming the rewards, Zheng Yu directly accepted all 3 rewards. Historical Record Reward, 15,000 experience for professionals. Historical Record Gift Pack, Nightmare Level Cold Street Abyss. Title of Historian, Nightmare Level Version, Cold Street Abyss, 1. First Clear Reward, Cold Street Abyss First Clear Gift Pack, Nightmare Level, 15,000 experience for professionals. Nightmare Level Completion Reward, Cold Street Treasure Chest, Nightmare Level, 15,000 experience for professionals. First, he received a direct allocation of 450,000 experience. Congratulations. Level up. Level, LV10 to LV13, 27. 426,900 experience points needed for next level. Health, 1252,800, 450 equipment attributes. Magic, 340-370, 150 equipment attributes. Intelligence, 116, 161, 35 equipment attributes. Strength, 2026, 2 equipment attributes. Aggressiveness, 161.9. Remaining free attribute points, 15. As per Zheng Yu's earlier estimations, he directly leveled up 3 times. reaching level 13. The increase in health and free attribute points meant he now had talent points to evolve his summoned beast. What should he select as his third summoned beast? Chapter 41, Platinum Weapon, Frost Prison Staff. Zhengyu did not rush to choose a summoned beast. Instead, he first opened the Historical Record Gift Pack. It was said that the Historical Record Gift Pack would invariably yield a top-tier platinum weapon, which made Zhengyu quite expectant, as he was in dire need of a capable weapon. As he opened the gift pack, a dazzling display of colors flickered across the panel. You have opened the Historical Record Gift Pack, Nightmare Level Cold Street Abyss. Detected that your profession is summoner. The prize pool is locked to the staff series. Congratulations. You have obtained the Frost Prison Staff, LV10, Platinum Grade. Congratulations. You have obtained 10 Enhancement Stones, 10 Forging Stones, 100 Ice Crystals, and 500 Healing Potions for 5,000 health points. Directly receiving a staff? Zhengyu's expression brightened. He had initially thought that if another type of weapon were to appear, he would use an equipment forging tool to exchange it for his own weapon, but he was pleasantly surprised that the gift pack was quite considerate, directly yielding a staff. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, Tao Qian and the others had a self-selected golden grade weapon gift pack that allowed them to choose their own profession-s weapon. As the holder of the highest achievement, it was only fitting that he received one as well. A transparent staff crafted from ice crystals appeared in Zhengyu's inventory. Frost Prison. Upon seeing this name, Zhengyu recalled the Frost Prison god he had cursed upon Shaoqi. This staff could be considered the most potent weapon within the Cold Street Abyss. Zhengyu examined the attributes of the Frost Prison Staff. Weapon, Frost Prison Staff. Required level, 10. Required profession, Staff Mastery. Grade, Platinum. Attributes, Intelligence 150, Casting Speed 50, Skill Damage 10, Ice Damage 150. Equipment effect, every 3 skills released. Automatically releases Frost Prison skill, locking onto enemies with powerful ice capabilities, dealing 3,000 fixed ice damage and freezing enemies. Forging, 0. Enhancement, 0. Refinement, 0. Runes, unembedded. Quite impressive. Zhengyu was thoroughly satisfied with this staff. The mere 150 intelligence boost was remarkable, considering that his current intelligence was only 161 points. Subtracting the 10 points added by the novice staff, the intelligence increase from this Frost Prison staff was nearly equivalent. Not to mention, the skill damage and ice damage were also significant. For a summoner, the damage output of skills equates to that of their summoned beasts, representing a substantial enhancement. However, the casting speed holds little value for Zhengyu. The effects of the equipment are remarkably potent. Upon casting 3 skills, an additional control-type skill with fixed damage is activated. Furthermore, the summoned beast skills can trigger the effects of the Frost Prison Staff. The Forging, Enhancement, and Refinement runes all start at 0. Equipment of Platinum grade and above can undergo 4 types of cultivation. Forging requires forging stones and corresponding attribute materials, such as the ice stones from the Frozen Abyss, which can be obtained by dismantling gear and serve to enhance the base attributes of the equipment while altering and augmenting its properties. Enhancement necessitates enhancement stones and relevant attribute materials, with outputs from the Abyss at Stage 2 and above, capable of increasing the damage-ignoring properties of weapons and the defensive attributes of armor. Refinement calls for core stones and appropriate attribute materials, obtainable from Stage 3 and above of the Abyss, and can also be purchased directly from the temple, allowing for quality improvements of weapons. Runes, available from Stage 4 and above of the Abyss, can also be acquired at the temple. They carry formidable additional effects, with divine runes rivaling the effects of a mage's forbidden spells. These items can be procured at the temple, typically at exorbitant prices. Yet, regardless of the cost, there will always be individuals willing to invest in cultivation. A level 10 professional equipped with a cultivated platinum grade item can, without a hint of struggle, navigate through Stage 2, if not dominate. Treasure chests also consistently yield certain enhancement stones and forging material. Zhengyu promptly replaced his novice staff with the Frost Prison Staff, resulting in an immediate increase in intelligence to 301. Subsequently, he opened the remaining 2 nightmarish grade Frozen Abyss treasure chests. You have opened the Frozen Abyss First Clear Gift Pack, Nightmarish Grade. Congratulations. You have obtained the Ring of Vengeful Engagement, Level 10, Platinum Grade. Congratulations. You have acquired 5 Enhancement Stones, 5 Forging Stones, 25 Ice Stones, and 5,000 health potions, restoring 10 health. You have opened the Nightmarish Grade treasure chest from the Frozen Abyss. Congratulations. You have obtained the Summoned Beast Equipment, Fish Slayer, Level 10, Platinum Grade. Congratulations. You have acquired 5 Enhancement Stones, 5 Forging Stones, 25 Ice Stones, and 5,000 health potions, restoring 10 health. Ah, splendid. I did not anticipate receiving equipment for summoned beasts. This is quite rare. Should other professionals come across such gear, they would likely be infuriated. It's of no use to them, nor can it be sold. Selling it at a low price would be a pity given its platinum-grade quality, within level 10 gear. Platinum cannot even be considered top tier due to a lack of demand. Summoned Beast Equipment, Fish Slayer. Equipment level, level 10. Equipment attributes, health 5000, attack power 350. Equipment effect, a summoned beast equipped with the Fish Slayer will possess a unique line. For 30 years, I have fished, my heart, as cold as my blade. Following this declaration, the next 3 attacks will have their speed increased by 100. Oh, it must surely be the exclusive weapon of that fish-slaying fellow, Hansi. Zhengyu immediately equipped it on the Goblin General. He then turned his attention to the platinum-grade ring. Ring, Vengeful Engagement Ring. Wearing level, level 10. Wearing requirement, none. Tier, Platinum. Attributes, Intelligence 100, Strength 100, Magic Power 500. Equipment effect 1. Mental Shield, a shield conjured from vengeful thoughts, capable of withstanding 10,000 points of spell damage. Equipment effect 2. Shield Break, upon the shield shattering, deals 2,500 points of fixed damage to nearby foes. Forging, 0. Enhancement, 0. Refinement, 0. Runes, no runes embedded. Truth be told, the attributes of this ring are quite commendable, far surpassing other level 10 equipment. An increase of 100 points in intelligence is indeed enticing. A shield value of 10,000 is exceptionally high. The 2,500 points of fixed damage can be considered negligible. Gazing at the 10,000 shield value, Zhengyu recalled videos of previous professional matches he had viewed, where a high-damage assassin struck a warrior, inflicting merely a few hundred points of damage. Initially, he had been perplexed, but now he comprehended the concept of equipment suppression. With this vengeful ring, an ordinary assassin would find it exceedingly difficult to eliminate him in a single blow. Donning the ring, his intelligence surged by another 100. With both platinum-grade items, his intelligence soared to 401. He then equipped the 3-piece set of human skin spider gear obtained from the human skin spider, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of his attributes. Name, Zhengyu. Title, Record holder of the nightmarish grade in Frozen Abyss, Living King of Hell. Profession, Summoner. Level, 13, 26,900 experience points away from the next level. Health, 10,300, 7,950 from equipment attributes. Magic power, 370. Intelligence, 451. Strength, 180. Agility, 28. Remaining free attribute points, 15. Skills, Contract Array, Summon Beast Frenzy, Summon Beast Physical Training. Summon Beast Skill Training, Summon Beast Attribute Cultivation. Summon Beast Space, Goblin General, Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, not yet contracted. Talent, Demon Contract, Heart of the Steward. Focusing on companionship and the library card. Equipment, Human Skin Spider 3-piece set, Ice Crystal Pendant, Vengeful Engagement Ring, Frost Prison Staff, Novice Mage Armor, Novice Mage Boots. Summoned Beast Equipment, Sharp Fong, Fish Slayer. Chapter 42, The 2 million Gold Shield. The Human Skin Spider 3-piece set elevated his health to 10,000. However, he can utilize only 2,350 points of health. Combined with 15 talent points and an additional 10 from training dummies, he can offer up a total of 320 talent points. Zhengyu glanced at the Goblin General. Talent, Stage 4, 500 points away from leveling up. He then looked at the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. Talent, Stage 4, 850 points away from leveling up. There remains a significant gap to achieve solo clearance in Stage 2 of the Abyss. Possessing a Stage 5 summoned beast is imperative. Although he is currently capable of easily clearing the Abyss, his aspiration remains set on the nightmarish grade. Having experienced the difficulty of the nightmarish Frozen Abyss, he approaches Stage 2 of the nightmarish Abyss with heightened caution and trepidation. Fortunately, he now has numerous avenues to enhance his strength, cultivating equipment, nurturing summoned beasts, acquiring a 3rd summoned beast, and claiming 2 hex enhancement runes pending at level 10. All of these avenues promise to bolster his capabilities. Forging, enhancement, and refinement runes can all be procured with currency. Once the resources he applied for in Shanyu City are credited, he can undertake minor enhancements. As for the 3rd summoned beast, Zhengyu discovered 4 level 10 summoned beast skill books within the temple: Shadow Bat, War Centaur, Wasteland Wolf, and Rain Butterfly. The Shadow Bat is classified as an assassin-type summoned beast, while the War Centaur and Wasteland Wolf belong to the warrior category. The Rain Butterfly is a support-type summoned beast, and Zhengyu tends to favor it. After engaging in battle with Xiao Qi, he realized his lack of sustainability and recovery capabilities. The Twin Flame Dragon Snake inflicts considerable damage, yet is quite fragile. Casting its skills expends a significant amount of energy. necessitating a support summoned beast that can both protect and restore vitality. The Goblin General possesses explosive damage but lacks speed, making the Rain Butterfly, which enhances group speed, an ideal choice. Zheng Yu made his decision without hesitation and opted for the Rain Butterfly, as he already had ample damage output. His choice was also influenced by the fact that it required minimal investment of talent points at this stage, given his intention to accumulate points to elevate the Goblin General to the 5th tier. In the early stages, talent points are insufficient to enhance 3 summoned beasts simultaneously, compelling him to concentrate resources on a single one. The Goblin General emerges as the optimal selection, capable of absorbing damage and dealing output, while the Goblin Combat Team maximizes functionality and demands fewer advanced talent points. It is, in essence, a nearly perfect choice. Furthermore, after reaching level 10, the summoner gains 3 additional skills for nurturing summoned beasts, of which only one can be developed. Naturally, the Goblin General is the primary candidate. Upon reaching level 10, each profession acquires specialized skills, allowing different subclasses to evolve distinct skill sets. For instance, warriors receive 3 unique specialization skills: Bloodburst, Offensive, and Defensive. The choice of skills completely alters developmental trajectories, allowing for either mixed or comprehensive growth. The Summoner class follows a similar pattern, divided into 3 branches: Constitution Cultivation, Skill Cultivation, and Attribute Cultivation. Constitution Cultivation can be further categorized into the Behemoth branch, focusing on enhancing the summoned beast size, health, and defense. Skill Cultivation primarily targets the twin flame dragon snake's development and includes subtypes such as nuclear damage, magic bombardment, pure elemental, and mixed elemental branches. Attribute Cultivation is the simplest approach, merely stacking attributes. The Goblin General aligns with the Attribute branch. The higher its attributes, the greater its damage output. Historically, summoned beasts have predominantly embraced the Attribute branch due to limited resources, making pure attribute stacking the easiest method. However, the Goblin General could also be developed through Constitution Cultivation, yielding a colossal goblin. Nevertheless, nurturing a summoned beast necessitates various expensive materials and the sacrificial offering of similarly talented summoned beasts. More importantly, there is the time cost involved. A significant investment of both time and money is required to cultivate a truly perfect summoned beast. This has historically obstructed the growth trajectory of summoners, rendering them incapable of fully showcasing their summoned beast's potential. Consequently, the summoner class has become synonymous with mediocrity. Talented individuals tend to overlook the summoner profession, while those without talent are even less likely to produce formidable summoned beasts. This creates a vicious cycle. Zheng Yu first purchased the skill book for the Rain Butterfly from the temple store. Summoned Beast, Rain Butterfly. Skill book, learnable at level 10. One-time item, disappears upon learning. Summoners may learn it to obtain a trainable Rain Butterfly. Price, 30,000. To be fair, this is a bargain. Skill books are exceedingly rare. Zheng Yu had cleared the Abyss twice, even facing the Nightmare level Abyss once, and had not obtained a single skill book. Typically, a level 10 warrior skill, even the least valuable Fireblade, commands a price of 200,000, and it is not a fixed price, but rather requires auction acquisition. The average transaction price hovers around 300,000. Although warriors are a popular class, their popularity drives up the prices of associated equipment, consumables, and skills. Zheng Yu disposed of all unused materials and equipment in his warehouse at the temple store, retaining only enhancement stones and forging stones. He sold all remaining items, including novice mage robes, novice mage boots, and gloves. The cold corpses in the Cold Street Abyss dropped many materials, all of which he sold to material merchants. These commonplace materials, deemed useless by ordinary players, held significant value to merchants. In total, he earned quite a sum, just from the ice stone material alone. He sold nearly 200,000. The ice blade fetched 270,000, with Wen Ren Xingyu and Ku Ying obtaining a golden grade weapon selection box. Previous trades became irrelevant. Zheng Yu immediately listed his items at the temple, with the ice blade selling for 270,000 in a flash. The bloodstained chef's hat, priced at 120,000, was purchased by a player with a universal chef subclass. A level 5 bone cutter unexpectedly sold for 150,000. A plethora of novice equipment, including a complete set of 5 warrior pieces, was sold for a flat price of 100,000. In the Nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, novice equipment dropped as if it were worthless. After one expedition through the Nightmare level Abyss, he earned enough from selling junk to purchase a house. Although Tao Qian and the others received less, they still amassed an income of around 300,000 to 400,000, not including the equipment obtained from treasure chests. Tao Qian opened a platinum-grade robe, a golden-grade monk's staff, and a golden-grade shield warrior shield from the historical record treasure chest. Platinum-grade equipment is not for sale. Considered a rare treasure. The monk's staff was acquired from a selection box. With this weapon in hand, Tao Qian could no longer be seen as mere background. As for the shield warrior shield, goodness, 2 million. Tao Qian discovered the former trading price of this shield. His initial reaction was one of confusion. Why would anyone spend 4 to 5 million on a level 10 piece of equipment? Chapter 43, Third Tier. The Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly. Have you noticed that a level 20 golden grade shield only costs 2 million? Zheng Yu pointed to another piece of equipment in the temple store. You must understand that at level 10, golden grade equipment is the best available on the market. Platinum grade equipment can only be obtained by clearing the nightmare level abyss and is generally not for sale, hence the inflated prices of golden grade equipment. Tao Qian shook his head in disbelief. Goodness, there are so many wealthy individuals. Look, this level 10 platinum grade warrior weapon sold for 13 million. It's terrifying. You cannot comprehend the world of the affluent. Zheng Yu recalled the wealthy individuals from his previous life, where cars cost hundreds of millions. The prices of such equipment are not dissimilar to their luxury goods. Goodness, someone placed a bid. A flat price of 4 million. Should I sell? Just as Tao Qian listed the shield in the temple, a buyer made a bid. Ren Qingyu analyzed. Although the shield warrior is not a top-tier profession, many wealthy players choose it for its survivability and ease of play. You could opt for an auction. All right, I'll heed your advice. Tao Qian was very receptive to counsel, especially since Ren Qingyu possessed the broadest knowledge among the four of them. He outright rejected the flat price and instead listed it in the auction house, starting at a minimum price of 3 million, with a 24-hour auction period. I just remembered a question. Tao Qian, while attentively monitoring the auction prices, inquired of Zheng Yu. This shield has already reached several million. How many pieces of gold-grade equipment did Li Feng acquire from you? 1 set, responded Ren Qingyu. Tao Qian pressed further. How many pieces is that? A standard set comprises 6 items, a weapon, a torso, gloves, a helmet, trousers, and boots. A twitch of Tao Qian's eye betrayed his astonishment. Surely these 6 pieces must be worth at least 20 million? Ren Qingyu reminded him. Li Feng is a warrior. The prices of warrior equipment are significantly higher. Therefore, the value of this entire set would be doubled. Li Feng is a beast. Upon finally grasping the worth of the S-grade resources, he erupted in expletives. It dawned on him why individuals from Li Feng's background would resort to seizing resources. Their value far exceeded his initial assumptions. Ren Qingyu elucidated. Due to the incessant emergence of abyssal rifts and their continuous expansion, without proper containment, the entire world risks being engulfed by the abyss. Thus, the government's primary objective is to cultivate more professionals, nearly exhausting the national treasury's resources to nurture those with exceptional talents. This is merely the first phase of resources. Subsequent phases will only escalate in worth, surpassing the current offerings. It can only be said that the market price for level 10 gold-grade equipment is inflated and does not reflect the actual value, making it appear somewhat exaggerated. Tao Qian nodded. I see. It was uncertain whether he truly absorbed this information, as his attention had already shifted entirely to the auction house, where bids had begun on the shield he had just tossed into the auction. This underscored the high demand for level 10 gold-grade equipment. Ren Qingyu and Kuing each procured their own professional gear and auctioned off 1 surplus piece of gold-grade equipment. Ren Qingyu sold a pair of gold-grade ranger boots, while Kuing sold a gold-grade warrior's armor. Although defensive equipment is typically less valuable than weapons, Kuying's armor fetched nearly 4 million. With their earnings, they hurriedly departed Zheng Yu's residence to repay their debts, as each day of delay accrued additional interest. Meanwhile, Tao Qian reclined on Zheng Yu's sofa, beginning to browse for silver-grade equipment. 1 piece of gold-grade weaponry could be exchanged for an entire set of silver-grade gear. With a substantial sum left over, Tao Qian gleefully selected his equipment. Zheng Yu, on the other hand, entered the room to contract his new summoned beast. Rain Butterfly. Buzz. The contract took effect. A rain butterfly, adorned in a pale blue hue with enormous wings, materialized at the center of the summoning array. Its wings, stretching over 2 meters in length, were quite substantial for a level 1, tier 0 summoned beast. Zheng Yu's knowledge of the rain butterfly was limited, as no previous summoners had ever chosen it as a companion. It seemed reasonable to cultivate it towards enhancing its physical attributes. A colossal auxiliary butterfly. Zheng Yu recalled the butterfly queen from the Godzilla films. If he could indeed nurture the rain butterfly to such an extent, it would provide remarkable support. The rain butterfly was exquisite. Even Zheng Yu, a self-proclaimed straight man, had to admit its beauty was exceptional. Summoned beast, rain butterfly. Level 13. Increases with the summoner's level. Health 7800. Attack power, 1353, 451 Summoner's Intelligence x 3 multiplier. Talent, Tier 1, 20 talent points needed for upgrade. Skills, Rain Butterfly Guardian LV13. The Rain Butterfly will bind in a guardian relationship with a summoned beast, providing a shield valued at 5,412. 1353 Rain Butterfly Attack Power x4 multiplier. Upon shield break, it inflicts 2030. 1353 Rain Butterfly Attack Power x15 multiplier. Damage and helps absorb 50 of the damage. Skills, Spirit Butterfly LV13. As an ethereal being, the Rain Butterfly possesses rapid recovery capabilities. Passive, recovery speed increased by 50. Active, instantly restores 4,059. 1353 Rain Butterfly Attack Power x3 multiplier. Health points. Healing effects are enhanced by 25 when restoring itself. Skills, Butterfly Song LV13. The Rain Butterfly consumes 3 health points per second to chant, increasing all summoned beast agility by 130 and movement speed by 130. Summoned beast equipment, none. In awe, Zhengyu gazed at the Rain Butterfly's attributes. 3 skills, health restoration, shielding, and speed, were all present. Yet the true marvel lay not in the Rain Butterfly itself, but rather in Zhengyu's extraordinarily high intelligence, which bestowed the creature with 1353 attack power. Both the shield and health recovery were in the 4 to 5,000 range. The Goblin General, in conjunction with the Rain Butterfly, offered sustainability and recuperation. The Goblin could unleash devastating attacks, while the Rain Butterfly absorbed damage. Moreover, this was merely Tier 1 talent. Zhengyu calculated that advancing the Rain Butterfly to Tier 3 talent would require 90 talent points. He immediately sacrificed health points to expend talent points. Summoned Beast, Rain Butterfly, Tier 1. Talent evolution to Summoned Beast, Spirit Butterfly, Tier 2. Summoned Beast, Spirit Butterfly, Tier 2. Talent evolution to Summoned Beast, Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly, Tier 3. Chapter 44, Goblin General Heavy Cavalry Corps. Summoned Beast, Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly. Level, 13. Increases with the summoner's level. Health, 11500. Attack power, 2706, 451 Summoner's Intelligence x 6 multiplier. Talent, Tier 3, 300 talent points needed for upgrade. Skills, Spirit Butterfly Guardian LV13. The Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly will bind in a guardian relationship with a summoned beast, providing a shield valued at 13,530. 2706 Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly Attack Power x5 multiplier. Upon shield break, it inflicts 5,683. 2706 Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly Attack Power x21 multiplier. Damage and helps absorb 50 of the damage. Skills, Spirit Butterfly LV13. As an ethereal being, the Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly possesses rapid recovery capabilities. Passive, recovery speed increased by 50. Active, instantly restores 10,824. 2706 Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly Attack Power x4 multiplier. Health points. Healing effects are enhanced by 50 when restoring itself. Skills, Butterfly Song LV13. The Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly consumes 3 health points per second to chant, increasing all summoned beast agility by 260 and movement speed by 260. Skills, Spirit Nurture. The Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly transfers its energy to the summoned beast with the lowest energy, restoring its mental strength. The Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly's mental strength increases by 100. Summoned Beast Equipment, none. The Tier 3 Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly not only gained an additional skill for providing energy, but also saw its attack power soar to 2706. The current Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly could generate shields exceeding 140,000 and restore around 10,000 health points with a single use. This was indeed an extraordinary feat. The intelligence boosts from the Platinum Staff and Platinum Ring had made a clear impact on the statistics. Upon evolving to Tier 3, the Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly grew tremendously in size. The moment it successfully evolved, Zhengyu, to avoid damaging the floor, swiftly retracted the Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly into the summoning space. In the summoning space, the Great Winged Spirit Butterfly fluttered its wings, greeting the Goblin General and the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. The summoning space of the summoner is an expansive realm of freedom, not confined to the rigid grid-like structure seen in traditional games. Within this realm, all summoned beasts rest, live, and idly pass the time. Prior to the arrival of the Great Winged Spirit Butterfly, the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent and the Goblin General hardly communicated, primarily due to the former's temperament. During the phase of the Twin Fire Elemental, Zhengyu had already discerned that this fire element summoned beast possessed a rather reclusive nature. Not only was it solitary, But it was also prone to bouts of rage, which made the Goblin General hesitant to engage, fearing an explosive outburst from the twin flame dragon serpent. The Goblin General's character resembles that of a seasoned warrior with a fondness for drink and a jovial disposition. Upon witnessing the emergence of the great winged spirit butterfly in the summoning space, the Goblin General felt a wave of joy, relieved at the prospect of no longer being confronted by the scowling fire serpent. Meanwhile, the twin flame dragon serpent remained oblivious to the presence of the great winged spirit butterfly, continuing to coil and doze in slumber. Summoned beasts possess distinct personalities. They are not mere skills, but rather living entities bound within the pages of a skill book. Beyond the necessity of nurturing their power and engaging in battle alongside them, I believe it is equally important to cultivate feelings and intimacy. This notion is articulated in the textbook authored by Zhang Anquan. As Zheng Yu's level increased, he increasingly recognized that the textbook was far from the useless material he had initially presumed. The complexity of the summoner profession far exceeds that of others. Exiting the summoning space, Zheng Yu opened the Hex Deck Enhancement runes. You have 2 pending Hex Deck Enhancement runes. Would you like to claim them now? Yes, I shall claim them. These were the 2 Hex Deck runes obtained upon reaching level 10, which he had kept unopened. Congratulations. You have drawn the 5th rune, a Windfall rune of Prismatic Grade. Congratulations. You have drawn the 6th rune, a Golden Egg of Prismatic Grade. Windfall Prismatic Grade Enhancement rune. Grants 100 talent points for summoner level 100, and continues to provide talent points for level 100 during the next 3 upgrades. Golden Egg Prismatic Grade Enhancement rune. Grants a Golden Egg, which requires 22 Abyss encounters for hatching. Upon hatching, it will bestow a plethora of high-quality rewards based on the summoner's level. Friendly reminder, Hell level Abyss encounters count as 2. Zheng Yu could hardly contain his astonishment. Double Prismatic. A Windfall and a Golden Egg. The Windfall speaks for itself. Acquiring such a boon early on is akin to a dream start. At level 13, he was not too late to benefit. Gaining 1,300 talent points in one go meant that the Goblin General and the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent could ascend to Tier 5. As for the Golden Egg, it required 22 encounters, a significant distance to cover. The 3rd stage was where Hell level Abyss difficulty began, but the wait would be worthwhile. For the rewards from the Golden Egg would be extraordinary. Opening the 2 Enhancement runes, you have gained a Windfall of 1,300 talent points. You have obtained a Golden Egg. 22 encounters are still required to open it. He placed the Golden Egg into his inventory and then summoned the Goblin General and the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent to commence their evolution. The Twin Flame Dragon Serpent consumed 850 points and directly evolved into Tier 5. Summoned Beast Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, Tier 4, has evolved into Summoned Beast Twin Demon Fire Jiao, Tier 5. The Tier 5 evolution transformed the serpent into a Jiao, completely shedding its serpentine attributes. It gained the skill Jiao Breath. Jiao Breath. The Twin Demon Fire Jiao gathers fiery energy and exhales a high-temperature breath, inflicting an instantaneous damage of 27,706, 3,958 attack power with a coefficient of 7. This represents a quintessential fiery explosive damage. Coupled with flame burns and the Twin-S double damage, Zheng Yu could hardly fathom the sheer magnitude of damage this breath could unleash. The most significant change for the Twin Demon Fire Jiao was its form. The Tier 5 Twin Demon Fire Jiao retained its double-headed appearance. Yet both serpent heads had fully transformed into dragon-like shapes, with its serpentine body now adorned in dragon scales. Its body remained composed of elemental flames. The attack coefficient surged from 60 at Tier 4 to 80 at present. With the Summoner Beast equipped with a Fish Slayer blade, its attack power escalated to 3,958. The increase in health was modest. It remained a standard fire-type, glass cannon mage, immensely powerful yet fragile. However, with the Goblin General shielding in the front, no one could harm the Twin Demon Fire Jiao. Zheng Yu contemplated, glancing at the Goblin General. The Windfall still left him with 450 talent points. He decided to maximize his health limit to 500 points in exchange for 50 talent points, reaching a total of 500, and thus, he could directly advance. The Goblin General required 500 talent points to evolve to Tier 5. That would suffice. Summoned Beast Goblin General, Tier 4, has evolved into Summoned Beast Goblin General Heavy Cavalry Corps, Tier 5. Chapter 45. With such delight, why withdraw? The Tier 5 Goblin General even retained its name. The only change was the addition of the Heavy Cavalry Corps. There were no new skills, but the core skill, General S Command, underwent a significant transformation. Skill, General S Command Heavy Cavalry Corps. General S Command Heavy Cavalry Corps summons a Goblin Army, 26 units. With the number increasing as the level rises, to engage in battle. Army composition, 8 Goblin Archers, 8 Goblin Assassins, 8 goblin shield bearers, 1 goblin wizard, and 1 troll goblin. With no summoning time limit. As long as the goblin army has not been entirely defeated, it cannot be summoned again. Additionally, the goblin heavy cavalry unit, 26 units, with the number increasing as the level rises, is summoned for combat, consisting of 26 heavily armored goblin wolf riders. Zheng Yu was immensely pleased with this heavy cavalry regiment. There is a saying that in the era before firearms, having 50 heavy cavalry was considered remarkable. A rebellion could be mounted with 500 heavy cavalry. With 5,000 heavy cavalry, one could sweep away all armies. Although he currently had only 26 goblin heavy cavalry, they would serve as an absolute advantage in the abyss. If Tier 5 was this formidable, how powerful would Tier 6 be? He then glanced at the requirements for the next advancement. Goblin General Heavy Cavalry Corps. Talent. Tier 5, 3,000 talent points needed for upgrade. Very well. He looked once more at the Twin Demon Fire Jiao. Twin Demon Fire Jiao. Talent. Tier 5, 5,000 talent points needed for upgrade. Excellent. 5,000 talent points translate to a health limit of 50,000. This was not too daunting, for thus far, there had never been a summoned beast with Tier 5 talents recorded in history. Tier 5 is indeed considered theoretically at the pinnacle. Leveling up from 12 to 13 had increased his health limit by 400. As his level rose, health increases would become more pronounced. If he solely relied on the Demon Pact, he could potentially possess a Tier 6 summoned beast by level 20. However, at level 15, one can also unlock a summoning beast contract space, which requires a certain number of talent points. The colossal winged spirit butterfly is merely a Tier 3 creature. TSK. Zheng Yu calculated that his talent points were woefully insufficient. Fortunately, there was an unexpected windfall. The prism grade enhancement rune greatly pleased Zheng Yu. The subsequent levels 14, 15, and 16 would each grant 1,400, 1,500, and 1,600 talent points respectively, culminating in a solid 6-tier creature. Imagine a level 16 summoner possessing a 6-tier summoned beast. This would be an overwhelming advantage against other professionals. The rain butterfly, attainable at level 10, is a Tier 1 talent. The shadow creature, available at level 15, corresponds to a Tier 2 talent. Following this pattern, a summoner adhering to the conventional path would need to reach at least level 40 to acquire a 6-tier summoned beast. The demon contract's unexpected fortune effectively propels one's early progress. In fact, summoners can also enhance their summoned beast's talents through alternative means, such as the 3 skills available at level 10, which can be cultivated over time, albeit with a lengthy duration. According to the textbook Understanding of Zhang Anquan, a summoner is a profession that cannot afford to rush and must refine their craft with patience. However, in Zheng Yu's hands, there has been some premature advancement. After tallying his spoils, Zheng Yu, slightly exhilarated and devoid of drowsiness, took to writing a guide. A detailed video guide for the Nightmare Level Cold Spring Abyss, teaching you step by step how to conquer the Nightmare Level Abyss. Paid post, 100 gold beans per hour. The forum was rife with paid posts, offering strategies, gossip, equipment analyses, career developments, and even fortune-telling. 100 gold beans equate to 100 yuan. Since he had time on his hands, Zheng Yu, who had been recording his battles, knew that such guides accompanied by videos and images tend to sell exceptionally well. He eloquently crafted a 10,000-word guide. Upon its release, it soared to the top of the forum's trending list. Wow, a nightmare-level guide. Is that really him? Of course it was. As it included videos and images, how could it not be? A step-by-step teaching? Does that mean if I learn it, I too can conquer the nightmare-level abyss? It is astonishing that some individuals dared to believe it. What I lack is not a guide, but rather combat prowess. Although this guide may not be of use to me, I still wish to purchase it out of sheer curiosity. What is the complete history of the Cold Street Abyss? More intriguingly, how could Zheng Yu, a summoner, manage to clear the nightmare-level abyss? The forum in Jianshui City suddenly surged in activity, with the number of purchases climbing rapidly. In truth, most individuals buying the guide were merely curious about Zheng Yu's capabilities, while some sought to find faults. Even if Zheng Yu had conquered the nightmare-level abyss, many still believed it was due to luck rather than skill, or perhaps that Zheng Yu had discovered some shortcut to success. After all, Zheng Yu was a summoner, labeled as the weakest summoner, yet he had conquered the most challenging nightmare-level abyss. Even a day later, many still found it hard to believe. At the Jianshui City Martial Arts Hall, Wu Zong, unaware that Tao Qian and others had already reached level 10, intended to return to the hall first to avoid overlapping their team formation times. His colleagues regarded him with peculiar glances. There was no malice, merely a hint of schadenfreude. All were colleagues who had failed to embark on the path of professionals. If he truly managed to cling to Zheng Yu's success and clear the nightmare-level abyss, they would no longer be in the same league. Fortunately, such an event did not transpire. Otherwise, it would be they who would feel the discomfort. Wu Zong had grown accustomed to such scrutinizing gazes, for he had been subjected to them in the lobby of the Cold Street Abyss. Even if those people were not even level 1 and would never possess the courage or opportunity to enter the abyss, it did not hinder their enjoyment of the spectacle. He consoled himself with the thought that he would still have the chance to enter the abyss eventually. The only one who did not regard him differently was Wu Zong's brother, who comforted him. "It's all right. If it were me, I would do the same." This was not mere consolation. He had also spent the previous night perusing the forum and understood that under dire circumstances, his brother would not be the type to abandon ship. "Brother, about the money," Wu Zong hesitated. "No rush. Pay me back whenever you can. I'm not in a hurry. I've saved quite a bit running this martial arts hall over the years. At most, I'll just receive a scolding from your sister-in-law. Besides, you haven't come away empty-handed. You've reached level 6, which means you've embarked on the path of a professional." Wu Zong still felt somewhat dejected. Had he truly embarked? Not quite. A genuine professional would only be recognized at level 25. In the absence of Zheng Yu, he doubted he could reach level 25. "Hey, look, Zheng Yu has released a guide." "What guide?" "Of course, it's the nightmare level guide. What use is it to me? I can't even get past the simplest abyss. No one wants me. What if there's a chance?" "That's a fair point. It's just $100. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. Now that you mention it, I'm actually quite interested." Upon hearing the discussion, Wu Zong and his brother opened their phones. Discovering that the post trending at the top of the forum was indeed Zheng Yu's guide, Wu Zong's brother immediately purchased the post. Wu Zong refrained from buying. He had experienced the events firsthand and was well aware of how Zheng Yu had conquered it. A guide? Nonsense. It was merely a matter of overwhelming strength. Even if you knew the guide, it wouldn't help. You couldn't even get past the butcher at the entrance, let alone the fish-slicing boy and the human skin spider behind him. Wow. But when they opened the post, they gasped in astonishment. Zheng Yu had mischievously included photos from their barbecue gathering on the first page, followed by images of the goblin general battling the butcher. Zheng Yu, Wenren Qinjiu, Ku Ying, Tao Qian, and Wu Zong were all featured in the images, beaming with joy, surrounded by food and drink. Wu Zong's brother couldn't help but glance at Wu Zong. "Did you all go on a picnic?" He truly wanted to ask how they could have enjoyed themselves so much while he had chosen to withdraw. Chapter 46. One dares to teach, and one dares to learn. Fortunately, someone astutely noticed that these were photographs from the simple level abyss, as when Renkinjiu had previously shared them on the forum. Zheng Yu posted them purely to incite jealousy among those who had previously refused to team up with him. Further down lay the authentic nightmare level abyss guide, detailed and divided into 5 stages. 1. The butcher and the fish-slicing boy. 2. The cook. 3. The human skin spider. 4. The female corpse from the well. 5. The hollowed-out chi. Each stage featured videos and images, with Zheng Yu providing meticulous explanations, including how to thwart the human skin spider and strategies for dealing with chi in both her ordinary and brutal forms. It was a thoroughly earnest guide. Yet the comments below were far from serious. "Zheng Yu genuinely wants to teach us. I thought it was just a bragging post. I didn't expect Zheng Yu to actually be making a guide. Ah, how naive you are to think so. This post is merely a showcase by Zheng Yu. Have you ever considered that even if you were to follow his strategy, could you possibly evade the flying daggers of the chef's cold corpse? Or escape the relentless pursuit of the skin spider? It is not that the summoner is so formidable. Rather, his summoned beasts seem to outshine even the SS-ranked warriors I beheld just 2 days prior. In the realm of reality, I would commend such prowess. But in this virtual domain, I must say, the young man is lacking. Is this all he has to offer? He still has much to learn. Though these individuals may engage in bravado online, they can discern from the videos and records within the post that this nightmare-level abyss is genuinely formidable. Zheng Yu's summoned beasts are indeed impressive. In the earlier segments of the strategy, one can observe Zheng Yu merrily feasting with Tao Qian and the others while dispatching foes. However, upon reaching the skin spider, the difficulty escalates dramatically. The terrifying skin spider, nearly surrounded by a horde of cold corpses, reveals the true nature of this challenge. Many who consider themselves somewhat capable, believing they could conquer the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss just as Zheng Yu did, soon realize the harsh truth. They simply cannot. In the video, the skin spider devours Goblin Shield warriors with a single strike, inflicting 6,000 damage, exhibiting speed, control, defense, and damage, truly a nightmare for novice adventurers. Forget about slaying the skin spider. They lack even the strength to escape this forest. Is this a realm meant for humans? No wonder no one from Jianshui City has conquered the nightmare-level abyss in over a decade. It is indeed an insurmountable challenge. I previously noted some forum users suggesting that Zheng Yu succeeded in the nightmare-level abyss purely by luck. Come now, explain how that constitutes luck? Luck? A goblin capable of inflicting over 10,000 damage is merely luck? One can only say that Zheng Yu's summoned beasts are astonishingly powerful. Yet, one cannot deny the nightmare-level abyss is truly monstrous. The skin spider possesses no apparent weaknesses, aside from freaks like Zheng Yu. How could other classes possibly contend with such a foe? To those above, your astonishment has come too early. This is just the beginning. Are there truly more formidable opponents ahead? Bosses even more grotesque? Hiss. Those who have thoroughly reviewed the entire strategy begin to spoil the narrative. To them, this post is not merely a guide. It resembles a first-person narrative steeped in the lore of the abyss. From Zheng Yu's perspective, it transforms into a quintessential tale of triumph. As the strategy unfolds, vanquishing the skin spider, escaping the cold corpses, and arriving at the unfrozen lake, the true challenge has only just commenced. Zheng Yu describes the boss, Shao Qi, with a formidable demeanor that even I find daunting. Many echo the sentiments once expressed by Wu Zong, who truly conquers the nightmare-level abyss. The appearance of the boss, Shao Qi, in the video, along with the attributes displayed in images, and the re-emergence of the skin spider in its brutal state, alongside the resurrected female corpse from the well and the returning horde of cold corpses, silences all who question Zheng Yu's strength. As for how to defeat boss Shao Qi, Zheng Yu succinctly states, just rely on brute strength. There is no strategy, only raw power. Dear brother, you are not to blame. Wu Zong's elder brother, witnessing the brutal onslaught of the cold street boss as it overwhelmed Zheng Yu, finally comprehended his brother's actions. It was not cowardice, rather, it was a sound and rational decision. Anyone in his position would have made the same choice. Compared to death, what is that minor penalty? As for Tao Qian, Wen Rinqingjiu, and Ku Ying, I can only remark that these three are not quite normal. Public perception of Wu Zong has also shifted. How shall I put it? Were it me, I would have retreated even faster than Wu Zong. He is commendable for daring to dissuade Tao Qian and the others. But one must concede that any rational person would choose to withdraw. It is the reckless who are truly abnormal, is it not? Yet ultimately, Tao Qian and his companions received rewards while Wu Zong, who made the prudent choice, gained nothing. Where is the fairness in that? Is it truly reasonable for a summoner to conquer the nightmare-level abyss? Is it not rational for Tao Qian to fight for his brother? Were I in Wu Zong's shoes, I would not have retreated. The giants of the online realm, mere clowns in reality. Foolish spectators who thrive on chaos. At this moment, Zheng Yu is perusing the comments on the forum. Seeing Wu Zong's reputation begin to improve, he feels a sense of relief. To be honest, he held no resentment towards Wu Zong's withdrawal. In his view, such behavior is entirely reasonable. When faced with danger, ensuring one's safety is a perfectly logical course of action. Is it not? Wu Zong is not related to him. The 30,000 fee, though below market value, was his own proposed price. Their relationship is simply that of mutual benefit. There exists no animosity. In other words, he may be criticized. Tao Qian may be criticized. But what right do the mere spectators have to cast judgment? Zheng Yu had two reasons for posting: to respond to those who claim he succeeded by luck or sought shortcuts, and to clarify Wu Zong's position. There is no enmity between them, and Zheng Yu is indifferent to whether Wu Zong remains in the group. Ultimately, it is Wu Zong who will regret it. He merely wishes to convey to those reveling in the spectacle that, had they been in Wu Zong's position, they might not have endured as long. The most popular section of the post is not the boss battle, but rather the poignant reflections of Shao Qi. How tragic it is to discover that the seemingly fearsome Shao Qi has such a sorrowful backstory. No wonder Shao Qi bears such resentment. Had I endured his hardships, my bitterness would surpass his. So, that is how one utilizes an internal organ cake. I've learned something new and shall endeavor to try it next time. Is it possible that some truly believe they will survive long enough to employ an internal organ cake? I cannot ascertain Zheng Yu's true intentions in teaching, but I know some are genuinely persuaded. How touching. I am moved. I adore Zheng Yu's words, compelling those beasts to experience genuine suffering, encapsulating the essence of poetic justice. When he boldly confronted Mayor Zhou Yun, I recognized his indomitable spirit, and I must admit, I admire it. Not only did he refrain from blaming the retreating Wu Zong, but he also posted to defend Wu Zong's reputation. I have become an admirer. However, some may find themselves discomfort, wondering what thoughts Li Nan, Li Feng, Zhou Yun, and others might have upon reading this post, as if they could exert any influence over such matters. Thus unfolds Chapter 47, the target, Stage 2 of the nightmare-level abyss. The post has garnered immense attention, with over 10,000 copies sold in a single night. For not only the adventurers of Jiangshui City, but also those from Shanyu City, intrigued by the mayor's recruitment of an S-ranked prodigy, have taken to reading the post. After all, each city treats S-ranked gifted adventurers as treasures, seldom able to recruit them. Upon learning that Zheng Yu is a summoner, their curiosity only deepens. As word spreads, The surrounding districts become eager to discover the true strength of this summoner named Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu could scarcely have anticipated that a single post would yield a profit of over 1 million. After deducting the forum's share and paying some taxes, he netted over 700,000. No wonder adventurers can earn such sums. Even a straightforward post can bring in tens of thousands. Zheng Yu gleefully withdrew his earnings. The legend of Zheng Yu is currently spreading. After being deprived of resources by Li Feng, in a fit of rage, he tackled a nightmare-level abyss. Confronting Li Nan head-on and rejecting Mayor Zhou Yun's apology, ultimately choosing to align himself with Shanyu City. Following a series of audacious maneuvers, Zheng Yu even garnered a following. His departure from Jianshui City to Shanyu City did not attract scorn. Rather, it was hailed as an act of integrity. I have contemplated from Zheng Yu's perspective. Had I been in his position, deprived of resources by Li Feng, I would likely have succumbed to impotent fury. I would report the incident and unfurl banners, ensuring that all practitioners in Jianshui City were aware of the situation. But is that not the very definition of impotent rage? Lacking the means to resolve the issue, one resorts to tantrums, whereas capable individuals, like the Minister of Resources in Shanyu City, simply come to recruit talent. It is said that not only Shanyu City, but also Qinan City and Xia City have dispatched representatives. I find myself curious. Does Li Feng feel secure wielding resources that do not belong to him? What cause for concern could he possibly have? I recently stumbled upon a post that meticulously detailed a list of subsidies for S-level resources, and I must admit, my envy was palpable. A complete set of golden tier warrior equipment. If I had that, I could conquer a difficult level abyss with ease. But I digress. Li Feng has arrived. What on earth is he doing at school? Today is the day for third-year practitioners to receive their professional certificates. How enviable. The professional certificate does not equate to a graduation diploma. Rather, it signifies that the student is poised to embark on the path of a practitioner. However, this certificate is not granted lightly. It requires the principal's endorsement, affirming that the student is qualified to pursue this path and can sustain themselves through leveling and abyss clearing. Moreover, an examination is requisite, covering political science, akin to the civil service examinations from Zheng Yu's previous life. Thus, possessing this certificate implies that the practitioner is eligible to engage in politics. After all, without intellect to accompany their strength, how could the populace trust such formidable individuals with leadership roles? Students who do not receive the professional certificate must continue their studies. For 90 of practitioners, leveling is merely a means to facilitate job hunting. The school will continue to cultivate them for 3 months, including combat training, archery, evasive maneuvers, and other physical conditioning. They will also be trained in specialized skills, such as potion making and equipment repair. Should they lack the talent and fortune to conquer the abyss within those 3 months, they will switch to cultural subjects and study other disciplines. I have heard that this year, our school has issued only 3 certificates. Only 3? That is not a small number. Do you think obtaining a professional certificate is easy? Once you possess that certificate, even without leveling, you can earn a base salary of 5,000 yuan each month, a guaranteed livelihood. How enviable. If Zheng Yu were here, that would make 4 certificates. Alas, what a pity. Li Feng, of course, overheard the discussions of this group, as they were ubiquitous. Whether in the restroom, at mealtime, or in any activity, he could hear everyone belittling him by comparing him to Zheng Yu. Li Feng's expression was complex, a mixture of anger, resentment, but most of all, a sense of grievance. He had thought that by following his father to Jianshui City, he could escape the clutches of those perverse prodigies from various factions and avoid becoming fodder for idle gossip. In the central district, he had lived such a life. To his astonishment, arriving in the impoverished hinterlands of Jianshui City, he still encountered a freak. His feelings towards Zheng Yu were filled with hatred, yet he could not help but admire him. There was nothing he could do. He had read that strategy guide, which showcased an overwhelming display of power. His sole frustration lay in his own misfortune. Because of Zheng Yu, he had received a beating from his father the previous night. Despite his diligent efforts and having improved his time in the difficult level abyss, it proved to be futile. He was deemed a failure by his father, the petty thief discussed by his peers, and a mere tool for Zhou Yun to curry favor with his father. I had invited him. Why did he not accept? Li Feng mused that had Zheng Yu taken his invitation, he would have been the one with murderous intent, likely to be countered by Zheng Yu in the difficult level abyss. In truth, he considered that the best outcome. Sigh. As noon approached, Zheng Yu was roused from his slumber by the bickering of Wen Renqinjiu and Kuing, who were burdened with a plethora of luggage. You two aren't planning to move in, are you? What ulterior motives do you have for my brother Yu? Tao Qian, who was preparing lunch, quipped upon seeing the 2 girls with their bundles. Turning to Zheng Yu, he added, Brother Yu, I don't trust these 2. You should be cautious. Shut your mouth. No one regards you as mute, Wen Renqinjiu retorted. Brother, you sent us a message saying that we are to head to Shanyu City tonight. We need to pack our bags and go together, Kuing explained. Such urgency? Tao Qian glanced at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu replied, moving and processing the paperwork for the professional certificates will take at least 2 days. That is ample time for my summoned beasts to recover fully. I wish to expedite my leveling. The nightmare level abyss is extremely draining, even with the energy reset of my 5th tier dual magic fire dragon and goblin general. Their state is not optimal. They require rest and recuperation. 2 days will be just right. Furthermore, I intend to tackle the nightmare level abyss next. I need to get to Shanyu City quickly to prepare adequately. Wait, Tao Qian set down his spatula and approached Zheng Yu earnestly. Nightmare level? Indeed. 2nd tier abyss? Otherwise. Zheng Yu replied, we are all level 10. We can no longer enter a 1st tier abyss. No, what I mean is, are you confident? Tao Qian hesitated, wanting to express that the 2nd tier abyss is vastly different from the 1st tier. Although Zheng Yu had cleared a nightmare level 1st tier abyss, bypassing any attempts and diving directly into the 2nd tier abyss seemed rather reckless. However, Tao Qian refrained from voicing this sentiment, fearing it would backfire. When Zheng Yu initially mentioned competing for rankings, he too had questioned it, and since then, he had ceased to bring it up. Doubting Zheng Yu's abilities felt like presenting his face for a slap. Zheng Yu shook his head. Honestly, I am unsure. After all, this is my first time reaching level 10. Perhaps we should play it safe? When Ren Kinjiyu suggested, why not clear a difficult level abyss first to hone our skills? Kuing, overhearing this, felt compelled to scoff. A 2nd tier difficult level is considered practice? Zheng Yu, however, smiled and said, although I am uncertain of the strength of a 2nd tier nightmare level abyss, I have also improved my own strength considerably. The probability stands at around 50. I shall charge you 1 million to guide you through the nightmare level abyss. Are you interested? Disregarding any objections, Zheng Yu made his offer. Tao Qian, who had earlier expressed worries and reservations, immediately agreed without hesitation. It's a deal. When Ren Kinjiyu, ever decisive, promptly transferred the funds. Zheng Yu, aren't you worried? Tao Qian, you know me. Brother, I will absolutely support you. If you say go, then we go. When Ren Kinjiyu, isn't there a 50 chance? Let us gamble. Only Kuing is truly sincere. Betting 1 million on a single attempt in the nightmarish abyss is a challenge even the most formidable deities cannot refuse. Danger? Which abyss is devoid of peril? With Zheng Yu present, the risk diminishes to a mere 50%. Can that even be deemed dangerous? Furthermore, it is evident to the 3 of them that they cannot persuade Zheng Yu otherwise. If he wishes to embrace madness, then they shall indulge in that madness together. At this juncture, Tao Qian recalled a pertinent query and remarked, if you truly manage to guide us through another nightmare level abyss, the top spot on this year's newcomer rankings would undeniably belong to you. Historically, it has always been the newcomers from the Central District who secured this accolade. I can already envision the astonished faces of those lofty Central District prodigies when they see not Jiang Shui, but a practitioner from Shanyu City, a summoner at that, claiming the pinnacle. Chapter 48. Rooster Blood to ward off evil. I understand this. Shanyu City. Wow, this house is truly grand, complete with a courtyard and a swimming pool. Brother Yu, have you inadvertently stepped into the life of a wealthy heir? After completing the necessary paperwork, Tao Qian and the others entered the villa. Wealthy heir? I built my fortune from scratch. Indeed, indeed. Tao Qian promptly seized a bottle of beer from the ice bucket beside Zheng Yu and guzzled a generous mouthful. This is indeed refreshing. Did you purchase this house? Zheng Yu reclined on a chaise lounge, engrossed in his phone, and replied without lifting his gaze. The resource department provided it, and I'm merely residing here temporarily. Tao Qian surveyed the villa's spaciousness. It was quite impressive. With a rental price exceeding 10,000. A 3-story Western-style building, featuring a vast yard, a lawn, and a swimming pool. By the way, have you received your S-level resources? Zheng Yu shook his head. Not yet. The resource department indicated that due to the expiration of the application period, and the fact that I previously submitted a request which ultimately went to Li Feng, the situation is rather complicated. Tao Qian frowned. Is it impossible to obtain them? Although these resources are not his own, they are closely tied to him. Zheng Yu's possession of resources would bolster his strength and enhance the safety of traversing the abyss, hence his concern. It is said that the mayor of Shanyu City, Zhang Zhan, personally undertook the procedures at the provincial level. Whether the application will be approved remains uncertain. Tao Qian, holding his beer, reclined on the chaise lounge and said, if Shanyu City fails to secure your resources, wouldn't our trip here be a loss? It's all the same for me. Zheng Yu was unperturbed. Regardless of whether Shanyu City manages to procure this resource, I will not continue to stay in Jiangshui. I can reapply at level 20. Wouldn't that mean you would forfeit the resources from Phase 1? Tao Qian expressed indignation on Zheng Yu's behalf. The resource department stated that if the application does not go through, They will personally compensate me for the Phase 1 resources, equivalent to those issued by the provincial department. This was the arrangement made during my initial meeting with the resource department. It seems that Shangyu City genuinely values you. This is primarily due to the city's poor performance in recent years, not to mention S-level talents. There are hardly any A-level practitioners, and those that exist are not thriving. If this trend continues, there may soon be no newcomers available to participate in the practitioner competition, which naturally alarms both Zhang Zhan and the resource department. Indeed, Tao Qian inquired further. What about when Ren Qingyu and the others? Tao Qian, needing to complete his household transfer procedures, arrived in Shangyu City last. They went shopping. I sent them to procure essential supplies for traversing the abyss. The girls are better at bargaining, which can save us some money. Having grown accustomed to frugality, Zheng Yu habitually sought to save. Tao Qian's eyes brightened. Have you decided which abyss to venture into? Zheng Yu nodded. Yes, we will go to the Shangyu Ancestral Hall. Hiss, the most dreadful one? Although Tao Qian feigned shock, he was not surprised in the slightest. The Shangyu Ancestral Hall is the only abyss with a nightmare-level strategy. However, it is also the abyss that when Ren Qingyu, Ku Ying, and even Tao Qian least wish to enter, for it is truly haunted. Zheng Yu elaborated. There are 3 Phase 2 abysses in Shangyu City: the Shangyu Ancestral Hall, the Blood-Soaked Film Studio, and the Dark Abyss. Among these, only the Shangyu Ancestral Hall has a documented success record and a complete strategy, detailing the narrative branches, how to obtain rewards, and shortcuts with clarity. I understand that some of you may fear the Ancestral Hall, but if we wish to enhance our success rate, it is the most suitable abyss for practice. Thus, I have made a rather prudent decision. Prudent? Tao Qian felt Zheng Yu was putting on airs, though he lacked evidence. Using a nightmare-level abyss for practice? He claimed that a nightmare-level abyss is relatively stable. Listen to this. Is that even human language? Unheard of. Yet, Zheng Yu genuinely seemed to be considering their welfare. Zheng Yu explained. There is a complete strategy, and it was crafted by Zhang Zhan when he was younger, making it highly credible. So are you reassured now? Zheng Yu even felt quite considerate. Tao Qian, of course, the first clear reward from the Shangyu Ancestral Hall is no longer available. But there is still hope for the Blood-Soaked Film Studio and the Dark Abyss. Do you intend to clear them all? Why not? It would be a pity to forego such splendid rewards. Very well. Tao Qian chose to support Zheng Yu, feeling he had little say in the matter. After all, whatever abyss Zheng Yu wished to conquer, he would follow. His sole role was to maintain the atmosphere, cook, and drink. The Ancestral Hall is a ghost-themed abyss. So I instructed Wen Yu and the others to prepare some tools to deal with the supernatural. Such items are rather expensive at the temple store, but cheaper options exist in the offline market. Additionally, the Ancestral Hall is heavily infused with Yin energy, so if you have the time, procure some chickens. Tao Qian nodded in understanding. Chicken blood to ward off evil, I comprehend. Zheng Yu shook his head. Who said anything about warding off evil? The ghosts in the abyss have health bars. What is there to fear? I asked you to get some chickens because I heard that free-range chickens from Shangyu are a local specialty. Let us roast them to eat at the Ancestral Hall. Tao Qian. In the afternoon, Chai Fong brought good news. The provincial department approved his resource application, and it is currently in process. It is said that Zhang Zhan directly contacted a bigwig from his faction to coordinate some connections to facilitate this. Such procedural matters are indeed challenging without connections. Chai Fong lamented over the phone. So, are you interested in joining our faction? Seizing this opportunity, Chai Fong directly asked. Zheng Yu neither declined nor accepted. He merely inquired. ISNT entry into a faction restricted to practitioners of level 40 and above? A faction can be understood as an organization formed by powerful practitioners to monopolize certain resources. They are formidable and unbreakable, as their interests are intricately intertwined. However, not just anyone can join. The most basic requirement bars 99 of practitioners. A minimum level of 40 is needed to enter a faction, as those below level 40 cannot truly be considered strong. Chai Fong chuckled. Ah, this is merely an effort to preemptively recruit a talent like you. Being able to clear a nightmare-level abyss, reaching level 40, is a certainty. By the way, have you decided which abyss to explore in Phase 2? Chai Fong refrained from further pressing Zheng Yu about joining the faction and instead posed another question. The Ancestral Hall. A rather calm choice, I must say. In Chai Fong's view, this selection was relatively conservative. The Shangyu Ancestral Hall is the abyss with the highest number of successful clearances among practitioners in Shangyu City, boasting an abundance of strategies. It is the favorite abyss of Phase 2 practitioners in Shangyu City. Chai Fong felt a tinge of disappointment. He had harbored considerable expectations for Zheng Yu to venture into other abysses of Shangyu City and perhaps shatter some records. After all, the attitudes of the practitioners in Shangyu regarding Zheng Yu's invitation varied widely. Despite Zheng Yu's remarkable achievements in conquering the Nightmare Abyss, Many still believed that the summoner profession held little promise for the future, and thus, allocating resources to Zheng Yu was deemed a misguided decision. If he were to refresh a record and present some accomplishments, those dissenters would certainly fall silent. However, from Zheng Yu's perspective, the Ancestral Hall undoubtedly represented the safest choice. Hence, Chai Fong remarked that it was a judicious decision. Unfettered by external influences, he opted solely for what suited him best. This choice was difficult to reconcile with the impulsive Zheng Yu who had previously plunged into the nightmare-level abyss in a fit of anger. After concluding the call, Zhang Zhan, who had just returned from the provincial district, inquired, "Did he not choose the Blood-Red Film Factory?" Chai Fong nodded. "I too expected him to select the Film Factory Abyss, as refreshing its record seemed highly likely. This child appears to be rather reckless, yet paradoxically, excessively composed." "Reckless? I do not perceive Zheng Yu as reckless," Zhang Zhan chuckled. "He simply exhibits a penchant for not yielding. This is not a flaw. If young people were to approach tasks with the same trepidation as we do, they would hardly embody the spirit of youth. In fact, choosing the Ancestral Hall could yield even greater prestige if he were to set a new record there." Zhang Zhan remained optimistic. Yet, Chai Fong resolutely countered, "I find that highly improbable. The Shanyu Ancestral Hall Abyss is the most familiar abyss instance for the people of Shanyu. Having been refreshed time and again by countless practitioners, it is not easily refreshed, unless he intends to venture into the nightmare-level abyss. Moreover, it seems he plans to bring along Tao Qian and those two girls, breaking the record solo? That is inconceivable, let alone entering the nightmare-level abyss." At this point, Chai Fong recalled something. "Wait, is his team not missing a member?" Zhang Zhan nodded. "Indeed, they are short one person. Currently, there are 4 of them." As one young man forcefully withdrew from the nightmare-level abyss. "Huh. I imagine he is regretting it fiercely now. If they are missing one," Chai Fong mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully, "how about I send someone to assist him? A helper, perhaps? Why not let Zheng Wenchang join? An A-level talent warrior, who now appears to be at level 18. However, Chai Fong outright rejected the idea. "Who says I intend to provide him with assistance? With Zheng Yu's capabilities, adding a single person would be of little significance. None of the Stage 2 practitioners in Shanyu possess an S-level ranking. What good would an A-level do?" Since Zheng Yu opts for solo play, he would certainly refuse any assistance. Zhang Zhan, perplexed, asked, "Then what do you intend to do?" "I have a distant cousin who changed professions last year, but was delayed due to family matters. I will invite her to join in," Zhang Zhan responded. "But you just expressed skepticism regarding Zheng Yu." Chai Fong chuckled. "While I doubt his ability to break records, in the context of Stage 2, he represents a significant asset. I must ensure my cousin seizes the opportunity, akin to how I teamed up with you back in the day." Chapter 49. The need for a companion skilled in cooking kidneys. Shanyu City. In the hall of the Shanyu Ancestral Hall Abyss, after 2 days of commotion, Zheng Yu and his companions finally completed all necessary preparations and could now focus on the task at hand. "There are rather few people here," Tao Qian remarked, surveying the sparsely populated hall. A staff member, idly passing the time, explained, "This year's first batch of practitioners is still engaged in Stage 1 abysses. The queues for Stage 1 abysses are so long that entry is nearly impossible. As for the seasoned practitioners, either they have leveled up or completely given up. It is quite normal for there to be fewer people." Tao Qian nodded. "That is a valid point. I had not considered that. As I have only just transferred from Jiangshui City, and my earlier comments may have been somewhat ambiguous." Upon entering the hall, the numbers remained modest. Yet some individuals were actively seeking teammates. "We are short a teammate," when Renkinjiu stated. Typically, for individuals can enter the abyss, but lacking one means that both experience and rewards will diminish accordingly. If you wish to contend for the leaderboard, it is advisable to have a 5th member. Finding a suitable companion at Stage 2 is relatively easy, and many are willing to pay. Approximately 60 to 70% of practitioners find themselves stalled at this stage. Some are unwilling to continue risking their lives in the abyss, while others cannot manage to progress and opt instead for employment, saving money while awaiting a capable leader. Tao Qian, puzzled, inquired, "Is there truly no one to guide them?" "That seems unlikely. I observed many during our time in the Stage 1 abyss." That was the Stage 1 abyss. With level restrictions in place, bringing individuals through even a simple or standard abyss is a breeze. Even so, it requires a standard pairing of 2 warriors and a priest to escort others. By the time one reaches Stage 2 abysses, capable practitioners band together for leveling. Who has the spare time to guide others? Unless they are those who wish to avoid Stage 3 and simply seek to exchange their prowess for currency. Perhaps they might assist. Additionally, there are practitioners like Zheng Yu, who aim for the leaderboard. Yet, the challenge remains that in a small city like Shanyu, it has been years since a prodigy capable of contending for the leaderboard has emerged. "Ah, I see now," Tao Qian remarked, his expression indicating burgeoning understanding. He then gestured towards the practitioners in the hall who were searching for teammates. Then let us find one among them. Tao Qian approached the staff member and requested a broadcast for teammates. Looking for a companion, for needed requirements. Obedient, no monster stealing, no item pilfering. Must be skilled in cooking and barbecue, preferably adept at grilling kidneys, not pro bono. Rates negotiable. Upon seeing this announcement, Zheng Yu gave Tao Qian a thumbs up. Tao Qian truly understands me. I do not require a teammate with strength. I merely seek a companion skilled in cooking kidneys to fill the void left by Wu Zong. Once the announcement was made, several practitioners privately messaged Zheng Yu. Anonymous, warrior need a teammate? Zheng Yu, summoner indeed. Anonymous, warrior wait, you are a summoner? Anonymous, warrior hold on. Who is the main damage dealer? The warrior who had initiated contact with Zheng Yu was bewildered. He had never encountered such an unusual team. A summoner as the leader, accompanied by 2 assassins? Only the monk seemed somewhat fitting. Before Zheng Yu could respond, the anonymous warrior continued, you should let me talk to the monk. He must be your captain. Zheng Yu queried, why speak with him? The anonymous warrior sent an exasperated emoji and replied, I need to discuss the payment. Zheng Yu stated directly, you may negotiate with me. Can you make decisions? Yes. I possess Belevel talent with a fire affinity, capable of suppressing the malevolent energy within the Ancestral Hall. I am at level 18 and have successfully completed the simple level Ancestral Hall Abyss 5 times, and once in the ordinary level Ancestral Hall Abyss. After this self-introduction, he added, I am asking for 800,000. That is not exorbitant, is it? What? Zheng Yu responded with a large question mark. Can you truly make decisions? Given my capabilities. Asking for 800,000 is reasonable. Although your team composition is rather average, with myself and the monk, if we replace one assassin with a priest, clearing a simple abyss should pose no difficulty. Zheng Yu, summoner, perhaps you should carefully review the announcement I posted? Zheng Yu felt somewhat disinclined to elaborate further. How can some individuals approach me for money without even glancing at the announcement content? The other party fell silent for a moment, then responded to Zheng Yu with a question mark emoji. Anonymous, warrior, seriously bro? Have you lost your minds, or am I blind? With your configuration and level, you expect to carry others through the abyss? Anonymous, warrior, and you need to be able to grill skewers too? I find it utterly baffling that you're playing games with me here. The individual was evidently quite irate. Zheng Yu felt perplexed. Was it possible that the other party had recognized him, fixated as he was on the summoner class? Zheng Yu, summoner, don't you frequent the forums? Anonymous, warrior forums? Just a gathering of failed professionals boasting and chit-chatting. What is there to browse? You're not telling me you've come across a post claiming there is a shortcut in the Ancestral Hall, are you? Anonymous, warrior, let me advise you, brother. Don't believe it. If you do, you'll be dead in no time. Anonymous, warrior, I'm out of here. A bunch of kids are just here to amuse themselves, and I thought I'd finally encountered a business opportunity. Following that, the warrior ceased all communication with Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu turned to Tao Qian, who bore a similarly sullen expression, clearly having received an unpleasant private message as well. Well, it seems finding a genuine support player is no easy task. When Ren Qingyu remarked, I didn't anticipate this outcome either. She had assumed finding a support player would be a straightforward endeavor. Zheng Yu stated, it appears the mayor has kept my arrival in Shangyu City under wraps. Likely out of concern that I might rise too quickly. There's another possibility. When Ren Qingyu suggested, they probably never expected that the nightmare level abyss would yield such vast experience. And they were taken aback to discover you are already a phase 2 professional. So what now? Tao Qian inquired. I've found a few. But either they directly ask for money or see you as the captain and withdraw immediately. One was rather interesting. He knew you had cleared the phase 1 nightmare level abyss, yet still declined to join the team. He felt that being asked to grill skewers was an insult to him. Ku Ying nearby chuckled. If Wu Zong heard this, he would be furious. Indeed, he currently has no opportunity to grill skewers. The main issue is that, brother Yu, your reputation hasn't taken off yet. Phase 2 professionals can be somewhat arrogant. Perhaps I should search for individuals on the forums. Just as when Ren Qingyu was about to seek support online, Zheng Yu received a call from Chai Fong. Xiao Yu, I heard you plan to enter the abyss today? Chai Fong's tone was exceedingly polite. Zheng Yu was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I plan to go in. I'm currently searching for teammates. Oh, you're short one teammate. Chai Fong feigned surprise. Zheng Yu clarified. To be precise, I need someone who can grill skewers. Chai Fong, what? Grill skewers? Chapter 50, Nightmare Level Abyss Ancestral Hall. After some negotiations, they ultimately reached an agreement with the phrase, what a coincidence, I just happen to have a sister who can grill skewers. The price was set at 3 million per person. Although Chai Fong believed Zheng Yu's asking price was somewhat steep, he showed no hesitation. He needed to ensure the genius he had recruited was well fed. He thought this might be Zheng Yu's dissatisfaction with their failure to allocate resources effectively thus far. Offering more seemed reasonable. So it's settled then. I'll transfer the money to you shortly. so please wait a moment. All right. Zhengyu hung up the phone, smiling as he announced, I found a support player. Who? Chai Fong's distant cousin. The resource department head? Yes. Does she really know how to grill skewers? Tao Qian inquired. Chai Fong mentioned that his cousin's family specializes in barbecuing, so she should be more skilled than Wu Zong. Then it's not an issue. Wenren Qingyu remarked. Is it truly appropriate for you to discuss whether she can grill skewers so earnestly? Chai Yun, Ranger, has applied to join the team. Captain has approved Chai Yun, Ranger, to join the team. Chai Yun, Ranger hello, Captain Zhengyu, and everyone else. My name is Chai Yun, and I'm delighted to meet you all. Smiling, Tao Qian, monk adorable. Zhengyu, summoner welcome. Wenren Qingyu, assassin welcome, sister. Ku Ying, assassin welcome, sister. Upon seeing the term sister, Chai Yun, who was en route to the Shangyu Ancestral Hall by taxi, clenched her teeth. She was indeed a year older than Wenren Qingyu, and had been a professional for a year, stuck at level 12 and unable to progress, lacking teammates and prominent figures. She had taken over a month to form a team, nearly perishing in the Ancestral Hall. Later, due to family matters and her own insufficient talent, she had given up. Initially, she had no intention of continuing down this path until her cousin Chai Fong called her last night, claiming he had found a genius to guide her through the abyss. No risks, no need for her to lift a finger. All she needed to do was play the support role. Being described as a genius by Chai Fong meant there was surely no problem. Yet, the thought of someone younger than herself still left her feeling somewhat awkward. Upon arriving at the Shangyu City Ancestral Hall Abyss lobby, she immediately spotted her team, as Wenren Qingyu's striking figure was simply too eye-catching. A group of 4 individuals, all seemingly quite young, were gathered together, making them difficult to overlook. Zhengyu also noticed Chai Yun, a very fit young woman with sun-kissed skin, long legs, and a short, sharp hairstyle, bandages wrapped around her wrists, with clearly defined muscles on her forearms and calves. Zhengyu nodded at Chai Yun and said, their essay document I shared in the chat group. Please review it to avoid any mistakes. All right. Chai Yun's first impression of Zhengyu was that he was reliable. At least he wouldn't be putting on a facade by entering the abyss without reviewing the strategies. However, she didn't take the time to thoroughly examine the materials Zhengyu had sent, considering it somewhat redundant. After all, the Shangyu City Ancestral Hall Abyss was practically a subject taught in the schools of Shangyu City. Every student was well versed in its intricacies. Who needed to consult a guide? Chai Yun's disdainful thoughts remained unvoiced, as she had learned from her brother that Zhengyu was the genius who had been recruited from Jiangshui City. It was entirely reasonable for someone from Jiangshui City to be unfamiliar with the abyss of Shangyu City. In 1 hour, Zhengyu announced, we will enter the abyss. Zhengyu allocated time for Chai Yun to review the materials. Having just joined the team, Chai Yun felt it inappropriate to voice her concerns. Chai Fong had previously informed her to speak sparingly, as Zhengyu preferred pure support players. Yet, as she continued to read, she sensed something was amiss. Why was the guide solely focused on the nightmare level abyss? She suspected that Zhengyu had sourced the wrong guide. Such a guide for the nightmare level abyss would merely amuse ordinary professionals. They could hardly learn any real skills from it. To truly grasp the techniques, one would need a guide for the difficult level abyss. Unable to contain herself, Chai Yun eventually cautioned Zhengyu. What is it? Zhengyu inquired. Noticing Chai Yun's hesitance, Chai Yun decided to be direct. Did you perhaps select the wrong guide? The strategy shared in the group appears to be for the nightmare level abyss. Zhengyu nodded. Indeed, that is the guide in question. Chai Yun. Zhengyu observed the puzzled expression on Chai Yun's face and promptly clarified, although you need not engage in combat. The Ancestral Hall Abyss is fraught with numerous mechanisms and traps, particularly in the nightmare level abyss, which is vastly different from the ordinary level abyss you might be familiar with. The nightmare level abyss tends to reflect reality more closely, hence, the strategies employed here are of immense value, allowing us to shatter historical records. Chai Yun emitted a peculiar sound. Nightmare level. Your brother did not inform you? Zhengyu inquired. At this juncture, Tao Qian interjected, Brother Yu. Did you inform Chai Fong that we are aiming for the nightmare level Ancestral Hall? Zhengyu was momentarily taken aback. I seem to have overlooked that. He then realized why Chai Fong's tone had seemed somewhat off when he requested 3 million. It was likely due to his perception of it being exorbitant. Chai Yun stared blankly at Zhengyu. Are you serious? Zhengyu, somewhat exasperated, replied, You are the third professional to pose this question to me today. Let me clarify. Due to a communication lapse on my part, my team and I are set to enter the nightmare level Ancestral Hall Abyss of Shangyu City. Should you deem it too perilous, you are free to withdraw from the team. I shall ensure that Chai Fong is reimbursed. As for finding a backup team member, you can seek one on the forum. There will invariably be valiant souls willing to step in. Chai Yun stood deep in thought, her hesitation palpable. Zhengyu then remarked, glancing at her calloused hands, The calluses on your palms indicate that you have not relinquished your training throughout the past year. As a ranger, physical strength is paramount. Will you take a gamble with us? This was Zheng Yu's earnest invitation. A professional who had taken a year-long hiatus yet continued to train. Developing thick calluses on her palms signified her unwavering commitment to the path of a professional. Thus, Zheng Yu decided to extend her an opportunity. Should she choose to take the risk, the road of a professional would unfurl before her. Chai Yun gazed intently at Zheng Yu, her eyes a mixture of doubt, confusion, and, most significantly, yearning. Do you have confidence? 50%. Either we conquer, or we perish. Excellent comprehension, Zheng Yu responded. I might withdraw midway, Chai Yun stated candidly. Without any pretense, Zheng Yu waved his hand dismissively. That is of no consequence. I have encountered such situations before, but the fee cannot be refunded. Chai Yun remarked. If you truly manage to conquer the nightmare-level ancestral hall, it would indeed be a fortunate windfall for me. She fell into a prolonged silence. I must be out of my mind, she muttered, rationality reminding her that a summoner, accompanied by 4 backup players, could not possibly surpass the nightmare-level abyss. Even if Zheng Yu had once achieved glorious victories, it seemed an insurmountable task. The difficulty between the first and second stage abysses was not comparable. Yet, a persistent voice in her mind urged her to take the gamble. Ultimately, she chose to disregard her rational judgment. I will take the risk. Zheng Yu smiled. Congratulations on boarding the pirate ship. Shall I inform your brother? Chai Yun replied, I will tell him. She promptly sent a message to Chai Fong. I am entering the nightmare-level abyss. If I do not return, please take care of my parents. Is that settled? Yes. Then let us embark. Zheng Yu opened the interface, selecting the Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss, Nightmare Level. Zheng Yu, summoner entering now. Tao Qian, monk to be honest. I feel somewhat anxious this time. Kuing, assassin good luck. Wen Renqing Yu, assassin do not be nervous. Either we will achieve great wealth, or we will perish in the nightmare-level abyss, which is not a disgraceful demise. Tao Qian, monk spare me the ominous talk. Chai Yun, ranger, entering Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss, Nightmare Level. Please hold on. Meanwhile, Chai Fong, who was in a meeting, received a message from Chai Yun. At first glance, he failed to discern its significance, chuckling to himself. This girl is playing the sentimental card again. However, upon a second glance, what the hell? He leaped from his chair. Zhang Zhan, who had been speaking, expressed his dissatisfaction. We are in a meeting. What kind of conduct is this? Yet, Chai Fong paid no heed to Zhang Zhan, for he had spotted the critical term, nightmare level. Zheng Yu was venturing into the nightmare level ancestral hall abyss. No wonder he had the audacity to demand 3 million. Zhang Zhan, taken aback by Chai Fong's revelation, inquired, Are you saying that the summoner we unearthed has entered the nightmare level abyss? Chai Fong nodded. My cousin Chai Yun just sent me a message, and she even left a sort of farewell. Zhang Zhan exclaimed. Do you remember at what level we entered the nightmare level abyss? Zhang Zhan continued, level 19. Zheng Yu is only level 13, and he is bringing along 4 backup players. Is he out of his mind? Just as Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong considered Zheng Yu's sanity questionable, the 5 had already entered the ancestral hall abyss. Before Zheng Yu lay an expanse of impenetrable darkness, and a voice, reminiscent of an elder's, echoed in his ears. Ancestral hall, primarily used for worship, weddings, funerals, birthdays, and celebrations, honoring ancestors and sages. To worship, pray, celebrate, and bless, believing that ancestors and deities will bestow their protection. In Shangyu village, it is the same. Their ancestors have safeguarded them through generations, ensuring prosperity, freedom from famine, and avoidance of war and disaster. They express gratitude to their ancestors and hold the ancestral hall in reverence, until the day the ancestors too begin to have requests. I guarantee your safety. If you worship life, will the ancestors you worship truly protect you? Or do you even worship your own ancestors? The voice resonated deeply, narrating the tale of the ancestral hall abyss as if recounting a ghost story. Chapter 51. It seems I have hitched a ride on a true colossus. You have entered the Shangyu City Ancestral Hall Abyss at Nightmare level. This difficulty level restores the abyss's true visage at a 100 fidelity and resurrects the entire history of the abyss. The difficulty is immense, and the mortality rate is exceedingly high. Please exercise caution. A chilling breeze swept through, accompanied by a vague sensation of being pulled and pushed, as Zheng Yu and the others materialized on a dimly lit woodland path. Zheng Yu inexplicably shivered. The wind here was far from the bone-chilling gusts of the cold street abyss, yet it sent a shiver down his spine, as though something was intently watching him, filled with resentment and greed. Watching? No. Who told you to stare at me? Zheng Yu directed his dissatisfaction towards the inky shadows lining the roadside. Not speaking, are we? Without further ado, Zheng Yu summoned a goblin general. Goblin, charge at him. The goblin general wasted no time, slapping his giant wolf mount and charging toward the right side of the woodland path. With a piercing shriek of a ghostly wail, the message appeared. Killed roadblock ghost LV-15. Gained 2,094 experience points. Ah, it's all cleared up. The unpleasant sensation of being scrutinized vanished instantly. Trying to scare me? Who gave you the audacity? Tao Qian remarked. Brother, the ambience of the ancestral hall abyss was just crafted for you, and you've obliterated it. Just when it had a hint of that Chinese horror vibe. You shattered it completely. Zheng Yu approached the spot where the roadblock ghost had perished, observing the pile of white ash on the ground, his hands clasped behind his back. In the end, this is merely an abyss. As long as there are health points, I am Lin Zhengying. Tao Qian galloped over. Brother you are impressive. By the way, who is Lin Zhengying? Zheng Yu replied. At this moment, the rustling of leaves echoed through the forest, and faintly, the sound of children's laughter could be heard. How audacious! You dare to mock me? Zheng Yu exclaimed in fury. The children's giggles faded slowly into the swirling, eerie wind. In truth, Zheng Yu was merely toying around. For having perused the strategy guide, he knew well that upon entering the shrine abyss, this woodland path leading to Shangyu village posed no peril whatsoever. It was merely a theatrical flourish to set the mood. The roadblock spirits could cause players to encounter a wall of ghosts, inflicting no harm, yet delaying their entrance into Shangyu village. The children's laughter served merely as a warning, akin to the chilling scare tactics employed by the butcher in the previous Cold Street abyss. As Zheng Yu immersed himself in the role of Lin Zhengying, when Ren Xingyu and Kuing had already produced the prepared strings of copper coins and talismans. According to the strategy pinned by Zhang Zhan, the malevolent energy of the nightmare-level abyss gradually eroded their sanity. Translated, this meant that the sinister aura would impede the recovery of mental strength. The longer one lingered in the shrine abyss, the greater the impact. One Ren Xingyu distributed 5 strings of copper coins. Zheng Yu took the string, feeling its slightly sticky texture. Copper coin string, crafted from copper coins of the shrine. Steeped in the dog's blood of Shangyu village for 49 days, and linked with the hairpin of a newlywed woman from Shangyu village. Coated with glutinous rice paste used in grave offerings. It can thwart the encroachment of malevolent spirits. One Ren Xingyu explained, the copper coins, dog's blood, and hairpin are materials dropped by other difficulties of the shrine abyss. They are exclusively available in Shangyu City. Zheng Yu inquired, is it expensive? Since the funds were contributed by one Ren Xingyu and Kuing, he was unaware of the price. 3,000 for 5 strings. Is that so inexpensive? Remarked Chai Yun, a local of Shangyu City. Only nightmare-level abysses require such items. To be frank, if it weren't for you all, no one would purchase them. Understanding dawned upon Zheng Yu. Subsequently, when Ren Xingyu handed all the talismans to Zheng Yu, he glanced at the talismans, all of which were items mentioned in Zhang Zhan's guide. And as he collected them, he remarked, you have all reviewed the strategy. According to Zhang Zhan, the theoretical completion time for the shrine is no less than 3 days. After entering Shangyu village, one must engage with the storyline, staying at least 3 days to trigger the boss mechanism, namely the ancestor of Shangyu village. Now controlled by a malevolent spirit. The first day is for offerings, the second for ghost marriages, and the third for the march of 100 ghosts. After the march of 100 ghosts, one can confront the shrine boss. Thus, to set a record, we must strive for efficiency during the boss fight. If we follow Zhang Zhan's strategy meticulously, we can only rely on the speed of defeating the boss, which may result in errors that prevent us from breaking the record. Therefore, we should explore ways to activate the boss prematurely, perhaps by provoking the false ancestor behind the shrine. However, I currently lack leads, so we shall proceed step by step. As Zheng Yu articulated his plan, he effortlessly summoned the twin fire dragons. Their emergence instantly dispelled the surrounding malevolent energy, warming his body anew. Let us advance into the village, he declared. The goblin general led the way, with the twin fire dragons bringing up the rear. The group traversed the pitch-black woodland path towards Shangyu village. As Chai Yun was the last to depart, she cast a lingering gaze at the spot where the roadblock spirit had perished, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had no objections to Zheng Yu's plan. Even if any Shangyu City practitioner had overheard Zheng Yu's notion of angering the false ancestor to expedite the completion, they would have scoffed at his fanciful thinking. Yet Chai Yun remained unfazed, for she had witnessed the goblin general's charge that had effortlessly dispatched the roadblock spirit. Although the spirit was merely level 15, the swiftness of its demise was somewhat absurd. The staggering damage of over 50,000 was difficult for her to fathom. Was this damage truly from a summoned beast? 50,000. She suddenly felt that her so-called gamble was entirely unfounded in Zheng Yu's case. For entering the nightmare-level abyss was not a gamble at all, but rather a testament to his confidence and prowess. The notion that he might genuinely break the historical record of the shrine lingered in Chai Yun's mind. It seemed she had indeed latched onto a formidable ally. Chapter 52. Brother, have you come to shop at the cemetery? The path to Shanyu village necessitated traversing this woodland trail, occasionally interrupted by the appearance of roadblock spirits. There was little danger, merely a constant reminder to the practitioners that spirits indeed roamed this place. Whoosh! An arrow was loosed, striking true upon the spirit's visage. Such roadside spirits were exceedingly easy to deal with. According to other guides, these spirits were merely unfortunate passers-by of Shanyu village. 745. The arrow inflicted a damage of over 10,000. The level 5 goblin general possessed over 3,000 in attack power, and with a proficiency multiplier of 57 times. Normal damage could exceed 20,000. However, spirit-type entities were not bound by the ordinary. In a simple level shrine, spirits could ignore 10 points of damage. In a normal level shrine, they could disregard 15. In a hard level shrine, 25. While in a nightmare level shrine, this rose dramatically to 60. With a damage mitigation of 60. Compounded by evasion attributes and other factors, spirits in the nightmare level shrine became exceedingly challenging to vanquish. This limitation was a key reason many practitioners in Shanyu City hesitated to challenge the nightmare level abyss. Fortunately, spirits typically had low health. A level 15 human skin spider had 60,000 health, whereas an ordinary roadblock spirit only had 20,000. Thus, it could be dealt with in 2 arrows. Whoosh! The goblin general loosed another arrow, directly obliterating the roadblock spirit at the end of the path. Defeated roadblock spirit LV-15. Gained 244 experience points. The goblin general continued to shoot arrows at the fragile roadblock spirits, and Zheng Yu, intrigued, asked Tao Qian and the others, "Would you care for an orange?" Oranges? Tao Qian could not recall purchasing any during their stockpiling. Zheng Yu handed him an orange, and without a second thought, Tao Qian consumed it. After a while, Zheng Yu queried again, "How about some biscuits?" He offered Tao Qian several pieces. Tao Qian responded, "Wait, where did you get these from?" Just as he spoke, Tao Qian realized they had unknowingly wandered into a graveyard, and the orange and biscuits Zheng Yu held were pilfered from the graves. Tao Qian hastily discarded the biscuits in his hand. He looked up to see Zheng Yu at another grave, selecting offerings. "No, brother. Have you come to shop at the cemetery?" Zheng Yu replied, "Is this a graveyard?" Chai Yin instantly recognized the place. The graveyard was the first challenging location in the Shrine Abyss, where a high-level spirit would spawn. This spirit was the soul of the former village chief of Shanyu. Formidable and difficult to confront. Chai Yin urgently remarked, "To deal with the village chief's spirit, we must create a distraction outside the graveyard. Otherwise, entering directly will provoke the spirits within the entire graveyard to attack. But we shouldn't have reached the graveyard this swiftly." Chai Yin hurriedly stepped back. Yet she discovered that neither Zheng Yu nor Tao Qian had made a move. Only when Ren Qingyu cast a glance at Chai Yun, saying, "You didn't check the strategy Captain Zheng sent you, did you?" Chai Yin fell silent. Indeed, she had scarcely glanced at it. Primarily because she had been unaware that Zheng Yu was entering the nightmare level abyss at that time, and thus had not taken it seriously. Zheng Yu, however, patiently elucidated. Zhang Zhan's strategy for the nightmare level abyss mentioned that, in other difficulty levels of the Hall Abyss, the graveyard has fixed locations, and with a bit of caution, one can always discover them. However, in the nightmare level abyss, the graveyards appear randomly. The earlier they manifest, the more perilous the situation becomes. Fortunately, we entered the graveyard within 10 minutes, a full half-hour earlier than Zhang Zhan. Chai Yin replied, "Are you certain this is fortunate? Isn't it more dangerous?" Zheng Yu smiled and responded, "Of course it's fortunate, because the sooner we encounter the graveyard, the sooner we can activate the main storyline of the entire hall, allowing us to expedite our passage through the abyss. Although it's uncertain if it will have an effect, as long as we eliminate every single blocking specter encountered, we can access the graveyard sooner." It seems my suspicions were correct. Chai Yun gazed at Zheng Yu in astonishment. She had been puzzled as to why Zheng Yu was so adamant about exterminating the blocking specters, even those situated far away in the forest, insisting on vanquishing them until they were utterly destroyed. She had thought Zheng Yu was merely valuing a small amount of experience. But little did she know he had a purpose. Observing Zheng Yu, she sensed a peculiar blend of madness and reliability in him. However, the pressing question remained, how would he confront them? At that moment, Chai Yun noticed faint silhouettes of wraiths gradually emerging in the graveyard, and there were many of them. Zheng Yu cheerfully remarked to Chai Yun, "Once we get past this level, you must thoroughly review the strategy one sent. Otherwise, you will hinder our progress later. Moreover, let me correct you on one point. In the nightmare level abyss, it's not merely a high-level wraith, but rather an elite high-level creature. As for how to deal with them..." Zheng Yu snapped his fingers, and the twin fire dragons behind him suddenly unleashed flames that enveloped the entire graveyard. Naturally, we will charge straight in. Zheng Yu had conducted extensive research on the Hall Abyss, and he had a solid grasp of the graveyard's difficulty, confident in his ability to sweep through it. To accelerate the dungeon's progress, one could not strictly adhere to Zhang Zhan's strategy. The plot of the Hall Abyss was exceedingly straightforward. There was no need for exploration or problem-solving. One simply needed to endure for 3 days. Disrupting a sacrificial ceremony and inciting the false ancestor behind the hall was the objective. Thus, from the outset, there could be no hesitation. It had to be approached with boldness. The more violent, the better. Provoking the contaminated false ancestor ahead of time would open the possibility of breaking records. Burning down the entire graveyard was Zheng Yu's first step. As the twin fire dragon's fiery aura ignited, it swiftly engulfed the entire graveyard, causing the wraiths, who feared flames, to emit piercing screams. The advanced twin fire dragons, now at stage 5, expanded their fiery aura to a staggering 50-meter radius. Covering the relatively small graveyard was not a daunting task, and the double fire attribute damage from the burning effect rendered the wraiths utterly miserable. Against the cold corpses, the twin fire dragons were their nemesis. When it came to wraiths, the twin fire dragons were akin to their progenitors. Boom. The graveyard was set ablaze. The twin effect, with double fire aura damage, directly countered 50 points of damage immunity. Coupled with the already advantageous fire damage against them, the entire graveyard became a vast ocean of flames. The wails of the wraiths were incessant. This place had once been a hell for professionals, but now it was a hell for wraiths. Damage numbers erupted throughout the graveyard. 5,741, 5,329, 587, 698. Burn damage. 5,339, 5,788. Over 10,000 damage per second. Witnessing such damage output, Chai Yun felt an unreal sensation. Was this not more ferocious than a mage? The satisfied expressions on Tao Qian, Wen Ren Xinyu, and Ku Ying as they observed Chai Yun's astonished demeanor were unmistakable. Indeed, the half-open mouth, the bewildered eyes, and the trembling pinky finger signified that they were spot on. This was the state they had hoped for. Chapter 53. The finest ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation. Spot on, Tao Qian remarked mischievously, because when they had first witnessed Zheng Yu's damage, they too had worn similar expressions. Whatever mechanisms or dangers existed were utterly eclipsed by the explosive damage of Zheng Yu's summoned beasts. Not only was it a swift kill, but it was also a sweeping annihilation. The flames continued to blaze. The ordinary wraiths that had emerged in this graveyard were all at level 20, with health tripled. It was unlikely to eliminate them in one fell swoop. Moreover, the most crucial dish of this ghostly feast had yet to be served. Whoosh! A cold wind arose. Wails echoed. Surrounding them was a faint melody of lament. From the largest grave in the cemetery, an elderly figure, emaciated and shrouded in black smoke, crawled forth. Like the other wraiths, his body appeared semi-transparent, but the black smoke behind him vaguely formed the shape of a peculiar creature. Wraith Village Chief of Shangyu, the first to offer souls to the ancestors. Level, LV20. Rank, Elite. Health, 150,000. Attack power, 2,500. Skill, Shadow Envelopment. Skill, Venomous Aura. Skill, Possession. Skill. This level 20 elite monster, Zheng Yu noted with a serious expression, was nearly comparable to the boss Shao Qi Xiang from the nightmare level difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss. It was worth noting that this was merely the first level of the Hall Abyss. This esteemed guest from afar, what grievance have we in Shangyu Village caused you? The Wraith Village Chief inquired ominously regarding Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu gestured at the surrounding wailing specters and replied, I find this place rather ominous. There are too many unclean entities here, so I shall tidy it up for you. The Wraith Village Chief erupted in fury. The black mist behind him surged forth. Shadowy energy sweeping over the entire graveyard, momentarily suppressing the flames of the twin fire dragons. Finally, the surrounding wraiths had the opportunity to pounce on Zheng Yu and his companions. Chai Yun observed this scene, her legs trembling. She could not fathom how Zheng Yu would confront this horde of wraiths. You old man, I am kindly helping you cleanse the unclean entities, and yet you show no gratitude. Very well, since you are unappreciative, you shall burn along with them. Twin fire dragons. Zheng Yu commanded the twin fire dragons behind him. Burn with abandon. With a roar that resonated like a half-snake, half-dragon cry, the hellfire snake finally descended upon the graveyard. But this time, it was not merely a fire snake, but an even more formidable fire dragon. Boom. Flames engulfed the area. Now that the main dish, the village chief wraith, had appeared, it was time for the twin fire dragons to unleash their fiery wrath. Double fire aura. Double hellfire snake. Double fire attribute burn. Even with an abundance of health, this onslaught would lead to the swift barbecuing of the spectral souls. Slain soul of the underworld LV20 gained 3,786 experience. Slain Soul of the Underworld LV20. Gained 3,587 experience. Slain Soul of the Underworld LV20. Gained 3,444 experience. Slain. A fierce blaze consumed them. Experience flowed in delightfully. No one shared in his bounty. And his experience surged exponentially. Even before all were vanquished, his level ascended directly to 14. Congratulations. Level up. Level. LV13 to LV14. 59600. Remaining experience to level up. 56500. Health. 94009970. 7,950 equipment attributes. Mana. 870,880. Intelligence. 451,469. Strength. 126,130. Agility. 2,930. Remaining free attribute points. 5. The speed of his ascension was astonishingly rapid. This was precisely why bringing along 4 bystanders was essential for competing on the leaderboard. With 5 entering the abyss, the overall difficulty surged, leading to an increase in collective experience. However, if others refrained from engaging in combat, the champion vying for the leaderboard would reap even greater rewards. Soloing the nightmare-level abyss, his leveling speed was unfathomable to others. Just a wave of spectral souls, and he advanced a level. Oh! A piercing scream shattered Zheng Yu's reverie of triumph. The village chief Spectre, witnessing the relentless incineration of his fellow souls, unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy, enveloping the entire graveyard, attempting to contend with the fire serpent of the twin demon fire serpent. Yet, the innate properties that countered the dark energy of the Spectre ensured that the flames only grew fiercer. Realizing he could not suppress the blaze, and feeling its searing heat, the Spectre transformed into a cloud of black smoke, hurtling towards Zheng Yu with astonishing speed. But the Goblin General, tasked with safeguarding Zheng Yu, was not idle. In such chaotic skirmishes involving a summoner, one must always prepare a guardian beast. The Goblin General swung his heavy hammer, striking the black smoke. Wham! The hammer crashed into the body of the spectral chief. 8,742. It dealt an impressive 8,000 damage. Yet the Spectre did not relent. The transformed Spectre, now a swirling cloud of darkness, ignored the hammer and lunged directly at Zheng Yu. While practitioners could inflict direct damage on specters within the abyss, fundamentally, specters remained as they were. Physical attacks were inherently ineffective against them. Zheng Yu, seeing the Spectre advance upon him, Tao Qian and the others cried out in alarm. This was their first encounter witnessing Zheng Yu face potential harm. Summoners possess a fatal weakness. All their strength is concentrated in their summoned beasts, rendering them themselves extremely frail in terms of health and defense. However, in the next moment, Tao Qian realized their concerns were unfounded. The summoner may be weak, but they had completely overlooked that Zheng Yu was adorned with 3 pieces of platinum-grade equipment. The spectral chief's assault struck the shield of the cursed ring. Cursed engagement ring. Equipment effect 1. Mental shield, a shield forged from resentment, capable of absorbing 10,000 points of spell damage. Equipment effect 2. Shield shatter, upon breaking, deals 2,500 points of fixed damage to the surroundings. A shield of 10,000. The spectral chief could not breach it, even if it were to shatter. Zheng Yu still had the defense from the human skin spider set and the taunt from the training dummy. To reach Zheng Yu, one must first overcome these layers of defense. 6,458. White damage appeared above Zheng Yu's head. White damage signified a reduction in shield value. 6,000. To be honest, that was quite substantial. The spectral chief attempted to possess him, but failed to break through the shield of the cursed ring, causing the chief to become suspended in midair. Whoosh. In that instant, the twin demon fire serpent was prepared with its highest temperature breath. The serpent unleashed its fiery breath. Zheng Yu observed the spectral chief, ensnared in the crimson flames and wailing in agony, and remarked with a smile, "The finest ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Barbecuing the spectral soul merely necessitated the addition of a breath capable of melting iron." Slain chief of the underworld village LV20 gained 7,848 experience. Chapter 54. A terrifyingly thoughtful strategy, a perfect completion method. The graveyard was left with only the crackling sound of flames. The once boastful specter that threatened Zheng Yu had completely lost its spirit. Following the death of the spectral chief, the dark smoke that clung to him spiraled upward, swirling in the air for 2 rotations, seemingly recording Zheng Yu's visage before vanishing into the ether. Congratulations. Acquired the decorative item, Chief's Pipe, LV0, silver grade. Congratulations. Acquired the armor, Robe of the Fallen, LV20, silver grade. 2 pieces of equipment dropped. 1 decorative item, an antiquated-looking pipe, clearly not intended for practitioners to smoke from, given the grimy state of its mouthpiece. Decorative item, Chief's Pipe. Wearing level, none. Wearing requirements, none. Grade, silver. Attributes, none. Equipment effect, by puffing on this pipe, one will enjoy the privileges akin to that of the chief in the village of Shanyu. Is it truly meant to be smoked? Zheng Yu regarded the filthy pipe with disdain. It was obviously a quest item. Although it was rather grimy, it could potentially serve a life-saving purpose in a critical moment. While he found it unappealing, this item had not been mentioned in Zhang Zhan's strategy guide. Initially, Zhang Zhan and his comrades had not managed to slay the spectral chief. When the chief's health dwindled to 5, he would unleash his final skill, one that would not be visible in the attribute panel, named Yin-Yang Separation. This skill rendered the chief untouchable, forcing one to watch the hard-earned experience and loot slip away. Thus, Zheng Yu had initially instructed the twin demon fire serpent to hold back, using a flame aura to simmer slowly, and ultimately, when the spectral chief was caught off guard, he unleashed the high-damage dragon breath to eliminate the chief in a single blow. This exemplified the advantage of having a strategy. Gazing at the pipe in his hand, Zheng Yu began to formulate a plan. He aimed to surpass Zhang Zhan's record. This chief's pipe was the most crucial item. As for the robe of the fallen, Zheng Yu cast it into his inventory, categorizing it as a sale item. The silver equipment of level 20 was beyond his current capability. Having finished collecting his rewards, Zheng Yu noticed that Chai Yun was still in a state of disbelief. Was it truly over? The spectral chief, deemed the first formidable obstacle of the nightmare-level abyss, had been incinerated by Zheng Yu in a single blaze? She stared in astonishment at the two summoned beasts beside Zheng Yu, the robust goblin general and the two-headed dragon engulfed in flames. These two summoned beasts utterly shattered her preconceived notions of summoners. It turns out that the summoner is remarkably powerful. At this moment, Tao Qian overheard Chai Yun muttering to herself and immediately echoed a phrase he had repeated countless times. It is not the summoner who is strong, but Zheng Yu. Furthermore, you are far too early in your astonishment. If my brother Yu possessed only this level of strength, how could he have the confidence to challenge the nightmarish abyss? As a fervent admirer of you, Tao Qian spared no effort in extolling Zheng Yu's virtues. His claims were not unfounded. They were substantiated by evidence. In the confrontation against the village chief of Yinhan, only the twin demon fire serpent was involved, while the goblin general's suicide squad did not make an appearance. The summoning beast's frenzy skill was not unleashed. Zheng Yu had withheld more than just a few tricks. Moreover, the third summoning beast, which had reached level 10, had yet to be summoned. Just wait and see. The real battle lies ahead, Tao Qian declared with an expression that conveyed his confidence. Let's go, stop boasting. Zheng Yu interjected as they moved past the disappearing figure of the village chief. Through the trees of the graveyard, the dim lights of Shanyu village flickered in the distance. Shanyu village has appeared. The main quest begins. Let us hasten our pace. Understood, Tao Qian replied promptly, quickening his steps. Chai Yun reflected on Tao Qian's earlier words. Although she sensed a hint of exaggeration, Tao Qian's calm demeanor suggested that Zheng Yu was indeed worthy of their trust. The anxiety that had previously consumed her began to morph into a subtle excitement. If Zheng Yu could truly conquer the nightmarish abyss, it would be an unimaginable windfall. Although the difficulty was considerable, and this was merely the first hurdle, there remained a glimmer of hope. In the early morning, Shanyu village was illuminated. Yet the light was a ghastly yellow. The streets were deserted, doors tightly shut, and a chilling wind swept through the air. After over an hour of travel, Zheng Yu and his companions finally descended from the hills of the graveyard to Shanyu village. Before entering, Zheng Yu recalled the twin demon fire serpent, leaving only the goblin general behind. The fiery nature of the twin demon fire serpent would dissipate the ominous energy, hindering his search for the ancestral hall. To locate the hall, they first needed to find the paper effigies. You have entered Shanyu village. Please exercise caution, as every entity you encounter may pose a threat to your life. As they stepped into Shanyu village, the system provided a considerate reminder. We should seek the ancestral hall, Chai Yun promptly suggested, eager to demonstrate her attentiveness to Zheng Yu's strategy during their journey. It was a last-minute attempt to cling to Zheng Yu's expertise. Zheng Yu nodded, encouraging Chai Yun to continue. Due to the eerie silence enveloping the streets, her voice lowered as she hesitantly spoke. According to Zhang Zhan's guide, the first task upon entering Shanyu village is to locate the ancestral hall. Once found, hiding within it will trigger a sequence where we can witness the entire sacrificial ceremony of Shanyu's villagers. However, the architectural design of the ancestral hall is not overt. It lacks a fixed location, requiring a stroke of luck to discover. Entering the wrong building could lead to entrapment. This is the second challenge of the ancestral hall abyss. Every household harbors danger. Just as the system warned, everything here is perilous. The quickest and most efficient method is to utilize talismans, which will burn according to the intensity of the ominous energy within each room. The more fervently they ignite, the greater the likelihood of a powerful spirit's presence inside. The house with the strongest ominous energy is likely to be the ancestral hall. Upon hearing this, Zhengyu interjected, "Indeed, this aligns with what Zhang Zhan's guide states. We must find the ancestral hall, concealed within which lies the wooden coffin, leading us to the unfolding narrative. However, our objective is to shatter Zhang Zhan's record. We cannot merely replicate the guide, but must effectuate change." Chai Yin inquired, "How do we make that change?" Zhengyu explained that to truly break the record and secure the reward, alterations were necessary, particularly in the narrative's progression. I perceive Zhang Zhan's completion as a clever tactic. Viewing the entire tale of Shanyu Village's misguided ancestral worship from a third-party perspective. Yet, the guide fails to elucidate why the worship was misguided, who was being honored, and how Shanyu Village fell into such a ghostly state. The village chief of Inhun obstructing our path at the graveyard is also absent from the narrative. This renders Zhang Zhan's guide incomplete, merely a means to navigate the abyss, but not a flawless one. As Chai Yin listened to Zheng Yu's words, an inexplicable trust in his assertions began to take root within her. However, she was acutely aware that such sentiments, if shared on the forums of Shanyu City, would likely be met with vehement criticism. After all, Zhang Zhan's records regarding the ancestral hall were revered as gospel among the city's practitioners. How could a mere summoner dare to question them? Yet, having witnessed Zheng Yu's prowess and his distinctly unconventional reasoning, even this lifelong Shanyu practitioner began to doubt the infallibility of Zhang Zhan's guide. "What do you intend to do?" Chai Yin asked. Zheng Yu replied, "From Zhang Zhan's perspective, every action he took was correct, yet it still failed to explain the entirety of the story. This indicates a misalignment of perspective." "Misalignment of perspective?" she echoed. Indeed, Zhang Zhan's viewpoint was that of an external observer, analyzing the three-part process of ancestral worship and the ghostly procession. But what if we were to shift our perspective and engage in the game from the standpoint of the worshippers? At this declaration, both Chai Yun and Tao Qian were left momentarily speechless, uncertain how to respond. Before they could voice their dissent, Zheng Yu's next statement sent shivers down their spines. Or rather, what if we directly become the sacrificial offerings? Wouldn't that allow us to confront that false ancestor head-on? Chapter 55, Goblin Combat Squad, more terrifying than ghosts. "What expressions are those?" Zheng Yu remarked, noticing the silence that followed his suggestion. Chai Yin parted her lips, but remained mute. Only Tao Qian, having developed a rapport with Zheng Yu, ventured, "This seems to deviate from our original plan, does it not? Did we not agree to locate the ancestral hall using the intensity of the talisman's flames? Isn't it too perilous to simply become sacrificial offerings?" Such words could only come from Tao Qian, as both when Ren Xingyu and Ku Ying had come to recognize Zheng Yu's resolute nature. Once he made a decision, it was difficult to sway him. Observing the expressions of his companions, Zheng Yu chuckled, "Fear not. I am not mad enough to propose anything that would endanger your lives." Tao Qian replied, "Are you certain?" The four of them harbored doubts regarding Zheng Yu's sanity, though they dared not voice them. Zheng Yu explained with a smile, "This plan may indeed be an impulsive stroke of inspiration, but it is grounded in logic and should represent the only correct approach to solving this conundrum." He produced a grimy pipe and tossed it to Tao Qian. "This is for you." "What is this?" Tao Qian asked, eyeing the pipe with disdain. However, upon examining its attributes, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. This is the most crucial item that Zhang Zhan has overlooked. The sole artifact that allows us to partake in the sacrificial rites. In a moment, I shall have you take it up. You must comply. Huh? Tao Qian paused momentarily. "Me? Indeed, this is a pivotal artifact. Do you not desire it?" Upon hearing this, Tao Qian immediately exclaimed, I do. This signifies that he will contribute to this dungeon instance, ensuring that his eventual rewards will not be merely trivial. Though admittedly, the pipe is somewhat off-putting. Yet, one cannot deny that when Zheng Yu uttered these words, the young ladies nearby gazed longingly at the pipe. Dirty? The promise of reward suffices. Who would fear a little filth? Besides, it's merely a pipe. To grasp a pipe for enhanced rewards is far less compromising than some female adventurers who would go to bed with the elite to join a team traversing the abyss. Grasping a pipe is surely preferable to that, is it not? Alas, there is but one pipe. So what shall we do next? One Renqing Yu and the others also noted the pipe's attributes. With the status of village chief, it is indeed possible to join the sacrificial rites. Zheng Yu declared, like Zhang Zhan, we shall seek the sacrificial hall. However, our intentions differ. He searches for it to hide, while we seek it to stir commotion. The more uproarious, the better. According to Zheng Yu's plan, we must locate the ancestral hall, but we cannot truly find it just yet. The five of us, each bearing a talisman, stood before different villagers' homes. As long as it is not the time for the sacrificial rites, these frenzied villagers will not emerge. Approaching the door, the talisman will ignite. Zheng Yu glanced at the talisman in his hand, which flickered with a few sparks, indicating that there are few, if any, malevolent spirits present, only villagers. Villagers are the weakest entities within the depths of the ancestral hall, nearly perishing upon contact and bearing no penalty. They are akin to innocent bystanders in a GTA game. Naturally, there are no rewards. The five were positioned at a considerable distance from one another, and the village was eerily silent, making it inconvenient to shout. Thus, they opted to communicate via their chat group. Tao Qian, monk, my talisman has burned a quarter. There must be something in this courtyard. Kuing, assassin, mine has burned a third. Wen Rin Xingyu, assassin, my talisman remains dormant. Chai Yun, ranger, my talisman has completely burned. Zhengyu, summoner Chai Yun. Remember your house number. It is most likely the ancestral hall. Chai Yun, ranger, understood. Zhengyu, summoner, let us gather at Ku Ing's house. Tao Qian, monk, okay. They congregated before the villager's house where Ku Ing resided. The burning talisman indicated the presence of malevolent spirits within. Entering the room would trigger a mechanism, causing the spirits to attack the adventurers. The more fervently the talisman burned, the stronger the spirits would be. The most vigorous would be the ancestral hall. Yet, this was not entirely certain, for powerful malevolent spirits could also burn a talisman, indicating the possibility of it being the ancestral hall or a level 20 elite monster. Luck would play a significant role. Zheng Yu's objective was to incite chaos, so they would first eliminate the most likely candidates for the ancestral hall. Let us vanquish the spirits first. Bang! The goblin general cleared the way, kicking the door open. A chilling gust of wind surged forth, accompanied by a foul stench, prompting Zheng Yu and the others to instinctively cover their noses. Crack! A copper coin from the string in Zheng Yu's grasp shattered. The string contained 18 coins. Each time it withstood a mental attack, one would shatter, allowing for a total of 18 defenses. After the gust subsided, Zheng Yu and the others finally discerned the layout of the room. Before their eyes lay a spacious courtyard, with a money tree in the center, indicating that the household was not impoverished. The door directly facing the courtyard entrance was ajar, allowing them to vaguely glimpse an elderly woman clad in a gray cotton shirt seated in the hall, glaring at them. Most strikingly, the old woman's eyes were streaming with blood tears. The scene was momentarily surreal. Zheng Yu felt no fear or concern, not only because he could see the health bar above the elder's head, but also because he had no intention of entering the courtyard himself. What is the strongest attribute of a summoner? Answer: there is no need to engage directly on the battlefield. Goblin General, charge. The Goblin General, unafraid, surged forth. What fiends and specters? They are all prepared to meet their end. Riding atop a wolf, the Goblin General charged directly at the eerie old lady seated in the hall. Zheng Yu turned his back, completely disregarding the battle scene, and addressed Tao Qian and the others. Let us simply wait here. You may frighten yourselves as you please. Should I show even a hint of fear, I shall take your surname. The ancestral hall of Shan Yu possesses a distinctive characteristic: close-range attacks. Just as the malevolent spirit of the village chief could bypass the Goblin General's blockade to confront Zheng Yu directly. It mirrors scenes often depicted in horror films, knowing that a terrifying moment is imminent, yet still being startled when a ghostly visage suddenly appears. Tao Qian and the others were averse to entering the ancestral hall for this very reason. Many second-phase warriors who had experienced the ancestral hall, despite having strategies, still felt trepidation. This is far more immersive than playing a horror game. However, Zheng Yu is a summoner, which implies that as long as he possesses overwhelming strength, there is no necessity for him to witness the battle to command it. Bang! Zheng Yu even kindly shut the door behind the Goblin General and the old lady. You may continue. I shall not intrude. Tao Qian, is this how it works? Kuing, so we just wait here? Wen Rin Xingyu. There's more than one ghost in this room. There's another by the money tree, and one is hanging from the beam. It'll take a while, I reckon. Zheng Yu, who wants an orange? Tao Qian, I don't want any. Wen Rin Xingyu, how about some tea? Zheng Yu, excellent. As Wen Rin Xingyu set up the tea table, Kuing produced snacks, while Chai Yun felt an unsettling sense of unreality. Within the courtyard, the wailing of the spirits could be heard. Outside the courtyard, Zheng Yu and the others were surprisingly having tea. This is the abyss. This is a nightmare-level abyss. How has a perfectly good horror-themed abyss transformed into this? Chai Yun suddenly felt that being a summoner might have its advantages, at least in such a horror-themed abyss, as the summoner need not confront the terrifying scenes themselves. Inside the courtyard, spirits howled and wailed. Outside, a serene tranquility prevailed. After approximately 10 minutes, Zheng Yu had only just sipped his tea when he received the system notifications regarding the kills. Killed LV-20 Blood Tier Malevolent Spirit. Gained 5,744 experience. Killed LV-20 Hanged Ghost. Gained 5,871 experience. Killed LV-20 Wealth Guardian. Gained 6,022 experience. Creak. The door swung open. Chai Yun peered inside, alongside the formidable goblin general. There were also the deathly goblins draped in black cloth, their eyes resembling those of ferocious beasts, a horde of goblin wolf riders mounted on their fierce, tusked wolves, and a towering, grotesque war troll standing over 3 meters tall. This was an evolved goblin combat squad. Gazing upon this menacing assembly, more fearsome than the spirits themselves, Chai Yun felt as though the specters were not as terrifying as they once seemed. Chapter 56. The twin ghosts knock on the door. Yet it was the twin ghosts who fell. The ensuing scene unfolded as the goblin general led a band of ruffians, knocking on doors and searching each residence. By observing the state of the burning sigils, they identified 3 houses engulfed in flames, each harboring a multitude of restless spirits, while the others were subjected to a thorough sweep. Just as the system had described, danger lurked everywhere. Withered branches in the corners, dolls strewn upon beds, red lanterns hanging from trees, and children submerged in jars gazing at giants. Half-formed female specters embedded in the walls, and various forms of spirits, those who had met their demise by hanging, drowning, violence, illness, and malice. According to practitioners who had traversed the harrowing depths of the ancestral shrine, even the knowledge of ghosts present would not spare one from sheer terror, for everything that ought to exist, and much that should not, thrived within the shrine's abyss. Fear was the prevailing theme of that haunted place. Yet, when confronted by a horde of more fearsome goblins, the ghosts ceased to be regarded as phantoms. The goblins possessed no awareness of the supernatural. They were solely attuned to health bars, dismissing the notion of specters entirely. Chinese ghosts were more concerned with ambience and the suffocating atmosphere, coupled with tales of death. In terms of sheer grotesqueness, Zhengyu found the trolls significantly more terrifying. After all, a single blow from a troll could obliterate half the health of a spirit. That was true horror. This particular troll had once encountered the twin ghosts at the door, but it was the twin ghosts that had fallen. What ghost was worth fearing when it had a health bar? Zhengyu scoffed, resolutely declining to observe the giant child fished out of the jar or the crimson doll that had abruptly risen from the bed. The sudden scares were overly bothersome. Zhengyu opted to depart instead. The ghosts occupying the villagers' homes were not particularly formidable. A single goblin general leading a combat squad could easily dispatch them. These spirits thrived on startling intruders. As one stepped into the courtyard, they would suddenly emerge from hidden corners to execute a startling ambush. There existed a peculiar trait among ghostly beings. They collected the fear points of adventurers, and upon reaching a certain threshold, these spirits would evolve. Thus, ghostly entities reveled in their frightening antics. Zhengyu refused to succumb to such torment, choosing instead to avert his gaze. If one could frighten the goblin general, that would be impressive. Zhengyu boldly knocked on the door of a residence devoid of spirits, occupied solely by villagers. As an elderly man and a young girl trembled at the sight of Zhengyu and his companions, he set up a grill to commence their evening meal. The aroma of barbecued delicacies wafted through the air. Zhengyu inhaled deeply and remarked, "Is it burnt?" Chai Yun scrambled to turn the meat. Minutes later, Zhengyu accepted a skewer of grilled kidneys from Chai Yun, took a bite, and then silently set it down. "Isn't your family running a barbecue shop?" Zhengyu could not help but inquire. Chai Yun appeared taken aback. "Who said that?" "Zhengyu. That fraud, Chai Fong." It was evident that Chai Fong had spun a tale. Chai Yun was utterly inept at grilling kidneys. She was also somewhat bewildered, for when she first encountered Zhengyu, she had been asked if she could grill kidneys, to which she had paid little mind. After all, who would consider roasting kidneys in an abyss? Oh, but it was indeed possible. Moreover, with ample time available, she could learn. Chai Yun's demeanor became earnest, adopting a posture of seeking support. Let us leave it to Tao Qian. Barbecuing is an art in itself. To prevent Chai Yun from wasting the exquisite meat purchased, Zhengyu hastily handed the task over to Tao Qian. Moments later, the fragrant aroma permeated the entire courtyard. A distinct sound of a stomach growling echoed from the corner. Zhengyu turned to see a child from the household. In the courtyard they had entered, there were no spirits. Only an elder and a girl of about 7 or 8 years old. The elder held the girl in his arms, curling up in the corner, trying not to disturb Zhengyu and his companions. Yet, no one could resist the allure of barbecued meat, especially a child who had been starving for several days. The little girl gazed longingly at the skewers of meat beside Zhengyu. "Would you like a piece?" Zhengyu inquired. The little girl did not respond, instead retreating into the elder's embrace, startled by Zhengyu's sudden question. Zhengyu turned to the elder. "I have a few inquiries to make. I can exchange them for barbecued meat." The elder stared blankly at the ground, as though he had not heard Zhengyu's words at all. Zhengyu smiled and said, "You surely have no reason to refuse. Nor would you wish to know the consequences of denying me." Zhengyu articulated directly. He had no intention of forming a heartfelt connection with the villagers. It was often the case in tales that protagonists forged strong bonds with local inhabitants, extracting vital information. Zheng Yu saw no necessity for such an endeavor. Firstly, he understood the extreme and insular mindset of the inhabitants of such a secluded village, to put it bluntly. Their mentality could be described as terrifying. Genuine connection? Engaging earnestly would only invite ruin. Secondly, he did not believe he possessed the protagonist's halo, capable of charming them into divulging information through mere words or charisma. The most effective method was force, swift and uncomplicated. Thus, Zheng Yu presented the elder with two options: either bring the child to partake in the barbecue and divulge the village's circumstances, or face the same fate as the ghosts outside, being torn apart by goblins. Only then did the elder raise his head, gazing at the beaming youth, as if he were reminded of a child from their village long ago. He lifted the little girl and approached Zheng Yu. A sound decision. Zheng Yu handed the cooked skewer to the little girl. The child looked up, wanting to express her gratitude, but only managed a sound akin to a whimper. Zheng Yu observed that the child had no tongue. What happened to her? Zheng Yu inquired. The elder, understanding the question, gently stroked the child's head and replied. She lost her right to speak due to her incessant chatter. At the hands of whom? The elder remained silent. When Ren Xingyu interjected, asking, was it your ancestors? The elder glanced at them and then managed a wry smile. No, he is not our ancestor. Then who is he? One Ren Xingyu felt the answer was close at hand and immediately pressed on. The elder merely pointed at the child's mouth. The answer was self-evident. She could not speak, for should she do so, her tongue too would be taken. Zheng Yu looked down to see that the child had finished the skewer, and he reached for another to offer her. However, the little girl shook her head. The elder explained, she has no tongue, she cannot taste. Eating is merely a matter of muscle chewing. Moreover, we do not require food. One Ren Xingyu furrowed her brow and asked, but I just heard the child's stomach growling. How can you deny it? The elder shook his head. We feel hunger, yet we can never be satiated. Is it because of your false ancestor? One Ren Xingyu inquired. The elder hesitated for a long while before responding. I do not know your purpose for coming here, nor do I understand why you must arrive on the day of the ritual. However, I implore you, do not participate in the upcoming sacrificial rite. Seek refuge in a hidden place. I am aware of a location within the ancestral hall where 3 wooden coffins lie. If you lie within them, they shall not perceive your presence. Zheng Yu and one Ren Xingyu exchanged glances, and it dawned upon them why Zhang Zhan chose to conceal himself within a coffin. It was evidently a matter of coercion. Chapter 57. The Sacrifice of the Plague in the Malevolent Village. What if we do not hide? Zheng Yu inquired directly. The elder, with eyes tinged a blood-red hue, fixed his gaze upon Zheng Yu, declaring, if you do not hide, you shall meet your demise. By whom? Zheng Yu pressed further. I cannot divulge that, the elder replied. Observing the elder, who appeared to be in his 70s, clad in a dark blue cotton robe, his fingers trembled slightly, as though he harbored an unspoken fear. Zhang Zhan's strategy clearly stated that one must seek refuge within the wooden coffins when faced with the nightmare-level abyss. Yet, the consequences of not doing so remained a mystery to all. It was apparent that Zhang Zhan had inquired about the situation from a villager here. They would lure outsiders into the coffins. Whether this was an act of kindness or malice remained indeterminate. Tell me, how did your village come to be in such a state? Zheng Yu did not pose it as a question. The elder raised his head and, upon seeing Zheng Yu's smiling countenance and the 2 young ladies behind him, both brandishing daggers, his heart quivered, prompting him to hurriedly respond. A decade ago, our village was far from its current plight. Due to prolonged drought, our harvests dwindled, and we found ourselves in dire straits, prompting us to ascend the mountains and unearth our ancestors' coffins. Wait, Zheng Yu interrupted the elder. If you were starving, why disturb the ancestral graves? Is that not a grave taboo? The elder shook his head. This is a tradition passed down through generations in our village. Whenever we face insurmountable difficulties, we unearth the coffin of our eldest ancestor and place it within the ancestral hall. Sacrifices? When Ren Xingyu contemplated. Indeed, sacrifices, the elder continued. This was a desperate measure. Had it not been for our dire circumstances, we would not have entertained such thoughts. And then? Zheng Yu inquired. The elder coughed violently, clearly in poor health. Once he regained his composure, he continued. The sacrifice was remarkably successful. Overnight, the mountains to the south bore purple tea leaves, their fragrance unforgettable. Once harvested and sold, they not only provided us with food, but also enabled every family in Shanyu village to live well. As the elder recounted these events, a smile graced his face. Zheng Yu nodded, observing, it is evident that in such an isolated village, every household could afford to build such grand estates. Indeed, prosperity once flourished. Prosperity, yet fleeting, the elder responded, echoing Zheng Yu's sentiments. The The flourishing tea trade attracted numerous calamities, such as unequal distribution of wealth and plundering by outsiders. In an effort to preserve our hard-won prosperity, You did not sacrifice again, did you? Zhengyu interjected. The elder sighed. Indeed. To expel competitors, outsiders, and villagers with ulterior motives who sought to monopolize the tea trade, the village chief clandestinely summoned us elders for a second sacrificial rite, unearthing another ancestor's coffin. That year, the plague descended upon our village. With the protection of our ancestors, those loyal to Shanyu village, without ulterior motives, remained unscathed, while any outsiders or those with ill intentions perished. Zhengyu pondered. So your current state of isolation is linked to this plague? Indeed. The sealed-off Shanyu village grew even wealthier as the tea trade became a monopoly. Would anyone still procure your tea? Are they not fearful of the plague? When Rin Qingyu queried. Fearful, yet they cannot resist the allure of our tea. No one can refuse the exquisite flavor from Shanyu village, and due to the plague, the tea has become even more rare and precious. And scrupulous merchants are willing to take risks for profit. Zhengyu nodded. A profit margin exceeding 100 is sufficient for individuals to gamble with their lives. That is quite reasonable. Thus, even in our seclusion due to the plague, we continue to thrive, as the black market merchants provide us with all our needs. Does everything include people? Zhengyu fixed his gaze upon the elder, attempting to discern any deceit. The elder hesitated but eventually nodded. A village tainted by plague did not choose to isolate itself. Rather, the outside world had severed ties with them. For a village to sustain its population, it either resorts to consanguinity or seeks individuals beyond its borders. Yet who would come? No one returns. But there are black market merchants. In the face of lucrative rewards, abducting a few women into the village is not particularly challenging. It was clear that this village embodied the very essence of a malevolent place as Zhengyu had envisioned. Human trafficking, isolation, consanguinity. And the sight of the little girl's vanishing tongue sparked a flicker of ruthlessness in his eyes. Continue, Zhengyu urged, concealing his emotions and prompting the elder to proceed. The elder remained silent. Zhengyu let out a cold laugh, stating, You yourself mentioned that there are 3 coffins in the ancestral hall, which indicates that you have conducted 3 sacrificial rites prior to this one. When was the last one, and what prompted it? Faced with Zhengyu's relentless demeanor and the glimmering dagger brandished by one Rin Qingyu, the elder sighed in resignation. Since you wish to know, I shall tell you. After the plague, Shanyu village remained sealed for 3 years. Everyone in the village lived blissfully. We relied on the mountains for sustenance, and whatever we desired. The black market merchants fulfilled, including. The elder glanced at Zhengyu, including the individuals you mentioned. Yet, some were dissatisfied with the blessings bestowed by our ancestors, choosing to remain in this favored village. Favored? One Rin Qingyu could hardly contain her disbelief, her brow furrowed. A plague that severed the village's connection to the outside world, forcing them to rely on the trafficking of people for survival, was regarded by the elder as a blessing? She was profoundly shocked and found it incomprehensible. Zhengyu, however, perceived the elder's words as heartfelt. Lacking knowledge and exposure to the outside world, the impoverished villagers, living in this bounteous village where everything they desired was within reach, was it not a blessing? In other words, setting aside the plague for the moment, to this elder, this village represented a paradise. It is the youth who yearn to leave, is it not? Zhengyu conjectured. Indeed, a group of young ones, at the age when they should be marrying, have disrupted the village's customs, seeking to flee. And then? Zhengyu inquired, curious as to how they had curtailed the rebellious youth. The elder replied, the village chief, adhering to village rules, broke their legs. Well, that was even more direct than Zhengyu had anticipated. Like himself, they resorted to brute force to subdue dissent. Yet, from that day forth, the purple tea leaves ceased to grow, and thus, the 3rd sacrificial rite commenced. From the elder's trembling hands and quavering voice, Zhengyu understood that the village had become a ghost town as a direct result of that 3rd rite. It was highly plausible that those few youngsters, whose legs had been broken, had disrupted the sacrifice. Chapter 58, Breaking the Impasse. The true truth of the ghost village. After the elderly man finished speaking, he fell silent, adopting a resolute expression that conveyed a clear message. Even if you were to kill me, I shall not utter another word. Zhengyu did not press him or the child further. The old man exhaled with relief and retreated with the child back to their corner on the bench, hiding away. Thus, today marked the 4th ritual. After the elder departed, when Rin Qingyu reflected, analyzing the situation. According to the villageress account, the transformation of the village was likely precipitated by the 3rd ritual, possibly due to its disruption. Therefore, those responsible for this desecration were likely the young men whose legs had been broken and who harbored resentment. The current ritual was thus intended to restore the village to its former state. One Rin Qingyu's deductions mirrored Zhengyu's previous speculations. Zhengyu agreed with her reasoning. concluding that the villagers would categorically reject any external interference with this ritual. This indicated that the 3 wooden coffins mentioned by the elder were indeed safe havens. Zhang Zhan must have drawn similar conclusions, ultimately choosing to trust the villagers' words and temporarily avoid conflict, allowing them to complete the ritual. When Ren Xingyu stated, "I believe Zhang Zhan thinks that as long as the ritual is fulfilled, the village will revert to its original condition, thereby achieving the possibility of passing through." Zhengyu nodded, acknowledging the plausibility of this perspective. However, the outcome was known. Even if the ritual succeeded, Shanyu village would still remain a ghost village, destined to endure the second day's ghost marriage and the third day's night of 100 ghosts. Their analyses pointed directly to Zheng Yu's earlier assertion, the disruption of the ritual. One Ren Xingyu pondered for a moment before suggesting, "The ancestor capable of fulfilling Shanyu village's wishes must be that spectral deity, akin to the cold prison god that cursed Shaoqi in the cold street abyss. This village, too, became what it is due to the emergence of the spectral deity." Zheng Yu, however, proposed a divergent theory. Perhaps, in the beginning, there was no spectral deity at all. When Ren Xingyu, perplexed, inquired, "Why do you say that?" Zheng Yu replied with a smile, "Do you not find that enticing? Almost irresistible purple tea reminiscent of something?" When Ren Xingyu was momentarily taken aback. It was Ku Ying, who had been quietly listening to their analysis, that interjected, "Poppy." Zheng Yu nodded in agreement. It must be something akin to that, as only such substances could yield substantial profits. The so-called grave-digging rituals were merely constructs of the village chief and his ilk, akin to superstitions. Mysterious phenomena invariably have their origins, and the rituals served as a means to deceive the uneducated villagers into willingly cultivating these illicit substances. Then, during the second ritual, they would be ensnared. You understand? Once they engage with such things, escaping becomes a formidable challenge. The purpose of the third ritual was equally straightforward, to find a pretext to deal with those wishing to leave. As Zheng Yu articulated his analysis, one Ren Xingyu gradually unraveled the historical tapestry of Shanyu village, finding it highly logical. Indeed, it must be so. One Ren Xingyu relished this process of unraveling mysteries. During her previous experiences in the cold street abyss, she had continuously analyzed, yet had not conceived the use of the internal organ cake. This abyss, it seemed, had failed to outpace Zheng Yu's ingenuity. She turned to Zheng Yu and noted his remarkable acuity regarding the intricacies of the abyss, which set him apart from the ordinary. Meanwhile, Tao Qian appeared somewhat perplexed, asking, "What use is this knowledge to us?" Zheng Yu elucidated, "This implies that, from the very outset, no ancestor capable of fulfilling wishes ever existed. It is far more plausible that the entire village perished due to some incident, ultimately becoming a ghost village. You must understand this. Within the framework of the abyss, certain conditions must be met for a deity's curse to take effect. For instance, Shaoqi was hollowed out, her mother cast into a well. Resentment, anger, and hatred, combined with the cold prison god's curse, birthed the cold street. The same applies to Shanyu village. The spectral deity can only manifest in a place rife with vengeful spirits. Do you now comprehend my meaning?" Zheng Yu's gaze drifted toward the elder and the child, and he spoke slowly. "It is not that the spectral deity existed prior to Shanyu village. Rather, it was the emergence of this ghost village, suitable for the spectral deity's curse, that gave rise to the Shanyu shrine abyss. The causality is inverted." Tao Qian furrowed his brow, contemplating Zheng Yu's words. "So you mean they are also ghosts? But if they are ghosts, why do the talismans not ignite, and why are there no health bars?" It was not Zheng Yu or Wen Ren Xingyu who clarified this for Tao Qian, but rather the previously silent Chai Yun. She explained, "There is a theory that has been proposed in forums. Ghostly beings may manifest in human form if they are unaware of their spectral nature. Thus, Zheng Yu's hypothesis is plausible." This revelation illuminated Tao Qian's understanding. So, regardless of their rituals, they are ultimately ineffective, akin to the cold street abyss, where it is indeed some individual possessing the spectral deity's power that punishes these villagers. "You have finally grasped it," Zheng Yu responded with a smile. "Thus, the objective is unequivocal. The rituals are utterly futile. They are merely the obsessions of villagers who believe themselves still alive, hoping to attain peace and return to their former lives through these ceremonies. This explains why the village chief is absent from the village and instead resides in the graveyard. It is that individual endowed with spectral powers who has confined the ghostly village chief to the graveyard, preventing him from revealing the truth to the villagers. Here, the villagers repeat these ritualistic acts day after day, year after year. What is required for the ritual? Grave digging? Yes, the digging up of the village chief's grave." Hiss. Tao Qian inhaled sharply, the logic crystallizing in his mind. The grave digging ritual, conducted daily, ensures that the instigator, the village chief, is unearthed from his resting place and subjected to torment at the shrine. The villagers would forever remain trapped in the terror of the ghost village. Most tormenting of all, they would continue to believe that the fourth ritual would yield results. The most desperate often cling to the most elusive hope. Tao Qian smacked his forehead in sudden realization. So, the ghost marriage on the second day and the night of 100 ghosts on the third day are not directed at us outsiders at all, but rather a means to torment these villagers? Zheng Yu bestowed Tao Qian with an expression of approval. Now let me ask you this. Who in the entire village harbors such profound resentment towards Shanyu village? Tao Qian pondered. Those young men who had their legs broken? Zheng Yu shook his head. To turn the entire village into a ghost village, do you truly believe they possess such animosity? These young men are merely headstrong youths unwilling to continue with drug production, seeking to establish their own independence. Suddenly, Tao Qian recalled Zheng Yu's earlier question posed to the elder. They purchased people. Tao Qian murmured. So, they were individuals trafficked into the village? Zheng Yu nodded. Tao Qian, you have identified a blind spot. Zhang Zhan has always assumed that the boss he needs to confront is the false ancestor. Yet in truth, the false ancestor is the village chief, already dealt with in the graveyard. The true mastermind is the one who transformed Xiangyu village into a ghost village. The one who harbors an abiding hatred for Xiangyu village. As long as we locate her, we would not need 3 days. We could traverse the depths of this shrine in no time. Chapter 59. Come, let me discern the situation. The elder has vanished? Kuing pointed out. The group turned their gaze to the corner where the elder had stood moments before, only to find the unfortunate, tongueless little girl cowering there. While the elder was nowhere to be seen, Tao Qian, somewhat agitated, remarked, could it be that he overheard our conversation and has gone to inform others? Zheng Yu chuckled. He could not have heard our words. After all, the curse of the shadow deity has been watching us, and she would never allow the elder to learn the truth. However, your latter statement holds merit. He indeed has gone to report us. From the elder's perspective, our presence poses a threat to their sacrificial rites. One Rin Qingyu added. This group of simpletons wholeheartedly believes the lies spun by their village chief. Convinced that the sacrifices must yield results, they would never permit outsiders to disrupt their rituals. His initial suggestion for us to hide in the coffin was indeed well-intentioned, but not to escape from spirits, rather to evade the other villagers. For no one would suspect that anyone would conceal themselves within the sacrificial coffin. However, Mai and Zheng Yu's earlier demeanor clearly rejected the elders, one might say, goodwill, indicating our intent to partake in the rites. This must have crossed his threshold of tolerance. By now, he should have alerted the other villagers. Upon finishing her observation, when Rin Qingyu glanced at Zheng Yu, her expression seemingly inquiring whether her analysis was accurate. Zheng Yu nodded in approval. Among the team, only when Rin Qingyu could assist him in untangling the logic of the abyss. Zheng Yu finished the last bite of his meal and stood up, saying, let us proceed. Having feasted, it is time for a grand upheaval. The elder was intentionally allowed to leave. Someone needed to relay the message to expedite the sacrificial rites. The goblin general, along with the trolls, has wreaked havoc in Xiangyu village for so long, yet they have not emerged, indicating that these villagers truly lack capability. As long as the sacrifices are completed, they can endure anything. But should anyone attempt to disrupt the rites, they will surely take action. What Zheng Yu desires is for these villagers to initiate their movements. They are far easier to handle than when they remain in their shells. Do take her with us. Before departing, Zheng Yu gestured toward the little girl in the corner. Tao Qian volunteered to lift her up, following Zheng Yu out of the courtyard. At that moment, the streets were in utter chaos. Without the goblin general's restraint, the goblin combat squad, led by trolls, had gone berserk. Spirits? To the trolls, they were mere playthings. Except for the goblin shaman, the remaining members of the combat squad were bloodthirsty. Upon encountering spirits, their eyes turned red with fury. Although the spirits in Xiangyu village were all level 20, their numbers were few and primarily focused on instilling fear, lacking substantial combat prowess. They were easily overwhelmed by the goblin combat squad, typically facing a dozen goblins for each spirit. The goblin combat squad was equipped with ranged and melee fighters, fearless warriors, spellcasters, and the trolls serving as formidable meat shields to absorb aggro. Whether it be the hanging ghost, the death by illness ghost, or the seemingly powerful ghost of violent demise, none stood a chance against the goblin combat squad. The spirits were treated as prey. The streets were in tumult. One Rin Qingyu observed the scene and remarked, the mastermind behind Xiangyu village truly possesses remarkable composure. Originally, their plan was to create a ruckus, hoping to unsettle certain forces and hasten the conclusion of the narrative. Yet now it appears that as the chaos escalates, the shadow deity behind the scenes remains indifferent. It is only the weak spirits that perish. She is utterly unconcerned about the extent of the disturbance. For this Xiangyu village is but a torturous space where the villagers endure a 3-day cycle. The sacrifices are false, the ghostly marriages are a ruse, and the Night of 100 Ghosts is merely a means to punish the villagers. Allowing Zhengyu to wreak havoc matters little to her. Zhengyu smiled and said, her remarkable patience stems from her indifference. Since the sacrifices are inherently false, even if we disrupt them, she can still proceed with the ghostly marriages and the Night of 100 Ghosts. When Ren Qingyu grasped Zhengyu's intent, realizing that our current objective was indeed to sabotage the sacrifices, precisely, with force, Tao Qian inquired. He had even drawn the golden-level monk's staff. Since becoming a professional, he had never engaged in combat. As a bystander, he was acutely aware of his role. He did not consider himself a match for the level 20 ghostly beings, but he was confident in striking a few villagers without encroaching on Zhengyu's experience. Zhengyu retorted, do you truly believe that employing force would yield results? Has it ever? Tao Qian had just witnessed Zhengyu use force to coerce the elder into divulging information. Zhengyu challenged. In a village teeming with spirits, with the sacrifices repeated countless times, not a single villager has perceived the truth. Do you truly believe your staff is more effective than the shadow deity? Tao Qian, let us not even mention these villagers, confined and sheltered from the world. Even among urban dwellers, many would willingly sacrifice themselves for the sake of so-called beliefs. They cannot be awakened. Zhengyu shook his head. He had witnessed relatives stray from the path, impervious to persuasion, not even by their own children or parents. Tao Qian wanted to protest further, but upon seeing the villagers emerging from the mist, each bearing a look of madness, their terrifying gazes as though they wished to devour him, he shuddered and asked, what if we resort to lethal force? I refuse to believe they are not afraid of death. Tao Qian contemplated using a kill the chicken to scare the monkey's approach. Unless you eliminate them all, it would bear no significance, for they are, in essence, spirits. Should you kill them, their fear would only deepen, and they would place their last semblance of hope in the sacrifices that once aided them. However, exterminating them poses its own dilemma, for you would essentially be avenging the mastermind behind the scenes, causing everything to reset, restarting the sacrifices, ghostly marriages, and the Night of 100 Ghosts. Not only would we fail to locate the mastermind, but we would also squander even more time. Tao Qian was bewildered. Then what are we to do? The pipe. You really are dense. When Ren Qingyu remarked exasperatedly, your memory is astonishingly poor. They do not trust their kin, their children, their parents, or even the police. Yet they undoubtedly trust the words of the village chief, who led them astray. The identity of the village chief is hardly different from that of a cult leader. Following when Ren Qingyu's reminder, Tao Qian finally recalled the village chief's pipe. He quickly retrieved the pipe and turned to Zhengyu, asking, did I bring it? Zhengyu nodded and instructed, once you have it, say nothing further. Find someone to lead us to the shrine. We must engage in battle at the shrine. Understood. Just as Tao Qian was about to place the pipe in his mouth, a familiar voice rang out. It is them. They seek to disrupt the sacrifices. They must be from the black market outside, attempting to steal our tea leaves. The speaker was none other than the elder. Zhengyu's attention was not on the elder, but rather on the tongueless little girl. Upon reuniting with the elderly man, the little girl exhibited neither dependence nor excitement. Rather, she instinctively took a step back. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Zhengyu's eyes. Just then, as the villagers approached Zhengyu and his companions with palpable anger, ready to demand an explanation of their identities, Tao Qian emerged, cigarette in mouth, shaking his head. Let me see what is happening here. Chapter 60. He is not a man, but a ghost. Zhengyu interjected, you were told to play the village chief, not to act like a rogue. Tao Qian now resembled a quintessential old rogue, cleaning his teeth, tousling his hair, and shaking his head, akin to the local delinquents loitering outside the school gates. When Renqing, Yuku, and Chaiyan instinctively took a step back. This man could not afford to lose face, even if confronted by a throng of ghosts. Despite his abysmal performance, under the guise of the village chief's tobacco pipe, the villagers remained oblivious to the deception. They erupted with excitement, exclaiming, Chief, you have finally returned. Many of the older villagers even shed tears. The chief is back. Good days are upon us. They exclaimed, Chief, we thought those unscrupulous merchants had. Villagers surrounded Tao Qian. Only the elderly man, who had seen Tao Qian's true face, scrutinized him with a hint of hesitation, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the old man's throat. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground, and the once lively villagers stood frozen in shock. Upon witnessing this scene, Tao Qian quickly comprehended Zhengyu's intent. The village chief's pipe had a flaw. Those villagers who had seen Tao Qian's visage before he took up the pipe would recognize him. The solution was straightforward: eliminate the witness. Tao Qian promptly asserted, everyone, remain calm. Pointing at the corpse lying on the ground, pierced by the goblin archer's arrow, he declared loudly, this is a traitor. A traitor? Indeed, a traitor. Tao Qian had fully embraced his role. These individuals are my esteemed guests, summoned to perform the genuine sacrificial rites, not the so-called merchants seeking to disrupt them. Skepticism arose from the crowd. But we cannot simply kill him, Tao Qian retorted fiercely. Are you questioning me? The man recoiled, silenced by fear. At that moment, Zheng Yu stepped forward, pointing at the deceased elder's body, proclaiming, he is not a man, but a ghost. As he finished speaking, the villagers witnessed the old man's body dissipate into ethereal wisps in the air. Of course, this was not Zheng Yu's doing. He merely chose the opportune moment to make his appearance. For all present were ghosts. This corroborated Zheng Yu's prior speculation. In this ghost village, there were no living souls. In a place inhabited by the hanged, the famished, and the deceased from illness, how could there be any living beings? Truly, they were ghosts. As the body vanished, the villagers swiftly accepted Tao Qian's assertion, now regarding Zheng Yu with newfound respect. Zheng Yu, meanwhile, typed in the chat group, loose lips sink ships. We must proceed to the ancestral hall. Tao Qian, martial monk understood. Zheng Yu discerned the intensifying aura of malevolence surrounding them. It became evident that the unseen mastermind could no longer remain passive. She could witness the villagers' demise and the impending failure of the sacrificial rites. Yet, she could not allow an outsider, one who was not a villager, to lead them astray, nor could she permit the villagers to uncover the truth. This was the very reason the little girl's tongue had been silenced. She had once spoken the truth. The deity requires the curse-bearer to fulfill tasks and, in return, grants them power to aid in achieving their wishes. However, should the curse-bearer fail to complete their tasks, they will lose their power and may face punishment. This is a phrase every practitioner memorizes. It encapsulates the core essence of the abyss's existence and serves as the fundamental condition for practitioners to navigate the abyss. Within the Cold Street Abyss, Shaoqi's task was to create cold corpses and maintain the frigid temperature of Cold Street. The curse-bearers of Shanyu Village were similarly bound by their tasks. In Zhang Zhan's strategy, he had mentioned that the curse-bearers of Yinshin might need to ensure the survival of Shanyu Village to receive the deity's blessing. If the villagers were to learn the truth, Shanyu Ghost Village would no longer retain its identity. She would undoubtedly obstruct any efforts to reveal the truth. However, throughout this ordeal, there had been no practitioners brave enough to confront the nightmare-level abyss, following Zheng Yu's strategy. They had merely hidden within their coffins, adhering to a 3-day timeline. Thus, the revelation of the truth was never on the table. More critically, no one had ever proposed the conjecture that the villagers might be ghosts. Yet, the truth could not be revealed to the villagers here. Firstly, they were unlikely to believe it. Secondly, the entirety of Shanyu Village served as the primary battleground for the curse-bearers, with only the ancestral hall remaining untouched. At this juncture, Zhang Zhan's strategy proved invaluable. The ancestral hall was indeed a suitable venue for combat. Tao Qian intentionally positioned himself among the villagers, allowing them to lead the way to the ancestral hall, oblivious to its location. The villagers brimmed with excitement. In previous sacrificial rites, success had always followed the presence of the chief. The chief, in their eyes, was the vital link to their ancestors. The ancestral hall stood as the largest structure in Shanyu Village. From the outside, it appeared no different from the other houses. Yet the interior space was far more expansive than anticipated. At its center rested a copper vat, over 2 meters wide, with a pale blue flame flickering within. The main hall housed 3 coffins, the very ones used in earlier sacrificial rites. Curiously, these coffins had yet to decay. Upon entering the ancestral hall, Zheng Yu distinctly felt that the malevolent aura was barred from entry. This courtyard held something significant. Zheng Yu muttered softly to himself. The pervasive malevolence throughout Shanyu Village explained why Zheng Yu had stated that the curse-bearer was always watching them. The malevolence was the source of the curse-bearer's power. However, upon entering the sacrificial hall, the aura weakened considerably, indicating the presence of something profound within. It was no wonder Zhang Zhan had insisted on fighting here. His rationale was sound. As they spoke, Tao Qian was already enveloped by the villagers within the hall. Zheng Yu and his companions traversed past the coffins to join them. The hall had been extensively transformed into a sacrificial space, adorned with various altars and inscriptions dedicated to ancestors. Yet at its center stood a clay sculpture. The sculpture, half black and half white, bore a menacing expression on its dark side, while the white side was devoid of eyes and mouth, hands clasped together. Yet, within the palms, a clearly visible blade was held. Chapter 61. The Mightiest Elite Monster. The Bride in Red. Is it possible for anyone to worship such a bizarre entity? When Renqing remarked incredulously, this sculpture is referred to by practitioners in forums as the dual-faced Yin God. It is speculated to represent the true visage of the Yin God. Yet this remains mere conjecture. Practitioners have yet to earn the right to confront deities in this second stage abyss. Upon entering the ancestral hall, Zheng Yu instructed the goblin general to guard the entrance. Approaching Tao Qian, he said, "Before the sacrificial rites commence, I have a question for you all. Answer me truthfully, and I shall assist you in completing the rites, granting you peace." As the village chief, Tao Qian naturally had to make a statement, so he said, "Rest assured. This is part of enhancing the success rate of the ritual." With the chief's assurance, the villagers relaxed their guard. Zheng Yu then inquired, "How many of the women you purchased are still alive?" A chilling wind violently slammed against the doors of the ancestral hall. Even without receiving an answer, Zheng Yu understood from the commotion outside that he had posed the right question. The mastermind behind this must certainly be one of the abducted women. "Are you referring to swine?" a villager asked. Swine? The almost derogatory term made when Rin Xingyu, who stood behind, want to unleash a torrent of curses. But she was timely restrained by Zheng Yu's gaze. Swine. Zheng Yu maintained a remarkably calm demeanor, for he recalled having seen news articles in the past that referred to women sold in villages as swine, reduced to mere breeding entities akin to pigs. "I don't understand. What do you mean by swine?" Zheng Yu feigned ignorance. A peasant woman explained, "They are women bought from merchants who can bear children. The chief said that such women are not worthy of living among us, so they were all confined to the pigsty at the eastern edge of the village." Zheng Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Pigsty? Yes, it's called a pigsty, but it isn't a real pigsty. The women purchased are placed there. Anyone who desires one can simply go and take one back to continue their lineage. If they no longer want her, they can return her." Zheng Yu felt a surge of agitation, unable to contain herself any longer. One Rin Xingyu could only vent her frustrations in the chat group. "These beasts are even worse than I imagined." Kuing chimed in, "I don't even want to clear the level anymore. Let these damned creatures suffer here, just like those frozen corpses." Zheng Yu and the others were on the verge of exploding with rage, yet the villagers found this completely normal, showing no resistance to Zheng Yu's inquiries. However, the entity outside was a different story. Boom. Just as Zheng Yu posed the question about the pigsty, an immense rumble erupted outside. She was growing desperate. Zheng Yu gazed at the rampaging shadows outside, certain that her hiding place lay within the pigsty. The wails of vengeful spirits echoed outside the ancestral hall. Zheng Yu instructed the goblin general to guard the entrance. He had another question to ask. "Where's the pigsty?" he asked, his tone increasingly detached. "At the eastern edge of the village. Are there still people alive inside?" "There shouldn't be anymore. Ever since you disappeared, Chief? The pigsty has been the most haunted area in the village. No one dares to go there." "How many were still alive the last time you went?" Two perhaps." Boom. The commotion outside grew louder. "Your Goblin Wolf Cavalry has perished. Your Goblin Death Squad has perished." Two system notifications arrived, indicating that the attacks from outside were intensifying. Zheng Yu had essentially asked all the pertinent questions. It was evident that she no longer wished to proceed with the ritual. Concealing the truth had become her imperative. "That's enough." Zheng Yu received several more notifications of deaths, all from the Goblin combat team. Having gathered some crucial information, he directly commanded the Goblin general, "Let them in. The battle outside is becoming too passive." Boom. With a thunderous crash, a troll was sent flying into the courtyard of the ancestral hall. Standing outside was an amorphous figure shrouded in darkness, grotesquely large, a manifestation of swirling black mist. Within the dark fog, various ghostly visages could be discerned, resembling a fusion of apparitions. Gathering of vengeful spirits. Level, LV20. Rank, Elite. Health, 280,000. Attack power, 3,000. Skill, Hanged Ghost. Skill, Drowned Ghost. Skill, Frozen Ghost. Skill, Burned Ghost. Skill, Wrong Ghost. Skill, Malevolent Ghost. An elite monster. This was the second elite creature they encountered aside from the vengeful village chief. Moreover, this elite entity known as the Gathering of Vengeful Spirits was entirely unrecorded in Zhang Zhan's strategy guide. The good news was that a new plot had emerged, suggesting they were on the right path. The bad news was that this elite monster was rather formidable. Zheng Yu promptly summoned the twin fire dragons. At this point, they had already achieved success. Not only had they located the true boss, but they had also successfully provoked her, bypassing the so-called ritual narrative. Everything was a facade. Watching the storyline held no significance. Direct confrontation was the order of the day. Now was the time to truly showcase their prowess, a phase that Zheng Yu relished. As the twin fire dragons emerged, they unleashed a barrage of fireballs upon the gathering of vengeful spirits. Boom, boom, boom. The flames erupted against the entity. The spirits entwined around the gathering of vengeful spirits let out piercing shrieks. The wails of the spirits inflicted damage, and the area of effect harmed when Rin Xingyu, Ku Ying, and Chai Yun, all of whom suffered injury. Fortunately, when Rin Xingyu and Ku Ying were equipped with golden grade armor, which mitigated some of the damage. But Chai Yun was less fortunate. A single wail from the spirits reduced her health by a third. Get to safety, Zhengyu commanded immediately. At that moment, Chai-Yun realized this was a battle she could not engage in. Previously, having seen Zhengyu effortlessly upheave the entire Shanyu village with just a goblin general, she had instinctively lowered her guard, even believing that the abyss-level nightmare was relatively manageable. But now, she was jolted into awareness. She was merely a bystander. What gave her the audacity to relax her vigilance? Perhaps sensing that Chai-Yun was the weakest among them, the gathering of vengeful spirits directed its attack at her. A rope shot forth from its body, ensnaring Chai-Yun's neck. Chai-Yun was instantly throttled, her face turning purple as her health plummeted. Hanged Ghost skill. In a flash, a cold glimmer appeared. One Ren Qingyu, standing on a whirlwind, swiftly used her dagger to sever the rope, saving Chai-Yun. Thank you. I was almost done for. Chai-Yun gasped, her health nearly depleted. Had one Ren Qingyu been any later, she would have had to expend a resurrection cross worth 5 million. In comparison to her life, money was truly inconsequential. The key issue was that the resurrection cross could only be used once in the abyss. Once spent, the danger would become real. One Ren Qingyu spoke coldly. You didn't almost die. You almost doomed us all. Don't hinder Zhengyu. Her tone was almost scolding. Can't you even comprehend being a bystander? Didn't you realize you should have hidden away? Chai-Yun wanted to retort, but her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a mournful melody drifting from the furthest reaches of the street. The wailing sound of the Swana pierced through the air, causing the entire village of Shanyu to tremble. She has arrived. From the depths of the Shanyu Ancestral Hall emerged the most formidable elite monster, the Bride in Red. Chapter 62. The Bride in Red, the Yellow Weasel, and the Death Warriors. The gathering of malevolent spirits coincided with the appearance of the Bride in Red. A day earlier than anticipated, Zhengyu felt a sense of satisfaction. The bride's premature arrival signified that he could surely surpass the record left by Zhang Zhan. Yet, the most pressing task at hand was to vanquish the Bride in Red. The mournful music grew ever closer, and the oppressive aura thickened. A sinister wind swept through. The crimson sedan chair, previously distant, now stood before the entrance of the ancestral hall in the blink of an eye. 4 yellow weasels bore the coffin. Inside the sedan chair resided the Bride in Red. In the realm of spectral beings, the title of Bride in Red denotes a higher echelon, far surpassing the village chief of malevolent spirits and the gathering of souls. Zhang Zhan's strategies had advised to evade confrontation with the Bride in Red, utilizing the sanctuary of the ancestral hall for battle. A sudden clink emanated from within the sedan chair. Zhengyu, unable to discern the attributes of the Bride in Red, decided to initiate combat without hesitation. He unleashed the summoning beast's frenzy. In an instant, the flames enveloping the twin fire dragon transformed into a vibrant purple, dissipating the surrounding malevolent energy. A blazing halo erupted forth, igniting the walls, floor, and beams of the ancestral hall. Zhengyu commanded, goblin archers, fire upon the sedan chair. Force the Bride in Red to reveal herself. Shield bearers, defend against the yellow weasels, while the goblin general and the twin fire dragon eliminate the gathering of souls. Typically, the goblin troops required no guidance, as they swept through foes with ease. However, facing 2 level 20 elite monsters necessitated a tactical approach. By swiftly dispatching the gathering of malevolent spirits, he could then focus solely on the Bride in Red. Yet, it was the 4 weasels carrying the sedan chair who struck first. These weasels, akin to upright ferrets, displayed one eye of a deep green hue, while the others were black and red. Each bore a prominent scar across their brows, with long claws and rapid movements. Yellow Weasel. Level, LV20. Tier, Elite. Health, 140,000. Attack Power, 2,000. Skills, Spirit Communication, Possession, Ghostification. To his dismay, Zhengyu realized they too were elite monsters. With 4 weasels now in play, he was faced with a total of 6 level 20 elite foes. Fortunately, the 4 weasels possessed only 3 skills. Even among elite creatures, there existed a hierarchy of strength. These 4 weasels were the weakest of the elite. Bam! In response to the swift onslaught of the weasels, the 8 shield bearers swiftly formed a wall of shields, successfully blocking the initial attack of the first yellow weasel. 0. The weasel's strike against the goblin shield bore no fruit, inflicting 0 damage. The goblin general's advancement to the 5th tier had evolved his troops as well. The goblin shield bearers could absorb a fixed amount of damage, proving to be a formidable frontline defense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The coordination of the combat squad was impeccable. The shield bearers held firm, while the archers unleashed a barrage of arrows. The goblin wolf cavalry executed a pincer movement. For elite monsters, they were up against an entire battle squad. Moreover, this was a well-trained summoner's force led by a general, stronger than a conventional army. for they exhibited unwavering obedience, devoid of fear, and were not afraid of death. The Goblin Death Warriors could attest to this. Swish! The Death Warriors activated their blink skill, instantly surrounding the bride in Red's sedan chair. Roar! As the Death Warriors approached stealthily, the 4 yellow weasels hurriedly turned to confront them, but the Goblin Wolf Cavalry would not allow them the chance to retreat. Charge! Battle-hardened Goblin Warriors, mounted on towering wolves exceeding 3 meters in height, surged forward. They collided with the 4 yellow weasels, sending them flying. 24,158, 26,584, 19,854, 21,147. For substantial damage, numbers erupted. One of the weasels was reduced to a sliver of health. Roar! To their astonishment, the severely wounded weasel began to swell, dropping to all fours as malevolent energy surged into its body. In an instant, it transformed into a massive yellow weasel, rivaling the size of a giant wolf, exuding a foul odor as it entered a ghostified state. Roar! Simultaneously, a thunderous roar overshadowed the transformed weasel. It was the ogre. Zheng Yu had deliberately withheld its involvement until this very moment. The most formidable combatant within his goblin squad was indeed the ogre. With its colossal frame, immense damage potential, and vast health pool, it could serve as a trump card for Zheng Yu. The yellow weasel had entered a ghostified state, but was also on the brink of death. To minimize casualties, it was time for the ogre to step in and reap the rewards. Boom! The ogre leaped and crashed down upon the ghostified yellow weasel. With a subsequent swing, it dispatched the ghostified weasel before it could retaliate. Eliminated elite monster Yellow Weasel LV20. Gained experience 9,417. Congratulations. Acquired armor upper garment Yellow Weasel coat, LV20, of golden quality. 9,000 experience points secured. The experience gained from defeating the village chief of malevolent spirits mirrored this, suggesting their strengths were comparable, and thus, the rewards were similar. Zheng Yu had no time to examine the equipment's attributes. Yet, a level 20 golden grade item would undoubtedly be worth a small fortune. Huff! Following the demise of the yellow weasel, a plume of black smoke erupted from its corpse, darting into the sedan chair. As the Death Warriors closed in, the archers harassed, and the yellow weasel fell. The bride in red finally made her move. From within the sedan chair emerged several lengths of crimson satin, ensnaring the approaching Goblin Death Warriors. With an eerie strength, they were yanked into the air before being violently slammed back down. Simultaneously, the malevolent energy from within the sedan chair surged outward, dispersing the shield bearer's wall with brute force. Hiss! Witnessing the multitude of damage numbers appearing and the 3 Death Warriors that were instantly slain, Zheng Yu couldn't help but marvel. Zhang Zhan had not exaggerated. The bride in red was indeed formidable. Yet, no matter how powerful the bride in red, she could not anticipate that it was not she who had slain the Death Warriors, but rather, the Death Warriors had willingly sacrificed themselves. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 fallen Goblin Death Warriors erupted in a series of explosions. The noxious black smoke of blood and flesh enveloped the sedan chair. The evolved Death Warriors' explosive demise wielded even greater power, their bloodied toxins repulsively overwhelming the specter. Sizzle! The highly corrosive blood managed to eat through the crimson satin, splattering it across the sedan chair. 2,548. To his astonishment, damage was indeed inflicted. At this moment, Zheng Yu finally comprehended that this red sedan was, without a doubt, an elite monster. Chapter 63. The Cold Abyss Staff. The explosive damage of the Goblin General. Red sedan. Level, LV20. Tier, Elite. Health, 300,000. Attack power, 3,000. Skills, Sanctuary. Skills, Lament. Skills, Red String. Skills, Sedan Bearer. Good heavens, it truly is an elite monster. Quite formidable. Zheng Yu immediately urged the dual Demon Fire Serpent and the Goblin General. Hurry up, the ogre over here can't hold on much longer. On their end, the dual Demon Fire Serpent and the Goblin General were not idle either, for this specter conglomerate was replete with tricks. At one moment, a drowned ghost appeared, dragging the dual Demon Fire Serpent beneath the water. At another, a frozen ghost emerged, encasing the Goblin General in ice. Soon after, a wronged ghost manifested, bewildering the two and leading them to launch erroneous attacks. Though the specter conglomerate appeared weak, the relentless onslaught of ghostly abilities made it no easy foe to vanquish. Fortunately, the flames of the dual Demon Fire Serpent had been enhanced by the summoner's furious evolution, rendering the drowned ghost's water-based abilities ineffective against it. The specter conglomerate was continuously scorched by the fiery halo and hellfire serpents, causing its health to plummet rapidly. When the Goblin General was encased in ice, Zheng Yu's ice crystal pendant activated just in time, freeing him from the freezing grip. The only formidable adversaries remained the wronged ghost and the hanged ghost, one specializing in control, the other inflicting damage with its noose. Upon hearing Zheng Yu's urging, the goblin general produced a fish-slicing knife with determination. Zheng Yu had previously swapped the equipment between the goblin general and the dual demon fire serpent, and this knife was more suited for the goblin general. A halting voice, lacking clarity, escaped the goblin general's lips. For 30 years, I have sliced fish. My heart is as cold as my blade. Truth be told, the goblin general's stature and demeanor lent gravitas to even such a simple statement. With a sudden flex of muscle in his arm, the fish-slicing knife gleamed with silvery light. The knife's effect would trigger a 100 increase in attack speed for the next 3 strikes, provided he uttered that line. The goblin general charged forth with fervor. Boom. In perfect synchrony, the dual demon fire serpent assisted the goblin general by launching fireballs to clear the path, obliterating the wronged ghost attempting to confuse the goblin general once more. The enormous wolf recoiled and leapt high into the air. The goblin general leaped down from the wolf's back, attacking from above as the wolf struck from below. The first strike, augmented by the momentum of the leap, inflicted 741 damage. The second strike activated the 3-piece effect of the human skin spider set. Set effect, resentment. Resentment will mark your enemy. Your next attack will inflict additional damage based on critical hit values, though it will not benefit from critical hit bonuses. Critical hit, 25, 417. With a splatter, the second blow shattered the head of the wronged ghost, which had just dared to surface, causing it to dissipate into black smoke. Without the wronged ghost's obfuscation, the goblin general's third strike fell almost instantaneously. Though it was merely a standard attack, it still dealt over 10,000 damage. Simultaneously, the wolf's charge skill also collided with the specter conglomerate. Boom. An explosive impact erupted above the specter conglomerate. 45, 488. A staggering amount of damage. Were it not for the ghostly entity's damage reduction, this charge could have dealt upwards of 80,000 or 90,000 damage. With the speed enhancement from the fish-slicing knife, the 3 strikes were executed in rapid succession. The charge combined with a set of minor skills swiftly diminished the specter conglomerate's health by 100,000. And despite the myriad of skills employed, only mere seconds had elapsed. Moreover, the continuous fire attacks from the dual demon fire serpent further eroded the specter conglomerate's health. Hiss! From a distance, Tao Qian and others gasped in astonishment, their admiration palpable. Although they had grown accustomed to it, this was their duty, chaos and slaughter. Zheng Yu was in charge of the chaos, while they relished the mayhem. Any observer who failed to exclaim 666 was not worthy of the title. The only one truly astonished was Chai Yun, her naive expression prompting a wave of amusement among Tao Qian and the others. Crack. Simultaneously, the effect of the Cold Abyss staff activated. Every 3 skills released automatically triggered the Cold Abyss skill, utilizing powerful ice capabilities to immobilize enemies, inflicting a fixed 3,000 ice damage and freezing them. 3,000. 3,000. As the skills of the Goblin General and Dual Demon Fire Serpent overlapped, 2 Cold Abyss skills erupted simultaneously from the staff. Zheng Yu then realized that fixed damage skills could bypass all forms of defense and damage mitigation. Though 3,000 was not substantial, the freezing effect was assured. The Spectre Conglomerate had no resistance and was promptly immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, the Goblin General wasted no time. Gathering his strength, bang! The fully charged warrior's strike boasted a coefficient of 13 times, compounded by the summoner's furious enhancement and the critical effects of resentment. The blow landed heavily upon the Spectre Conglomerate. Boom! The Spectre Conglomerate was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into the massive copper basin in the courtyard center. 41, 478. Phew! Observing the Spectre Conglomerate being hurled, the Dual Demon Fire Serpent capitalized on its misfortune, rushing in to upend the copper basin atop the Spectre Conglomerate, then pressing down and igniting it. The anguished wails of several specters echoed incessantly. Yet, they could not escape the 2-meter diameter copper basin weighing down upon them. Flames enveloped the basin. 7, 415. 1, 475. 9, 874. A barrage of damage notifications erupted. The enormous copper basin glowed a fiery red as the Spectre Conglomerate within was akin to a duck being roasted in an oven, its life force gradually extinguishing. That was rather ruthless, Zheng Yu remarked, astonished. This was akin to the torturous copper bowl. Within the copper basin, the piercing cries intensified. Remarkably, it managed to force the basin ajar. The Spectre Conglomerate, its body scorched crimson, was left with but a thin layer of life remaining. Yet, in this weakened state, it unleashed a skill reminiscent of a rampage. Wailing Ghost. Chapter 64. The female ghost, sweating profusely? The wailing ghost emerged. A chilling wind swept through the air. The ominous energy swirling above coalesced into specters, cascading into the ancestral hall, filling the courtyard with wailing souls. Accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries of the wailing ghost, they surged towards the goblin general and the dual demon fire serpent. Zheng Yu's expression darkened as he prepared to unveil his trump card. Suddenly, a clear, ringing sound echoed from the spirit hall within the ancestral temple. Ding! The tolling of the bell reverberated throughout the ancestral hall, momentarily freezing all malevolent spirits within its confines. This included even the vicious congregation of transformed souls and the yellow weasel engaged in combat with the trolls. Only the red-clad female ghost within the crimson palanquin remained unaffected. Indeed, Zheng Yu turned his gaze towards the hall, not at the dual-faced clay effigy of the Yin deity, but rather at the time-worn black-and-white photograph that lay dust-covered beside the spirit altar. Ah, your descendants have fallen to such disgrace, yet you continue to shield them. Truly, a fatherly protector, Zheng Yu scoffed. He then urged the goblin general and the twin fire serpents, hurry, gather the spoils. This is a rare opportunity. The immobilized malevolent spirits represent the most formidable phase, and now they are mere targets. Moreover, there is a host of souls being freely offered to us. This is invaluable experience. Kill malevolent spirit LV20. Gain experience 5879. Kill malevolent spirit LV20. Gain experience 5547. Kill malevolent spirit LV20. Gain experience 5802. Kill. The twin fire serpents unleashed their full might, maximizing the output of their fiery auras and infernal flames, feasting upon the gathered experience. Zheng Yu noted that the ancestors within this hall exhibited considerable prowess, maintaining their immobilized state for an extended duration, even ensnaring the elite red-clad ghost, thus restraining her reluctance to emerge. This afforded Zheng Yu ample time to harvest experience. To ascend from level 14 to 15 required 590,000 experience points. Initially, he anticipated a challenging ascent, yet this wave of encounters nearly filled his experience bar to capacity. Ultimately, with a powerful strike from the goblin general, he vanquished the elite malevolent spirit congregation, receiving notification from the system. Kill elite malevolent spirit congregation LV20. Gain experience 14452. Congratulations. You have obtained the soul bracelet LV20 Platinum grade. Congratulations. You have acquired material soul pearl. Congratulations. Level up. Level LV14 to LV15 73600. Need 56500 more experience to level up. Health 997010610. 7950 equipment stats. Mana 880,890. Intelligence 469,485. Strength 130,134. Agility 3,031. Remaining free attribute points 12. Level has increased to 15, activating the 4th summoning beast space. Level has increased to 15, earning 2 hex enhancement runes. Please draw. A surge of joy filled Zheng Yu's heart. The malevolent spirit congregation had bestowed him with a staggering 140,000 experience points. Previously, he had garnered substantial experience from exterminating a village's ghosts, yet this singular congregation had propelled him to level 15. For professionals, every 5 levels represented a significant advancement. For a summoner, it meant the addition of a new summoning beast space, allowing for the invocation of a 4th companion. However, at this juncture, the 4th summoning beast held little significance for him due to the lack of resources for its nurturing. Zheng Yu finally grasped why most summoners abandoned their paths around level 15. They simply could not afford the cultivation of their beasts. He himself was already struggling to manage the training of 4 companions, let alone those lacking talent and resources, unable to conquer the nightmarish abyss. Moreover, he had not prepared the 4th summoning beast in advance, as Chai Fong from the resource department of Shangyu City had promised to procure a level 15 summoning beast from the national treasury. Should he find one with exceptional talent, it could alleviate much of his need for talent points. Zheng Yu had no time to inspect his new equipment. He placed the platinum bracelet into his storage and secured it, wary of accidentally selling it in the shrine. A level 20 platinum grade item was indeed top tier. After dispatching the malevolent spirit congregation, the goblin general and the twin fire serpents were finally able to join the fray against the red-clad female ghost. The battlefield was now a chaotic scene. 6 death warriors lay slain. 3 goblin shield bearers had perished, and nearly all the wolf-riding goblins were lost, leaving only one to exchange blows with the ghostly yellow weasel. The troll had sustained grievous injuries from the incessant assaults of the red silks emerging from the palanquin. Frankly, Had it not been for the earlier assistance from the Ancestral Hall, the troll would have met its demise long ago. However, the situation had now shifted. The Goblin General, the twin fire serpents, the troll, and the Goblin Sorcerer, poised to cast spells at a moment's notice, were preparing to launch a counteroffensive. Suddenly, a billowing cloud of black mist erupted from within the palanquin, forcing back all goblin combat squads surrounding it. The red-clad female ghost within the palanquin emitted her first vocalization, a melodious, yet mocking laugh. It was evident that she viewed the Goblin General and the twin fire serpents with disdain. Though formidable, their vitality had waned following the recent skirmish. Perhaps sensing this, the red-clad ghost ceased her assault and provocatively said, "Such a handsome young man. Would you care to spend a delightful evening with your elder sister?" Her voice was laced with temptation. Zheng Yu recalled Zhang Zhan's strategy, which warned that the red-clad female ghost would employ seduction to lure professionals out of the hall, ultimately leading to their demise. He suddenly realized that the Crimson Palanquin had never ventured a step inside the Ancestral Hall. It remained at the entrance, attacking with its red silks. Contemplating this, Zheng Yu summoned the giant winged spirit butterfly, initially intended for use against the boss. He recognized that now was the time to deploy it, for defeating her would likely conclude this ordeal. With an ethereal cry, the majestic butterfly, towering over 4 meters, manifested behind Zheng Yu. The seasoned veterans, including Tao Qian, could not help but be astonished. Who wouldn't be awed by such a colossal and exquisite creature? With the emergence of the giant winged spirit butterfly, an ethereal melody filled the air as it unleashed a series of restorative spells. Spirit Butterfly Guardian. A protective bond formed with the troll. Among all Zheng Yu's summoned beasts, the troll possessed the most substantial health. A thick shield enveloped the troll, restoring its vitality. Butterfly's Song. The giant winged spirit butterfly began its incantation, enhancing all summoned creatures with an increase of 260 agility and 260 movement speed. It was noteworthy that Zheng Yu's own agility was merely 30, resulting in a nearly 10-fold enhancement for all. Lastly, Spirit Nurturing, restoring the energy of his summoned beasts. A set of auxiliary skills allowed the troll to regain health, while the dual fire serpents revitalized their energy, coupled with the life sacrifice of the Goblin Wizard. The Goblin General restored both his energy and health to full capacity. Now, the red-clad female ghost faced an army of summoned beasts in peak condition, brimming with vitality. And still in the frenzy of summoning, Zheng Yu gazed at the red-clad ghost within the palanquin and remarked, "If you invite me for a delightful evening, you must possess the capability to do so. How does it feel, ghost? Sweating profusely, I presume?" Chapter 65. To deal with a straightforward man like Zheng Yu, one must be direct. The enormous winged spirit butterfly decisively altered the tide of battle. The red-clad ghost ceased her mirth. The remaining 3 living yellow weasels immediately entered a ghostly state to prepare for the impending fight. The palanquin, having lost a third of its health due to the Death Knight's toxic blood, emitted creaking sounds, clearly under immense pressure from the fully empowered troll, Goblin General, dual fire serpents, and the giant winged spirit butterfly. "Did you not request my company?" Zheng Yu said with a smile, gently waving his hand. The summoned beasts surged forward. Roar! The troll charged forward first, his massive form blocking the path to the palanquin, wielding a colossal hammer, striking down heavily upon it. "Get lost!" came a delicate voice from within the palanquin. The voice was melodious, yet accompanied by a palpable aura of malevolence, lending it a chilling quality. Boom! A powerful wave of dark energy enveloped the troll. 9,871. Red damage appeared above the troll's head. 9,000 damage seemed significant at first glance. Yet it failed to breach the shield the winged spirit butterfly had cast upon the troll, with the shield absorbing the damage. The red-clad ghost's dark attack could not impede the troll's advance. Bang! The troll's heavy hammer struck the palanquin unimpeded. 5,587. The damage was similarly modest. Upon impact, a layer of gray shield protected the palanquin, a skill known as protection. It was hardly surprising that the damage was low. After all, this palanquin was also a ghostly entity. Like the red shoes and the doll, it possessed the ability to mitigate damage as a ghostly being, and its protective skill further reduced the harm dealt. Inflicting 5,000 damage was commendable, considering it was but a single blow. Zheng Yu had an abundance of summoned beasts. Swish, swish, swish. The second wave of assault initiated by the goblin archers commenced. 1,054, 1,112, 1,058. The damage was even lower, yet densely packed. Following this was the fiery aura of the dual fire serpents and the charge of the Hell Goblin General, alongside the Death Knight's ambush. Clang! Suddenly, a crisp drumbeat resonated from around the palanquin. A band clad in mourning attire emerged from the white mist. The mournful music was yet another skill of the palanquin. Zheng Yu recalled the 4 skills associated with the palanquin. The bearers must be those 4 yellow weasels. Protection refers to the gray shield. The mournful music manifests as the spectral figures in mourning attire, capable of diminishing the desire to attack among summoned beasts, categorizing it as a status-altering skill. The red silk must correspond to the red ribbon skill. Zheng Yu squinted. This indicated that the red-clad ghost inside the palanquin had not employed any skills, relying solely on dark energy. Upon glancing at the mute girl beside him, he discerned the answer in her anxious gaze fixed on the palanquin. Oh, so that is how it is. No wonder you cannot enter this shrine. You are the one pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Zheng Yu harbored a lingering question regarding Zhang Zhan's strategy. All descriptions of the red-clad ghost's skills were, in fact, those of the palanquin. This implied that, from Zhang Zhan's perspective, the palanquin embodied the red-clad ghost, hence the shared name of ghost marriage. However, the palanquin manipulated the red silk, while the individual inside controlled the entire dark energy of Shangyu village. With this realization, Zheng Yu immediately turned to Wenren Qingyu and Tao Qian, instructing, "Keep watch here. Do not allow any villager to leave." Tao Qian promptly inquired, "Where are you going?" Zheng Yu replied, "I intend to check whether the mastermind is still in the pig pen." "Spirit butterfly, follow me." Zheng Yu took one spirit butterfly and, holding the little girl's hand, confidently walked towards the shrine's entrance. A wave of dark energy surged towards Zheng Yu. Whoosh! Crack! The shield of the wraith ring shattered. Observing the traces on the ground left by the dark energy explosion, it was evident that the energy had deliberately avoided the little girl. Zheng Yu smiled and cradled the girl in his arms, saying, "This way, she won't dare to harm me." The little girl looked at Zheng Yu with a mix of emotions. Zheng Yu chuckled, "Do not regard me with such suspicion. Truth be told, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely need to resolve a few matters. For you, it will merely be a repetition of 3 days. Perhaps, I could even alleviate some of the resentment during this repeated span. A previous curse-bearer I served had spoken highly of me. Should you encounter him, you will see." Zheng Yu rambled on, inadvertently passing right by the palanquin without receiving an attack or being surrounded by dark energy. It was as if he were invisible to the multitude of souls haunting the streets, casually making his way towards the eastern edge of the village while holding the little girl. Tao Qian, bewildered, asked, "What just happened?" Wenren Qingyu observed Zheng Yu's departing figure, contemplating. It seemed that, at this juncture, both sides were already aware of the truth. Aware of the truth? Wenren Qingyu nodded. The red-clad ghost within the palanquin, whom Zhang Zhan has never seen in her true form, is likely the mastermind. This explains why Zhang Zhan's strategy only mentions the ritualistic ghost marriage and the parade of 100 ghosts, without any final boss battle. The ritual is a facade, as is the ghost marriage. The palanquin represents the true ghost marriage. At this point, Zheng Yu's summoned beasts have effectively subdued the palanquin, which essentially signifies the end. Only the final step remains, to the pigpen. Tao Qian queried, "What about the parade of 100 ghosts?" Wenren Qingyu, her expression somewhat perplexed, replied, "Both the ritual and the ghost marriage are fabrications. The parade of 100 ghosts is likely a massacre of villagers orchestrated by the group of women and children sold over." Feigning comprehension, Tao Qian nodded. Your deductions align closely with my thoughts." Wenren Qingyu rolled her eyes, disregarding Tao Qian. She glanced at the time, 7 hours. From their entry into the shrine of Shangyu village until now, only 7 hours had elapsed. For over a decade, no one had broken Zhang Zhan's record of nightmares. Yet now, merely 7 hours had passed. Wenren Qingyu recalled her initial reluctance when persuaded by Ku Ying to join Zheng Yu's team. At the time, she had held a modicum of disdain for him, even expressing distrust. Reflecting now, she realized her friend was truly favored by fortune. Such formidable thighs could indeed be embraced. Wenren Qingyu gazed earnestly at Ku Ying, who appeared somewhat awkward under her scrutiny. "What troubles you?" she inquired. Wenren Qingyu responded, "I was contemplating the most effective means to bind you and Tao Qian together irrevocably." Ku Ying. Tao Qian immediately grasped Wenren Qingyu's intention and pointed to the crimson satin protruding from the red palanquin. "Why not simply bind you together?" Wenren Qingyu nodded in agreement, saying, "Exactly. When dealing with a straightforward man like Zheng Yu, one must be direct." Ku Ying meow meow meow. Chapter 66. They are unworthy of their ancestors' protection. Zheng Yu made his way unimpeded to the pigpen, where the malevolent aura surpassed that of the ancestral hall. Upon arrival, the young girl unexpectedly inquired, "How did you know I am also from here?" Her voice bore a spectral quality, not emanating from her throat. Sensing the chilling energy emanating from the girl in his arms, Zheng Yu felt no fear. Rather, he explained with intrigue, "Because you are a ghost." The little girl was puzzled. Zheng Yu gestured towards the spirits trailing behind him, stating, "Look." The hanged ghost has its tongue protruding because it could not retract it upon dying. That limping ghost perished due to its unsteady legs. The elder claimed you suffered punishment and had your tongue severed. How could a ghost have its tongue cut off? Your ability to chew proficiently without a tongue indicates you had it removed in life. The capacity to inflict such cruelty upon a child suggests you do not belong to the ancestral hall. In fact, the girl had displayed abnormal behavior long before. The elder had gone to alert others, neglecting to take her along, leaving her by Zheng Yu's side. She exhibited no alarm upon encountering the gathering of spirits or the ghost bride in red. Zheng Yu had already deduced that the girl was not among the villagers. Yet she was not the boss either. In other words, there was no true boss within the depths of the ancestral hall. The procession of 100 ghosts was merely the final phase. The girl pouted, conceding, "You are clever." Previous outsiders were foolish enough to hide in coffins, believing it to be a sanctuary, when in truth, I had them hide there for my amusement. As Zheng Yu listened to the girl, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He asked, "Why derive amusement from their plight?" The girl replied with resentment, "Who told them to assist those wretched villagers?" Zheng Yu understood clearly that Zhang Zhan and his companions had failed to uncover the true nature of the ancestral hall's depths. They merely assumed it was a haunted village. Misled by the initial hints upon entering the abyss, believing the disturbances were due to their improper veneration of the ancestors. From the outset, Zhang Zhan's approach to solving the mystery had been flawed. Zheng Yu casually inquired, "Have many other outsiders ventured here?" The girl shook her head, "Not particularly. They come around every so often. You are the second wave of outsiders recently. The last group was quite amusing. They were chased by us in a frenzy." The girl rarely exhibited childlike traits, chattering incessantly. The most memorable instance was when a formidable group of outsiders successfully survived the night of revenge, driving them out before the reset of Shangyu village. Zheng Yu. He began to piece things together. Over the years, only Zhang Zhan and his party had navigated the depths of the ancestral hall. All practitioners in Shangyu City had believed that the nightmare-level ancestral hall could only be cleared in this manner. Yet they had been toyed with by the little girl and her ghosts. It could only be said that Zhang Zhan had completed the challenge in the most rudimentary way, by prolonging their stay for 3 days, waiting for the marriage of the dead to conclude until the 100 ghosts ceased their procession. No, it should be called the Night of Revenge. However, these were mere trifles. Zheng Yu was more astonished to discover that they retained memories of the outsiders. The one who successfully endured the Night of Revenge must have been Zhang Zhan. The later outsiders, whom the girl referred to as foolish, were merely following Zhang Zhan's strategy. He was the first practitioner to clear it in such a manner and had received this astonishing information from the little girl. At the entrance of the pigpen, Zheng Yu could perceive the overwhelming resentment within. The so-called procession of 100 ghosts represented those who had been imprisoned and ultimately perished here. Zheng Yu sensed the vengeful spirits within the pigpen scrutinizing him, seemingly awaiting his decision. This was precisely why Zheng Yu had come to the pigpen, because the ancestral hall offered 2 potential conclusions, 2 choices. The first choice was Zhang Zhan's, to trust the villagers and linger in the ancestral hall until the end of 3 days. The second choice? To join the vengeful ranks. Faced with the multitude of ghosts, Zheng Yu pondered briefly before directly asking the little girl, "Who severed your tongue?" The girl tilted her head. "Guess? Was it that old man beside you?" "How dull." Upon Zheng Yu's accurate guess, the girl displayed a look of dissatisfaction. "I'll help you kill him." "No need." The girl showed no interest in Zheng Yu's assistance. Yet Zheng Yu added, "Not only will I kill him, but I will also help you reclaim what belongs to you from the ancestral hall." The girl paused, then looked at Zheng Yu, inquiring, "What else do you know that you shouldn't?" Zheng Yu chuckled. "It was merely a guess. However, your demeanor and their attitudes confirmed my assumptions." Zheng Yu pointed toward the spirits within the pigpen, no longer directing their malevolent energy at him. One must choose a side. Zheng Yu opted for the side he believed to be just, regardless of whether you are the cursed spirits or the architects of this Shangyu ghost village. You are the victims. The wrongdoers deserve punishment. They are unworthy of their ancestors' protection. The depths of the ancestral hall required practitioners to make resolute choices, which was why he had traversed to the pigpen unimpeded, because they awaited Zheng Yu's decision. Chapter 67. The title of Living Yama is not wasted on you. Having made his decision, Zheng Yu garnered the support of the 100 ghosts. The oppressive aura that had been weighing upon him dissipated entirely. The little girl looked at Zheng Yu, grinning. "Congratulations, you have earned the approval of the elder sisters." "It is my honor." Zheng Yu gently nodded toward the spirits in the pigpen. The little girl gazed towards the ancestral hall, saying, "Though we have received the benevolence of the Yin God, granting us the power to summon spirits and transform the entire village into a ghost town, as long as the ancestors remain in the ancestral hall, we cannot truly exact punishment upon those wretched beings." Zheng Yu inquired, "What if there were no ancestors?" The girl smiled sweetly. "That would be splendid. I would instill despair in them from the very core, shattering them within the ancestral hall. I want them to dwell in the pigpen while we enter the ancestral hall. I shall make them worship me, the one they deem the lowest of all. I will ensure they truly become pigs, living the lives we once did. The little girl rambled on. With the most endearing voice, she uttered the most ruthless words. It was evident that this elaborate scheme of vengeance had been meticulously crafted in her mind for quite some time. However, no adventurer had previously opted for this particular path of resolution. For apart from the little girl, who had been taken in by the old man and had her tongue severed, none of the other spirits in the pigsty could gain entry to the ancestral hall. To accomplish her aims, the assistance of these outsiders, the adventurers, was indispensable. Listening to the girl's cruel remarks, Zheng Yu expressed his admiration. Now this is more like it. Revenge ought to be thorough and unequivocal, rather than indirect and convoluted. Your previous methods of retribution left them utterly oblivious to their transgressions, even to the identity of their avenger. They were merely consumed by fear, devoid of any remorse. As a connoisseur of pettiness, Zheng Yu chastised them for their revenge, deeming it more superficial than substantial. You must instill genuine regret within them, he asserted. Leave this matter to me. The little girl glanced at Zheng Yu and then at the already shattered red palanquin, inquiring, but how will you carry away their ancestors? They are far more formidable than my sisters. With unwavering confidence, Zheng Yu replied, that is a trivial matter. Cradling the little girl, he made his way back to the ancestral hall. By this time, the red palanquin lay completely in ruins. Nearly 20,000 experience points and a piece of platinum-grade equipment had already been secured during his conversation with the girl. The ghostly woman in red emerged from the wreckage, floating in midair, yet refrained from launching any attack, fixating instead on Zheng Yu as he approached. At Zheng Yu's behest, the summoned beasts also ceased their onslaught. Everyone, including the villagers hidden within, looked on in curiosity at Zheng Yu. Upon entering the ancestral hall with the little girl, when Renkinjiu promptly inquired, what is the situation? Zheng Yu smiled and replied, everything is basically in order. Now we merely need to allow this group of villagers to make their own choice. And then we can depart from here. Choice. When Renkinjiu was perplexed, Zheng Yu gestured for her to observe. Goblin General, summon the heavy cavalry. Understood. Boom. A synchronized sound of marching echoed as 30 heavily armored goblin cavalry emerged behind the Goblin General, standing proudly in the center of the ancestral hall. In the skies above, the red-clad ghost furrowed her brow at the imposing sight of the heavy cavalry. She had not anticipated that, even at this stage. This outsider still had an unplayed trump card. In truth, reaching this juncture was entirely facilitated by the red-clad ghost recognizing Zheng Yu's strength, permitting him to take the little girl directly to the pigsty. As the ghostly king of Shanyu village, any decision required her consent. She had acknowledged the outsider's prowess, but was taken aback by how much stronger he was than she had imagined. Silently, she weighed whether the spirits would withstand the charge of this heavy cavalry. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu addressed the villagers. You must remove the items from within the ancestral hall. The villagers were momentarily stunned, rendered immobile. Remove the ancestral hall. Impossible. The hall was their sole protector. How could they possibly displace it? The little girl chuckled. They cannot possibly move it. You wish for them to relocate the ancestral hall. Preposterous. Zheng Yu whispered, you are mistaken. The little girl, puzzled, asked, are you going to resort to threats of force? Zheng Yu shook his head. Force would be futile. These villagers would rather sacrifice themselves in worship than be coerced. The girl, confused, pointed at the goblin heavy cavalry behind Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu smiled. They were originally intended for the night parade of 100 ghosts, your sister's hidden card, which I have held back until now. However, it appears their services are unnecessary. I summoned them merely to demonstrate that I can navigate any path I choose. But I have opted to support you. As he spoke, Zheng Yu stepped into the grand hall of the ancestral hall. A powerful aura pressed down upon him, and he sensed that should he engage directly, he would surely perish. The ancestors here were formidable. Zheng Yu looked at the villagers and pointed to the dual-faced spirit statue, saying, do you know why your sacrifices have always faltered? It is because your offerings are far too diverse. Ask yourselves, can your ancestors truly replicate those past glories? The enticing tea leaves, the plague that barred entry to all. Your ancestors cannot, but he can. With fervor, Zheng Yu proclaimed, look at this ancestral hall. The spirit that aids you resides here, yet you allow other entities to linger within. Is that not a grave disrespect? Seemingly persuaded, the villagers began to reconsider their beliefs. Now you must make a choice. Either remove all the miscellaneous items from the ancestral hall, or I shall grant you a swift release from your suffering. The choice is yours. After making this declaration, Zheng Yu gestured invitingly towards the innermost depths of the hall, to the long-neglected spirit altar. He could sense the chaotic energy emanating from within. He grew anxious, for it was clear that the villagers were genuinely swayed by his words. and some began to stir with intent. Beside them, Kuing remarked in astonishment, they cannot truly be unaware of who is safeguarding them, can they? When Rinkinjiu affirmed, they genuinely do not know. Oh, poor ancestors, Kuing lamented, silently protecting them all this time, only to be forsaken by their own kin. Zhengyu chuckled. I believe this is their just retribution. Ancestors shielding malevolent entities are hardly virtuous. Amidst their discourse, the villagers shockingly began to carry the spirit altar outside. This altar, which even the likes of Zheng Yu and the red-clad ghost regarded with trepidation, was casually lifted by its descendants as if it were refuse, discarded without a second thought. Some villagers even spat upon the altar in disdain, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. Had it not been for you, our sacrifices would have succeeded long ago." Having spoken, they turned to Tao Qian, the village chief. "Isn't that right?" With a pipe still in his mouth, Tao Qian gave a thumbs up. "You did well." Crash. The altar shattered. Not only that singular altar, but within the ancestral hall, apart from the dual-faced spirit and 3 utterly useless broken coffins, nothing remained. Zheng Yu approached the entrance of the ancestral hall, gazing at the pile of altars heaped at the threshold like refuse. He smiled, saying, "You sought to protect the trash, and now you have become trash yourself. Yet, you have met your just desserts. After all, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. You were never virtuous." As he sensed the tumultuous hatred emanating from the shattered altars, Zheng Yu paid it no heed, addressing the red-clad ghost. "They are in your care now. May you enjoy yourselves." With that, Zheng Yu felt a chilling gust sweep past him. It turned out they could no longer contain themselves. One by one, they reverted to their original forms and rushed into the ancestral hall. The wails of horror commenced. Observing the chaos within, Zheng Yu couldn't help but smile with delight. Although the circumstances were exceedingly brutal, when Rinkinjiu, still seething with indignation, proclaimed, "They truly deserve nothing less." For scum engaged in human trafficking, capital punishment is the only fitting retribution. Upon mentioning the death penalty, Zheng Yu posed a profoundly philosophical inquiry. If death is inevitable, and subsequent cremation follows, why not proceed directly to cremation? It would certainly conserve resources. Tao Qian interjected, while when Rinkinjiu remarked, "The title of the living Yama suits you well, indeed."